are, there are hundreds of thousands of ballots. We still don't know who they're for.
Yeah, let's start with the counting process, Aaron, because that's really what's important here. Here in Maricopa County, which includes Phoenix, the very populated Phoenix, Maricopa is the largest county as far as population here in Arizona. So you got to win here if you want to win this state. For the Secretary of State's office says approximately 300,000 ballots have yet to be counted here, and they're going through the counting process. That is still continuing here in Maricopa County. As far as the entire state, we're at about 450,000 ballots that have still being counted right now, according to the Secretary of State's office. So that is still ongoing. We are anticipating that we'll have more results, the next batch of ballot results here from Maricopa County sometime around 9 p.m. Eastern time. It's not a hard deadline, but that's approximately the time that we're anticipating that the elections department here is going to have a new update. And then I want to turn to what you were just talking about, Aaron. You're talking about the protests that we saw here. We were inside. The entranceway is just over my shoulder. I'm in the parking lot this morning. We were inside the lobby, and then we could hear a growing crowd outside. The security concern grew. The sheriff's department arrived here because they were chanting, among other things like Pizzagate, they were saying, "Let us in, let us in." And so even though these were peaceful protesters, it was peaceful assembly, these were people who were carrying guns. And so the sheriff's department did deploy, and they wanted to make sure that the doors weren't breached. There's an impact here, not on the vote. Let's be very clear, not on the ballot counting, but out here in the parking lot, you can see these sort of, red markers. On each of those markers, there's a small white sign that says the Freedom of Speech Zone. This entire section to the left of these red markers, this is where they would like the people to peacefully assemble. And then over to the right are where cars are being driving in and out. The impact on this is that the people who are doing the ballot counting here, these are temporary workers. A good majority of them are retirees. They are older. They're temporary workers, and they're paid minimum wage. So they're being ferried in from different parts where their personal cars may be here, so they don't have to walk in the Phoenix heat to continue the work of democracy. I spoke to one of the staffers here about if this has impacted attendance or if there's been any sort of concern or sick out. They haven't seen it.
Wow.
Aaron?
Well, that's impressive. And of course, though, the guidance we're getting from Kyung here is that we're not going to really know the fate of Arizona today. So Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, these are the crucial states we're going to know very much sooner, perhaps in the next hours or so, Anderson.
It's fascinating. And again, numbers in Nevada, really, we have not seen a change in the numbers in Nevada since yesterday. So hopefully get some new numbers. Some new numbers soon. Talking about Georgia, we are waiting just moments from now, I think about 2 minutes or so from now. The Secretary of State in Georgia is going to give a press conference about the how many outstanding votes there still are there. We're waiting for that. We're going to bring that to you live. I want to go to David Chalian. David, let's talk about Georgia and what a fascinating race we have seen over the last 2 days in Georgia.
It certainly has been. This is one of those sort of Sunbelt expansion states, as the way the Biden campaign referred to it. Has been a long part of sort of the Democratic Party's project to play into where they're seeing demographic changes and lean into the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. They saw that as a laboratory for it this cycle. But it is razor thin, Anderson. And I was just listening earlier to the reporting. I think that they think there's some 67,000 outstanding votes. We'll see what the Secretary of State says now when we get...
it was plus 61,000.
Oh, 61,000,
yeah.
This initial update. So I think, I was doing quick calculations, I think it means Joe Biden would need roughly around the 70% range or somewhere in that of the remaining outstanding ballots to overtake the president's current lead. But you've seen the president's lead in the state just shrinking. And we know that the late ballots being counted, the mail ballots that are getting tabulated, are just overwhelmingly a pro-Biden group of voters. And so that is helping to increase that margin. Now you see it there at just 18,586 vote lead for the president in Georgia. And just remember, Anderson, the president made a final campaign stop in the final 48 hours in Georgia. And it was stunning to sort of see it when they put it on their schedule that a Republican incumbent president would spend time in the final 48 hours in Georgia. They were keenly aware of how close Georgia could be. And it's also why the Biden campaign sent Barack Obama there in the final day of campaigning.
Obviously, so much depends on exactly where those plus 61,367 ballots that are still to be counted, where those votes came from in the state of Georgia. Is it urban areas, which is what we have been seeing really in all the states that we're still waiting for, David? Often it's the big metro areas that they have so many votes. That's where we're seeing the slowest results.
Yeah, it's where and it's what kind of ballot. Is it a mail ballot? Because those two have been Democratic pockets of vote. And so if it's the combination of two, that you're getting the remaining ballots from sort of pro-Biden geography anyway, like you said, the urban centers or certainly the suburbs around Atlanta have been pro-Democratic in recent years. That's one advantage. And then add to it, if it's sort of the mail voting, that's also a Democratic advantage on top of it. So even it could be that even in some more Republican areas, Anderson, if it's the mail vote, it may not come in as pro-Trump as the election day vote would, obviously. And so it is both sort of the political geography of where they're coming in from and what kind of ballots. And we believe these are predominantly mail ballots.
We're monitoring this press conference in Georgia to see any information about these 61,367 ballots. We'll obviously bring you more on that. We're listening in. Some of it is just kind of some detail that's not particularly germane. Let's listen in for now.
How to do this properly, because the main thing we want to do, fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side. So accuracy is vital, and it's the key to all of our processes. And I want to make sure we told everybody in this room and in this state and around the country, this is the first time Georgia has used paper ballots in 20 years. We told people they can expect some results on election night, and we got a lot of them out there. In fact, we got down to 250,000 yesterday. We're down to about 60,000 today. So let me go through what we know we have right now. I brought my computer so I wouldn't screw it up. Bryan County, 3,027. Burke County, 494. Chatham County, 17,157. Clayton County, 7,408. Cobb County, approximately 700. Floyd County, 682. Forsyth County, 4,713. Fulton County, 11,200. Gwinnett County, 7,300. Harris County, 3,641. Lawrence County, 1,797. Putnam County, 1,552. Taylor County, 456. For a total right now of approximately just over 60,000 votes. The anticipation is we will continue to go through the process throughout the day and into the evening if necessary. I know there are large counties in this state that stayed overnight, Fulton County being one of those, to process these, and they've knocked their numbers down to that 11,200. We anticipate getting through this process today. One of the reasons that our friends in Chatham County take a little bit longer is they have a unique system where their voter registration is separate from their elections division, and they handle different sides of the absentee ballot and the reporting process. So that's one of the things that held them up, but I think we're through that process today, and I anticipate getting the majority of the 17,000 in today as well. So with that, I want to thank y'all for being here and answer any questions. We'll start with Justin over here.
Can you explain to us why that number seems to be such a moving?
All right, let's quickly go to John King. This is really important information. We now have the breakdown, John, county by county of the votes that are still outstanding. And we're told, he says, that's not the Secretary of State, by the way, it's election official, said by the end of today, we should have all the votes in. John, what have we learned then?
Well, you learn, number one, there's a number of counties. So you have a couple hundred here, a couple thousand there. But the biggest takeaway I had there is listening in. Is one of the counties we talked about a little bit earlier, Clayton County. There were several thousand votes here just south of Atlanta. So you're looking, where do you have 500? Where do you have a few thousand, right? 60,000 total. There were several thousand here in Clayton County. And again, if you look at the numbers, Joe Biden's getting 85% of the vote in this county. So that's what, it doesn't guarantee that when they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden's going to get 85% of those. But your eyes aren't deceiving you there when you look, and you could expect, okay, still several thousand votes to count here.
7,408.
Right. So your assumption there is, Anderson, that Joe Biden's going to make up some ground there, right? Because he's 84%. Again, it's not guaranteed. You have to count the votes. But we know Democrats are more likely to have voted by mail. And we know that Joe Biden in this county, again, there's Atlanta, you're in the suburbs to the south, is getting 85% of the vote. So the biggest question is this. I mean, the overall math is, can you overcome with those 60,000 votes a lead of almost 19,000 votes, 18,586 for the president? To do that, it's pretty obvious. Joe Biden has to win a disproportionate number of those votes, much higher than the 49% he's getting statewide right now. So he mentioned Clayton County. He also mentioned, I believe, Forsyth County, which I'm going to come down here. This is Houston County.
Forsyth
Houston
was
County here,
4,713.
Right, and so that's a county where the president is getting has been leading. But again, the question is, Anderson, the president's leading in some of those counties he mentioned, especially the smaller counties, the numbers. The question then is the president going to match? And you just pick a county and bring it up. You bring up a Morgan County, for example, they're done. So let's move over here, Oconee County, they're done. But is the president in these smaller counties going to get 65, 66%, or are the mail-in ballots, there may only be a few Democrats who live in those communities or a few people voting for Joe Biden in those communities, but is Joe Biden getting disproportionate? That's the hard part. You look at the numbers and you can say, okay, that's a red county, that's a blue county, but we actually have to count the votes, because we do know, as we've watched this lead shrink, the president's lead in Georgia shrink, it is because Democrats disproportionately did vote by mail, and those are the 60,000 left they have to count.
Yeah, John, also just few more votes in Georgia have just come in, and the president's lead has shrunk just by 400 votes in just this latest. John, the election official was saying Fulton County has 11,200 outstanding votes. That's the Atlanta area, right?
That's the Atlanta area, and I believe that was the biggest number.
That was.
And so you're looking at 11,000 here. And again, you have to count them, because not always do the patterns stay. But we have seen a very clear and consistent pattern in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, and elsewhere, that when they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is doing at least as good, if not better, than how he has been performing in that county overall. So Joe Biden is performing at 72% right now, 73 if you want to round that up, in Fulton County. That's Atlanta. You see Atlanta down here and the suburbs around it. Again, one of the Democratic strongholds in the state of Georgia. And this has been the area, essentially the circle, the star around Atlanta and the suburbs. He mentioned some other counties here as well. I'll get to in a minute. But you have the biggest basket of votes still outstanding. 11,000 of the 60,000 are here. You can just do the math at home. That if Joe Biden gets 70% of that, he's going to get 7,000 plus votes right there, and the president gets his share. But in some of these counts, Anderson, I just did the raw math. In some of the counts, Joe Biden's actually getting a higher percentage in the mail-in ballot. So that's why we need to get to them. And again, if we look at that 18,144, that lead has been shrinking consistently. Every time you get a report of new votes, it shrinks. The question is, with 60,000 left, is that enough for Joe Biden to overtake 18,144? That's what the next very tense and consequential hours are going to tell us.
And just for the order, it seemed like Fulton County was 11,200 by my count, and I missed one or two of them. But Gwinnett, I think, was the next one with 7,300. Forsyth had 4,713.
Right, and you move up and around here. And so this is, again, so Gwinnett, you look here. Look at Joe Biden's getting 58%, right? So if you're in the Trump campaign, you're hoping that Joe Biden's numbers come in lower. But again, as you count these mail-in ballots, they're up to 95% right now. This is, again, the suburban circle around Atlanta. This is where Joe Biden is making up this lead. And so we just have to watch it play out and count the votes as they go. To their credit, they're being transparent about it. And to their credit, they're trying to get it done by the end of the day. And I'm going to switch walls if I can. I believe this. Is this camera on with me if I come over here, or do I lose you completely?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we come over here. The resources are a little stretched as we count this out. But I just want to show you the significance of this, because we're saying, 5,000 votes here, 6,000 votes there. People at home can get a little confused maybe about why this is so consequential. Joe Biden is at 253, right? He is leading right now out here in Arizona and Nevada. That would be enough to get him to the finish line, but we have to be clear. As the votes have been counted out here, the president has been closing. So let's assume these two come off the map for a little bit, right? 253, we're going to wait. We're going to count the votes. Georgia, it seems, might get to the finish line before the states out west. If the former vice president can take this back, that gets him to 269, Anderson. That gets him right there, banging on the door. He's knocking on the door now. That would be banging on the door. If he can get Georgia, then he needs one more. Now, Maine's 2nd congressional district would be enough. The president's leading there right now, and the expectation is he will carry it. So if Joe Biden's not going to get that, if you can get Georgia, then you just need one more, right? Is it Pennsylvania? Is it Arizona? Is it Nevada? We keep counting votes. But Georgia is a bigger prize than the two western states. And also, the theory in the Biden campaign, I'm sorry, let me take 1 minute to play this out, is if they can do it this way, right, get it well above 270, and if they could get Pennsylvania as well, that would get them above 300. The president now is saying, I'm going to sue everywhere. The hope in the Biden campaign is if they can stretch this out a little bit, it's not just one state, that perhaps there's a political dynamic in which people get to the president and say, sir, you might not want to do this. I'm not saying the president will take that course. If you look at his Twitter feed, he sounds very combative today. But the Biden campaign is hoping that if they can get a couple of these wins and stretch it out a little bit, that maybe the political climate would change. Now I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, though, because let's come back to where we are. We're not there yet, 253 to 213. Right. That's why that progress there for Biden is critically important. And as we go through these next very consequential hours, Georgia could be a huge part of the statement America is making here.
John, can you also just play out just the president's path? Because if Nevada is the Biden's leading only by some 7,000 votes, okay, well, I totally got to get a break in. We'll do this on the other side, because I'd like to see the president's path if Nevada and Arizona go to the president. Just ahead, as we wait for these updated vote counts that we are getting today, we continue to follow the votes coming in. We'll have live reports from our correspondents covering both the Biden and Trump campaigns. Also, new reporting on the mood for the Trump team. We'll be right back.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life. The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine, right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life. The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
They vanished into thin air.
Just please bring her home.
How can this little boy be just gone?
Real life nightmare, new season, Sunday at 10 on HLN.
Okay, so here's where we are right now. These are the contests that we are watching to see how this gets called, when it gets called. You just heard from election officials in Georgia. Joe Biden slowly chipping away at President Trump's narrow lead. But obviously, as you can see, there are still votes outstanding in Georgia. 61,000. Similar situation in Pennsylvania. The Biden campaign, though, is hoping its narrow lead holds in Arizona and Nevada, as you can see there. Pennsylvania, though, what they're looking at so very carefully, you see that's the widest margin in favor of Trump right now, 135,671. It's also, though, where you have the most votes still outstanding, about 700,000 of them. So we've got Jessica Dean in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, and our Caitlin Collins is in Washington covering the Trump campaign. Caitlin, I want to start with you, though, because, as we are watching these numbers narrow, and we are going to know a lot more today, you have some new reporting on just how Trump and his aides see the path to 270, and how his aides see it is not the same as how the president sees it.
Well, they realize, Aaron, that path is getting a lot smaller by the day as these numbers are coming in. They feel good about what's happening in Arizona, how Joe Biden's lead shrunk overnight, and they still expect that more votes are going to come in the president's favor. But increasingly, what I'm hearing privately from campaign officials and from people who work in the White House is that reality is setting in, and they realize that they are more and more by the day as these votes are coming in, staring down a potential loss for President Trump. Now, just because reality is setting in for them does not mean it is setting in for the president himself. And actually, I'm told he is still convinced that Joe Biden is stealing this election from him. That's what he's been telling people on the phone over the last several hours. And he is stung by the fact that he is seeing leads in states like Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where he thought he was doing so well, diminish. Either they've disappeared entirely or they are going down by incredible numbers, like what we're seeing in Georgia right now as more and more absentee ballots are being counted. So what I'm told is that the president has been on the phone. He is still convinced that this is a fraudulent election and that it's being stolen from him. That is what he's telling people. And he is instructing people like his children to go out and cast doubt on the way that votes are being counted in these key battleground states. And we have seen them do that. You saw Eric Trump appear with Laura Trump yesterday in Philadelphia for that press conference where Rudy Giuliani was threatening to bring a national lawsuit, though it's not even clear where they would go with that, as they are really throwing everything they can at the wall to see what sticks here, as they are trying to slow down the vote counts. Now, that's how they're feeling privately, that they are realizing there is a serious chance Donald Trump could lose here. But we should note the Trump campaign did just hold a call. They said they are still confident that they're going to win Pennsylvania, even though we are seeing the president's lead there diminish significantly. And they say that, quote, Donald Trump is alive and well.
All right. Thank you very much, Caitlin. And so now let's go to Jessica Dean following the Biden campaign. So, Jessica, how does the Biden team see this right now? They obviously still have more than one path to 270. The fastest and easiest is to do it with one state. That state is the one bordering where the vice president is right now, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, that's right, Aaron. The Biden campaign feeling very good, very confident this morning. And I'm told by a senior advisor that they believe they're going to win Pennsylvania by a sizable margin when it's all said and done. That's what they think. They also think they're going to hang on to those leads in Arizona and Nevada. They see Georgia as a very real possibility and have been keeping their eyes closely trained on those Democratic strongholds there in Georgia that are still counting ballots there. Again, we have to see what the votes themselves say, and that's playing out as the days go on. But from the Biden campaign's perspective, they feel very, very good and very, very confident that when all the votes are counted, that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. Now, I'm also told by an advisor that we do expect to see Biden at some point today. And then again, if and when this race is called, again, we don't know when that might be, but they are trying to keep him out front, and they continue to hammer home this message that every vote should be counted. Again, very counter to what President Trump is saying right now, but the Biden campaign and the vice president himself saying every vote should be counted, that everyone needs to have patience. And it was interesting to note yesterday, Aaron, when Biden spoke here, he talked about unity and bringing this country together. We can expect to hear more of those themes as the days go on.
Yeah, and obviously very different strategies from the two men in terms of how they've handled this, speaking publicly by Biden versus Twitter for Trump. Jessica Dean, thank you very much. Anderson, it's amazing. You look at all eyes on Pennsylvania. Jessica's reporting that the Biden campaign thinks they're going to win it by a sizable margin. Look, if you take the gap that Trump has now, 136,000-ish votes, but still 700,000 outstanding. Those a lot of those mail-in ballots, right, have run towards Biden. 60% of them, if you give them to Biden, he still wins, and that's a lower percent than he's been getting in many of those counties. So certainly the math would show that their optimism, they've got reason for it at this point as we wait for the count.
Yeah, I loved what Jessica Dean earlier was saying, that the fact that they were below 1 million votes still to be counted was a sign of progress, which still 700,000 plus votes. It's extraordinary. Aaron, thanks very much. The stakes are rising with every ballot counted. They're being counted as we speak. You see them counting in Georgia and Pennsylvania, as we talked about, the presidency hinging on just a handful of uncalled states. A lot is happening. Let's check in back with John King. So, John, the race continues to tighten. 3 crucial states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Let's take a look, I guess, well, wherever you want to go. But I'm interested in Arizona to see how things are tightening.
All right, we'll look out in Arizona first. I think we're waiting here because it's the West Coast, where I think we're going to wait more for the count. But you see Joe Biden at 68,390 votes ahead. You can look at that if you haven't been with us for the last few days and say, okay, that's a pretty healthy lead. If you've been with us for the last few days, that's a shrinking lead. And we can go back and play that out for you here. Let me just pull this up for you and bring this out. When you go back and play it out, it's pretty interesting, right? Let's bring up Arizona and let's go back. This is Wednesday, 12 a.m. You see Biden has a 207,000 vote lead. You move it forward now to 1 a.m. It's 185,000. At 3 a.m., it's 2 a.m., excuse me, it's down to 155,000. And then as they counted votes throughout the day yesterday, 130, 93, down to 97, and then you come out to real time now, down to 68. So if you're in the Biden campaign, they keep saying they're confident they're going to win this, but the trend line there is going in the other direction. So then you come over here to Georgia. We just showed the pictures of the live counting of the vote. It's just the flip side here. The president had a huge lead midnight on election night. As Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, the president had a huge lead way up there, and now it's down to 18,000 votes. We were talking a bit earlier about this. 60,000 votes left. Joe Biden needs to win about 2/3 of the remaining votes. He needs to win about 2/3, 65, 66%, depending on the exact number out there. They say roughly 60,000. He's 18,146 down. Now, can he do that? If you look at that, you think 2/3, well, he's only getting 49% statewide. That's unreasonable, right? No, it's not. We don't know that Joe Biden can get there, but we know, Anderson, 17,000 of those votes are here in Chatham County. Joe Biden's getting 57%, 58% if you round up in this county, but he's even doing better than that in the mail-in ballots, or he has been. Let's let them count the rest. But 17,000 of the 60,000 are right here. Then you come back to the Atlanta metro area, Fulton County. 11,000, I believe. Yes, 11,000 and a couple hundred of those votes are here. You see Joe Biden is getting, he needs 2/3 of the remaining votes. He's getting above 70% here. You move over here to Gwinnett County. Joe Biden's getting 58% total. You got 7,300. 7,000 of the votes are there. So then you move out here. The Secretary of State, the elections officials also talking about if you move further down in Atlanta here, Fayette County is done here. I think they're close to being done. You move over here. You come over here. So most of these other counties are done. But some of the counties where we're still waiting for votes, some of them are, they're red. And so the question there is, does the president add up to his total or does he not? Now, so we're going to watch Georgia. We're watching Pennsylvania. We were starting to have a conversation earlier. Again, 135,000, 600,000 still out, well within reach for Joe Biden because we know, Anderson, as I walk over here, that Joe Biden has been winning disproportionately, in some cases, 70% or more of those mail-in ballots. So why does this matter? Because this could be the decisive day in this long count. You asked me about the president's path a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
There is just no way. The president of the United States cannot lose the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Cannot lose the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If Joe Biden wins it, he's the president. He doesn't need it to win the presidency. Biden does not. The president does. Let me show you what I mean, and we go through this math right now. Because it is 20, right? So we clear this out. The president is leading right now in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. We'll start with the 1. We don't know that he's going to win it, but he's leading right now. The president's lead in North Carolina, it has shrunk a little bit, but it's held up so far. Let's assume he gets it there. The president, we have full expectation when we finish the count in Alaska, the president will get that. So then let's say the president gets Georgia. That gets him to 248. And if the president comes over here, even if the president comes back in Nevada, he gets to 259. I mean, in Arizona, he gets to 259. Nevada would get him to 265. The president is out of options then. The president is that you're up to 265. The only thing left on the board is Pennsylvania. The president cannot get to the finish line without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So he has to. He has to win more than Pennsylvania, but he can. Once you get that 20, your math gets better. Without that 20, you just don't have a path. So you come back to Joe Biden, who is at 253. Again, if by the end of the day we can say that Joe Biden is president, no matter how the rest of them end up. So Pennsylvania with 20 is the biggest prize still on the board. If Biden gets it, game over, and then he's counting up from there. If the president does not win Pennsylvania, he's done. It's an absolute essential state for him as we watch that lead shrink.
And if Biden gets Arizona, continues to hold on to Arizona and Nevada, and
that also gets him. That's it. You don't even have to finish the thought. If Joe Biden's at 253, if he holds on to Arizona and he gets Nevada, that's 270. The rest is gravy after that. You want a bigger win? Of course, but 270, once you get 270, you can't take it back.
So if we know Nevada, well, it's not clear if we're going to know Nevada by the end of today or Arizona either.
Right, it is not. And so that's why if you talk about today as a potentially decisive day, the key point is how many votes. When we get more out of Nevada, how much is it? Right. And what do they tell us about the universe still out there? Can you make a projection based on what you have? We leave that to the data people, but we need to know. So come back to where we start. If Arizona and Nevada keep us waiting, which is perfectly conceivable. Can Joe Biden get there without them? Yes, he can get there with just Pennsylvania. That would be it.
Although Pennsylvania, that's 700,000 plus votes still to be counted there, and also more military ballots still coming in.
Right. So Joe, if by the end of the day they had counted 2/3 of those, and Joe Biden had surged past the president, maybe the decision people feel comfortable enough to make a projection. We don't know that. And we're going to be obviously incredibly cautious in this environment because of the stakes, number one, and because of the unorthodox nature of this campaign. But Georgia would be another one. If Joe Biden could, if Joe Biden gets Georgia, that gets him to 269, right? If he can pick up that, and then you're looking around again. Can he come back here? Doesn't look that way, but we'll keep counting votes in Maine, 2nd Congressional District. So the big prize is Pennsylvania. Yeah. So can we? Your question, I think, if you boil it down, is today the decisive day? We can't say that for certainty. We just can't. We have to keep counting. But there's the potential if they speed up the count in Pennsylvania a little bit, and if we get Georgia, and then if one of the western states, southwestern states, gives us a little bit more, perhaps. We'll at least know the trend lines. We will have a much better sense of the trend lines if Joe Biden overcomes the president's leads in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. At least we'll know the trajectory. We might not be at the finish line.
Yeah, and Nevada, too, with that slim lead. It's just fascinating to watch, waiting for numbers there. John, thanks very much. Aaron, Georgia, I mean, the whole thing is just fascinating to watch.
Right. I mean, there is no state that is more important than another right now. They're all equally juggling them in the air to see which ball is going to land first with some answers here. So, just moments ago, Anderson and I, all of you, were sitting here watching the Georgia Secretary of State saying there are over 61,000 ballots that need to be counted throughout that state. And the margin between Trump and Biden is razor thin. Just moments ago, it had narrowed even a little bit more. So the big question is, when are we actually going to know what these numbers are? Richard Barron is the Fulton County Elections Director. Fulton County includes Atlanta. And of course, Richard, we have been seeing your updates. I know you're exhausted. I know you haven't slept because you've been trying to get answers for us on all of this. So where are you in Fulton County? I know we were anticipating an update from you around 11. Do you have the final tally?
We sent thumb drives over to our warehouse probably about 20 minutes before I got on this call, and we'd scanned 140,083 ballots as of before I got on this call with you. So we're close to being done. I think within 2,000 at this point.
So within 2,000. Okay, so just to make sure I have the comparables right, you're saying 20 minutes ago you sent all these ballots over for tabulation, I would presume, right? And
yeah, we sent them over for, yes.
Okay, so the number that we had from your Secretary of State half an hour ago is that you had 11,200 ballots outstanding in Fulton. You're saying that that's now down to about 2,000. Is that right? Apples to apples?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, all right. So now I understand that. That's obviously really important. So how long do you think it takes for that tabulation to happen over at the actual counting center? Do you have a sense of that, Richard?
Once it arrives, there usually is a really low percentage of the ballots that get adjudicated by the vote review panel. Once those are adjudicated, the tabulation doesn't take anytime, and then we publish those. So the results may be up already. If not, it'll be momentarily.
All right. So momentarily, look, the whole country, the whole world's watching to see that from Fulton County. One other question, though, Richard, because I know when you say you've counted all in about 143,000, you've got 2,000 left to go. I had the understanding that there was an additional group of ballots, provisional overseas military. Do you know how many those are? Are those included in your numbers, or would that be a separate group that may end up mattering if this really is indeed that tight?
We will take care of any UOCAVA that come in. Right now we don't have any outstanding UOCAVA, but we can receive some today and tomorrow. And the provisional ballots are being researched and processed now, and then we will tabulate those tomorrow. We have, I believe, 2,893 provisional ballots, and we don't have any UOCAVA to process right now. They're all within the absentee ballots that we're processing.
Okay, so then again, just to make sure I have the math right, because the math here may be so important, your overall sort of unknown right now, you've got a bunch being tabulated, but your overall unknown is about 4,800, 4,900, correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very, very much for laying that out so clearly. We're going to be awaiting those results momentarily. And Richard, thank you for your time. All right. So we're waiting for those to come up. That's going to be crucial. You now have an exact sense of what these numbers are. That is Georgia, Fulton County in Atlanta. Just ahead, Pennsylvania's Attorney General on the legal challenges to the count there. We will be right back.
When you walk into an Amazon fulfillment center, it's like walking into the chocolate factory and you want a golden ticket. All of these are face masks. This looks like a bottle of vodka. When we first got these, we were like, whoa! My 3-year-old, when we get a box delivered, screams, Mommy's work. Mommy's work? With this pandemic, safety is even more important to make sure we go home safe every single day.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life. The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Everyone fights for a reason. Some fight because it's who they are, because it drives them, because it's in them, because it is them. November 28th, live on pay-per-view, Triller presents Tyson versus Jones.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
This is a mask. It prevents the spread of coronavirus. This is not a political statement. It's a mask.
As you just heard, Aaron was interviewing an election official from Fulton County in Georgia. We are expecting to see some results momentarily from Fulton County. That is the Atlanta area. And obviously that is very important to see where this race is going in the state of Georgia. Let's go back to John King. So what are the latest results? Where do things stand right now as we wait for this latest batch?
And so we think we could get those momentarily, Anderson, and it's a hugely significant moment in the count in Georgia in the sense that you look, the president's lead is 18,146. Aaron was just talking to the election director here, Fulton County. That is the largest county in Atlanta. It's about 10% of the statewide vote. It has Atlanta and it has the suburbs around it. And as you see, it is voting disproportionately for Joe Biden, more than 70%. There were, when we last talked, 11,200 votes there. The election official telling Aaron he expects 9,000 of them. They're at the tabulation center right now. So we will get momentarily 9,000 more votes. 9,000 more votes here. Joe Biden has been winning at least 70% of them, right? So just do the math at home. 9,000, if Joe Biden won them all, he's not going to win them all, but if Joe Biden won them all, you can cut that lead in half. So the question is, Joe Biden is going to win, we assume, if trends continue as they have been overnight, the overwhelming majority of those votes in Fulton County. How much, when those 9,000 are tabulated, how much does that lead shrink? And then we'll know what's left, right? There'll still be a couple thousand to count in Fulton County. And then over here in Chatham County, we know there are 17,000. I'm going to check my notes because we're at decisive moments here. I want to make sure I get it right. 17,000 still to be counted here in Chatham County, which is going Democratic, right? You see 58% to 41%. Joe Biden, we know, needs about 2/3 of the remaining ballots. So we're going to see, number one, how many does he get of these 9,000 in Fulton County? And how much does that shrink the percentage Joe Biden needs? If he gets an overwhelming number of these 9,000, cuts that statewide lead down significantly, then the math gets better for Joe Biden. It's pretty simple. We need those votes to know.
Hey, John, you said Chatham County. I just want to be sure. I think you might have said 17,000. There's 1,700 in Chatham County.
1,700. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I have a card in front of me. We'll come up here. So that's a much smaller number then. So
hold on. I'm being told it's 17,000. So maybe I'm wrong.
Well, this is, and look, in this time, it's careful, and we'll correct each other and get through this together. And that's what's hard because we're at this decisive moment. So you have more votes to count here, and the best part about this is that the transparency of the officials coming out and telling us this. Now, when we get to Fulton County, this is going to be incredibly important. Again, you get 9,000 of the 11,000 votes any minute now. That will tell us, is Joe Biden still continuing the trajectory he needs? And is he exceeding in this county? He actually needs to exceed what he needs statewide because you can't expect him to do as well when you move out to some of the red counties in Georgia, even if he's winning. One of the things that gets hard when you look at red and blue is you say, well, there's still votes out here, right? Well, there's still votes to be counted here, or there's still votes to be counted here, or there's still votes to be counted here. And you think, well, the president's going to get those. Well, yes, but we do know that Joe Biden in the absentee balloting, the mail-in balloting, is doing well. Even in places where he's losing, he's doing better in that type of balloting, the mail-in ballots. But this, again, is we're going to just take this one step at a time because we are so close to the potential of knowing what's happening here. Georgia alone cannot settle this race, don't get me wrong. But if Joe Biden takes Georgia away from the president, it makes the president's math incredibly difficult. So that's why this is so significant. Again, you're talking about 10% of the statewide vote. You're talking about a place Joe Biden is getting well in excess of 70% of the vote, even a higher percentage among these mail-in ballots as they're counted. So when we get those 9,000, we're going to have a very good sense of if Joe Biden's math is continuing and if his path to cutting into that lead is continuing. And again, this lead has been shrinking every time we get a big report of a large number of votes from any of these counties, but particularly the blue counties, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. We've been cutting into the lead. And this is a decisive moment, which is why both campaigns are so anxious, as Georgia and Pennsylvania are updating on the fly. The states out in the West, we're going to have to wait a little bit more. It's going more slowly out there.
You know, in some states, in Pennsylvania, military ballots can be, I think they have 10 days or so in order to come in. Do you have a sense, it's just through history, has that ever really made a difference? I'm not sure the total number of military ballots in a state like, in a Commonwealth like Pennsylvania.
Right. You could go back to 2000 in Florida, which was settled by 537 votes. If you get that close, you can find some state races in history. If we ever had a presidential race where you're waiting to the last minute, 2000 is the only one in my memory where you're thinking you're going to have to find every last ballot. And in that case, they fought over a lot of ballots. The two campaigns did. But that will be a question. So it's not a question we're going to settle today, but we might have a better answer at the end of the day. So you're looking at 18,000 state like Georgia, several military bases here, a great military tradition across Georgia and across many other states, but a very high percentage of military tradition here because of the number of military installations in the state. So you're raising a question. If it's down to several hundred at the end of the day, then we're going to have to wait and let the clock run out and see how many more ballots come in. We're going to have to be patient and see. If it's a couple thousand, then you ask officials, what was the universe of ballots requested by the military? And once you know the universe of possible votes still to come in, you can just do the math and say, is it enough to be decisive? And if it is, you wait. If it's not, then we'll know.
In terms of North Carolina, it looks pretty much I know you said it had been tightening a little bit, but the president has a comfortable lead there.
It's 76,737 votes. It's 50 to 49 if you round up Joe Biden's total. So it's a very competitive state. But one of the things you look for is, unlike these other states, Anderson, Pennsylvania has been moving toward Joe Biden. President's still ahead. Georgia has been moving toward Joe Biden. The president is still ahead. North Carolina has been pretty stubborn. It's come down in little fits and starts, and you count here and you count there. But the president has a healthy lead here. And the indicator I take from this is you email people, call people in the state and ask them. But when you ask the two campaigns, the Biden campaign says count all the votes. We'll keep an eye on it. But there is no sense in the Biden campaign that this one is going to flip. They hope it does. They want to count all the votes. But there's a lot of anxiety and anticipation when it comes to Georgia, when it comes to Pennsylvania, when we move out west to Arizona and Nevada. You're not getting, when I'm going to have this conversation right now, when we're done, I'm not going to get a text from the Biden campaign saying, hey, why did you say that about North Carolina? Because they think it's going to stay that way.
Right.
That doesn't guarantee that it does. We'll count all the votes. But the campaigns, understand, we know what we know. We have reporters on the scene. We're talking to these officials all the time. The campaigns know even more than we do because they have people in the key counties. They have their own data analytics teams, and they're pushing it. Again, the Biden people will say, keep counting the votes here. But in doing their math, how are we going to get from 253, where they are now, to 270? There's not a lot of conversation about North Carolina in the Biden campaign. You can be certain of that.
We are waiting, as John said, some 9,000 votes from Fulton County, from the Atlanta area. Very interesting. As soon as they come in, obviously we'll go back to John to see how it changes things in Georgia and nationwide. Let's go back to Aaron.
All right. Yeah. because as you say, razor thin, 18,586 about, I think. The margin in Georgia now might be a move down 500, but that Fulton County 9,000 could really matter as they're counting. Okay. So David Chalian and Nia join us now just to talk about this latest reporting. I want to ask you, Nia, that we're getting in from Caitlin about the president. That the president's team, it has started to sink into them that these numbers are not going in their favor, right? The margins are narrowing. You look at what's ahead in Pennsylvania, it is going to narrow. And yet the president is defiant and in denial, wanting new legal strategies, telling his children, instructing his children to go out and cast doubt on the validity of the vote. And yet we haven't yet heard from him, physically speaking here about it.
That's right. He's been tweeting a bit. I think he tweeted something a few hours ago, stop the counting now. You see a real divergence here. President Trump thinking he can create his own reality, and the folks closest to him, particularly his children, are trying to carry that out for him. Whatever his wishes are, you see them in Pennsylvania and in Philadelphia and specifically trying to do his bidding. But then you see that these sort of institutions here are holding. The voting is continuing. Primarily because if you're a Republican official, on the ballot, perhaps in some of these down ballot races, you do want a legitimate process. You do want the counting to continue. I think David Perdue, who's on the ballot in Georgia, said he wants the counting to continue. And if it goes to a runoff, he's perfectly fine with the runoff. He thinks he'll win in a runoff. So this is really interesting to see the president try to do what he always does, create his own reality, be on a fantasy island, invite as many people to that fantasy island as he can. And at this point, it really is down to a select few people with this president as he watches his lead dwindle in some of these states. I mean, this was his strategy to discount those mail-in ballots. I wonder if he is regretting essentially telling his voters not to do mail-in balloting. And now you see mail-in balloting are really making a difference in some of these states.
And you're getting totally mixed messages out of the Trump White House, David, right? I mean, you're getting Trump saying, stop the counting. But then obviously they want the counting to continue out west. You have people like Kellyanne Conway saying, if it takes 3 days or 3 weeks, who cares? We want to know a winner, right? The messaging is all over the map, and that does itself reflect a state of disarray.
It does. And let's just make something really clear, Aaron. this notion that Donald Trump seems to be sharing with friends on the phone and his family members that he thinks that Joe Biden is stealing this election because these votes are coming in. There is no stealing of this election going on. There's vote counting going on. And and it is just amazing how much he has convinced himself that what he's witnessing, instead of being actually the very core of our free and fair democracy, right? A free and fair election, the very core of our democracy, the foundational principle, its critical building block, he actually is convinced that that process is somehow stealing the election because these vote totals in some of these states are going in Joe Biden's direction. But as you know, in Arizona, they're going in Donald Trump's direction. And so that's why you have Kellyanne Conway out there saying, like, let all the votes be counted. It's just so... I know it doesn't surprise anyone anymore, but it is so disheartening to hear the President of the United States speak that way about the very thing that is at the center of who we are as a democracy.
And yeah, I also just wonder whether his team will, they've prevented him from coming out and speaking, right? We saw the tone of what we got on election night when he did, right? Talking about stealing the election and cheating. But will they be able to prevent him from doing something that could be quite damaging, frankly, at this point, as these final counts do come in?
Well, so far, so good. He made that initial statement, and you saw Republicans really push back on him. Also, I think what has been good is that his supporters, his followers, haven't been out in the streets, haven't been really raising a ruckus. You did have that incident in Arizona, but by and large, some of the uprisings that people might have feared haven't happened yet. There clearly isn't a winner at this point, so we hope that continues after there is a winner declared, but the president doing what he always does, being paranoid, trafficking in conspiracy theories, and tweeting those things, and then having people with the last name Trump advance those theories, which obviously, as David said, have no basis in reality at all.
All right. Thank you both very much. And next, Pennsylvania's Attorney General is going to join us, give us the very latest sense of the race there, legal developments, and votes outstanding. We'll be right back.
My name is Oscar, and I deliver packages for Amazon. I recently took a break because my girlfriend and I just had a baby. There you go, sir. When I came back, Amazon completely changed. If anything, they took it overboard on the safety, and that's what I love. We're all working towards a common goal. Just like Amazon says, deliver smiles, and honestly, I believe I do.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Tyson versus Jones. Everyone fights for a reason. Because these are gladiators who aren't afraid to hurt, to be heard. It doesn't matter why they fight. All that matters is who's standing at the end. November 28th, live on pay-per-view, Tyson versus Jones.
Don't miss the #1 movie on Prime Video.
And maybe smiley face underneath to put him in a good mood.
My daddy is the smartest person in the whole plot world.
You gotta be kidding me.
I love that. That's what you want.
Got somebody that's strapped to your car. This is my daughter. Only men and bears are allowed inside car.
Rated R.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live Eastern Time or anytime on demand. And to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. I'll see you then.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Okay, all eyes on two states this hour. Georgia, we are expecting results shortly from the Atlanta area. A significant chunk of ballots coming in the Atlanta area that we'll see what happens to this razor-thin margin right now in Georgia, where the president is ahead by about 18,000 votes. And in Pennsylvania, ballots being counted. The margin there has been shifting. There are legal challenges flying. I want to go to the Pennsylvania Attorney General, Josh Shapiro. Attorney General Shapiro, good to talk to you this morning. Okay, so let's just start with the big picture. Last understanding we have is you have about 700,000 votes outstanding in the state of Pennsylvania. Where are you right now?
Yeah, that's probably more of a question for the Secretary of State in terms of the exact number. But what I'll tell you is she indicated last evening that she felt that the lion's share, the vast majority of these ballots would be counted by the end of the day today. And so the people of Pennsylvania, the people across America who are looking to some answers from Pennsylvania should have a better sense of that by the end of the day.
Okay, that is the bottom line. That is what people want to hear. But then we get to the other thing that I mentioned, right? Some of the legal challenges and other questions. So let me ask you about Allegheny County. New York Times is just reporting, Attorney General, that 35,000 uncounted mail-in ballots are there in Allegheny County, right? That's a real chunk of change. But the election staff is taking the day off from counting them for other administrative work. Can you confirm that and explain to us why, if that is indeed happening?
Yeah, I can't confirm that. I can tell you that County Executive Rich Fitzgerald has been on top of this count, on top of the ballot issues. I'm sure they have a very good reason for why they are handling it the way they are. They've had a good process. They've gone through that process, and I'm sure they'll be reporting these numbers just as soon as they can.
Okay, so unable to confirm that. Let me ask you then about legal challenges here from the Trump campaign. They have indicated they're pursuing at least 2 lawsuits against your Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, asking the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene to stop mail-in ballots that legally arrived after Election Day from counting. So what happens from here? I know you've been segregating ballots, right? So in case there is a legal challenge that forced some of them to count and others not. But what are you doing right now?
Yeah. So let's talk about this, Aaron. I mean, the first thing I got to say, the campaign is over, Aaron. The spin, all that kind of stuff, like, let's be done with that. The fact is that the American people here in Pennsylvania, they voted. And now we are focused on counting those votes. I've said many times with you and on this network, we're going to secure, protect, and count all these votes. We're counting them now. It would appear that the Trump campaign issued a press release and is moving to intervene in that matter before the United States Supreme Court. Now, what's really important for folks to know, and why I think we got to just sort of take a deep breath and calm down, is that on two separate occasions, the United States Supreme Court had this matter before them and refused to take it up. And the real question here, the real issue here, is whether a ballot that is postmarked by Election Day and then received on Wednesday, Thursday, today, or Friday, tomorrow, before 5 o'clock, whether that can be counted. That question is a question of state law that went up to our state Supreme Court, which is our highest court here in the Commonwealth, and it was heard and decided by the state Supreme Court that those ballots are legal and they will be counted.
Right. And of course, there are other states that have those same laws, also laws that were set, as you point out, by GOP legislatures. So Trump's deputy campaign manager, Justin Clark, has said that bad things are happening in Pennsylvania. Democrats are scheming to disenfranchise and dilute Republican votes. What do you, I mean, obviously that's a baseless thing. I understand you're counting votes and you're counting everywhere, but they have provided no credible evidence that any such thing is occurring. But what is your response when things like that are being put out there to cast doubt on results?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, you kind of answered the question with the way you phrased it, which is, I mean, there is no legitimacy to those comments. My response as the chief law enforcement officer of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is that we're following the law here in Pennsylvania. We're counting these legal votes. Aaron, I want to tell you what people are counting all across Pennsylvania right now. And by the way, these are clerks, these are folks from our neighborhoods that are out there doing a great public service. What they're doing is the ballots that were mailed a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, because someone was afraid of COVID and didn't want to stand in line at the polls, or someone that dropped off their ballot at a drop box at the local government office building or what have you. Those ballots were arranged, they were processed, and now they're being counted. They are every bit as legal as the ballots that were cast on Election Day. They will be counted here in Pennsylvania. We will follow the law. We're not going to get into any kind of back and forth on the rhetoric or the politics. As I said before, the campaign is over. Now it's time to count the votes. And what I will tell you is we will respect the will of the people of Pennsylvania. Whoever gets more votes in that election will be deemed the winner by the Commonwealth, and we will respect the will of the people. That's the law. That's how the process works, and that's what we'll do here.
All right, Attorney General, thank you very much for your time. So despite some of these questions, Anderson, he is still saying they anticipate a result by the end of the day today.
Yeah, and again, just such an important thing to continue to point out. What we are seeing is the votes being counted. It's not new people voting, new votes being cast. It is the votes being counted. New numbers from Georgia. Aaron, you had talked to an official from Fulton County. The lead for President Trump now in Georgia has gone from 18,146 to 14,857. That means the lead the president has currently in Georgia has shrunk by 3,289 votes. Back with John King. John, we had heard from an official in Fulton County that they were sending over about 9,000 the results of about 9,000 ballots that they had counted. I'm not sure if this change is from all of those. Do we know?
It's 6,000 if you're round. It's 4,653 votes for Joe Biden in the latest count, Anderson, 1,364 votes for President Trump. So as you noted, the impact of that, the net, when you do the math, is 3,289 cut off what was the president's lead. So the Fulton County official told Aaron, a half hour ago, they were about to tabulate 9,000 ballots. That's about 6,000 ballots. So we're waiting. Obviously, it takes time. They have to run through the machine and count them. So there could be more. But the trend line, again, is clear. Again, down to 14,857, so just shy of 15,000 votes. Every time one of these blue, either this is Fulton County, which is Atlanta, and the suburbs around it, and the suburbs around the blue here, every time one of these counties reports new votes, as they count these votes, we see the president's lead shrinking. And so you see in Fulton County, former vice president's getting nearly 73% of the vote to 26% of the president. So we're waiting, and we knew there were 11,000. He told us we were going to hear about 9 soon, so we get 6. So we're waiting. We could any second now get 3,000 more votes, and then there's more to come.
Right. We should also point out he'd said that there were about 2,000 or so still to count in Fulton County. So if there's Yeah, so 2,000 more that they have yet to count, but we should shortly hear about these other few thousand.
Right, so they had 11,000. He said 9,000 were at the tabulation center. We now have 6,000 of those in. So we're waiting for the other 3 of the 9 they sent over. I'm going to confuse people. So 3 there, and then the 2,000 you mentioned. So we're waiting for about 5,000 more votes. We're waiting for about 5,000 from Fulton, just Fulton County. And again, every time Fulton County reports more votes, Joe Biden is cutting, and proportionately, significantly, from this into the president's lead. So we're waiting there. We think 5,000 more or so from Fulton County. And then if you go through, again, we're also told there are still 7,300 votes to count here in Gwinnett County. And you see Joe Biden is winning the county with 58% of the vote. That's the overall count. In the mail-in balloting, he has been getting a higher percentage than that. We're waiting for votes there. And you come back out, and we double-checked this since last time we talked.
Yeah, you were right, 17,000.
Over here, on the count, 17,000. That's a lot of votes, right? Now, especially you think 17,000 votes here. Joe Biden is winning the county with 58% of the vote if you round it up. He tends to be getting higher percentages among the mail-in ballots. That is the bedrock of Democratic support. So, but just assume he's getting 58% of those votes, perhaps higher. When there's 17,000 of those, you still have several thousand here in the blue suburbs in Atlanta and around Atlanta, the city of Atlanta and the suburbs around it. You see the president's lead is now below 15,000. We have a very interesting few hours ahead of us as Georgia now is starting to report more and more of these votes. And again, if you go back to last night, or especially midnight Tuesday, the president had a giant lead. There's a reason he's tweeting "Stop the count." He's watching what's happening, and his people are telling him it does not look good.
Given the number of votes left in the state of Georgia, it does seem like by the end of today, we should have a much clearer picture of what's going on in Georgia.
Right. If it keeps going the way it's going, again, Joe Biden needs to win about 2/3. That's a ballpark number. When they tell us there's 60,000 votes out there, is that 59,500? Is it 61,200? Yeah, we don't have exact numbers, nor do the officials, and we have to give them grace. They're doing the best they can as they check in with every county and count these votes. But the Secretary of State's office told us ballpark 60,000 votes. If that's your ballpark number, Joe Biden needs to be getting 2/3, roughly. Could be 64%, could be 66%, but the ballpark is right in there. He has been performing at that rate or better, Anderson, as we count these votes. Hey, John, the question is, does it continue?
Kate Baldwin's got new information in Allegheny County. Let's go to Kate. Kate, what have you learned in Philadelphia?
Hi there, Anderson. We've confirmed that Allegheny County, which is of course the home of Pittsburgh, they are pausing on their counting of the outstanding ballots that are still out there today. We're talking about a universe of 35,000 ballots, and Allegheny is putting a pause on it. We found out because in large part it appears due to a pool of 29,000 ballots that are caught up in a legal challenge over ballots that were issued that were incorrect, and then new ballots were then issued to those same voters. There's a legal challenge that this pool of 29,000 ballots is wrapped up in, and because of that legal challenge, there had been an agreement that those ballots were not going to be counted or gone through until Friday, tomorrow, at after 5 p.m. There's also then 6,000 ballots that I'm told were not able to be processed, and because of that, they were going to need to be gone through manually. With all of that in mind, Allegheny County is not counting ballots today. They will be back in to resume work at the return board. Will resume their work tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. There was an internal communication that we received internal communication that we were able to look at that did say that and I'll read you a quote here, that they said that the election division staff will be using the day, meaning today, to do administrative work. I'll tell you, Anderson, I spoke to a councilwoman, an Allegheny County councilwoman just now. I just got off the phone with her, and she basically said she wants to make sure everyone knows there's nothing malicious going on here, because if you think about it, if 29,000 votes can't be counted until tomorrow, there's not a lot to do for the return board. But she did say that she thought it was frustrating. She'd also like to know herself what they're doing with the day, because she did not understand what administrative work meant. She would like to get some more information herself, and she thought it was frustrating that there wasn't more information out there, especially with the understanding that everyone's eyes are on Pennsylvania, but making very clear that she said to me very clearly, this is not a vacation day. But that's the very latest from Allegheny County, Anderson.
Let me just this is really so important, what's going on in Pennsylvania. So let's just go over the numbers. Just again, yes. Allegheny County, so 29,000 ballots, which are yes. votes that have been cast, but there was a legal challenge to them. Those have been set aside, and there was a pause on counting them, correct?
Yes. There's a pause. The way it was described to me is because of the legal challenge that all parties came to an agreement that those 29,000 would be set aside and they would not be, I'm just going to say dealt with, if not counted, until after the deadline for all mail-ins to come in, which we all know is 5 p.m. Friday. They were not going to take a look at this pool of ballots until after that point.
Right.
So that is what we know with those 29,000.
And then there was another group, you said, of 6,000.
Yes, so then there's another group of 6,000 ballots that, from my understanding, they could be counting today. They are ballots that they were too creased, that they wouldn't fit into the scanner correctly. All of the little things that can trip up the process. It sounds like there's about 6,000 of those that would need to be handled manually. They're also not being counted today, as they're not doing counting today. That we will then assume will then pick back up when they get back to work with the counting tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m.
And are there any other votes?
Say, Anderson,
sorry,
we are seeking. Go ahead. Sorry.
Are there any other ballots uncounted? You've talked about the 29,000 set aside. You've talked about the 6,000 that have creases on them that are not being dealt with right now. Do we know how many other outstanding votes there are in Allegheny County?
So I'm going to pull up my latest communication that I got to make sure that we're fully accurate. The number that I have of outstanding is 35,413. And that includes the 29 and the 6.
Right, got it.
So
okay.
that's kind of generally speaking, and it's all approximates. The six include 2,250. I don't want to kill everyone with right. Every number, but that's the universe they're looking at right now.
But
just
that's important.
Over 35,000 ballots not counted.
Right. So most of the ballots that have not been counted in Allegheny County are this 29,000 batch, which there's a challenge on, and the 6,000 that have issues with them as well. That seems that comes very close to the 35,000 number. So good information there. Kate,
that's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Of course. No, I was just going to say, and so there are definitely questions of what are Allegheny County elected officials and the count in the return board, what kind of administrative work are they doing today? But for sure, you can rest assured that they are starting back up. We
are getting new numbers now in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at that. Let's put those on the screen. The president's lead has narrowed by about 14,000 votes. 14,000 votes less for President Trump. Let's go to John King, who's standing by. John, do we know where those votes have come from?
The trajectory, I'll walk into that in just a second, but the trajectory there, Anderson, tells you why those 35,000 votes that Kate just talked about out in Allegheny County could be decisive. When you look at a lead that is now 121,000 plus, let's round it up to 122,000, and it is shrinking by the hour as more votes come in. So Allegheny County is what Kate is talking about. Pittsburgh and the area around it, you see how blue it is. You see Joe Biden getting close to 60% of the vote. We know in those mail-in ballots he has been performing even better in numbers like that in most of Pennsylvania. So 35,000 ballots could very well be very important as we get closer to the finish line in this count. We also should just prepare our viewers for this, especially because the margins are tightening in many places. Sometimes it's the state Republican Party, sometimes it's the Trump campaign. They're going in to challenge things, and we're going to go through that. So most of the ballots that we're waiting for are coming over here. So I just want to check. In Philadelphia, we're up to 83%. Now, that's a slight uptick, and you see Joe Biden moving up the math a little bit there. This is where the game right now is. I shouldn't use the term game because the consequences are so important. But this is where you have the biggest outstanding votes still to be counted in the city of Philadelphia, which, again, I showed you how well Joe Biden was doing in Allegheny County. Well, he's doing even better in Philadelphia, 80%. So this is, Anderson, where it's going to play out, and that's why Kate is there, even though she's doing reporting statewide for us. Montgomery County up to 95%. Bucks County now. This is more of an even split moving up there. So it's the central Philadelphia area where we're waiting for the biggest number of votes because it just has the biggest basket, so it can move the numbers the most. But there are still other ballots we're going to count throughout the day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The issue is you see the challenges out in the western part of the state. We know the Trump campaign has been complaining a lot in the southeast part of the state, especially the city of Philadelphia. I expect this in Georgia as well, and expect this out west. This is so close, and this could be a decisive day. And the president's lead in a state he absolutely cannot afford to lose. Without these 20, President Trump does not win re-election. So just it's going to get very bare-knuckled, especially if that lead keeps shrinking at the rate it is shrinking. Watch for the fights and the contests and the contentiousness to increase. The volume's already up. The dial's going to turn.
And from what Kate is saying, we're not really going to be getting more votes counted in Allegheny County today. The 29,000 are basically on hold, as are these 6,000, according to officials, the word that Kate has there. John, we'll continue to come back to you. A lot of math happening right now. Combine that with a lack of sleep for pretty much the entire country. Things can get messy. Jim Sciutto is here to help break down the numbers, doing the math for us. So, Jim, let's start with Pennsylvania, where we just got these new numbers.
All right, so get your calculator or your pencil and paper or your Alexa, however you do your math. That's what we've been doing here. And I want to start with this proviso. These are estimates based on what CNN is receiving from these states, and they can change. And we've seen that in Pennsylvania just now there. So until that latest update from Pennsylvania, we had 605,000 uncounted votes in total from the state of Pennsylvania. So 30,000, that takes it down to about 575,000 votes. If you take away those votes that are not going to be delayed in their counting till tomorrow. This is the margin that each candidate needs to make up ground there. Joe Biden needs to win 61 to 63% of those outstanding votes. We did the math there. That adds up to somewhere over 350,000 up to 380,000 votes. Donald Trump needs to maintain 37 to 39%. That translates 223,000, 235,000, somewhere in there. Again, these are estimates, but it gives you an idea of how those remaining uncounted votes have to break down to either give Joe Biden that state or President Donald Trump. Let's go to Georgia now. 65,000 uncounted votes. Again, this is an estimate. Joe Biden needs to win 63 to 65% of those uncounted votes to make up his current deficit in that state, which is now below about 15,000. So Biden, of those remaining uncounted votes, again, doing the rough math here, needs to win between 40 and 42,000 of them. Donald Trump, to maintain his lead in the state, needs to win 22 to 23,000 votes. Now, I should note, as you look at the margins in some of those counties, remember, these are urban areas, suburbs that have tended to favor Joe Biden, and mail-in votes, which have tended to favor Joe Biden as well.
Sciutto, thanks very much. Updated vote counts in these critical battleground states expected throughout the day. We'll have the latest on the road to 270 with John King and the rest of our political team next.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Built more in Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. In any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Great future awaits us.
save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Welcome to Teladoc.
Getting the right care when I need it means keeping my family safe and healthy.
We didn't know what was wrong. As a nurse, I felt immediate trust.
I was misdiagnosed, and this doctor might have saved my life.
She gave me ideas on how to improve my diet.
Teladoc is exactly what I needed to solve my problem.
I got access to the best doctors in the country.
Connect to Teladoc by phone, video, or app.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're back in the CNN Election Center for a third day, awaiting another critical round of votes in the presidential race after tightening in key battlegrounds. Former Vice President Joe Biden aiming for wins in one or two more states that could seal a victory over President Trump. At any moment, we expect new results from Nevada, where Biden holds a lead. It is one of 6 states where the race is still too early to call. We're also keeping a very close watch on Arizona, where Biden's advantage has narrowed, and Georgia and Pennsylvania, where he has significantly cut into the president's lead. The big question, will Biden add to his 253 electoral votes and move closer and closer to winning the number necessary, 270, or will Trump find a path to add it to his current count of 213 and keep this contest going? Let's get a key race alert right now. Look at Pennsylvania right now. Just out, the numbers are shrinking once again for President Trump. With he's got 50.3% to 48.5% for Biden. He is ahead now by 116,000 votes. 92% of the estimated vote is in. 8% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Look at Georgia right now. Trump's lead has shrunk once again. It's now 14,765. He's got 49.5% to Biden's 49.2%. 98% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. That means about 2% still outstanding. 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia. In Nevada right now, it hasn't changed. Biden's lead remains 7,647. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 49.3%. Trump has 48.7%. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. In Arizona, Biden maintains its lead, although it's shrunk a bit. His lead now 68,390. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 50.5%. Trump has 48.1%. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. Let's go over to my friend John King. We're expecting any minute now more results coming in from the key battleground state of Nevada.
And that would be great, because we spent all day yesterday, no criticism, or maybe call it what you will, frustration, that we didn't get anything out of Nevada. Look, we're looking at the map right now. Joe Biden is winning the popular vote quite convincingly, but he's at 253 electoral college votes. He's leading in Nevada, and that's one of the places, Wolf. If he holds the lead in Nevada and wins in neighboring Arizona, Joe Biden is the next president of the United States, even if we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, still waiting on Georgia, and so on. So this is why this state is so important. And it was frustrating, frankly, yesterday that we stayed here the whole time, 49.3 to 48.7, a 7,647 vote lead. Now the Secretary of State and the officials in Clark County, this is where Las Vegas is. This is most of your votes. 70 to 75% of your votes are going to come right here. Vegas and the suburbs around them. What they were saying yesterday is, we understand you're frustrated. We understand this could be a decisive piece of the path to 270. We want to get it right. And so now that we're going to get some of those votes, they will tell us a lot. Clark County is overwhelmingly where most of the votes are going to come from. As I said, as much as 75%, at least 70%. That's what we're waiting on.
John,
there.
hold on for one moment.
Sure.
Erica Hill is in Clark County in Las Vegas for us. You're getting new information, Erica. What are you learning?
Yeah, well, what we're waiting for this morning, as John pointed out, and you did as well, what we've been waiting for the last 24 plus hours is some updates. So we have the numbers for early in-person voting, some mail ballots that were received prior to Election Day, as well as Election Day numbers. But we are expecting at any minute this morning, and frankly, I just keep hitting refresh here on the Secretary of State's website, are other updated numbers. So those could include some of those mail ballots. Remember, for the first time ever in this state, every active voter was sent a mail-in ballot because of the coronavirus. Now, not everybody has to return that ballot. Not everyone has to vote by mail. There were 2 weeks of early voting at each polling location, including on Election Day, drop boxes where you could bring that mail-in ballot in. And even when we get some numbers today, it's important to note there are still more ballots that will be coming in by the U.S. Postal Service in this state through the 10th of November. As long as they have been postmarked by Election Day, they will be received by the 10th. Then they have a couple of days to cure the signatures, and they will then be added. The final tally from those could come as late as November 12th. But again, today, what we're hoping for, more of those numbers that the counties, 17 counties in this state, have sent in the last 24 hours. And as for what we're expecting here in Clark County, which is pivotal, as John was pointing out, we were told yesterday by the registrar that in just about an hour from now, at 10 a.m. local time, some of the numbers we will be getting will be those mail-in ballots. How many were received at drop boxes at the 125 polling locations in this county on Election Day? How many were delivered by the U.S. mail on both Election Day and the day after? And how many are left to still be processed that they know of?
All right, Erica, keep hitting refresh. We're going to get back to you momentarily. Sarah Sidner's also out there in Clark County. What are you seeing? What are you hearing, Sarah?
A couple of different things. We're actually expecting to hear from the Secretary of State to give us an update. The first thing that we've had in a while, and everybody's waiting to hear from that. And then, as you heard from Erica Hill, we are also going to hear an hour after that something from the clerk here in Clark County. I do want to mention that we just listened to a press conference from the GOP here, who has all these claims about ballots. They are unhappy with being able to actually observe. They are talking about a lawsuit that they want to file in federal court over what they are saying is voter fraud. So they've talked about that, but didn't give a lot of details about exactly what they were talking about, with the exception of one voter who came forward saying that her ballot was taken and she was unable to vote herself because someone, she said, had filled that out. But what we are really waiting for the rest of the population here is 70% of the voters are here in Clark County. And so as Clark County goes, generally the rest of the state goes. Getting new numbers, getting bigger numbers from here will mean a great deal as to who gets those 6 electoral votes. And just to keep in mind, historically, the Republican has not won here. A Republican president has not won here since 2004.
Yeah, every electoral vote counts in a close battle like this. All right, we'll get back to you. John, let's take a look at Nevada right now. And you got Clark County up there, Las Vegas. That's 70, maybe 75% of the vote right there.
Right, and so that's why it's so important. Look, when we get a trend here, and this is interesting. Remember when we were talking about Florida in Miami-Dade County, the Trump campaign, frankly, stunned the Democrats. Joe Biden carried Miami-Dade, but niche marketing, if you will. This is a nationalized election environment. However, some local pitches have worked in South Florida, especially to Latino voters from Cuba, Venezuela, and elsewhere. Socialism worked. Out here, it has been lockdown. The Trump campaign believes, one of the reasons it has said it believes it can come back here. Let's just pull out and look at the statewide numbers. Again, that's not a big lead, 7,647 votes. One of the reasons the Trump campaign thinks it can come back here is because in Vegas and in Reno, they argued, now this is not what Joe Biden says he would do, but the Trump campaign advertising and the messaging was that Joe Biden will shut the country down. He will have an economic lockdown because of the coronavirus. And Vegas and Reno, the travel and tourism industry, has been punished severely. All sectors of the economy has, but this is a key test. It's a key test in a part of the state, as Sarah just noted, this used to be a Republican state, or at least a purple competitive state in presidential politics. It has trended blue. This is one of the Clinton states that Joe Biden is trying to hold. That it is competitive makes you watch, right? It still can be competitive. I mentioned Clark. The other big population center is Washoe.
All right, hold on, John. Erica Hill's getting more information. Let's go check in with her. Erica, I take it you refreshed. What did you learn?
It was a really tiny number of votes. It was some 7,647 votes, I believe, that Joe Biden had in his lead over President Trump. I'm just looking at these numbers as, again, I continue to hit refresh on the Secretary of State's website. What we're seeing is that his 4% that separated the two candidates. Now it looks like 1 percentage point. Some more votes coming in now. Again, I'm just trying to do some quick math in my head, but still about, I would say at this point, about 8,000 votes that separate them. So, a couple of hundred votes that we're seeing there that have been added to Joe Biden's column. But again, this information is going to be coming in throughout the morning, and I'm going to keep hitting refresh.
All right, hold on a moment, Erica. We're getting the numbers here, too. And take a look at this. This is a key race alert in Nevada right now. Biden's lead has increased to 12,042 over President Trump. Biden now has 49.5%. Trump has 48.5%. Remember, 6 electoral votes in Nevada. So it's gone up from 7,647 Biden's lead to 12,042, John King. So it's when every vote counts, that's significant.
Right, what you're watching now is the trend lines. Look, both candidates can get to the finish line without Nevada. But what you're looking at now, when you have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania essentially left. North Carolina hasn't been called, but the expectation is that will stay in the president's column, is you're trying to take a chess piece off the board. You're trying to keep those six, right? The Biden campaign wants to keep those 6 out of the president's math. The Trump campaign's trying to keep those 6 away from Joe Biden. Again, so you're moving up. What do you want to be happening? You want that to be happening. You're at 7,600. Now you're at 12,000. It's just simple. You want the trajectory. You want to be building your lead, not shrinking. The president's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania. The president's lead is shrinking in Georgia, and Joe Biden's lead yesterday was shrinking in Arizona as we wait for new numbers there. So that is the source of tension in the campaign war rooms. So that's the direction you want to be heading. Is 12,000 votes enough to get you out of the woods? No. We have a lot of votes to count still. We think, and again, because this was a unique election, everybody in Nevada was mailed a ballot. We don't have an exact number because officials don't have an exact number. They're waiting for them to be returned. But we think we're looking at a ballpark today of 200,000 votes still to be counted, somewhere in that area. So you get a couple thousand, Joe Biden's lead goes up from 7,600 to just over 12,000. That's the way you want it to go. It's not enough yet. A lot more votes to count. But in the campaign headquarters, you're sort of moving the needle. Which way are we going? Our direction or the other guy's direction? If you're the Biden campaign, you're happy with that. But again, you're looking at a 1-point race. In a state that you thought you would win by a little bit more than that, if not significantly more than that. And again, you come back in time. I just want to bring it out here. You look, that's the popular vote. But you come back here and you look, it was relatively close, right? This state is trending the Democrats' way, but it's not a breakaway state. It's not a guaranteed lock blue state. You see 48, 46 if you round up 4 years ago. A reminder again, 3.3% for Gary Johnson. The third-party candidates had an impact in 2016, not so much in 2020. But we'll watch this play out. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, this is 6, and we can come over here and look at the math. I mean, again, the reason...
point out, John, also, only 87% of the estimated vote in Nevada is reporting, so there's still 13% outstanding. That open for a lot of change.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, 12,000 is not, it's better than 7,000. It's better than 7,600. So you're moving in the right direction, but you're by no means out of the woods as we wait for more votes. But again, just to come back to the math here, why does this matter? Joe Biden got to 253 yesterday when he got Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. If you hold Nevada, and if you keep your lead in Arizona, you're the next president of the United States. And Joe Biden is closing the gap in Georgia and closing the gap in Pennsylvania. So Joe Biden still has more options than the president. The president has fewer options. And even if you just take Arizona off the board, if Joe Biden gets that, it's just one less. That's 6. In the Trump campaign, they're looking at a very dwindling path to 270, much more narrow path to 270. Anything Joe Biden takes off the board, that would not be decisive in and of itself, but it just makes the window for the president, the path of the president, so much more narrow. And so it's a takeaway. This was a takeaway for Biden. Trump won it in 2016. This was a takeaway. That was a takeaway. Joe Biden needs to hold that. It was a Clinton state. The president would like to take it away.
David Shelley's got some context about what's going on in Nevada right now. What are you seeing, David?
Wolf, as you know, we got that the additional vote just in, the 12,042 vote lead now for Joe Biden in Nevada, 49.5% to 48.5%, 87% of the vote in, Wolf. But here is what's really important. That additional vote that just came in from Clark County, Joe Biden won about 64% of that vote. Now, before it came in, there were 200,000 outstanding votes. Joe Biden only needed about 46 to 48% of all of the outstanding vote before this update in Nevada to hang on to his lead there and win the state. Well, he just got 64% of the votes that just came in. Well ahead of where he needs to run. Now, obviously, more votes to count. But if that is the rate at which Joe Biden is winning this additional vote coming in Nevada, he is performing much better than he needs to in order to hang on to this lead and ultimately win the state, Wolf.
And let's not forget, John, if we take a look at Las Vegas, Clark County in Nevada, as you've been pointing out, that's 70 to 75% of the vote right there.
Right. David's giving you the math, and Joe Biden is exceeding his math right now. And that is actually the trend of the campaign right now. In Georgia, Joe Biden is exceeding his math. In Pennsylvania, Joe Biden has been exceeding his math. In a state here where he's ahead, it's absolutely critical to protect your lead. He doesn't have to perform as well as he does in Pennsylvania and Georgia to come back. But again, you're going to get 72, 73, perhaps 75% of the vote here, depending on the turnout meaning mail-in for most people in Nevada participation. But this is it. This is mostly if a Democrat can run up a lead here, that's what Hillary Clinton did. If you come back 4 years ago, you run up the lead here, 52 to 42. If you look at that, 52 to 42, then you're looking at 53 to 45 now. Again, the president's percentage is higher than Hillary Clinton, but no third-party candidate. So you're seeing more of it. It's definitely a two-candidate race here. But if Joe Biden can stay at 53, move it up a little bit, move the dial up a little bit in Clark County, you stay there in Clark County, given that it's 70% of the votes, you're most likely going to win the state.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Arizona right now, too, because we're still waiting for more numbers to come in from Arizona. As you point out, Biden's lead actually has shrunk a bit.
Yeah, and we can show you that if you want to go back in time and take a look at it. And we'll bring this out for you to see. Let me punch up Arizona to make sure I'm in the right place. This is Wednesday, as we went from Tuesday election night into Wednesday, midnight on the East Coast. You see 207,000 and some change there. Then 1 a.m., it starts to shrink a little bit. By 3 a.m., it's down to 155,800. Then we continue to count the votes. This is a little more, goes down again, and then you come one more time here. This is Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's down to 93. Then it falls down Wednesday night, last night down to 79. And then you come out in real time where you are now, which is 68. So you have a lead. And again, the Trump campaign is experiencing this in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and the Biden campaign is experiencing this in Arizona. You post a lead, you start to get confident, and then you watch it shrink as they count votes.
And 86% of the estimated reporting in Arizona is in. Still plenty of votes outstanding. Let's get a key race alert right now. In Nevada, the numbers just changed a little bit right now. Right now, Biden's lead over Trump in Nevada is 11,791. It's reduced a little bit. It was 12,042. Now it's 11,791. 49.5% to 48.5%. 87% of the estimated vote is in, meaning there's still plenty of votes outstanding in Nevada right now. So you can't read too much into that, John, the fact that it's gone down a little bit to 11,791 from 12,042.
come over here, right? You're just watching as these votes come in. And look, it's good that they're reporting. We went all day yesterday without getting new votes out of Nevada. So you're going to watch these votes come in, and we're going to go all over the place. We just got some votes here in Elko County. That's one of the reasons things are moving. It's a red county. You see the president getting 76% of the vote, Joe Biden only getting 21% of the vote when you're out. So when you this is why the map has value if you're watching at home. Some of this is fairly follows along. You have a red county, you get some votes. The president's going to move the dial a little bit. Again, if you look at the math, though, here, you're talking about, it's less than 2% of the state population. So the president needs to run it up here. He just, in all these small counties, and, in this way, Nevada, it's a very different state than much of America, but in this way, it's similar. In these smaller rural counties, the president needs to run it up. And you see him doing that. The question is, just for context here, you're looking with 89% of the vote in. The president has 2,100 votes to 477. So this is critically important for the president to run it up here and to run it up where we just got votes here in Elko County. Again, 15,000 votes he's leading with 88%. And just look at the math. This is a big county for the president, right? 15,000 votes. Then you come down to Clark County, 431,000 votes. So this is where you need to win. This is the prize. If it's close, then all these other smaller county matters. No offense to the other counties in Nevada, but 75% of the vote, 72% of the vote is here, and then another 15% of the vote is here, and Joe Biden is winning. So it's you take 72 and 15 in a state where 87% of the vote is going to come from these two counties. Joe Biden is leading in most. So in the red areas, the president not only has to win but run it up, but that still won't be enough. He has to be competitive here and here. You don't have to win, but you have to be very, very competitive and close. And at the moment, that margin is not close enough for the president to win Nevada. That does not mean, as we count the rest of the votes, that he can't narrow the gap. Yeah. But we'll get there. We'll see.
That is going to be important. Let's get another key race alert. Getting some additional changes right now in Nevada. Biden's lead still maintains the lead clearly at 11,458. Went down just a little bit from 11,791. He's still at 49.5% to Trump's 48.5%, but he still maintains his lead of 11,000, almost 11,500 votes right now in Nevada. And those 6 electoral votes, John, in Nevada are important, especially when you add up those 6 to Arizona's electoral vote.
Right, and I'll come over and do that math in a minute. I just want to show you, we're going to get a geography lesson today, especially for people who aren't maybe not familiar with this part of the country. These are where these votes just came in Lyon County. And again, the math moves a little bit. The president, you look at this, and that's impressive. He's getting 69%. But again, just for the context here, this is about 2%, a little less than 2% of the statewide population is here. So if you're the president, you have to run it up. If you move over here to Carson City, it's a little bit bigger here. It's, again, 2% of the population, a little bit tiny bigger than its neighbor. You have to run it up. And that's not actually, that gap's not as big as the president would need it, most likely. And so you're going to look at this. Again, the major population centers are here and here as you go through this. And I'll just come over here. And again, this is why we're doing this math today, right? This is why it is so important. You have Joe Biden at 253, and it takes 270 to win. So if Joe Biden protects this lead and protects this lead, he's the president of the United States, period. All right? Once you get to 270, you can't take it back. That doesn't mean he wouldn't like to win Georgia and he wouldn't like to win Pennsylvania, but that's it, period, right? So I just want to give you a scenario. This is why in the Biden campaign they're confident, because they're closing the gap here. They believe they have a chance to win Georgia. They're closing the gap here. They're even more confident, even though the numbers are bigger here, there are more votes out. The Biden campaign is expressing confidence it is going to capture the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That would be game over. That would be game over. The president can win without some of these other pieces. The president cannot win without Pennsylvania. He just cannot. So let me come back. I just want to give you a scenario. What if, right? We're doing some what ifs as we go through these states. Let's start with the small one. The president is leading in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Let's say if he gets that. If the president can hold Pennsylvania, he's leading in North Carolina. What if Joe Biden does come back and win the state of Georgia? Well, in a calculation like that, especially if the western states took longer to count, the president, we expect him to carry Alaska. We're waiting for the vote count there. This was where it would get interesting. If the president can come back in Arizona and the president can take Nevada, 269 to 269. You have an election that goes to the House of Representatives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but in both campaign war rooms right now, that is what they're doing. When they see even 300 votes reported here, 4,000 votes reported there, they're sitting around the campaign war room. It's essentially an electoral college chessboard trying to figure out who's getting what are our chances. And so in the Biden campaign, let me just come back.
By the way, it goes to the new House of Representatives,
right,
not the current House of Representatives.
It would go to the new House of Representatives.
And they vote by delegations.
They vote by delegation, not by majority. And
correct.
So in that majority, we're not done with the House math yet. Right. In the current House of Representatives, Republicans have an advantage there. We're still counting, and the expectation is they still would, but we don't know know that for certain. Now, I did that as a scenario just for people watching at home, but that's why today is so decisive, or could be potentially decisive as we count these votes. Again, the President of the United States cannot win with this. Everything else, you're moving around on the chessboard and you're doing the math. If Joe Biden turns that one blue, not that these don't matter. We talked a bit about this yesterday. In this environment, you just heard our reporters in Nevada saying the Trump campaign is out there challenging ballots, talking about legal challenges. They're going to talk right now. I don't mean this as criticism of either campaign. People say things at news conferences about election integrity, about ballots challenges. It's what they ultimately say in court that matters. Do you take a case to court? What evidence do you put on the record? And the Trump campaign has not done that in most of the places yet. They're just talking about it now. Because once you make an argument in court, if you make one argument here and a different argument here, the problem then is they make their way up through the federal courts and the appellate courts, and you cannot be arguing inconsistent if you expect it to get to the Supreme Court. So you're going to hear a lot of talk in the next couple of days. Listen to it, that's fine. But what matters is not what they say at a press conference and what they say in a court document.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical. Right. Trump can't win without Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, gets those 20 electoral votes, he's the president of the United States. So let's be clear on that. Votes are still being counted right now in Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. We're about to get more results from the battlegrounds. We're going to check in with the campaigns. Lots going on. We'll be right back.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Biltmore and Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. And any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Imagine, right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Still your best friend, and now your co-pilot. Still a father, but now a friend. Still an electric car, just more electrifying. Still a night out, but everything fits in. Still hard work, just a little easier. Still a legend, just more legendary. Chevrolet, making life's journey just better.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, let's get another key race alert right now. Two important, very important states, starting in Georgia right now. 98% of the estimated vote in Georgia is in. Look at how close it is. President Trump has a 14,100 vote lead over Joe Biden. It's 49.5% to 49.2%. 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia. 98% once again of the estimated vote is in. Still vote outstanding. 14,000 vote lead. In Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 92% of the estimated vote in. Still plenty of outstanding votes out there. Trump maintains a lead, but it's gone down to 115,069 over Biden, 50.3% to 48.5%. Trump's lead has gone down significantly over the past 48 hours, as you know, John King. Let's talk about these states right now. Talking about Georgia and Pennsylvania. These are key battlegrounds that could determine who's the next president of the United States.
They absolutely could. And let's start with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because it's the biggest prize still on the board. It's 20 electoral votes. And as I said earlier, and I'll say it throughout the day, the president cannot win re-election without these 20. The math doesn't work if he loses these 20. It's down to 115,069 votes right now, 50.3 to 48. You see the 92, and you would think normally, under normal circumstances, you would think, okay, if they split the votes at that ratio the rest of the way, the president would be good. But we're not having a normal election. What's being counted now are mail-in ballots. And we know, and we've watched this play out, and I'll show you what I mean in just a second, they are disproportionately, hugely coming in for Joe Biden. So let's look at this lead right now, again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Let's go back in time, Wolf. Remember that 115,000 right now. So let's go back in time in Pennsylvania. Let's go back to Wednesday midnight. As Election Day Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, the president was 548,000 votes ahead. Then 618,000 by 9 a.m. Wednesday morning. Then watch. Throughout the day yesterday, as these ballots started to come in, down to 435, Wednesday 3 p.m. Thursday this morning, 1:30 a.m., the early morning hours down to 164. 6 a.m. this morning as the sun starts to break its way through, 164,000. 11:36 a.m. down to 135. Live right now down to 115. You just get the sense of momentum there for Biden, and you still have hundreds of thousands of ballots out. And as they are counted, this is what's happening. You come down here, you come down into Montgomery County, 95% is in now. Joe Biden, you see 62% there. That percentage there goes up, but in the mail-in ballots they're counting, he's winning a higher percentage than that. You come into Bucks County, you see the two candidates splitting the votes here. In the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is making a comeback. What matters most is we're still waiting. This is Philadelphia. This is 12% of the statewide population. This is the biggest population center, the biggest basket, if you will, of available votes. They're still only at 83%. They're still only at 83%. You see Joe Biden, 488,000, right? Let's just go back in time. Hillary Clinton won 584,000 votes in Philadelphia 4 years ago. So you see Joe Biden right now just essentially 100,000 votes shy of that, with votes still to be counted, and the expectation is that turnout will be up. So it is not unreasonable to think Joe Biden is going to get very close, or maybe even higher than that Hillary Clinton total, which is a game-changing event as you count more ballots.
Point out, there's still 17% in Philadelphia County outstanding. Yes. That's a lot of votes out there.
There's enough votes there, and especially in the surrounding suburbs still. Plus, they're waiting. There's been a pause put out here because of some legal challenges. We talked about that earlier. There are going to be lots of these. As the leads shrink, the Trump campaign is mounting legal challenges. There's more votes out to get, too. 35,000 or so votes still to be counted in Allegheny County. So the votes are there. Joe Biden is on a trajectory. If he keeps getting in the mail ballots the percentages he has been getting over the last 24 hours, the math is certainly within possibility. And again, as you watch that 115,000 votes, the president needs it.
I want to check in with Kate Baldwin. She's checking to see what's going on in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. What are you learning, Kate?
There is a... Hey there, Wolf.
Yeah, Kate, go ahead.
Wolf, someone was in my ear. I want to give you an Sorry, well, thank you, of course. I want to give you an update on Allegheny County, which, of course, is home to Pittsburgh, a very big county here in Pennsylvania. They have paused. They have a pause on their counting today with the outstanding ballots. The details here are important. First, the number. There's about 35,000 outstanding ballots to be counted. Within that 35,000, Wolf, there are 29,000 ballots that cannot be counted until tomorrow because of a court order, because of a legal challenge that has been brought against that pool of 29,000 ballots. It has to do with voters being issued incorrect ballots and then being reissued ballots. There's been a legal challenge to that, so there's a court order that large chunk, 29,000 ballots, cannot be counted until Friday. There's also an additional 6,000 ballots that, according to Allegheny County officials, include everything from some partially damaged ballots to ballots that were overly creased and could not go through the scanner, to ballots that had issues like date issues or signature issues that all need to be reviewed and handled manually. Because of that, they will not be actually putting any more ballots into the scanners until tomorrow. The county officials we spoke with were stressing that this is not a vacation day this Thursday for all of those workers who have been working around the clock to get these votes counted. This has to do with the process of they need to set up. Literally, one official said even to the extent of moving chairs and tables to get them in place for this review board with the process that will begin again tomorrow. That's what's happening in Allegheny right now. But while we were speaking with these officials, we have some interesting new numbers I also wanted to make sure that we get out to our viewers as well. They also now tell us that they have in Allegheny County 500 segregated ballots. Those are the ballots that were received, mail-in ballots, received after 8 p.m. Election Day that can be counted if they're received by Friday. In that county, they have received 500 so far, just for some perspective. I also found interesting when we were told that they believe that they're going to have between 10 and 15,000 provisional ballots. So there are ballots that are coming in that are out there that are going to need to be dealt with. And the pool I find very interesting because 10 to 15,000 ballots, these officials said, was about double of the provisional ballots that they have in the last election. They also said that they've heard from the state that they believe statewide, when it comes to those segregated ballots, Wolf, again, received after 8 p.m. Election Day, those mail-ins that are allowed to be counted by state law up to 3 days after the election when they've been received. They believe that the statewide, across the Commonwealth, there's going to be close to 10,000 of those segregated ballots that need to be dealt with. Getting a much more interesting picture of what kind of outstanding ballots are going to be out there that need to be dealt with. And it's not as simple as we know when we're talking about these legal challenges as receiving and scanning, because there's a lot of disputes that are going on with all of this, Wolf.
Yeah, I know you're working your sources. Excellent, excellent reporting, Kate. Thank you very, very much. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh. That's almost 10% of the population of the state.
Right, and so you're looking at, if you have 35,000 ballots that are in limbo right now, and that's often done when you have a court challenge. When you have a court challenge, the party suing, challenging the ballots, wants to stop them from being counted first. They want a judge's decision, should they be counted? Because once they're counted, it's just harder in a democracy to get votes taken off the books, if you will. It's a higher legal bar to hurdle in most cases, unless you can prove something definitive. So they'll test that one out. Just to the point about this, though. So the president has a lead of 115,000 right now. That has been shrinking. There are tens of thousands of ballots out over in this parts of the state. But if you get down to a point where the president's lead is in the 20s, let's say it keeps moving down, well, then obviously those 35,000 ballots become absolutely essential to count. So we're going to have to wait a little bit. It all depends on what the rest of the math is from the rest of the state. But it's a Democratic stronghold. You see the blue on the map. It speaks for itself. Joe Biden expects to win the majority of those votes, and he expects to win actually a sizable majority of those votes. So he will want them counted. Kate raised another point about ballots received after 8 p.m. The state says, under state law, it believes, and it has a couple of court cases, that it can count them. But the United States Supreme Court the Trump campaign believes there's an opening to perhaps go back to the United States Supreme Court. So this is complicated for people, but it could be very important. Again, this state could decide the presidency. There could be some court fights even after Pennsylvania gets to the finish line or very close to the finish line. One of the things we're seeing now, because the stakes are so high and because this election is so tight, these are conversations that happen in every election. Provisional ballots. Let's say you requested a mail-in ballot, then at the last minute you thought, okay, I don't trust to mail this. You show up to vote on election day, but in the books they say you got a mail-in ballot. They let you cast a ballot. They just put it in a stack of provisional ballots. And then, or they think your address is wrong and you say, let me have a provisional ballot. There are any number of reasons you ask for a provisional ballot, then they set it aside. And it's so if it is going to be counted in the end, anyone gets to challenge it. Both campaigns can come in and look at it. This is arcane, happens in every election. It normally doesn't matter because you don't have elections settled by 10, 20, or 500 votes. In this case, if we get to that point, we're going to have a fight over 8 o'clock on election night. We're going to have a fight over provisional ballots. We're going to have the challenge we have in Allegheny County and more. and more. It's just, these things happen in every single election. There's a lot more spotlight on them when they're happening late in a presidential election right now. And again, we're at 115,000 votes right here. Let's go back in time and just watch how this has played out, because, Wolf, this has been very stunning. And we'll come back up to the top here. Again, this was a state that Donald Trump is president because of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. As a Tuesday election night gave way to Wednesday at midnight, he's up by more than 500,000 votes. At that point, you're thinking, okay, Pennsylvania's going to stay in the Trump column. But remember the mail-in uniqueness of this election. They keep counting ballots. Wednesday, 9 a.m., 618,000. You're feeling even better. Wednesday, 3 p.m., it's starting to trend in the other direction. Thursday, 1:30 a.m., this is when the Trump campaign starts saying, whoa. Now, remember, they know the data. They know the mail ballots that are out, but then they're watching them be counted, and you see 6 a.m. there. Then you see 11:36 a.m. today on Thursday, and then you come out as they keep counting. My mistake, hit out of that, come back in to Pennsylvania. You hit out of that into real time. So every time we get new ballots in Pennsylvania in the last 24 hours, the president's lead goes down.
And it's significant. It's not just happening in Pennsylvania, but all these mail-in ballots, because of the coronavirus, in part, people decided they want to mail their ballots in instead of showing up waiting in long lines on Election Day. So Trump is ahead now in Pennsylvania by 115,000 in Pennsylvania right now. But there's only 92% of the vote is in, 8% still outstanding. That, we estimate, is about 600,000 outstanding votes, and a lot of that are the mail-in ballots.
Right, and we know, again, the ratio that Joe Biden needs is now much smaller than it was yesterday. We were saying he needed 2/3 of the votes yesterday. Because he is cleaning that up, now what he needs, the percentages are shrinking. And so it is more than within the realm of possibility. And again, we keep coming back to the same places. Chester County, 95%. I just keep look here. Montgomery County, 95%. Bucks County, 90%. And then you come down here, again, it's a bit of a broken record, but Philadelphia is 12% of the state, of the population. Democrats think they did a pretty good job of voter turnout in Philadelphia. We're only at 83%. If you're at 83% and you got 488,000 votes, your expectation is when the rest of that comes in, you are going to jump, right? You're going to jump by tens of thousands of votes at a time the president's lead is 115,000. Now, there are more ballots to count as well around the state, at the Commonwealth, and we'll just count them. I mean, today is going to be an interesting day. They're moving. They're moving the ball there, and we'll just see by the end of the day. The Secretary of State has said she thinks some of this will carry over to tomorrow. Kate just told us the Allegheny dispute will carry over likely to tomorrow. The question is, by the end of the day today, is he still in the lead? Has Joe Biden passed him? How big is that margin? And then you're starting to do the math of what's still out.
Pennsylvania, one of those blue wall 3 states, but Michigan and Wisconsin, Biden has already won. Now we're waiting to see what happens in Pennsylvania. Let's go to Georgia, because that is so incredibly close right now in the state of Georgia. Look at this, 14,100 vote lead that Trump has over Biden. 98% of the estimated vote is in, 49.5% to 49.2%. Let's check in on Atlanta, the Atlanta area, which is a big chunk of the state right there.
And so Fulton County, which is Atlanta and the suburbs right around Atlanta, and you can see by the math, 72% of the vote for Joe Biden. We got a bunch of the votes from here earlier. 6,000 votes were counted, and Joe Biden narrowed the lead. Every time they count a big batch of votes in Atlanta and the blue suburbs around it, we see this lead narrowing. That is why it has been dramatic, and we're still waiting for more votes out of Fulton County. But again, you come over here, Fulton County, DeKalb County, they're up to 95% now, but look at that, 83%. So they're still counting ballots in places where Joe Biden is getting 83% of the vote. That's why that lead is shrinking down. You move over here to Gwinnett, they're at 95%. So the count is, they're moving in, but there's still more to be counted. I just want to check down here, Rockdale County, they're at 95%. If you move this way, Henry County here, and you come over here, this is what I was looking at earlier. Now they're up to 92% in Clayton County. So, and Joe Biden's getting, this is where you're looking, because he's getting 85% of the vote in these counties, or maybe higher here. So the math continues, Wolf, but I'll tell you, again, just like Pennsylvania, this lead was overwhelming late on Tuesday night. Now, Joe Biden's in striking distance.
It was hundreds of thousands, and now it's 14,100. We're standing by for a news conference from officials in Nevada, where the vote is very close. Our special coverage continues next.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Biltmore and Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. In any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Imagine, right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Hello, world, and welcome to Election Day in the United States of America. Continued reminder that Biden and Trump are competing to get to 270 electoral votes. Neither candidate has achieved that. As of right now, Democrat Joe Biden has achieved 253 electoral votes. President Donald J. Trump has achieved 213 electoral votes. So it is a race for the last competing battleground states. And let me tell you where they are. Nevada, Joe Biden has a narrow lead, just over 11,000, almost 12,000 votes. In Georgia, President Trump has a lead, over 13,000 votes. In Arizona, Joe Biden a lead of almost 70,000 votes. In North Carolina, Trump a lead of 76,000 votes plus. And then in Pennsylvania, the big prize on the board, Donald Trump is at 115,069 votes. But really, given the size of the electorate in those states, those are very, very narrow margins right now, and we are waiting for all of the votes to come in to determine whether or not we award the states to Trump or to Biden. Let's check in with the campaigns right now. Let's start, of course, with Jeff Zeleny, who is in Wilmington, Delaware, with the campaign of Joe Biden. Jeff, there was a conference call with the campaign manager earlier today with Jen O'Malley-Dillon. How are the Biden folks feeling? Do they think that Joe Biden ultimately will get to the magic number of 270?
Jake, they do. There is the same air of confidence that there has been really since election day ended. There is that same confidence because of the numbers, because of the changes we have seen. But there are 5 words from Jen O'Malley-Dillon. She's the campaign manager for the Biden campaign. She sent 5 words to supporters: stay patient and stay calm. Those are hers. Is her message, and this is why. They're looking at all these numbers state by state. They do believe that Georgia is going in their direction. They do not know if they will win it or not, but it is why they sent President Obama there the day before the election, because they saw such a good return in early vote. So they're keeping an eye on Georgia. Arizona is a place that she had a bit of caution for people. She said she believes that their margin there is going to narrow even more. They believe that the president is going to get more votes in Maricopa County, in Phoenix. They do not believe that the ultimate outcome will change. They believe that they, by tomorrow, will have an advantage there because of votes in Pima County, in Tucson. So she is saying that don't be worried about Arizona. It will tighten, and they believe it will expand tomorrow. We will see. We'll let the vote count take care of itself here. But Pennsylvania, of course, is something they have their eye on. They are optimistic about that. But the bottom line here, Jake, they do not believe that there will be a winner declared today. They say at least tomorrow. So this parking lot you see behind me here, which was a victory rally set for Tuesday night, is still here gathering a bit of dust. They do not think they'll use it today, but still optimistic.
All right, Jeff Zeleny with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you so much. Let's check in with Jim Acosta. He's at the White House. And Jim, we are hearing from the Biden people, be patient and be calm. Those are not really the vibes I'm getting from President Trump, patience and calm.
No, that's not the feel here, Jake. Let me just tell you, we've not heard from the president so far out in front of the cameras, but the president is making his presence known in his social media bunker. He has been tweeting in all caps, and now we have a statement in all caps from the Trump campaign from the president. We can show you what this says. He says, if you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. This is a statement from the president. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us. That's a statement in all caps from the president right now. Listen, obviously the president is continuing to question the legitimacy of this election, but if you talk to aides and advisors inside and outside the campaign, they some of them will tell you a different story. Some of them are expressing confidence that they're going to pull this out, but some will tell you a different story. When those numbers started to bump up for Joe Biden in Nevada, I just heard from a Trump advisor a few moments ago who said, listen, the president is running out of options here. This is an indication the president is running out of options. When we talk about Georgia, talk to a separate Trump campaign advisor who said it is looking increasingly bleak in Georgia for the president in that state, which is just a stunning development to think that President Trump could lose the state of Georgia. So there is a growing pessimism inside the campaign. They still feel like there is a chance, there is a narrow path to the presidency. One more time for Donald Trump. That's how the president sees it at this point. He's calling allies, he's calling family members, trying to, gin up enough outrage out there to potentially, by the will of the president himself, change the outcome of this election. But one other thing I want to note, Jake, and I think this is an indication of where things are heading and the mentality that is taking shape inside the Trump campaign. There are some aides and advisors who are starting to talk about the potential, not only that the president is going to lose this election, but that he may mount some sort of resurrection run in 2024. This possibility has been discussed, I'm told, inside the Trump campaign by some aides and advisors, and that some have even talked about it with the president himself. That obviously is something that's way off into the future, but it's an indication that they're starting to feel like perhaps they're running out of time inside the Trump campaign, Jake.
All right, Jim Acosta at the White House, thanks so much. And let's discuss this. And before we do, I just want to make sure people out there understand. We have been saying for weeks that this election was in all likelihood not going to be decided on election night, that there were going to be tens of millions of vote-by-mail ballots that would need to be counted. And in order to do so responsibly, it was going to take some time. We've been told that by Pennsylvania. We've been told that by Arizona. We've been told that by Nevada election officials. And that is exactly what we're seeing.
Turns out we're in a pandemic, and because of that, this is a pandemic election. Things move more slowly, but more importantly, a lot of people, millions of people, took advantage of new laws in their states, including battleground states, to vote from their perspective more safely, and that meant sending in ballots by mail or putting them in drop boxes.
And there's nothing nefarious about it.
But you know what we didn't probably realize as we were leading into this? We knew that this was going to be a closely divided election, but the sheer number of battlegrounds that we have right now as we sit here, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, all still undecided, is what is causing everyone to be so on edge. The margins in all of those states are very, very narrow. So there is a lot of uncertainty about a very small number of ballots, and it's causing people to feel anxious. But the only resolution to this is to have the ballots be counted.
Exactly. And that is why, despite the public bluster from the Trump campaign, despite the fact that they are trying to bend the narrative to prepare for the possibility that the president loses, that's just not what's going on here. There have been no reports of nefarious situations in any of these places, which for the most part are really transparent as they count these votes.
They have Republican officials observing in all of them.
Exactly.
And I have confidence. Look, the courts are going to sort out what's being written in these court filings. They're going to throw out things that are not on the level. But at the same time, what I'm really concerned about is the disinformation universe that is continually being fed and created by the president and his allies. People are believing it. Last night in Maricopa County, the president's supporters showed up yelling about a Sharpie conspiracy theory.
Correct.
These things are starting to matter.
Yeah, and some of them were armed. We're following the count in all the battleground states, including Nevada, where officials are about to hold a news conference. We are expecting some new vote numbers there. Our special coverage continues next. Stay with us.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Imagine, right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
delivery just got more rewarding. Now that Grubhub gives you rewards when you order your fave foods. Want a hamburger, some fries, a drink, nuggets? Then boom, rewarded with the Wendy's 4 for $4 perk. Ordering Chipotle for the family? Voila, rewarded with guacamole and a side of quiet. Grubhub gives you rewards for rewarding yourself with food.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
We're back with our continuing election coverage. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is gaining votes and momentum in 3 of the battlegrounds that could decide if he wins the White House and defeats President Trump. We're expecting more results out of Nevada at any moment now after Biden increased his lead there just a little while ago. He also has made gains in Georgia and Pennsylvania, dramatically shrinking the president's advantage in those states. Right now, it's still too early to call races in 6 states, and that includes Arizona, another battleground that could potentially close the deal for Biden. The Democrat looking to build on his 253 electoral votes to hit the winning number of 270. The president has 213 electoral votes. And he's launching multiple legal challenges right now as he sees his options narrowing and narrowing. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start in Georgia right now. 16 electoral votes, 98% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has a lead over Biden by 13,540 votes, 49.5% to 49.2%. Very close in Georgia. In Nevada right now, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead is 11,787, 49.4% to 48.5%. We've got our reporters who are watching what's going on in Georgia and Nevada right now. Victor Blackwell's in Atlanta for us right now. First of all, what are we learning, Victor, from the Secretary of State?
So, Wolf, we just got the latest count of outstanding absentee ballots, and according to the Secretary of State, that number is 50,401. 50401 ballots still outstanding across Georgia that still have to be counted, of course, with a margin so narrow between President Trump and former Vice President Biden. Those 50,000 give an opportunity to the Biden campaign. The Director of Elections here in Fulton County just wrapped up a few moments ago, in which they announced that the absentee ballot processing is complete. They have reported more than 145,000 ballots. They have 7,000 they're about to go. It's an approximate number. The next step of this is to go through adjudication of a few ballots that are still out there that have to be deciphered, the intent of the voter. The expectation is that there will be some potential overseas mailed-in ballots. Their deadline is 5 p.m. tomorrow. We also know of that 7,000, there are about 12,000 cured ballots, which means there was a missing signature or something wrong, that those will be added as well. So of the ballots that have already been counted, there will be another 7,000, approximate number we're getting from Rick Barron, the Executive Director of Elections here in Fulton County. But all the action that was happening in this room, they have finished processing the ballots, and now we're waiting for those few thousand to be added to the website, to the tabulation out of this county. Wolf?
Significant number, 50,401 uncounted, still ballots that are still outstanding, uncounted ballots right now. And the Trump lead has gone down to, about 11,000 right now. Victor, we're going to get back to 13,000, I should say. Sarah Seidner is joining us from Las Vegas right now. What's the latest there, Sarah?
We are awaiting a press conference from here in Clark County. This is where about 70% of the electorate is. And so this is a very significant, as you might imagine, county with the vote. We have noticed that they have started to update the numbers, and we've seen a very slight change in numbers. 431,863 votes for Joe Biden, and Donald Trump has 367,279 votes. We're talking about 53.1% for Joe Biden right now and 45.1% for Donald Trump. But that is just out of Clark County, and we are watching their numbers very slowly start to tick up. What we do not know, and what still is outstanding, are the mail-in ballots. And we're waiting to hear just how far they think they've gotten in this count. It has been very slow going. They are in counting right now. But what we know is that they can be counting the ballots here, and more ballots can still come in all the way up to 5 p.m. on November 10th. So that is going to cause a long time. They're going to count every single vote. So that is going to cause some delay in knowing exactly officially what the ballot count is, because they are allowing votes that were put in the mail and stamped before or on November 3rd, as long as they make it here, as long as they make it into the hands of those ballot counters by November 10th at 5 p.m., they still will be counted. So that is one of the things that is different here than in many other states. But I got to tell you, there's a lot of folks around here. There were people out here rallying mostly on the side of Donald Trump. They want to get in. There's complaints from Republicans here, just like in several other states, that they aren't being able to watch this process the way that they want to be able to watch the process happen, and they're talking about potentially filing lawsuits. I know that the GOP and Trump have filed a lawsuit over that particular thing. We're hearing of another potential lawsuit as well, but everyone is down trying to get a view of exactly what is going on and how the counting is going, and we are simply waiting here because hopefully in the next few minutes we're going to get a new tally count, some new numbers that are coming forward here in Clark County.
Clark County, the largest county, Las Vegas in Nevada, about 200,000 uncounted votes in all of the state of Nevada. Sarah, thank you very much. Victor, thanks to you as well. We'll get back to both of you. Let's go back to John King right now. Let's talk a little about Georgia and Nevada right now. Let's start off with Georgia right now. It's so close there, and there's still 50,000 or so outstanding ballots in Georgia. The margin, Trump's ahead by 13,540.
He is, and that's such a smaller margin than it was just 24 and 30 hours ago, and that's the dynamic in the state of Georgia. And the question is, can Joe Biden continue this surge that has cut the president's lead now down to 13,540? The answer is it is mathematically possible. Joe Biden has to win about ballpark 63%, 63.5% of the remaining ballots. And we know a lot of those remaining ballots, Victor just told you, they have several thousand more to count here in Fulton County. That's Atlanta, the suburbs around it. You see what's happening. I just said Joe Biden has to get 63, 63.5. That's a ballpark figure of the remaining ballots. Well, he's getting 72% in Fulton County. And so he has been matching the metric he needs so far. That does not guarantee he matches it everywhere else as the other ballots come in. But you're watching it play here. Another place here was Clayton County. They're now up to 93%, so they're getting there. But again, look at what's happening here. Joe Biden needs 63, 64% of the outstanding ballots. Well, he's getting 84% of the vote here in Clayton County. Another place, Wolf, where we've been waiting for the ballots to come in. Atlanta Metro is the biggest population center, and you see from the blue, the biggest source of Democratic votes by population and numbers. But if you come over here to Savannah and Chatham County, Look at that. We're still at 87% there, and Joe Biden's getting 57, 58%. Now, again, in the mail-in ballots, he's been doing better, but here's where you get into the chess of where we are in the final moments here. Again, he needs 63% statewide of what we believe to be the outstanding ballots. Is he getting that in these outstanding ballots here? Is he just matching that and he's a little below? That's as we wait for these results. That's the math we have to do. Absolutely critical. The president needs to win this state. The president needs to win Georgia and needs to win Pennsylvania. Just game over if he doesn't. And so you look at these states here. Any path for the president to get you to 270 includes Pennsylvania and Georgia. That's just a fact. And so you see that shrinking right now. So, of course, there's a great deal of apprehension in the Trump campaign. And we'll watch as the rest of these votes come in. Again, suburban Atlanta is where most of it has happened. You see DeKalb County now. Look at Joe Biden, 83% in suburban Atlanta in DeKalb here. They're up to 95%, so most of them are counted here. You come over here, 95% in Gwinnett, perhaps a few ballots left out there. Again, Fulton County is Atlanta. You come over here, Cobb County out. You see they're all getting very, very close. So there's a few thousand ballots here, several hundred somewhere else. But every time more ballots have come in, and Victor just said a few thousand in Fulton County, that'll be interesting. When we get the rest, when Fulton County says full stop, we're done, what's that number there? That will give you a sense of whether Joe Biden has narrowed it enough as we get closer to the finish line.
13,540 vote lead right now. It's very, very close. Let's get some context on Georgia right now. David Chalian is joining us. What are you learning, David?
Just an unbelievably close race. That 13,540 vote lead Donald Trump has over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.2%. 98% of the vote is in. But just as John was saying, as more vote comes in, the universe of uncounted ballots shrinks. So now we've learned, you heard Victor's report, we're down to 50,000 uncounted ballots in Georgia. Well, we calculated what each candidate would need of that uncounted universe of votes in order to win the state. Joe Biden now only needs between 62 and 64% of those 50,000 uncounted ballots. The votes that have been coming in, he's been winning more than that right now because of where they're coming from, Democratic areas. But now it's only 62 to 64%. Donald Trump obviously has a much lower percentage because he's currently in the lead. He only needs 35 to 37% of the 50,000 uncounted votes to hang on to that lead in Georgia and keep that state red. But Joe Biden's number is becoming very well within reach in terms of what we're seeing in the vote returns. The percentage he's been getting is ahead right now of that 62 to 64% he needs, Wolf.
And you know what else is interesting, David? Thank you very much, John. Of that 50,401 uncounted vote remaining in Georgia, we're told almost all of it is absentee ballots.
Absentee ballots where Joe Biden has been overperforming the metric that he needs. And again, the percentage Joe Biden needs has been shrinking because he has been overperforming it. And so that's just the fascinating dynamic here. Again, well, if we're talking 13,000 votes, 13,000, that lead was over 600,000 votes at one point. This is the mail-in ballots. And we know, again, we talked about this before the election, and now we're experiencing it. Mail-in ballots take longer to count.
I stand by. I want to go to Nevada right now. The Clark County Registrar is talking about the vote counting that's going on right there.
So
Let's listen.
Election day at the drop-off locations at all vote centers and the election department, there were 34,743 ballots dropped off. The U.S. Postal Service, as of election day and yesterday, brought to us 4,208 ballots, and there were 24,311 ballots that were pending when we stopped processing to get ready for election day. So that brings us to a total of 63,262. Today, staff is preparing to count and has already begun counting a little over 51,000 ballots that will be reported tomorrow prior to my 10 a.m. brief. It's important that everybody understand that there are also additional ballots that are pending outside of what I just described. So I'm briefly going to go through those. The provisional ballots that were cast during the early voting on election day. The first announcement that I need to make is that the posting that was placed on our website on election night and yesterday was incorrect. We determined that our tabulation software was incorrectly duplicating those records, and so the 120,000 that you may have seen on our website is an incorrect number. That has been corrected, and the post that is out on our website now at www.clarkcountynv.gov/vote is correct, and those provisional ballots number a little over 60,000. We have to coordinate very closely with the Secretary of State. We are a bottom-up, not a top-down voter registration jurisdiction. And so all 17 counties need to send information to the Secretary because there's not one single database that we all draw from. We all have our own. And so in coordinating with the Secretary of State, we're awaiting instructions from them on when to send our provisional listing up to them, because we need to make absolutely certain that nobody who's casted a provisional ballot here in Clark County has done so in another county. So we're waiting instructions from them on when to send that report so we can make that verification. Staff is still currently working on all of those provisional ballots to make determinations as to whether the voter was eligible to cast that provisional ballot. That work will be ready once we notify the Secretary of State, and it is an automated process to pass those provisional ballots into the tabulation system. We have a group of voters who are ID required for one reason or another. The deadline for those voters to get back to us is Friday, November 6th at 5 p.m. So that is another group of ballots that we will need to put into the system once they have come in to provide their ID. The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported. The cure process in Nevada, which is statutorily required for those voters who have been notified that they either did not sign their ballot or their signature did not match in our system. They have until Thursday, November 12th to cure that ballot. The last day that we can tabulate and send ballots into the system is November 12th. So that night we will stay here until we are done entering ballots into the system, because statute clearly tells us that we must be done counting by that date. With that information, we hope that I've clarified a lot of the questions. We are anticipating to have the bulk of our mail ballot that have been received into the system by Saturday or Sunday. Those ballots that are coming in through the U.S. mail or that are being cured will be a small number, and we will continue to put those in. But the bulk of our ballots we're hoping will be read by Saturday or Sunday this weekend. And again, we won't complete until November 12th with all of those other ballots that serve as exceptions. So with that information, I've got a short period of time here where I can answer some questions from you.
Why such a slow count?
Go ahead.
Alleging the counting of improper votes here in Clark County. What is your response?
My response is that we are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed.
They have not presented any evidence to reporters. Have they presented any evidence to you?
Not directly that I'm aware of.
And there's also some concerns that Clark County is counting relatively slowly at that point. Is that the case here? Are you counting faster than 2016?
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic, and so our process is run a little bit slower. We also have to make sure that our data is being updated, because we need to prevent people from voting twice in the system. And so we have to scan those in as mail received so that it updates the database so our in-person voters can't have voted twice. We're still receiving information from our election day laptops. That'll be complete today. So we're going to update and make sure that all of the information was downloaded from all 1,300 of those laptops that were used on election day, to make sure that the automated system will reject mail ballots for somebody who has voted on election day. So our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our number one goal.
What's the outstanding number? One more time, the outstanding number?
I just went through the whole thing.
What's the total? What is the total?
Well, I went through a long process. How about we get together after this?
Why is it taking so long if you can count 70,000 a day?
I think I just answered that question.
You said deliberately, but if you have the capacity, why aren't you doing it?
Because they're not available, sir. There are many steps in the process. So the first process is that we run it through our Agilis machine. Then there are 2 manual processes. Then it goes to the counting board, and then it goes to tabulation. I need you to speak up, sir. I can't hear your question. I did not say they were already counted. I said today the staff is prepared to count 51,000 ballots that are ready to be counted today. Those will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m. right there next to you. Folks, I really need you all to speak up. I cannot hear you. Those are separate, and that's why I listed in my statement that those are separate from the numbers that I reported first. I don't have that number with me.
Mr. Goria, to summarize and help us all, how many ballots are left to count?
That's a number that I can't give you. I can't predict to you what's going to come through the U.S. mail. So I deliberately went through all of these numbers, and I was hoping that you all would take the information that I'm providing. But there's a set number of ballots that we know are available to be processed, and that's the 63,000. Then I mentioned all of the other additional ballots. So we again we plan to be able to have counted the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday, and then all of those other ballots that were statutorily limited, I can't count all the mail ballots till I have them, and we have to continue to accept them up till Tuesday, November 10th.
To repeat the numbers so that we were clear, it was 63262.
That is correct.
Correct? Thank you.
I personally dealt with Ms. Stoke. She brought her claim to me. We reviewed the ballot, and in our opinion, it's her signature. We also gave her an opportunity to provide a statement if she wanted to object to that and provide a challenge to that. She refused to do so. A member of the Nevada Secretary of State's Office investigation team also interviewed her, and they had no issue with the assistance that we tried to give her. I have nothing else to comment on that. Next question. I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me, but we have security here. We have law enforcement who are protecting us. I am concerned for the safety of my staff. We're putting measures into place to make sure that we have the security that's necessary. Again, we're going to begin to monitor the vehicles as they come in to make sure that they should be here and that they're parking properly so that we don't prevent our employees from having an issue getting in and out of the facility. But I feel safe. We're going to be okay. We're going to continue to count. We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots. Yes, right there.
To put down the whole process, saying that you changed, well, the state changed the rules when they decided to mail ballots to every registered elector of Nevada, and that was a violation of the old rules. Plus, that they have not been allowed to observe closely all the counting and the process to count the votes.
The first part of your question relates to action that was taken by the Nevada legislature. I don't make policy, I'm simply an administrator. So the Nevada legislature acted in the summer, and we carried through with it exactly what they prescribed for us to do. As far as your second issue, that issue's been litigated, and the judge ruled in our favor. Louder, please. Those are reports that we're going to generate after the election once we start getting ready to do our canvass. So that's information that I'll have available once we've done all of our work, counted all the ballots. And if we have enough proof, we will definitely going out to arrest these people because those are obviously illegal actions. But That's an activity that needs to take place once we've done counting and getting the canvass done. Most of these voters have been notified and they actually voted because they voted provisionally and were told they didn't have the ID that they needed in order to do that. These are also mail ballot voters who were also notified that they needed to provide an ID on the envelope that's sent out to them and they failed to do so. So they've been notified and the deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. I know that there are several people who are working to actively reach out to those voters and try to help them get in with that ID. There was a question over here. Yes, right there. It depends on the status of our mail ballot process. We are running shifts in certain areas, so we work anytime varying from 5 a.m. up to 10 or 11 o'clock at night. We don't run the 24-hour shifts that you see running in other states because the work that comes through on the mail ballot process is very deliberate as it moves forward. And so we complete the work that's done in each stage, and then the next day it carries forward to the next. Again, I emphasize, what I'm trying to report here is that Clark County looks like we'll be able to count the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday. However, there are other ballots as a result of statutory requirements that we'll have to continue to read because we have to take ballots until next Tuesday.
Mr. Gloria, will you continue to have these briefings on Saturday and Sunday?
Absolutely. I will be here at 10 a.m. until we're done.
Mr. Gloria, do you expect to announce any results later today, or is the 14 ballot it?
We're going to coincide with the Secretary of State. I think it's very important that as a state, all 17 of the counties are working to coordinate with the Secretary, who's our Chief Election Officer. So she has reported that she put out today at 9, we followed suit, and we reported today. If the Secretary makes a decision not to report from here on out, we are going to have to report. So if we have results to report, we will do it on a daily basis, as I mentioned. We're going to do a 10 a.m. brief to give you all an opportunity to ask questions, and our update should be posted prior to that brief. Right there. Any individual who had an issue with their mail ballot should have contacted us prior to Election Day. We are here to help the voter. I have been on many Zoom interviews, many media interviews, many organizational groups throughout the county, letting them know that if you have an issue with your ballot, whatever it may be, call 455-VOTE. However, they're past that process. The election is over. We're in the process of counting at this point. Right there. You know, that's available on our website. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but you can quickly see that on our website and our ENR report. Right there. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I'm hard of hearing and we're in the warehouse.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor that news conference out in Clark County. We're talking about Las Vegas in Nevada. Right now, 89% of the vote well, 88% in Clark County, but in Nevada in general, 89% of the vote is in. There's still plenty of outstanding ballots out there. Biden maintains his lead by 11,438.
And you heard the gentleman say that 50,000 ballots or so that they need to count here in Clark County. The striking part, stunning part, frustrating part might be a word many people at home have, is he said it might be Saturday or Sunday before they are done. And there was no indication that they would report as they go. We're seeing this happen in Pennsylvania. We're seeing it happen in Georgia. It takes time to count all these mail-in ballots. We need to have grace. This is an unprecedented election. But it does seem remarkable that we're having a conversation on Thursday about an election that was Tuesday, and the official says they're not going to count 50,000 ballots by Saturday, until Saturday or Sunday, when we've seen in Pennsylvania they're counting millions. In Georgia, they're counting tens of thousands, and they're moving it along. But this is critical right here. Clark County obviously is the ball game for the most part, unless the election is incredibly close, but it's 72% or more of the vote. So we're going to have to watch the vote there. And you see 53 to 45. Biden has a lead of 11,000. He wants to protect it. That's a Clinton state. He wants to hold it. But we might have to wait a while. If this comes down in Nevada, this might be election week in America.
6 electoral votes at stake in the state of Nevada. We're following new numbers coming in from key battlegrounds, including Nevada and Pennsylvania, where President Trump's lead is narrowing. How long will the counting take? We'll talk with the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania when we come back.
Grab Taco Bell's Nachos Party Pack whenever you're dressing up to stay in or witnessing a miracle. Go big with delicious nachos topped with all your favorites. Nachos Party Pack, only at Taco Bell. Get yours with Taco Bell delivery.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Monpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Biltmore and Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. In any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Welcome back to Election Day in America. Continued. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Still too early to call. President Trump has a narrow lead there of about 114,000 votes. As the voting has gone on today, that has narrowed by about 50,000 votes since this morning. Joining me now to discuss is the Secretary of State of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Kathy Boockvar. Secretary Boockvar, thanks for joining us. How many ballots remain to be counted, and do you think we could know who won Pennsylvania by the end of today?
So, yeah, I think we definitely could. I think there's about 550,000 some odd, plus or minus ballots that are still in the process of being counted today. Some of those may have already been counted but are not yet uploaded. But yeah, they're coming in, we're getting 10,000 here, 20,000 here. Counties are furiously at work, and it's looking like we're ahead of schedule. I've been saying that we'll have the overwhelming majority counted by tomorrow, but it is looking like we'll have the overwhelming majority counted by today.
And where are those ballots from? Are they largely from the population centers of Allegheny County on the western part of the state, and then Philadelphia and the collar counties around Philadelphia? Is that where most of these vote-by-mail ballots are from?
Yes, there's still about 100,000 or so in Philly. There's about 37 or so in Allegheny. The collar counties, have anywhere. Some of them have finished, but some of them have anywhere from 20 to 40,000 still remaining. So yes, the largest number are in those population centers.
So you said there's about 100,000 left outstanding in Philadelphia, approximately. When do you think they will be counted, and how? And why is it taking so long?
So, they've been doing everything right. They've really been on it. They got, hundreds of thousands of ballots. I think they ended up getting 350 some odd thousand ballots, which is fantastic. And so they've been doing this as quickly as they can. But as you know, this takes time. And for example, last night, I know that there was some question about why they didn't report some for some hours last night. Well, it's because they were doing reconciliation of those ballots, which is exactly what they should be doing. So they're back counting now. I expect them to be reporting throughout the day, and they have a lot of staff, a lot of equipment, and I'm confident, again, that we're going to have the majority done today, overwhelming majority.
And just to be clear for everybody watching, every one of these election centers where these ballots are being counted allows Democrat and Republican election observers to be there. So nothing, and also several of them have cameras on them that can be viewed from other rooms or online. So nothing is being done in the dark, and Democrats and Republicans all have access to see what's going on.
Absolutely. In Pennsylvania, every candidate and every political party is allowed to have an authorized representative in the room observing the process. And some jurisdictions, including Philly, also are live streaming it. So you could literally watch their counting process from anywhere in the world. It's very transparent.
So local officials tell CNN that election workers in Philadelphia briefly paused counting this morning after a Trump campaign legal action. Can you tell us why Philadelphia paused counting this morning, how long that break lasted, and whether or not they've restarted?
Sure. Yes, my understanding is that they've restarted and they paused. So there was a decision from the Commonwealth Court, which is our intermediate statewide appellate court, that reversed a Philadelphia County Court decision that had okayed the distance from which those authorized representatives could observe. The Commonwealth Court said they had to be allowed closer. So Philadelphia had to reconfigure their operations to allow that. They have appealed because it's, I think their operations work better the way they had it arranged, but they're complying with the court order. They are appealing it, and in the meantime, they're going to get back to counting. It wasn't very long,
For people who don't know, there is a legal fight going on about ballots that arrive after Election Day, after election night, rather, that were sent before the election or by Election Day, that have postmarks or no postmarks. This is not about ballots that arrive after, that are stamped as arriving after. And there's a big legal fight going on. You have until 5 p.m. today to respond to a motion to intervene brought by the Trump campaign related to these ballots. What are you going to say in that response? And are you confident that ultimately these ballots that were cast before or by Election Day that arrive after in these 3 days will be counted?
Yes. So, as we've said all along, we support, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision allowed, as you said, it was, and just so we're clear, this is just for this year. We weren't asking for extraordinary relief beyond, we all know that there's Postal Service delays that have been impacting vote casting this year. So this was, as you said, everybody still has to have cast their ballot by November 3rd, but it allowed for extra time for those Postal Service delays so that they could be received by Friday at 5. So the Pennsylvania Supreme Court issued that decision. The U.S. Supreme Court initially declined to expedite and get involved in it, but the Trump campaign is seeking to intervene and move that forward again. Look, I'm confident that this is the right decision, but I will tell you we've been assessing the numbers of those ballots coming in from the counties. It's not huge numbers. So I think no matter what happens, I don't think it's going to be a tremendous impact on this race.
So you think even with those ballots segregated, and you and the Attorney General Shapiro have made sure that all the counties are segregating these ballots because there is this legal question. We don't know what's going to happen ultimately. You're confident that they are not going to affect who wins Pennsylvania one way or the other, these ballots that arrive after November 3rd?
From what we're tracking so far, counties are reporting anywhere from, some smaller counties are reporting anywhere from 0 to some of the larger counties have reported about 500 ballots received, the day after Election Day. So, that's not that many really. So unless it's super close, I don't see them making or breaking this one way or another. But we are confident. In the meantime, we are going to be counting every ballot.
All right. Best of luck to you, and thanks to all the election workers in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for all the hard work. No serious allegations of irregularities or anything going on there. Just a lot of people doing their jobs and being watched by Democrats and Republicans to make sure that everything is above board. Secretary Boockvar, thank you so much. There are 550,000 ballots outstanding, and you just heard the Secretary of State of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania saying that she expects that most of them will be counted by today. Wolf and John.
Yeah, that's significant information indeed, John. As Jake says, if we know the outcome of those 550,000 uncounted ballots in the state of Pennsylvania, we may be able to determine who's going to get those 20 electoral votes. And as you've repeatedly pointed out, if Biden gets those 20, he's the next president of the United States. Trump can't be the president of the United States without Pennsylvania.
The president's math does not work without Pennsylvania. Joe Biden has 253. If he got Pennsylvania, game over. That's 273. It's 20 electoral votes here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden can win without it. The president cannot. That is the threshold of today as we go through the consequential hours ahead. The Secretary of State just told Jake. She says 550,000 ballots out, and 100,000 of them are right here. She says 100,000 of them. They had a brief pause in the counting. Logistical, legal challenges. That's been resolved, at least for now. 100,000 votes in a place where Joe Biden is getting 80% of the vote. Joe Biden has to win about 60%, 60.4 or so ballpark. So 60% ballpark. 6 of every 10 ballots Joe Biden has to win to catch up, to pass President Trump. He's winning 80% of the vote right here in Pennsylvania. So your expectation is he's going to exceed that bar, be over that bar as they count the 100,000 here. She also said there were another 30 or 40,000 in the suburban core around Philadelphia. It's a little unclear what she means, 30 per county or total. But in these counties here, you see Joe Biden, Montgomery County getting 62% of the vote. That's what he needs, 60 plus. 50% here in Bucks County, although we know in these mail-in ballots he has been doing a little higher than that. So as you just come back in and look, this is I'm going to move it up a little bit, it's easier to see. This is the ball game for Democrats in terms of, you see the blue down here. It's not just blue counties, including the city of Philadelphia, It is where the Democrats live, and these are the populous counties. But she also noted 35,000 ballots out here in Allegheny County. This is Pittsburgh. This is a slower count because of some legal challenges as well. But 37, she said, 37,000 total in Allegheny County. Again, you're looking at a situation where we know that's blue, and the president's at 114,000. And Wolf, you just play this out. The way the president's lead has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk as this has happened, the Biden campaign is quite confident. We need to count the votes. The most important thing she said was originally she thought this would spill over to Friday before they had the majority of them counted. She believes that in the hours ahead, we're going to see these numbers move. And again, 114,000. You might think at 92% that's comfortable. Joe Biden has been winning these mail-in ballots as we count them. We can play it out and show it to you as they come in. He has been more than exceeding the bar he needs to catch up. That doesn't mean he will catch up, but he has been more than exceeding. Just go back in time. Imagine you're the President of the United States. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania was one of those blue walls you cracked back in 2016. Election night, midnight, as we went from Tuesday to Wednesday, you're up by more than 500 million votes. You are feeling confident. Now, then you go up a little bit more Wednesday morning. Then you start moving through the day. It starts to slip a little bit in the afternoon. Then it slips some more as they count votes. And that's all they're doing. They're just counting mail ballots that were cast during the coronavirus pandemic. Thursday, 9 o'clock in the morning. You see it Thursday at noon. And then you come out and you are real time. Every time we get new votes, the president's lead is going down. And so again, 100,000 in Philadelphia, tens of thousands more in the county around it up here. You check these other places and you're just looking 99% here where Joe Biden, so your votes are in here. Now, you see a lot of red here. Donald Trump wins by significant margins in many of them, these smaller rural counties. So there will be votes coming in there as well. 550,000 total, maybe 200,000 down here, 37,000 out here, the rest sprinkled across the state. The president's going to get some votes. There's no question about it. In the count over the last day, Joe Biden has exceeded. Every time we have gotten a significant amount of votes, Joe Biden has exceeded that bar that he has to be over to keep tracking on that lead and to have a chance to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we'll see. The most important thing, Wolf, was just to show you, I'm going to walk over here, just this could be a decisive day if we get a majority of those votes, because there is simply, number one, the simple math. Joe Biden is at 253. We just heard from Nevada, they could be Saturday or Sunday. That doesn't mean we won't know enough in advance of that, but they might not get finished in Clark County, Las Vegas, till Saturday or Sunday. So if you're Joe Biden and you're counting on that, you might have to wait. If you're Joe Biden and you get this, you're done. And then you're looking to build a convincing victory after that by getting more. And I'll go through the math again. The president just cannot win. Cannot win without this. All right, let's put this one back in toss-up just for now and bring it back out there. The president is leading up in Maine's 2nd Congressional District. It's redundant for many of you who have been with us a while, but this is how...
One electoral
vote. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. That's how they allocate. The president's leading here. All right, let's assume for the sake of... Well, let's just go out here first, more of a certainty. The president gets this. The president's leading here. This is just like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The president had a big lead midnight election night. It has been shrinking constantly. The Biden campaign thinks they can win Georgia. We'll see. They're still counting votes there. It is getting more narrow. But let's just, for the sake of argument, give it to the president. Now, the president is trailing here, and he is trailing here. If he won them all, you get to 265. He needs this. He just needs this, without a doubt. Joe Biden can win the presidency without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cannot. As they go through that count today, it's the most important thing we're going to watch.
Certainly is. We're watching all of this unfold. President Trump's lead in one critical battleground state is dwindling, down 50,000 since this morning. Election day in America continues right after this.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you shipshape, soothed, comfortable, restocked, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life. The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Meet Tonal, the smartest home gym that learns as you get stronger, with personalized expert coaching and revolutionary digital weight, so you can be your strongest. Visit tonal.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life. The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Just moments ago, the former Vice President Joe Biden, there you see him, he's giving a thumbs up. He's walking into a briefing, not answering the reporters' questions. People are screaming, jotting some questions, but he's walking into a briefing on the coronavirus pandemic. Clearly, we anticipate we probably will be hearing from him at some point, but we'll find out fairly soon. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count right now, where it stands 253 for Biden, 213 for Trump. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. Let's get a key race alert where things stand in some of the key battleground states. In Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump's lead has shrunk to 114,000 over Biden, 50.2%, 48.5%, 92% outstanding. 92% of the vote is in, 8% outstanding. In Nevada right now, 89% of the estimated vote is in. Biden's lead is only 11,438, 49.4% to 48.5%. Pennsylvania and Nevada, key battleground states right now. Let's talk about it with David Chalian. Actually, let's go over to John King and talk about it with John King and get a sense of what's going on in those key battleground states. John, Pennsylvania and Nevada right now, we can't emphasize how important Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes are.
Right, you're in the decisive stretch now in Pennsylvania, especially as we see they're starting to make progress in the counting votes. The Secretary of State telling our colleague Jake Tapper just moments ago, she thinks they'll get the majority of them counted today. And that is of huge consequence because the president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania, and his lead has gone from well over 600,000 votes down in the last 24 hours to 114,011 votes, 50.2 to 48.5. So you look at the basic math and you think, well, still at 92% of the vote, and that seems pretty insurmountable. It is not. Joe Biden has been more than exceeding the metric he needs, and the votes that matter the most in terms of there are more of them are down here in Philadelphia, right here, still at 83%, and the suburbs that surround it, including Bucks County, right here, just outside of Philadelphia. In the vote here, they're roughly splitting it, but in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been doing better than that.
Speaking of Bucks County, let's go to Sarah Murray. She's in Bucks County for us right now. Sarah, what do you see?
Well, Wolf, obviously we have a number of folks out here who are encouraging officials to count every vote here in this county. And look, that's exactly what they're doing. This is a county where they have been counting 24 hours a day since they could, 7 a.m. on Election Day. Now, right now, Joe Biden has pulled ahead slightly of Donald Trump in this county. He has about a 7,000 vote lead, but there are still about 28,000 mail-in votes here to be counted. So that is what they are going through. Like I said, they have been working 24/7, and our sense from officials here in this county is that they are likely to wrap up the mail-in vote count today. This is one of those key Philadelphia collar counties. This is one of these areas where Donald Trump needed to try to kind of stop his bleeding with suburban voters. As of right now, as we said, Joe Biden seems to be pulling ahead a little bit, but still a lot of these mail-in ballots still to be counted here.
All right, Sarah, thanks very much. You know, John, about 5% of the population in Bucks County, just not too far from Philadelphia. 90% of the vote is in there, 10% still outstanding.
Yeah, this is a fascinating battleground within the battleground, because if you go back, George H.W. Bush, the late 1980s, Republicans won the suburbs in America. That's why they dominated the presidency for so long. The suburbs have shifted, but you see Bucks County 50 to 48 here. You go back 4 years ago, 48 to 48, essentially. Hillary Clinton just barely carried it. So this is of the suburban collar around Philadelphia. This one tends to be the most competitive. It's also, as you see, it's 181,000 votes, 174,000 votes. There's a lot of votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania when you pull out statewide, 3.2 million, 3.1 million. But for Democrats to win the state, you see all of this red, right? That's rural Pennsylvania and Republicans and President Trump especially. The rallies, President Trump was in this state a half dozen times in the final week of the campaign at his rallies, and they work. It turns out voters in these counties. You just go through them. You see 70% here, and you see 80% here. So it is absolutely imperative. Not many people live here, but the president wins them by such lopsided, overwhelming margins. The Democrats have to run it up here. So we just said Montgomery County. This is Bucks. Here's Montgomery. Joe Biden's getting 62%. They're getting close to finished here. Sarah was here, 90%. She says 28,000 more votes. Joe Biden in those mail-in ballots has been exceeding this for the most part. The number he's getting in Bucks County, he has been exceeding statewide. Doesn't mean he will here, but those 28,000 ballots, just put them into context. 28,000 there and 100,000 here, tens of thousands more in these other counties where Joe Biden is getting 60% here, 57% here, 61% here. So Joe Biden's getting, he needs to be getting 60% of the vote, a little bit more statewide. And you look at that 114,000, you think 100 here, tens of thousands more here, right there. Joe Biden can, doesn't mean he will, but he can catch up to the president right there in southeast Pennsylvania.
The Pennsylvania Secretary of State told Jake Tapper just a little while ago we might get the results in Pennsylvania by tonight. We're watching it. Nail-biter races going on, not just in Pennsylvania, but in Nevada right now as well, Arizona right now, Georgia getting closer and closer. Election day in America. A third day, in fact, continues right after this.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you shipshape, soothed, comfortable, restocked, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
When you walk into an Amazon fulfillment center, it's like walking into the chocolate factory and you want a golden ticket. All of these are face masks. This looks like a bottle of vodka. When we first got these, we were like, whoa! My 3-year-old, when we get a box delivered, screams, Mommy's work.
Mommy's work?
With this pandemic, safety is even more important to make sure we go home safe every single day.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We're tracking every vote in every critical battleground as Election Day in America continues. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is eyeing 4 states with the potential to make him president-elect of the United States. President Trump, meanwhile, is still hoping to find a route to re-election, but the map is not looking good for him. Biden has been slicing into Trump's lead in Georgia and Pennsylvania as votes have been coming in all day today. And Biden got a new bump in Nevada, building on his lead there. He's hoping to do the same thing in Arizona, where new results are expected later today. 1 or 2 of those undecided states could potentially push Biden to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Remember, he's close to that right now with 253 versus 213 for Trump. Let's go over to David Shelley. And looking closely at Nevada and Pennsylvania right now. What do you see?
Yeah, in the last hour, Wolf, you heard live on CNN a press conference in Nevada and then an interview with the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania giving us new information about how many votes are outstanding. So we want to take a look at the state of play. Here in Pennsylvania, you see Donald Trump has a 114,000 vote lead over Joe Biden, 50.2% to 48.5%. That's with 92% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania that's been in. So how much is outstanding? Well, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania just told us 550,000 ballots remain uncounted votes so far that still need to be counted in Pennsylvania. That means that Joe Biden would need about 58 to 61% of those 550,000 uncounted votes in order to overtake Donald Trump's lead and win Pennsylvania. Here's what you need to understand about that Joe Biden win percentage. He has been getting about 74% of the vote coming in from Pennsylvania over the last 24 hours, running well ahead of what he needs. So as this mail vote comes in, this pro-Biden vote, mail vote from Democratic areas, Joe Biden's been getting 75% of them. He only needs 58 to 61% of what's left to be counted in Pennsylvania. So if he keeps up that pace, he has the real potential to overtake Donald Trump. Now, Trump is in the lead right now, and there is more Trump vote to come in too, no doubt. He only needs about 38 to 40% of the 550,000 outstanding votes in Pennsylvania in order to hang on to that lead and keep Pennsylvania in his column, which he desperately needs to be reelected. There's no path without it. In Nevada, we heard from a Clark County official there. So we have a new estimate there of the outstanding vote. But first, just take a look at the state of the play statewide. Joe Biden, 11,438 vote lead over Donald Trump. That's a bigger lead than when we started the day because we got some new vote. 49.4% for Joe Biden, 48.5% for Donald Trump. 89% of the estimated vote is in. We now know that the outstanding vote in Nevada is 149,000 votes. Again, not a precise number, everyone. It's just a rough estimate. That's about what we think is outstanding in Nevada. Well, of the 149,000 votes not yet counted, Joe Biden needs 44 to 46% of them. Donald Trump would need 52 to 54% of the outstanding votes in order to overtake Biden's lead and win Nevada. Again, I will just say, Joe Biden is running well ahead of the votes that we're seeing come in Nevada today. He's winning about, so far, 54% of them. So that is well ahead of the 44 to 46% he would need of the total universe of uncounted ballots, that 149,000, in order to hang on to his lead in Nevada and keep that state Hillary Clinton won 4 years ago in his column on the road to 270. Wolf.
Yeah, very impressive context, David Chalian. Thank you very much. John King, it's looking good for the former vice president right now as we look at those states. Before we go to those states, take a look at the popular vote, John, right now. You can see Biden has, 3,700,000 more votes than Trump right now. 50.5% to 47.9%, 89% of the vote is in. That number is likely to go up big time because they're still counting votes out on the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington State. So that, and in New York State, a huge population there. So that number is likely to go up. I'm sure when President Trump sees that Biden is more popular, has a bigger number there than he has, he's not going to be very happy about that.
It's just an absolutely stunning number. And again, congratulations to all of the American people. The President of the United States, the incumbent, is losing with 68 million votes. That is a higher vote total than Hillary Clinton received 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton won the popular vote but lost the presidency because of our electoral college. And this is also bigger than the lead Hillary Clinton had over Donald Trump 4 years ago, 3.7 million as of now. And you make a very important point. It's going to take, this number will go up for a couple of weeks as they count the votes in California. It will continue to climb, and you know how deep blue that is. So Joe Biden's lead there is going to go up. They're still counting votes. They're still counting votes in some other places, too. The president will get some votes, but nothing to match what we're going to see when we get California and Washington State. Has always been a mail-in vote states. It takes sometimes to count the final votes. Military ballots coming in, maybe it helps the president a little bit there. But you look at that right there in New York State, you mentioned that as well. So that's the national state of play. That is a convincing win for Joe Biden, and it is likely to grow. That is not how we pick president. So you want to add a popular vote win to an electoral college vote win. That's what Hillary Clinton did not get 4 years ago. Now, can Joe Biden get there? He's at 253, which means he's knocking on the door. He has to get to 270. If you look at the map now, I just want to do this to bring this out. We've not called Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Alaska, Arizona, and Nevada. That's what we're waiting on in Maine's 2nd congressional district as well. But I'll bring it back here now to show you the states where the president is leading. But here's the fascinating dynamic. The president leads in Pennsylvania, but as David just laid out so well, Joe Biden is closing in well within reach when you look at the outstanding votes. The President of the United States leads in Georgia. It is essentially the same dynamic. He had a huge lead on election night. It is shrinking by the hour as mail-in ballots are counted. And remember, the coronavirus pandemic election, Democrats voted disproportionately greater numbers than Republicans through mail-in balloting. It was a deliberate strategy. The president staged rallies at the end of the campaign for Election Day turnout. They were successful. Were they successful enough? We're going to see. As we count votes here and we count votes here, we could have, this could be the decisive day. Could be. We're not sure yet. But the president needs them both. The president must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Otherwise, the math does not work. And Joe Biden is closing in on both states. The only place we have seen A trend in the other direction has been Arizona. Biden leading, but it has been shrinking. We're waiting for more votes there.
You're speaking about Georgia. Marty Savage is in Savannah, Georgia, for us. You're getting some new information, Marty?
Well, we do. Well, the fact that so much focus has been on the Atlanta area, of course, because of its population and the heavy Democratic population. But according to the Secretary of State of Georgia, the largest outstanding number of ballots yet to be counted is not up in the Atlanta area. It's in Chatham County, which is where we are right here, which is just Savannah. And that's the area that now becomes the real focus here. It is said that there are about 17,000 ballots yet to be counted. Now, when you talk to the county election supervisor here, he says it's more like 15 to 17,000. And he says it is his hope that they can process that number by the end of business today. He didn't give any kind of specific time, implying it could be tonight. However, that's a significant number of ballots to be handled in what is essentially a relatively small operation. They've got 2 scanners here, and they've got about 38 personnel working inside of a borrowed warehouse. So it's a lot to aim for. That's what he hopes, and he says he won't be adding those numbers, not incrementally through the day, but delivering them at the end of the day today. So it could be a while. And of course, there's still military votes that have to come in, potentially from overseas. They've got till 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. But again, 17,000 votes they're talking about in Chatham County, yet to be counted. And that's the largest amount of votes still outstanding in the state of Georgia.
Are those mostly mail-in ballots? Do we know, Martin?
We do believe that, yes, it's mostly mail-in absentee ballots that are being tabulated. And there's no set time when they come in. There were some that were delivered a short time ago. They come in batches. The biggest problem they have here is, one, going through opening and then looking at the ballots. They put them in the scanners, 2 scanners that can scan 60 ballots per minute. However, it's the adjudication. That's what's really slowing down the process. This is where the machine will kick out a ballot and say, there's some anomaly with this ballot. It needs to be looked at by the adjudication team. That's not done in this building. Has to be taken off-site, about a quarter of a mile away. They're trying to bring in a second adjudication team. Right now, they've got a lot of work ahead of them.
17,000 ballots. Did they say what time we should get those results, Martin?
No, and one of the things that's hard to understand here is that typically, yesterday, they handled about 2,000 ballots. 15 to 17,000 is far more than they've ever handled in a single day. So as much as they may be willing and as much as they're practiced, that is a huge number to try to get all counted in one day in this particular facility. So the county supervisor may say it's his goal, but the reality is they never reach that kind of numbers in a single day. And the truth is more ballots could come in tomorrow. Some have spoken of thousands more ballots coming in here. So precisely when they'll be done here is unclear. They are working as hard and as fast as they can, but they only move at the pace that the ballots come in. And there they say they're waiting on the ballots to be delivered. And they come from the registrar's office.
Yeah, they're all working really hard. We appreciate what those poll workers are doing. Martin Savage out in Savannah, Georgia for us. Thank you very, very much. Maybe by the end of the day, we're going to get the results, John, of the 17,000 uncounted ballots in Georgia. Georgia is such a critically important state right now, and it's close.
Absolutely. And again, as Martin just laid out, there's another collision between the campaign and the coronavirus in the sense that there's so many more mail-in ballots in this campaign because so many people decided for safety reasons to vote by mail. And so in these small counties, they have to count them. They don't have the infrastructure for this, so it's going to take time. And it's going to take time on a day when there's obviously, for good reason, because Joe Biden is so close, 253 electoral votes, great sense of anxiety, anticipation, call it what you will, no matter where you are on the partisan question of who you want to be president. You know this could be a decisive day, so you wish the count would be faster. But 17,000 ballots here, and Joe Biden is getting 58%, if you round up, in this county. You know, he needs about 60% of the ballots in Georgia as we go. I'm just looking down to check. It was 62% earlier as these ballots come in, somewhere in that ballpark, right? So Joe Biden, and he's close to that there, but we also know in the mail-in ballots, he tends to run higher than that. That doesn't mean he will in this county, but 17,000 ballots there. Think about the context. The president's lead is 13,534. So you have 17,000 ballots in a county that has been voting blue, voting for Joe Biden. There's a big chunk there. As Martin said, that's the biggest chunk left. Many of the others are up in here. right? We know Fulton County was finishing. We knew there were several thousand more. I haven't seen the update on those as yet, and those numbers are still the same when you look at them. So we're still waiting for several thousand. I think it's 4,000 or 5,000 in Fulton County. And we know we had some more over here in Gwinnett County. The reason I'm showing you these counties is look at the totals Biden is getting overall. We know in the mail-in ballots, it tends to run a little bit higher than that. So the math is possible. The math is possible as we try to count the final votes in Georgia. And again, 13,000 now. That was 600,000 or more late on Tuesday night, election night. It is just Democrats voted predominantly by mail. Republicans voted on Election Day. As they count the mail-in ballots later, now into Thursday, Joe Biden is catching up. Is it enough? That's what the next several hours will tell us.
It's a nice nail-biter for both campaigns in Georgia right now. Let's check in with Anderson for more. Anderson?
Yeah, Wolf, thanks very much. We are obviously watching very closely. Want to take a look just at the count right now. Nevada, 11,438 with Joe Biden in the lead. In Georgia, 13,534. President Trump in the lead there. But again, that is narrowing and has been repeatedly with every increase in the vote count. Arizona, Joe Biden has a lead of 68,390. In that state, his lead has been shrinking over time. The question is how many more votes there are. North Carolina, of course, the president has a lead of 76,000. That has remained somewhat constant. And Pennsylvania, the president is up with 111,369 votes, but there are hundreds of thousands of votes still outstanding, as we have heard. We are likely to get the results. Those votes should be counted by the end of today. We just heard from the Secretary of State there.
Right, and should Biden win there, obviously, that's the ball game.
How many votes are still to be counted? I'm unclear how many votes are still to be counted in Pennsylvania, because the Secretary of State said 550,000.
Right, and our guidance now is that it's 370,000 left, that the Secretary of State may have used a dated number when she appeared on CNN. So
big picture, what is the state of the race as you see it?
Well, in Pennsylvania, it makes it... Rick Santorum makes a difference how many votes are left to be counted, but it seems that when you look at the votes left to be counted, where they are from, that according to our numbers, Biden needs somewhere between 58 and 61% of those votes to win. But the votes that are outstanding are in areas where Biden has been winning by more than 70%.
I think one thing we got to keep in mind is they're counting mail-in votes now. In Pennsylvania, 3/4 of the people who voted by mail were Democrats. So even in counties where you have strong Republican vote, the people who voted mail-in would lean more toward Democrats.
I went through, what I do in my free time, I went through and looked at every single county in Pennsylvania. And I think there was only one county in the state where Trump won the mail-in. Every other, so when counties, he was winning 80% of the vote, but he lost the mail-in.
So when you hear that there are 370, given what you know about Pennsylvania, and you know better than anybody, given that there's 370,000 outstanding votes, it's mail-in votes, what does that tell you?
Well, how many are from Philadelphia? Because if it's Philadelphia, the tranches that I've seen from Philadelphia, he's getting about 95. Biden's getting about 95% of the vote.
Okay.
And so, if most of those votes are from Philadelphia,
well, let's see, because I want to get clarification. I mean, I find it odd that the Secretary of State put out 550,000, and now we're being told that may be wrong. So let's check on all those numbers. But just big picture, let's talk about state of the race, David.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is impossible not to look at this and say that there isn't a wall of numbers closing in on this president and this in this election. We do have to, as John King always reminds us, we do have to count them, and we'll see. But patterns develop here, and there are certain things we know about the nature of the votes that are coming in. In Nevada, almost everything that's coming in is going to, from this point on, is going to be from Clark County. And it's almost all mail-in vote now. And that vote has been going 63% in favor of Biden. It's hard to see how the president.
On the other hand, Arizona is the place where actually the vote is narrowing for Trump. I mean, that's the one place. And again, in the Trump map, he needs Georgia, Pennsylvania, and either Arizona or Nevada. So Nevada's not critical,
Understood. I was getting around the corner on that. Okay. I mean, we'll see. We'll get some more numbers from Arizona, but he needs to continue at a clip that may be difficult for him there. Georgia looks like it's coming down to sort of a dead heat. These are not encouraging numbers. So,
I do want to just repeat, we need to confirm the total vote count still to be counted in Pennsylvania.
But if let's say it's the lower number, and he continues to get ballots that are in proportion to the way mail ballots came in, 70, 75% Democrat, he will get to where he needs to go. It's hard to see how the lines don't cross here.
You know, I was on a press call with the Trump campaign this morning, and they're talking about how these votes late in the game are, quote, magically appearing.
No.
Of course, for Biden. They are not magically appearing. The Democrats overwhelmingly voted by mail. Mail takes longer to count or is being counted later all over the country, and they're not magically appearing.
I just want to take a look at two statements that we have heard. It gives you a sense of the tale of two candidates here. We heard from Joe Biden today saying, "Be patient, folks. Votes are being counted, and we feel good about where we are." The President of the United States said, "If you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us."
Just completely despicable, irresponsible, dangerous, wrong. Listen, some of these people voted first. The crazy thing is, these are not magically appearing votes. These are people who cared enough about their own health to protect it in their own country to vote early. Some of these votes have been sitting there waiting to be counted. So now guess what? Everybody gets to count. And the thing about it is, I was talking to people on the ground in Fulton County in Georgia. People worked hard for this. The idea that Georgia may go blue is because people like Stacey Abrams, who got defeated in a way she didn't feel was fair, she turned her pain into promise for her state. You got groups out there like the New Georgia Project, Black women, lesbian women who are out there organizing real people. Now they're curing some. People are doing the hard work of democracy, and the president is disrespecting democracy and the rule of law. The rule of law says you count the votes. And so you have a lawless president who says he's law and order, behaving in a lawless way, and he is throwing sparks. And the disinformation out there now on Facebook is unreal. And he is adding to disinformation and therefore disorder in his own country. It's unforgivable. It's despicable. It needs to stop.
I don't agree with the president's statement, number one. Number two, I think he's referring to, again, president can be a blunt instrument when there is a specific issue that is a legitimate
He's not referring to a specific issue. Come on, Rick. I understand. You're a smart guy, and you are focusing on what is a very real legal issue in Pennsylvania. The president of the United States is not saying that. He's smart enough to know if there was a specific issue that he was focusing on, he would say about the specific issue. He would call out people by name. He's saying that there are stop counting votes. He's saying stop counting votes.
He's not saying stop counting votes because they have people outside the Maricopa County courthouse demanding people to count votes.
I mean, we'll pull the tweet up. He is literally saying
I understand,
stop counting votes.
But he would lose Arizona if they stopped counting votes.
Well, yes, so but that's what the president is saying. Yes, it makes no sense.
We agree on that.
Rick, you can't be the Trump translator.
I call myself the Trump whisperer.
Well, maybe you can be the whisperer, but you can't be the translator.
I don't think there's that much whispering around Trump. But I'll tell you something. If it weren't in the
by the way, there it is. Stop the count.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I think what he's really saying is
it's a nuance.
You know what? Count Chocula.
And just in case you're confused, Rick Santorum, the president put it in caps for you. No, look,
that's a code. That's a code.
It is not. It is a dangerous signal. And all of this, I agree with Van, and it's been going on for months. It's not just that now. These ballots are only being counted now because they were required by law.
And let me also just point out something. We saw Joe Biden going into a building. Joe Biden is attending a meeting on COVID right now. That is what Joe Biden has done today. He's attending a meeting on COVID. Yesterday was the worst, the highest number of COVID cases in this entire pandemic. In the world, 102,000 cases. We're already on track today to have it be even worse. So Joe Biden is taking out a time, being briefed today on COVID. What do you want to bet the President of the United States is certainly not being briefed on COVID today.
Well,
it's doubtful he's being briefed on anything having to do with America's business, national security. He doesn't get those briefings.
He's actually, according to Jim Acosta, he's actually in the Oval Office today, but there are televisions.
Well, of course, he's watching, he's tweeting and talking to his lawyers.
But the thing is, but the thing is that
go ahead.
Thank you. The thing is that Biden knows.
Right, Trump wants to stop the counting for stop the votes, stop the counting, stop the testing. I mean, this is what he does.
And Biden is having this briefing on COVID because he knows that should he become president, he'll finally get the brass ring, but there are lots of strings attached. And one of those is dealing with COVID, because you can't deal with the economy.
To me, it is emblematic of the two approaches that Joe Biden, who's not in office, is being briefed on COVID as he has been all along, and is taking it seriously enough that on such a difficult day in the pandemic, he is taking time to be briefed on this.
That's right. I also think it's the message that they want to send. I think I think there's no doubt he's getting his arms around what he's going to face if this goes down as it appears to be. It's also a way of saying to the country,
yes, yeah,
I got this. I'm on the job.
Yeah, it's bad.
We're ready to move forward.
I can be president.
Look, Biden people are very, very confident. The numbers are moving in his direction right now, and the Trump campaign is not as confident, and is very frustrated that they see that the wave didn't come. The wave was predicted; it didn't come. I think, congratulate him for the campaign that he did, because he saved the United States Senate. He probably, helped the Republicans pick up seats in the House of Representatives, and now he sees, well, the House saved. We didn't lose the state legislature. We picked up seats in the House, and somehow he's falling short. And that's a tough thing to deal with.
But you know what? But why is that? It's because you have people who are Republicans who went and voted for Republicans to go to the House, for Republicans to go to the state legislature, and voted against Donald Trump. In other words, he's got to take responsibility for the fact it's not just some liberal conspiracy, and all these people on Facebook have to take responsibility for the fact you have Republicans who said, we like the tax cuts, we like the judges, we can't stand the crazy-making, irresponsible conduct of the commander-in-chief, and they fired him. Because that's the only way you can explain the behavior.
I actually disagree with you on that. The reason we have the effect that Rick's talking about is that in places where Trump was strong and brought out big rural and small town turnout, Republicans were bolstered by that. In other places, I think we're a very polarized country. So when we vote like by district and we vote by state, and you bring out a big Republican turnout in those areas, Republicans benefit from that. But I will say this. I think if you ask Donald Trump if you could trade, we could save the Senate, we could save the legislatures, and we could save those we could save those congressmen, or you could be president for another 4 years. I don't think you'd have to.
Right, but let's just look at what we have on the screen. Biden on brink of win, waiting for Pennsylvania. Yeah. That is the situation we are in right now.
Yeah.
Right. And by the end of today, the Secretary of State says the votes will be counted. All the votes. These are not new votes.
Right.
These are the votes that have already been cast. They will finally be counted, likely by the end of today.
Yes.
And if Pennsylvania goes for Biden, he will be the president, and we will know that today.
Yes. And to Van's point, a lot of these votes, they were cast before the election. These states were not allowed to process them by law in the states.
Right, by the legislatures in the states.
In the states. So they weren't allowed to start processing them until Election Day. And therefore, because there were an inordinate number, an unusual number of mail-in ballots because of the virus, there is this waiting period. And we all knew that was going to happen.
In other words, they're following the rules that often Republican legislatures kept in place to keep the count that way. And you are going to see this. You are going to see there is some ticket splitting. You can see that in some of the exit poll data.
All right, I got to get a break in. We're going to go check in live in some of the critical battleground states where they are still counting votes right now, votes that have already been cast, including Georgia, where we're expecting a news conference as well. Election Day in America continues next.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant, outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkling, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe. Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The Axe Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All eyes on the critically important state of Pennsylvania right now. 20 electoral votes, make or break for these candidates. Let's discuss what's going on in Pennsylvania with Democratic Senator from Pennsylvania, Bob Casey. He's been tracking the vote very, very closely. Senator Casey, thanks so much for joining us. The Secretary of State of Pennsylvania just told our colleague Jake Tapper that we could get the result, the final result, later today from Pennsylvania. Earlier today, you told us you were confident there's enough uncounted votes right now for Joe Biden to overtake President Trump. You still believe that?
I do, Wolf. And we're seeing that as the hours go by. What will transpire, I think, is eventually Joe Biden will overtake the president. I've used the number in terms of a margin of 100,000, and my folks at the Kevin Mack and the Voter Project. These are folks that I've relied upon for this data. But the 100,000 to be reached, I think, might take a final, the final official certified count, which could be down the road. But I think for the short term, no question, I think Joe Biden will win the state.
Senator, it's John King. What do you got behind you there? And you want to trade?
John, it's a map of Pennsylvania by county.
Yeah, I got one. I got one of those. You want to trade?
Yeah, I could use yours.
This one, I've learned a lot from it. One of the things you learn from it, one of the gifts of this is, since I can't travel, especially this year because I'm here for this, is I get to travel this way. And so tell me, when you look at yours behind you, obviously you know the geography of your state better than I do, but you have the votes down here, Philadelphia and the suburban collars around it. That's where most of the votes are. Allegheny County out in Pittsburgh we're waiting for. But when you look behind you, you're from Scranton, where Joe Biden was born. Are you worried at all, as we've seen so far in the mail-in ballots, even in a lot of these red counties, that the president wins, Joe Biden's doing better in the mail-in votes? When you look county by county on your map, is there any place you're worried about, or do you see the trajectory here as inevitable?
Oh, I think it is inevitable. And the reason for that is most of the vote out, as you know, is in Philadelphia, Delaware County. And there are a lot of other counties that still haven't counted yet. But even in the counties that President Trump will win big, there'll be a scattering of Joe Biden votes because they're mail-ins, and that they obviously tend to favor the Democrats. It won't be as high a ratio of Joe Biden votes, 90% or 80%, but even in some of those smaller places, he'll be able to pick up some vote. But look, this process has to unfold, and I think I wanted to make one point, though, that in light of what Anderson said earlier about the 369,000 that's still out, the number I have is 369, 364, but there's three other categories that are not included in that. Number one, there's some divisions in Philadelphia that are not included in that. I'm told it's about 30 divisions, meaning precincts. There are also provisional ballots not included in that. And then the third category, after the big number, is the ballots are postmarked election day, but have arrived yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So I don't know what that adds up to, whether that adds a lot to the 369, but that's something to be factored in.
The way you go through that, Senator, your dad was the governor, you're now statewide elected official, as someone who understands you has won tight races in Pennsylvania. You have to know where every single last vote is. This is a question, this is going to be more of a question for Friday and Saturday and next week and next month and next year. Obviously today the focus is on the count. But when you look at this map, it's not a lot different from 4 years ago, right? The idea was, would this be a map-changing election? Would Democrats and their animus toward the president change the map? And you're in the Commonwealth, we're not really seeing that. We're seeing higher turnout by both sides. We're seeing that Joe Biden was effective, especially down here in the suburban collar in Philadelphia, turning out votes. But we saw the president's rallies at the end. I mean, in a state as diverse and as competitive as yours, do you think, are you learning something from this election, or is it just turn out every last vote because it's so competitive?
Yeah, no question that I think Democrats have learned since 2016, and Joe Biden's campaign not only learned but implemented the lesson that you have to try to get votes everywhere. So when, for example, Joe Biden went to Cambria County, where Johnstown is, he actually got there ahead of the president, and that's a very intensely supportive area for the president. He went to Erie, he went to Westmoreland County, and places like that. So you've got to go everywhere. You have to have a message for every part of the state, and I think that lesson's been learned. But even when you do that, you have to accept the fact that sometimes the margin won't change. For example, Cambria County, over my right shoulder there, so far at least, not all the votes count, but so far at least Joe Biden's behind there as much as Secretary Clinton was. So if he didn't expend effort there, would the margin of defeat go even higher? So we can learn a lot from how the rural numbers in a lot of places changed a little bit, but even a point here, a point there, 3,000 votes there, 5,000 votes there. In a state we lost by 44,292, 0.7 last time. You got to go everywhere. I think Joe Biden did that, in addition to amplifying your vote in cities and suburbs.
I want to get your reaction, Senator, to Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, the former mayor of New York. He's been in Philadelphia. He's been leveling all sorts of charges, unfounded, completely terrible charges about voter fraud, alleged voter fraud in your state, in your Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to get your reaction. They are outrageous. They're unfounded. But what do you make of his allegations of voter fraud ongoing in Pennsylvania?
Well, it's a lie. It's part of the bigger lie about mail-in ballots and all of that. Everyone knows the voter fraud lie has been debunked over and over again. All the data shows that. So I think most people know that. I think they dismiss those kinds of arguments. What voters in Pennsylvania did across the board is not listen to and not be intimidated by voter suppression or lies about mail-in ballot. What they did was they went out and voted, and now the votes are coming in. And we will probably get both a turnout. It'll certainly, as you know from the numbers, it'll go above 6.5 million. It could go as high as 6.8 by some estimates. So that will be 800,000 more voters in the state than last time.
And what you're saying, Senator, is that 370 outstanding votes, you think by the end of today, late this afternoon, early in the evening, we will get the results, and presumably we will know who will win the 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania?
I don't know about timing. I've heard there are at least two different points of view on that we can get a determination today. Another point of view is maybe not. So I'm not sure I can make that guesstimate. The only thing I'm certain about is Joe Biden's going to win this race. And when all the votes are counted, it should be about 100,000. But that number may not be manifest for a while. Look, when I run statewide, I've run 6 times. When you get a count election night, we have 97% or 98% of the vote in. You still get votes over time when provisional ballots and the final numbers come in. So a number below 100 today or tomorrow or in a couple of days from now, when it's over. When it's certified and becomes official, could get higher. So, but I think eventually it'll be about that number.
Senator, it's John King again. I get a little nerdy and sometimes go through the map trying to figure out again what is America telling us, and in this case, what is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania telling us? I'm just using by the counties here, trying to show counties in Pennsylvania where the president underperformed his 2016 performance. And as you watch this pull away, there are none of them. None of them. That's the point. Joe Biden may overtake the president today, and he may win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but this whole campaign was, can Democrats reach out to Trump voters, right? Let's see, if the president overperform at all in a few of the counties, the rural counties that he wins and runs it up big, and he did even better in 2016. So then you flip the table and you say, well, what about Joe Biden? Did he overperform Hillary Clinton anywhere in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? And you bring it up here, and again, look how few. Look at the tiny smattering of this. You have just one county here, one tiny county. I'll bring it up, Montour County, where he overperformed Secretary Clinton. It's 60 to 39 in there. And so then you come back again and you look, this is my lesson. It's a little geeky, but you're trying to see, is anything changing? Are you reaching out to people and getting new voters? That's the big challenge in your state for a Democrat like Joe Biden. How do you reach the Trump voter? Did he underperform Secretary Clinton in a handful of the counties Trump is winning? So the question sort of is, did anything change in America, or did everybody just fight this out because the intensity was so high? And if the president wins, it's because those rallies turned out enough people at the end. And if Joe Biden wins, it's because Democrats came out at the end. Is that simply what this is? Or do you think your party still has lessons to learn? Whether you beat Donald Trump in this election or not, he's not going anywhere, and his voters aren't going anywhere.
John, there's no question. I have an obligation as a public official and as a candidate when I'm running to not only go to places where people don't vote for me and reach out to people and listen to them. But I think what's happened just generally in Pennsylvania overall is you can see where the Democratic candidate Joe Biden is doing very well in Philadelphia. He could overperform both Secretary Clinton and President Obama. He will be way ahead in the suburbs beyond where they were. But in those other counties where he will lose and the margins are high, I think that's a reminder that Democrats have work to do. I will say this, though, just my view. The Republican candidate for president running in Pennsylvania will not get the margins Donald Trump got in a lot of these counties. He won't be winning counties, by 50 points both times. It will not happen. Donald Trump I think is the most effective Republican presidential candidate in Pennsylvania that I've seen since Reagan. Ronald Reagan won the state twice by about 7. But the 2024 candidate, the 2028 candidate, the 2032 candidate will not get votes in rural areas like he did. Now, the question is, can they make up for that deficit by getting votes by appealing to suburban voters, making an argument that they're listening to people of color and people whose voices should be heard? Are they going to be able to cut the margins in cities and suburbs? But they will not be able to match Donald Trump's numbers in rural areas. No Republican governor, no Republican senator. Mark my word.
Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania, we love the map behind you. Very, very impressive. Good work. We'll stay in close touch with you. We'll see if your assessment actually works out later in the course of the day. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, John.
President Trump's lead narrowing in Pennsylvania. We're taking you inside the Trump campaign to find out how they're feeling when we come back. We'll be right back.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
At Credible.com, we've helped tens of thousands of people save money by refinancing their student loans. In 3 minutes, we'll get you actual rates from multiple lenders. We could save you hundreds of dollars a month.
Visit Credible.com to see how much you could save.
I got things I want to do, but student loans were holding me back. Credible.com helped me save $600 a month with a great rate. Now I can go do what I want to do.
Visit Credible.com to see how much you could save on your student loans.
Fucking shotgun, man. I hate those guys.
Welcome back to CNN's election coverage continued. We are right now taking a look at the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where President Trump holds a narrow lead, though, as more and more of these vote-by-mail ballots are counted, coming largely as they have from population centers such as Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, to Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs, the so-called collar counties. It's becoming clearer and clearer that President Trump is losing his once substantial chasm lead, and it looks as though Joe Biden may well be on track to overtake him perhaps as soon as today. Let's check in with Jim Acosta, who is covering the White House and President Trump. And Jim, just looking at the numbers and looking at the ratios by which people who voted by mail in Pennsylvania voted overwhelmingly for Joe Biden, as opposed to people who voted on Election Day, who voted overwhelmingly for President Trump, it's very difficult to see a scenario in which President Trump wins Pennsylvania. What are you hearing from the Trump team?
Yeah, Jake, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. And every time people inside the Trump campaign watch those returns get updated in Pennsylvania, they wince because Joe Biden is eating into Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania. And every time that happens, that sends shockwaves through Trump campaign headquarters. And I'll tell you why. I talked to a Trump advisor about this a little while ago. You can look at all the various scenarios on the map right now, and each of those scenarios involves winning Pennsylvania. Yes, they'd like to win Arizona. Yes, they'd like to win Georgia. Yes, they'd like to win Nevada. But they have to combine any of those states with Pennsylvania in order for the president to win re-election. And in the words of this Trump advisor, if the president loses Pennsylvania, that is the knockout punch. That is the knockout blow to Donald Trump if he loses Pennsylvania. And so they understand the stakes right now all too well, Jake. As much as they would like to win those other states, it is all about Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania right now for the Trump campaign. And there's just no other way to look at it. Picking up Arizona, as much as they'd like to pick up Arizona, it's just not as critically important right now as Pennsylvania. It's all really on Pennsylvania at this point for the Trump campaign.
The great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, it is called, and indeed it is a keystone to either candidate's chances to be elected president. Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Let's check in with David Chalian right now to explain the math. And first of all, David, we should say we have been reporting for weeks now that Democrats were voting overwhelmingly in places such as Pennsylvania by mail, and that President Trump supporters were going to vote overwhelmingly on Election Day. We expected this to happen. We didn't know whether there were going to be enough votes for Biden in these vote-by-mail ballots that are being counted right now, but we knew it was going to come down to it. Tell us where we are in the process.
We did, and we knew they were going to count those Election Day ballots first and then get to the mail ballots, and so that would create this sort of blue shift that we're seeing taking place. Take a look at where we are in Pennsylvania. You know, that Trump lead now is at 108,772. Yesterday morning, that was like 600,000 vote advantage. It's down to 108,000. 50.2% for Donald Trump, 48.5% for Joe Biden. 92% of the estimated vote is in. Now, you just saw Senator Casey on our air talking about how many outstanding ballots there are left to count in Pennsylvania. Right now, Pennsylvania officials put that at about 370,000 uncounted votes. That's the universe of what is still to be counted. If that's true, if state officials are correct with that assessment, Joe Biden would need 64 to 66% of that remaining universe of uncounted ballots in order to overtake Donald Trump and win the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Donald Trump, for his part, would need 33 to 35% of that universe of remaining ballots in order to hang on to his lead and keep Pennsylvania red. Here is the important point, Jake. We have been seeing Joe Biden winning about 75% in the vote totals coming in from Pennsylvania over the last 24 hours, because as I said, what's coming in are these mail votes, and Democrats were more inclined to vote that way. It's also coming from the big Democratic population centers. So the 64 to 66% range that Biden needs of what's left actually is not that high of a bar for him, given what we've seen him winning in the last 24 hours. I also want to show you what's going on in Georgia. We got a brief update there from the Secretary of State's office. This is the current state of play. Donald Trump has a 12,828 vote lead over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.2%. 98% of the estimated vote is in, not that much more to count. And in fact, the new number in terms of what is outstanding from the Secretary of State there is about 48,000 votes. That's a rough estimate of what is left to count. Joe Biden would need 63 to 65% of those 48,000 votes that are yet to be counted in order to overcome Donald Trump's lead and win the state of Georgia. Donald Trump would only need 34 to 36% of what's left to hang on to it. Jake, Dana, Abby?
Thanks, David. So first of all, we should note that the Secretary of State of Georgia is going to have a press conference in roughly 10 minutes at the top of the hour, and we'll bring that to you when it happens. I want to take one note, which is just to say, go back 100 years to Tuesday, to the fact that we told voters and viewers that there were going to be two different kinds of shift, that there was going to be a blue shift and a red shift. On Election Day, places like Texas and Ohio that counted the early ballots first, the vote by mail, suggested that Biden might win. And then it turned out they started counting the votes that day, and Trump won Texas and Trump won Ohio. We are now seeing the exact opposite in states that did not do early counting of vote by mail, such as Pennsylvania, where the exact opposite shift is going on. Places that looked like Trump was going to win, and now more looks like Biden might win.
That's exactly right. And can we also say probably the biggest news that we've had today is what the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania said to you, which is that despite the fact that they have huge numbers outstanding, 500,000 ballots that they haven't counted or processed, through 370 now, I was just told, they could be finished, or at least with the bulk of it today. What does that mean? We could actually know who the next president of the United States will be by the end of today. And, feels like Tuesday was 100 years ago, but, given the state of the world that we're in a pandemic, 2 days isn't that bad.
Pennsylvania is going to be decisive in terms of determining who the president of the United States is. And it's because of what Jim Acosta was just saying. If Donald Trump does not win the state of Pennsylvania, he cannot get to 270. He just can't. The numbers are just not there. So that's why what happens today is so important. That's also why you're seeing the Trump campaign fighting so hard to keep in the game in Pennsylvania. I'm not sure there's anything they can do about the sheer number of votes that there are, but they need Pennsylvania. They also need a lot of these other states. They need to hold on to Georgia, Arizona, and they need to come back in Arizona, and they need to come back in Nevada, both of which seem like uphill battles.
Yeah, there's a reason why President Trump is putting out, I think, unprecedented press releases like the one he did today with all caps saying stop the counting, because that's really the only way that his campaign sees that he has a real shot at winning Pennsylvania right now.
We're standing by to hear from officials in Georgia, where there are now under 50,000 outstanding votes to be counted, and President Trump's lead over Joe Biden is shrinking.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Hey phone, connect to Wi-Fi.
Connecting to hackers and cybercriminals.
You're not listening, I said Wi-Fi.
I am listening, and I might not be the only one. Hackers can see what you send over Wi-Fi or steal what's on your device.
Well, how do I stop them?
Norton 360. It includes a VPN for online privacy, device security, and more.
Keep prying eyes out. Go to norton.com/privacy.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
The 2020 presidential election continues this hour. Will day 3 be decisive? Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is optimistic about clinching a victory as he makes new gains over President Trump in key battlegrounds. We're watching the scramble to count votes in undecided states like Georgia that could tilt the election. We're also standing by for new information from Georgia's Secretary of State. At any moment, we'll have live coverage. Biden has significantly cut into the president's lead in both Georgia and Pennsylvania. The election outcome now hinging on those states as well as Nevada and Arizona, where Biden is ahead. As we get more and more results, it's all about reaching 270 electoral votes. Biden on the brink of that with 253 right now. Trump with 213. He has a very narrow path to winning re-election. Now let's get a key race alert. Let's start in Georgia right now. 98% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Trump has 49.5%. Biden has 49.2%. Right now, Trump is ahead by 12,828 votes, 16 electoral votes. Very, very close in Georgia. Still plenty of votes outstanding. In Pennsylvania right now, where there's 20 electoral votes, Trump is ahead by 108,592. 50.2% to 48.5%. But look at this, 92% of the estimated vote is in. 8% of the estimated vote is still outstanding, hundreds of thousands. We'll watch Pennsylvania very closely. Nevada right now, Biden maintains a narrow lead of about 11,438 votes over Trump, 49.4% to 48.5%. 89% of the estimated vote in Nevada is in. Let's take a look at Arizona right now. 86% of the estimated vote is in there. Biden maintains his lead, 68,129. over Trump, 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona right now. We're watching those states so closely. Let's walk over to John King at the Magic Wall. The next few hours, we could know who the next president of the United States is going to be.
The trend lines in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the state of Georgia right now, prove that that could well be true. We have to get to the finish line, but there's a great deal of pessimism among Republicans right now as they watch the trend lines. Again, let's start in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You see that lead, 108,592 votes, with 92% of the vote in. In a normal election, you would think that might be enough to withstand any late charge, but this is not a normal election. The ballots still out tend to be mail-in ballots, and we know everywhere, but especially in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, they're lopsided in Joe Biden's favor, Wolf. So we know the math exists as they count the last 370,000 or so votes. The math exists because a lot of the votes that have yet to be counted are here. 83% now in Philadelphia. It was 80% to start the day, so they've made some progress. But look at what's happening here. Joe Biden has to get somewhere in the ballpark of 60% of the remaining votes, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less will do, but he's getting 80% in Philadelphia, and there are still tens of thousands of votes to be counted here in the city of Philadelphia. In the suburbs around, Joe Biden's numbers go down a bit, but if he just matches that number, that keeps him in play as we play this out. So you continue to count the votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You see that lead down to 108,000. Again, if you've been with us, we can go back in time and look at this as we come through. To make sure we get Pennsylvania up here, and we have it. And you go back here. Imagine you're the President of the United States. Midnight on election night, as Tuesday gave way to Wednesday, you're up 548,000 votes. It stretches a little bit by 10 a.m. Wednesday. It's down a little tad by Wednesday afternoon, but then you start to see the slide. As they start counting more of these mail-in ballots, the president's lead has consistently gone down. That was at noontime today. Now you come out to real time, it's even smaller. It has not, as they count these mail-in ballots, Wolf, not once, with a major installment of votes coming in, has the president's lead gone back up. It has consistently come down. 20 electoral votes, it's the biggest prize still on the board to be claimed. The president cannot win without it. Joe Biden can.
370,000 votes still outstanding, right. We're told, in Pennsylvania right now. The Secretary of State told us a little while ago that maybe by the end of today we'll get the results from Pennsylvania. We're waiting for a news conference from the Secretary of State, John, from Georgia right now. We'll presumably be getting some new information from Georgia right now. Right now, the president is ahead by only 12,835 votes, with 98% of the vote reporting, still 2% out there.
And again, we have seen the exact same trajectory. As they count the mail-in ballots last, remember, coronavirus election, some people voted by mail, some people voted early by standing in line, some people voted on election day. The president's doing fine with the election day vote. The people who stood in line to vote early, most of that has been counted. These are mostly mail-in ballots. I'm going to get to where the most votes are here, but the most votes outstanding right now in terms of one county are here. You spoke to Martin Savage, our correspondent on the ground last hour. Here in Chatham County, they're counting, there's 17,000 ballots to count still. If you look, Joe Biden's getting 57%. In the mail-in ballots, his percentages tend to run higher than that. So here's one place we're looking as they try to count the votes here. It's a small operation. They say they're going to try to get as many done as they can today. But watch, we need these votes to come in. And again, where are the votes outstanding still being counted? That's one blue county. Doesn't mean there aren't some in some of these red counties, but there's a big basket of votes to be had here. And we're also waiting for the final installment, Fulton County. Every time we've got a decent installment from Fulton County, Joe Biden has narrowed the president's lead. Atlanta and the suburbs around it. We go west to Cobb County. You see Joe Biden getting 56 plus. They're close to finishing there. You move this way, you come back to Fulton, you come over. Gwinnett County has been a godsend, if you will, for the Biden campaign, 58% here.
Manager, hold on a second. Well. Georgia's Secretary of State is just about to make a statement. Let's listen in.
Details of where we stand right now. And I will give the caveats that this could have changed as I walked across the street. As this is an ever-changing environment we're in. But we've come down to approximately 47,277 ballots still outstanding that are with the counties currently. And I'll go through the list as we did last time. Then I'll try to come back and give some specifics as to where we stand. Chatham, 17,157. Clayton, 6,026. Cobb, 700. Floyd, 682. Forsyth, 4,713. Fulton, 7,305. Gwinnett, 4,800. Harris, 3,641. And Lawrence, 1,797. And a little one down here at the bottom, Taylor, 456. Now I'm going to go through and kind of give you where we stand and the situations behind these numbers. So we'll start at the top. And if you notice, several of the counties that were there this morning have now dropped off as they have completed their uploads of the ballots that they had in hand. Chatham County is still currently scanning. I know they're working. We have an investigator there just to keep an eye on things, because at some point one of y'all are going to ask me what happened down there, and I need to be able to answer with first-hand account from our own people. So that's what's happening there. Clayton County, we talked to them this morning and again after lunch. They're continuing to work. They have continued to scan and make uploads. As you notice, their total has dropped. Cobb County is continuing to finish off their ballots there. Floyd, I don't have a clear answer on the 682 just yet. Forsyth, Mandy, who's a great elections director, is working to get through that stuff. She is very much on the side of being accurate rather than being fast in some ways, which is really good and helpful because she is a very diligent director. Fulton continues to draw down their number. They have 7,305. Again, with the work of our monitor in there, we're keeping a close eye on that number. There were 1,200 ballots with a second stage of signature match. They were brought over from State Farm Arena today. They're inside that total. One other specific item I have from Fulton County is they have 3,900 provisionals. I do not know the coding on those provisionals. As you may or may not know, depending on the coding, there has to be actions done by the voter, or there's an automatic acceptance of those ballots, again, depending on the coding of those, and I do not have that detail. Gwinnett is down to 4,800. We had discussions with them about why they have the 7,700 out there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those who were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots new absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them, and they looked and realized they had not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot, so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UACAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots, that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UACAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
How long do you think it will take for the count to be finished?
Well, let's see. First of all, not the secretary. I'm a statewide voting system implementation manager.
Okay, well, let me ask you that question again.
Yeah.
So, how long do you think it will take for these to be counted?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate having the count, quote unquote, done when the legal deadline for certification is, which is going to be 10 days after the election. That's when we're done, because there are ballots that are still coming in, there are ballots to be cured, there are ballots that are provisionals that are to be verified. So we can't know how long the process will take. We hope to have clarity on the outcomes of these elections as soon as possible. However, when you have so many important elections in the state being so close, done is a very relative term at this point. We're trying to get all the legal votes counted accurately so we can give the right results and make sure that everybody's vote is reflected properly.
So do you think the counties will be more?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's our message to people around the state and around the country who claim the amount of time it's taking Georgia is some sort of effort to steal an election?
The effort here is to make sure that everybody's vote, legal vote, is counted properly and that the actual results are reflective of the voters' intent. The issue we have in Georgia is, like I just said, it's a close vote. There's other states that have more votes to count than we do, but it's a wide margin, so nobody cares. So this is the first time we've used paper ballots in this state in 20 years. So as we said, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the secretary stood where I'm standing and said, this is going to take a little more time. These close elections require us to be diligent and make sure we do everything right. Yes, sir.
Gabriel Sterling, we should say. That's Gabriel Sterling, and his title is Voting System Implementation Manager. John King, he did say nearly 50,000 votes are still outstanding. And then he listed the counties where they are. And you've been taking a close look at those counties. Right now, Trump is ahead by 12,835 votes. And the question is, are there enough votes outstanding for Biden to take the lead in Georgia?
The answer is yes. There are enough anyway, and it's especially yes because of where the gentleman just explained the votes are outstanding. And again, props to him and others like him who repeatedly come out. This is the second time we've seen him today come out, and they're transparent about what's out there and about how quickly they can count them. Wolf, correct my numbers as we go through this if I get something wrong. But I just want to walk you through. Look at this lead, 12,835, right? 98% in. Do you think, can Joe Biden, he's 49.2, the president's 49.5. Can he catch up and pass him? With 47,000 votes out, 47,277, yes, that's obvious he can. The question is, where are they? Can he get the scope of it? So let's go through this, and let's start over here. Chatham County, Savannah, surrounding areas, right? We have 17,000, right? 17,000 votes, 17,157 votes right out here. Look what Joe Biden is getting, 58% of the votes so far. And we know, doesn't mean it will continue to happen. As they count these mail-in ballots, Joe Biden percentages tend to be higher than that. They have been in the state of Georgia as this process has played out. Again, it's not a guarantee, but you can look at 17,000 votes here. You look how much Joe Biden is winning the county by. He's likely to pick up some ground. That's just in one county. Now let's come over here. Fulton County. This is Atlanta. This is the Democratic stronghold. It's the largest population center. 7,000 and change additional votes, we were explained, still to be counted here. Joe Biden is getting 72, round up, 73% of the vote in Fulton County. Logic tells you, it's not a guarantee, but logic tells you with 7,000 more votes to be counted, Joe Biden is going to run up those votes if he's getting 72% there. So then we move over here, Cobb County. We have additional ballots here. I believe 700 was the number voted noted by the gentleman there. And you see the election administrator. You see Joe Biden is getting 56% of the vote so far in the full count. And again, in the mail-in ballot, he generally has been getting a higher percentage than it averages out there. So let's move over from here. DeKalb, he did not mention. DeKalb was running up its votes. I didn't hear him mention that. No. They did a good job counting there. He did mention Gwinnett. There are 4,400.
4,800.
4,800 in my notes. So again, 4,800 votes in a blue county. You see Joe Biden right there getting 59% of the vote so far. I want to pop one up here. There are some red counties. He did mention there were some votes to come in from Forsyth County. The president is winning here, so when you look at it, your eyes tell you the president's going to pick up some votes here. But we also know that in the mail-in voting, even in the Republican red counties, Democrats tended to vote early.
So you come down Clayton County, too, with about 6,000 votes.
Right, and again, that's just south of Atlanta. So Atlanta and the suburbs is the engine that could power Joe Biden's comeback in the state of Georgia. And again, just for context, the president must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. There is no path to 270 for President Trump without Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden can get there without either one of those states. The president has to have them both. And you mentioned, I think, what was the number, 6,000 here?
In Clayton County, 6,026.
6,026 in Clayton County. And just look, I mean, you don't have to do 85% of the vote is what Joe Biden has been getting in Clayton County. Again, Wolf, no guarantee he gets 85% of those 6,000 as they count them, but what you're seeing just doesn't lie. It tells you what you need to know. And as you come back out, again, we just went through all of those blue counties, right? 47,000 votes outstanding. Most of them are in blue counties, meaning counties Joe Biden is winning. Some of them, counties Joe Biden is winning convincingly, 60%, 70%, 80%. He has to overcome a 12,000 vote lead. It is more than within reason to think that Joe Biden has the chance to do it. We need to count the votes. The administrator there, again, applaud him for his transparency, that they're doing the best they can today. One other thing he did say at the end, they don't know how many will come back, but they have mailed more than 8,800 ballots to military personnel and other Georgians who are living overseas. You never know how many of those are going to come back. So if this is very close at the end, those can take another week or two to come in. So we may have to wait on those if you have a very, very close election. The question at the end is when we get all of the mail-in ballots that they're counting today, and perhaps some of it will go into tomorrow, what's the margin? And could that 8,800, he doesn't know, you could get 800 of those back, you could get all 8,800 back. Those are the ballots that have been requested overseas. You never know how many are going to come back until the deadline passes, but we might have to wait because of the potential universe of 8,000 more votes. That depends where we get at the end of the count today. And all of these small counties, again, just to bring up this one again, Chatham County, you talked to Martin Savage. We have reporters on the ground in most of these places, which is great for us, and the officials are being transparent. Martin Savage said they're trying to finish today, but there's, they have limited resources and staff. The question is, of those, at least if they don't finish, how many of those 17,000 do they count? What does it do to that lead? And again, most of the other remaining votes are right here in Atlanta and the surrounding suburbs, where hour after hour after hour, as those vote totals have come in, a couple hundred at a time, a couple thousand here and there, Joe Biden has been consistently cutting into that lead, which was once giant. It is now in peril.
Yeah, 12,835. Just remind our viewers what it was 4 years ago.
Sure. Let's go back to 4 years ago, and you look right here. This was, again, the Democrats made a big run on Georgia. The Democrats for years have been saying, Georgia is changing, the suburbs are changing, it's getting younger, it's getting more college educated, has a high African-American turnout. Hillary Clinton, 51 to 46 when you round up. So a 5-point race 4 years ago, and then you come in here, and we're looking at a much closer race. And again, if you were watching us late Tuesday night, you would have thought the president was going to carry Georgia. We're seeing this in every state. In states that save the mail ballots for last, Joe Biden is coming back.
David Chalian, you're looking very closely at Georgia right now. It's a real nail-biter.
No doubt about that, Wolf. There's that 12,835 vote lead for Donald Trump right now that has been shrinking consistently since Tuesday night, 49.5% to 49.2%. with 98% of the vote in. But as John was just showing you, and we heard from state officials, there is an outstanding pot of votes that are roughly about 48,000. He said 47,000 and change, but as a rough estimate, there are these 48,000 votes still to be counted. John was just taking you through county by county, but statewide, take a look. Joe Biden would need 63 to 65% of those 48,000 votes that are left to be counted in order to overtake Donald Trump and win Georgia. Donald Trump only needs 34 to 36% of them. But as John was just showing you on the map, these votes that are out there to be counted are coming from Democratic powerhouse areas in the suburbs, and it's the mail vote, which is a Democratic-leaning universe of voters. And so Joe Biden has been collecting north of 63 to 65% in this last day in Georgia as votes have been coming in. And if he continues to overperform what he needs here, he can remain quite hopeful that there's a chance to overtake Donald Trump in Georgia, Wolf.
David Chalian, thanks very much. So who would have thought Georgia was going to be at play at a big time like this in these final hours?
And again, as David just laid out, the math is there. That doesn't mean it will happen, but the math is there, especially when you look at all the blue counties. So you're looking at where we are right now, 253 to 213. Again, as I said earlier, the President of the United States cannot. His path is so narrow right now, he cannot win without Georgia. Just imagine a world, we've been talking all day, we're waiting for out west. Arizona and Nevada can get Joe Biden to the finish line. But let's just say we've seen, that there's some indication that, this is hypothetical right now, but the lead has been shrinking here a little bit. What if the president carried both of those? There's no guarantee he will. The Biden campaign is confident, actually, it's going to win both of those states. But if the president did, and Joe Biden can do this, gets you to 269, if he could, the president's winning there, but if he could do this and this, it's over right there. And so you're seeing a certain, and again, the Biden campaign is quite confident out here. So the former vice president has has many more menu options, is a simple way to put it, to get there. But if you try to do the president's math, you cannot get the president of the United States to 270 without the two of those. He needs them both. If he gets them both, he's got a couple of options. Joe Biden has many more options. The president of the United States cannot win re-election if he doesn't win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the state of Georgia, and his lead in those states by the hour is shrinking.
And Biden could win election if he simply carries Pennsylvania and takes its 20 electoral votes. He then has 273. You need 270.
Right.
He's the next president of the United States. All right, we're following the ballot count in the 5 remaining battleground states. Pennsylvania could decide the race before the day is out. Stay with us. Our special coverage continues next.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us. Had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Hi, I'm John Fiorentino, inventor of the Moon Pod, the most comfortable beanbag on the planet. The first beanbag was created in 1969, and it was just a clump of cheap foam stuffed inside of a shapeless cloth. So about 50 years later, I reinvented the beanbag. Moon Pod uses zero-gravity custom bead technology that instantly adapts to your individual body shape. With its 3 dynamic relaxation positions, Moon Pod is unlike anything you've ever felt before. So join us today and experience Moon Pod, the most comfortable place in the universe.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern.
A great future awaits us. Had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
They vanished into thin air.
Just please bring her home.
How can this little boy be just gone?
Real Life Nightmare, new season, Sunday at 10 on HLN. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
And welcome back. Let's take a look at the state of the race. Nevada, you see it there. Joe Biden still at the lead, 11,438. Georgia, the president is in the lead, 12,835. But that lead has been narrowing and continues to. Arizona, 68,129 votes. Joe Biden is ahead in. That state has also been narrowing, but still more votes to come in. North Carolina remaining the same, around 76,000. Pennsylvania, 108,602. It is Pennsylvania, as you see on the graphic, Biden on the brink of win, waiting for Pennsylvania. We heard from the Secretary of State, Gloria, earlier that they are likely to finish counting the ballots, all the votes, by later today.
Right, and then we heard Senator Casey say maybe not so much, that maybe they wouldn't announce it today. So we're all kind of waiting to get some clarification on that. I think there may be a presser later this afternoon, 5 o'clock or so, because everybody knows that's the elephant in the room. If Joe Biden gets Pennsylvania, it's game, set, match. That's it. And you can make all kinds of ballot challenges, et cetera, et cetera. But if he wins by a substantial margin,
yeah, that's the key.
And that is the key. And Rick Santorum says that as well, that if he wins by a really big margin, which I don't know what you'd call it.
It's a substantial margin because of possible
Michigan, he's
challenges.
by 150,000 votes now. So you don't hear many people talking about, Michigan, you're going to do a recount. But in Wisconsin, it's 20,000. Again, that's still a big number for a state the size of Wisconsin. But again,
it's 100,000. If it's more than 100,000.
If it's more than 100,000 votes, it's a tough slog.
Listen, I was involved when I used to be in politics in recounts. You've been around politics a long time. Recounts it is really, really unusual to move even hundreds of votes in a recount, much less thousands, and certainly not tens of thousands of votes. I mean, that's the reason that Hillary Clinton conceded in 2016.
What about potential legal challenges in Pennsylvania?
Well, that's the thing. I think, obviously the challenges to classes of votes would be significant. I think one significant piece here is that there are these votes that are going to come in after, and the Supreme Court they allowed it to move forward, but raised questions about it. They were asked to segregate them. But as I think Dana said earlier, it's really hard to say we're going to exclude votes that have already been counted. I mean, that's a pretty unusual thing, especially if the voters are bona fide voters.
Again, this is where the Secretary of State has just poked poked Republicans in the eye in Pennsylvania, because she said before the state Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court that they would not count the ballots. They would simply segregate them. And then right before the election...
These are ballots that what?
These are the late ballots. The ballots that the PA Supreme Court said that Pennsylvania law says they have to be in by 8 o'clock on Tuesday. Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, no, we're going to extend it till Friday. They took the case to the U.S. Supreme Court and they said, segregate the ballots. If this becomes an issue that matters, we'll come see us again after the election. Mm-hmm. And at that time, the Secretary of State and the governor said, okay, we'll segregate the ballot and we won't count them. And now they're counting them. And that's why.
Doesn't that mean that there could just be an earlier decision?
The point is she's not going by what she said she was going to do under a court process. Number one, and number two, what I've been told is there are counties that can't count the ballots unless they count them on the same scanners they're counting everybody else. And so now you've mixed the counts together. And so again, you can say, well, it's not a big deal. It's not many votes. It won't matter. Laws are in place to give people predictability and certainty in an election. And when you start messing around with it, then you get conspiracy theories and you get all sorts of mistrust in the election. And that's why what the secretary's done here is just become fodder for a lot of what you see going on the internet right now.
Well, let me ask you a question. If the margin is 100,000, say, and that could be the trajectory if you apply the margin that he's been getting to the votes that are still outstanding. If Biden finishes with 100,000 margin, you think there are enough ballots in that category that would change the election?
First off, we don't know. I mean, there's another pot of ballots. For example, we do know in Montgomery County, which is suburban Philadelphia County, they reported I'm told, to the Democratic Party that they had 2,700 ballots that were improper and needed to be cured. Well, again, the secretary made the case to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that they wanted to have a cure provision provided so Pennsylvanians could cure their ballots. You saw Nevada talking
cure
about
ballots, meaning somebody's
signature was incorrect or they didn't sign.
So they call up the person and say.
So they call up the person and say, "Can you come and fix, or can you come vote in person, or whatever the case may be?" In Pennsylvania, there is no provision to do that. You can't cure your ballot. If you make a mistake, too bad. And so they went to the Democratic Pennsylvania Supreme Court, who extended the deadline, gave them a couple other things they wanted, and the Democratic Supreme Court said, "We're not going to do that because that takes a whole procedure. We're not going to create a procedure on how to cure ballots in this decision." So the answer is no. Yet, what I'm told, the secretary called 25 Democratic counties and said, you can cure it.
This is what you're told, so we don't know this for a fact.
Well, I was told by the chairman of the Republican Party, so I was not told by nobody.
The point is, if the margin is 100,000, if it's large, and these may be legitimate issues, I haven't reported it, so I don't know. These are issues that need to be handled for the next time there is an election, and it should be litigated, and people should figure out what exactly went on. But what is going on now is people like Hogan Gidley, who works for the president, used to work for you, saying, ever notice how no one ever all of a sudden out of nowhere at the exact time needed find ballots? I mean,
the bottom line here is this election is taking place exactly the way everyone thought it would take place. That the Republicans are going to be way ahead in Pennsylvania, and the Democrats, because they voted by absentee and the Republicans voted in person, those ballots and it would close. So the idea that this is not what everybody anticipated is simply wrong.
And I think I appreciate you saying that, because I do think all responsible news outlets, right wing, left wing, have been saying this was going to happen, and now you do have people taking advantage of the fact that it's happening and trying to spread conspiracy theories. I'm as frustrated as you are. If there have been any kind of improprieties by anybody in Pennsylvania, I'm frustrated by that for one reason. It spreads conspiracy, and it steps on the good work of good people on both sides who've been doing a great job, including, by the way, I just want to brag a little bit on black voters here. If Biden is saved, if this happens the way it looks like, you'll have African-American voters who will have rescued Biden in the primary, and then in every state, African-American voters coming out. If you look at Georgia, it's Atlanta. It's Milwaukee, it's Philadelphia, it's Pittsburgh,
Detroit.
It's Detroit. In every one of these places, it's African-American voters going through hell, sometimes standing in very long lines, braving a pandemic to rescue Biden. And so that story is getting stepped on because of some of these little
there's a bigger story, which is that, that's a big story.
Yes.
But we're sitting here and we're waiting for, it's interesting, for the votes from these metropolitan areas. And one story that this election has underscored is the changing nature of American politics. And, it used to be the suburbs were Republican strongholds. Now, these are major hubs of Democratic support. And you see such a bright dividing line. It doesn't apply to the counting of the votes in Pennsylvania because most of those were from Democrats, just for a whole bunch of reasons. But generally, we have metropolitan areas that have now become an alliance between the suburbs, between minority voters, and it is these are growing areas, and that's why a state like Georgia
44
has become
Trump is in Massacre
other Sunbelt states.
Dartbetch 44.
Pennsylvania continues to be competitive because Pennsylvania has either the second or third largest rural population in America. People think of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. People live everywhere because pretty much every place in Pennsylvania is arable land and water, and so people live everywhere. And we have a large, small-town rural population, and that's why we continue to be competitive.
Well, what happened in this election is that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said,
Dartbetch 44.
Donald Trump said the opposite. So to answer Hogan Gidley's question about why no one found ballots for Republicans, or why there are not many found ballots for Republicans, is because Republican legislatures did not want them counted early. And that is why.
Pennsylvania.
And in Pennsylvania.
And the president didn't want them sending them in.
Exactly. So that is the process we expected, and it is the process we have.
CNN is live in the battleground states, of course, and up next we're going to go to Arizona where the count continues. When will we find out the totals in Arizona? We'll ask the Arizona Secretary of State.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine, right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment. Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Skill up to success on Udemy. Thousands of online courses on demand. Learn the latest skills from expert instructors. Anytime, anywhere. Skill up to Programming Pro. Analytics Ace. Marketing Maestro. With the #1 online learning destination in the world. Skill up, move up. Go to udemy.com and start learning now.
A great future awaits us.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We're watching the Electoral College map right now. Take a look at this. Biden has 253 Electoral College votes. The President Trump has 213. You need 270. Biden is getting closer and closer to that magic number. We'll see if that happens in the course of the day. Let's take a look at a key race alert right now. Arizona, a critically important state right now. Biden maintains his lead. His lead is 68,129 over Trump. He's got 50.5% to 48.1%. 86% of the estimated vote is in 11 electoral college votes in Arizona. Let's get a sense of what's going on. Kyung La's in Phoenix for us. She's joining us right now. Kyung, what are you seeing? What are you hearing on the ground?
Well, you know how nervous people are watching these returns come in, and you talk to the political parties here in this state, certainly hearing it. Democratic sources here in this state say that per their Democratic voter file, they're actually feeling very optimistic because they think that the votes that are still out, still being counted right now, are Democratic votes coming from Democratic areas. But then I spoke with a GOP source who's poring over the numbers and says, look at what happened yesterday. There's 2 ballot returns, and you saw the margins for the president and Joe Biden start to shrink. All eyes for the GOP in this state are on what's going to be happening tonight because of those trends that we saw yesterday. And what's happening here, I'm outside the Maricopa County Elections Department, and this is the outside. I'm in the parking lot because they're limiting the number of press who can be inside. Our Bill Weir is inside, and this is what's outside. I want you to take a sweep of this fence that is brand new. This is called the Freedom of Speech Zone. Why have this in the parking lot of the place where the votes are being counted? Because there was a sizable protest that we showed you here live on CNN last night. Certainly they are being prepared, Wolf, for them to possibly return. But I can tell you from having been inside, having to talk to county sources here, the counting is continuing. The people who are doing this vote still showed up, still making minimum wage, and still at their desk counting the vote very carefully.
All right, we'll stay in very close touch with you, Kyung La. Thank you very much, John. Arizona is a very important state. Biden maintains her lead. You just heard Kyung La suggest that the outstanding vote earlier in the day, we heard maybe 450,000 ballots are still outstanding in Arizona, may be skewed in favor of the Democrats.
That's what the Democrats believe. The question is count them. And this is one of the states where it's been a slower process. And again, we've spoken to the Secretary of State several times. You can get frustrated at that. I know everybody wants to know the winner, and so we have to clear these states that we're still waiting on at the same time, the unprecedented nature of this election. So as Kyung noted, here we are, a 68,000 vote lead plus a little change for Joe Biden right now, which looks like a healthy lead, but that's a smaller lead. This is one of those places in Pennsylvania and Georgia, it's been working that Biden has been consistently cutting into the Trump lead. In Arizona, when they have reported results, and they haven't come as frequently, it is the president who has been cutting into Biden's lead. So Republicans have every reason to say, let's wait, let's count the votes here. Maybe we can take this. Remember, this would be a takeaway if Joe Biden wins it. Donald Trump carried Arizona 4 years ago, not by a lot, very close race, 3.5-point race. This like Georgia, Democrats see these Sun Belt states as opportunity. And so in this campaign, demographics, older voters, the suburbs, Latinos, is why the Democrats think they can do well here. This is much of the game. Maricopa County, 60% of the statewide vote. Phoenix and the suburbs around it essentially drive statewide politics in Arizona. And here, if you're Joe Biden 51 to 47, you want to run those numbers up as you get closer through it. But again, it's the suburbs here. It's been a slow count. We'll wait. Joe Biden, if he gets Arizona, keeps Nevada, he's the next president of the United States, which is why, again, Pennsylvania and Georgia still in play, but this could be decisive.
Well, maybe we'll get a chance to speak to the Secretary of State of Arizona, get an update when those ballots will be coming in. Stand by. Let's go back to Jake.
Thanks, Wolf. And right now we're taking a look and keeping an eye on a whole bunch of battleground states, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania. But one that has really surprised a lot of people out there is Georgia. Let's check in right now with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. He's in Wilmington, Delaware. And Jeff, throughout the closing weeks of the campaign, I would hear from Biden officials saying, Georgia is real, Georgia is real. Do they actually think that they're going to be able to pull out a victory?
Jake, they're not certain if they are, but they are certain that it is incredibly close. And they're watching this count as we are, county by county here. They have election observers on the ground. They're watching this, and they do believe it is very real, more real than they certainly expected if you talk honestly with them. But the final days of this campaign, when they were seeing that crush of early vote coming into Georgia polls, it's one of the reasons that they sent the former President Barack Obama to Georgia on the eve of the election, trying to get out even more in-person vote. But it is the mail-in vote now that we are talking about here. So the Biden campaign, I'm told, is watching Georgia very, very carefully. They do expect lawsuits and litigation there. They are going to have that front covered as well. But they do believe that this could be something that could sort of upset the map. I mean, they were hoping for Florida. They were hoping for North Carolina. Not called yet, but they do not have much hope there. But they do think that something is happening in Georgia. At the same time, they are watching Arizona as well and trying to lower expectations. They do believe that the race is going to tighten in Arizona, but it is Georgia that's interesting. And Jake, we do believe we could hear from the former vice president this afternoon. He's attending a briefing right now. We may hear from him at some point this afternoon. We're just not sure in what form or when. Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny covering the Biden campaign for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's check in with the Trump team. Caitlin Collins is there covering the White House for us. And Caitlin, we have not seen or heard from President Trump, at least directly. We've seen his comments on Twitter and in press releases, but we haven't heard from him. What has he been doing? What is he up to?
Yeah, he's been tweeting in all caps, but we haven't actually seen the president or heard from him in person since about 2:30 Wednesday morning when he came out, Jake, and prematurely declared victory during that party at the White House. And so far, he has stayed behind closed doors. I am told that's not because he doesn't want to come out. He actually has been agitating to speak publicly. They weighed having him come out yesterday, but then they ultimately decided against it, Jake, because aides kind of asked themselves, what would the message be? The map has only gotten worse for the president since he spoke to people on camera at 2:30 on Wednesday morning, so they're not really sure even what the president would come out and say if he did come out and talk. Though, of course, we have heard from him on Twitter in all caps talking about what he thinks is happening. And so the question is, what does he do going forward? Does he actually come out and say anything publicly? We were told that officials behind the scenes have been trying to create some kind of event for the president to do to show him going about his job as being president, as Joe Biden is going around and doing these coronavirus briefings. But so far, Jake, that has not materialized. And instead, the president has been advised to leave things up to the attorneys, let them handle these legal challenges, some of them incredibly dubious that they've been mounting, while they try to figure out what they are going to do as they are waiting to see what's happening with Arizona, Pennsylvania, these other states that we've been watching so closely.
All right, Caitlin Collins, keeping track of President Trump for us at the White House. Thanks so much. And let's talk about this because, I mean, I have to believe if I'm a White House advisor, one of the reasons that I'm not encouraging President Trump to go out there is because the message from President Trump is increasingly unhinged and wild, and the things he is saying about the election are just patently false. He still could well become reelected, but based on what we're seeing, he is probably not going to be, based on the data we have right now. And he's just launching all these lies.
I mean, you know that he wants to be out there and that he wants to control the narrative, which is why you're seeing him tweeting in all caps messages that actually contradict what his advisors have been saying that he wants. The president has been saying, stop the counting, and his advisors are saying, oh, no, we're not saying stop the counting. So President Trump wants to control the message here. And so kudos to the White House for being able to keep him off the television screens of millions of Americans as this is going on. But we don't know how much longer that's going to last because we are getting down to the wire. We're about to get into this phase where we could know today if the state of which way the state of Pennsylvania is going to go. And if it doesn't go Donald Trump's way, that's it.
That's exactly right. And I think it's very telling that people who are still close to the president, like his former chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, is saying publicly that he believes that Donald Trump would run again in 2024 if he loses. I'm hearing that from people who are in communication with Donald Trump's children and others. And people who think that he is going to win a second term don't start talking about, running in 2024.
No. And his former chief.
Right, but it also goes to, his former chief of staff, but it also goes to the Donald Trump psyche, which we all know. That is, the notion of losing is hard for any human to swallow, but Donald Trump, it's a whole different level. So there's no wonder why the characteristics that we've seen throughout the presidency, these tweets that seem incredibly chaotic and not linear, they're happening in, kind of in stereo right now.
But, one of the things that's going on is that, first of all, you have like official Republican Washington that's just kind of like taking its time, watching what's happening, waiting for the votes to come in. and pretending as if this Trump world does not exist. But the Trump world that I'm referring to are these deranged messages from President Trump, all caps. I've never seen an all caps press release.
Never.
It was an all caps press release where the president said, if you count the legal votes, I easily win the election. If you count the illegal and late votes, they can steal the election from us. It's not true.
But just to be,
make
but
a
to
note.
be
You
fair,
made a great observation about this.
There's a reason that came out in a press release. That is a Trump tweet, by the way. But they put it in a press release because Twitter and the social media companies and Facebook have been trying to tamp down on that kind of misinformation.
Because
it's
wrong.
Right, it's a lie.
Had he tweeted that, they would have flagged it.
Right.
So the Trump campaign, I assume, figured, let's put it in a press release and have other people report it.
Right, there are a bunch of reporters retweeting.
But reporting it with the context is important. What the president is saying is obviously not true. If the votes are counted, they will tell us whether he wins or loses, period.
And it's not a surprise that the president's aides are clearly hoping that he doesn't come out and speak in public. Nobody that I can find in the Trump orbit thought that what he did and what he said at 2:30 in the morning or whatever it was on Tuesday night, Wednesday morning was a good idea. That it did seem unhinged. It was so inappropriate on so many levels. And so the fact that they have been able to keep him from the cameras, I think is really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's fascinating. But while he's doing that, he and his offspring, his spawn, are out there putting out tweets that are just, that they have warning label after warning label after warning label because they're all untrue. They're putting out false information about ballots being burned. Then you have this, whatever you want to team, the legal dream team of Rudy Giuliani and Matt Schlapp and the others going city to city saying just nonsense. And it is increasingly apparent that it's kind of like a fish like flailing on the deck of it, like on a dock, where it's just like they're breathing their last breaths.
And the conspiracy theories are so unhinged. They've even forced Republican officials at the state level who are, to be fair, doing their best to get these ballots counted in states like Arizona and Georgia to say this is not true.
Right.
In Georgia, they had to be clear, we locked the lock boxes at 7 p.m. on Election Day, as we are required to do. There are no sort of miscellaneous ballots just floating around and being counted that shouldn't be counted. They are forcing Republicans to stand up for the electoral system that they have been adjudicating for many, many months now to try to do this fairly for everyone.
While governors, senators, and members of the House who are Republicans are hoping that they can just ignore it and it will go away. Pennsylvania is poised to possibly decide the race for the White House. We're standing by to hear from Pennsylvania's Secretary of State any second. Our special coverage continues next.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment. Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology. And of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Built more in Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. In any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
It's election night in America continued. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're now 48 hours into our coverage, and we may get an even better sense tonight of how the presidential race is going to end. Former Vice President Joe Biden just needs one or two more states to prevail over President Trump. And he now has higher hopes in Pennsylvania, where he has slashed Trump's lead and where results may be announced tonight. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State has a news conference scheduled for the next hour. We're also watching all the major undecided battlegrounds: Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. They're holding the keys to winning 270 electoral votes. Biden is almost there with 253. Trump has a steep uphill fight with 213. Let's get another key race alert. And let's do it in Pennsylvania right now. There's 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Must win, absolute must win for Trump. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's game, set, and match. He's the next president of the United States. Right now, Trump is ahead by 106,000, almost 107,000 votes over Biden, 50.2%, 48.5%. But there are several hundred thousand votes still outstanding. Right now, 92% of the estimated vote is in right now. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. We know it's so important. If Biden wins, it's over. He wins the presidency. But Trump must win Pennsylvania. Otherwise, there's no way he can win.
So let's start here, and then we can break down the vote, because you're getting at the big picture. And today could be the decisive day. We'll hear from the Secretary of State next hour. One of the things she'll do is update us on the vote total. The other thing, there's a lot of pushback from the Trump campaign challenging this and challenging that. We'll see how that plays out. But we do the math right now. As you noted, Joe Biden at 253 this hour, President Trump at 213. That would do it. That would do it. Joe Biden thinks he can come back and get Georgia. Joe Biden leads in Arizona. Joe Biden leads in Nevada. That would be gravy if he can hold the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Now, he's trailing right now, but the president's lead has been shrinking every time we get votes, and we know the outstanding votes, many of them, most of them, are in blue counties, first urban Philadelphia, and then the suburbs around it. This is why this is so important, because if Biden can do this, and if Biden can hold here and hold here, not only is he winning, he's in the ballpark of 300 electoral votes. There's a chance the Biden campaign believes that he can get here. That's 306. That was Donald Trump's total in the Electoral College 4 years ago. Biden thinks he can get there and match it. The rest of this looks to be out of reach. North Carolina, Alaska, and Maine's 2nd Congressional District. But this is the Biden campaign best case scenario right now in their war room. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee. We're still counting votes here, Arizona, and Nevada. Still counting. But when you come out, but here's the challenge, Wolf. If you come back to this map here, if President Trump must win Pennsylvania, must win Georgia, must hold North Carolina, that would get him in place, and then he could get there. Even that would get him knocking on the door. You see that. So President Trump, if he wins Pennsylvania and Georgia, he has a couple of different paths, but he must win the two of those. And right now, his leads are shrinking every time we count the votes. So when you're looking at this right now, we're not at the finish line, but Joe Biden is knocking on the door, and he has many more options. And when you come over here, you have a question.
No, I just want to check in with Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for us. She's getting some information. What are you seeing over there, Kate?
Hey there, Wolf. With all eyes on this largest county in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia has updated its total of mail-in ballots counted. So the latest number that we just received, the updated number, is the number of outstanding mail-in ballots still out there left to be counted. Their estimate is between 85,000 and 90,000. It's a significant number still. For perspective, a little context, they started the day with 140,000 mail-in ballots outstanding to be counted. They're now, they estimate, between 85,000 and 90. So they are cutting into that number, but it's still a significant one. I'm also told by a source involved with the canvassing that they're estimating now, Wolf, that they will, in total, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday combined, have a total of 1,000 of those ballots that need to be segregated. Those mail-in ballots that came in after the election date deadline that that are obviously contested. Those segregated ballots, Philadelphia believes they will have 1,000 total, and those have not yet been counted, the ones that they have received in. Well,
so, Kate, just to be precise, are we talking, when you say 85 to 90,000 ballots uncounted, is that in the city of Philadelphia or the county of Philadelphia? Well, it's in the city of Philadelphia.
County of Philadelphia. That's where all of this counting is going on. Yeah, all of that is happening in this convention center beside me. That's that cavernous space where they're doing all of this counting. That is the total for the county commissioners run this site. That is the county of Philadelphia. They have between 85,000 and 90,000 mail-in ballots still outstanding, have not yet been counted.
All right, thanks very much, Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for us. 85,000 to 90,000 votes. He's behind by what, a little bit more than 100,000 votes. And if he's getting 80% in Philadelphia County right now, that's a pretty impressive number.
And the lead just went down a little bit more. It's 101,000 right now. The lead has been shrinking. Yes. And so as we come back into Philadelphia, if you come back and just try, so I turn, look, this is where we are in this race now. They're beginning to report them. So 97,900, right? 97,900. Let me clear this and bring Philadelphia back up. The locals sometimes do get a little annoyed with us. Philadelphia County is the Census Bureau designation. That's how the wall operates. They just call it Philadelphia. It's their city. Look, Kate says 85,000 more votes. So think about that, right? If you've got around 85,000 more votes in Philadelphia, Joe Biden is getting 80% in the public count already. In the mail-in ballots, he's actually been running around there in Philadelphia. So imagine if he gets 80% of those 85,000 votes, right, just there, if he's in that ballpark, 97,000 right there, that would cut substantially into it just from Philadelphia. And we know we have other votes outstanding. Places like Montgomery County, they're close to being done here. Bucks County, we talked to our correspondent there earlier. You see them at 91%. Now, you look at that and you say, oh, Joe Biden's getting 50 to 48. If they split them, President Trump's lead might shrink, but he'd probably keep it. But we do know in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been disproportionately winning. Mail-in ballot was the preferred strategy of Democrats, the preferred way of voting from Democrats. So we've seen that across the country, but especially in the last 24 hours or so as they've counted the mail-in ballots in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Kate makes an interesting point about those separated ballots. This is an arcane issue. If you're watching from somewhere outside of Pennsylvania and you haven't followed this, there's going to be a fight over this. Local officials are trying to say because of the pandemic, we want to count some ballots that come in, as long as they're postmarked, that come a little bit after the election. And Pennsylvania Republicans in the Trump campaign are saying, no way. So there could be another court fight over some ballots, which if this ends up being, if Biden wins by a very narrow margin, this one's going to be in court for a while, without a doubt. But as you watch it play out, let's just check a few more here. Chester County up to 95%. touched on this one, Montgomery County up to 95%. So you're waiting for Philadelphia, those 87,000 votes there, 85,000 votes or so there. And then you come out here. This could be what keeps us waiting. Allegheny County, there's also ballpark 35,000 ballots to be counted here. And there's a court challenge over some of those, and the officials have said it's most likely won't happen until tomorrow. But we are starting to see in these other counties the numbers move. And one of the things, this is a little bit deceptive in the sense that in the Pennsylvania, all this red, the president runs very strong in the rural counties of Pennsylvania. You pop one up here at 74%. You pop one up here at 73%. You just keep going. The president runs incredibly strong. Cambria County is one of the places where the president runs up the numbers here. Senator Casey was talking about that earlier. He runs it up, and you see the numbers here. But again, in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been doing well, even in these red Trump counties. So as those counties report their votes, it's a couple hundred here, it might be 1,000 there. Joe Biden in many of these counties is picking up votes on that lead that the president has. Another place we're watching is here in Erie County. We are from Buffalo, New York. You know Erie County, Pennsylvania very well. It's 49% for the 50 if you round up to 49 for the president, but there's still 10% of the vote to be counted. This is one of these battleground counties, blue-collar counties that the Democrats want to turn. 2016, the president carried just barely. If you go back to 2012, President Obama carried this county twice. Joe Biden from Scranton, Pennsylvania, that's where he was born, made a point of trying to fight for Erie. He's trying to present himself as a blue-collar alternative to President Trump. So we'll watch this one as they play it out. But there are more ballots here when you're at 10%. And it's not a huge population center, but it's a decent-sized population center. Erie County, bigger, more ballots still to come in than many of these smaller counties in rural Pennsylvania. So, Wolf, we're going to have to wait. And as we wait, the key is right there. You'll get a little bit more perhaps out of there, but mainly here. 86% in the city of Philadelphia, 85,000 or so to go.
All right, let's check it with Pamela Brown. She's getting some new information on Pennsylvania as well. What are you picking up, Pamela?
Yeah, we just heard John talk about Erie County, and that margin is getting tighter and tighter. I'm talking about President Trump's margin there in Erie County. He has 64,089 versus 63,547 for Joe Biden. And here's why this matters. You're looking at the map right here. Erie was one of 3 counties that President Trump flipped in 2016. This is a county he thought he didn't have to worry about this election. But then COVID hit, and he went back. He campaigned there in Erie in late October, and he even admitted to the crowd, I didn't think I had to come back here, honestly. But then, as he called the plague, COVID hit, and here I am. I need your vote. But with this trend, they have some outstanding ballots that they say that they are going to be counting tonight. And what we are told, John King and Wolf, is that they expect to be finished counting tonight. They're all mail-in ballots remaining, and those ballots have been 4-1 for Joe Biden.
Interesting indeed. John, and as Pamela points out, those mail-in ballots are skewing big time in favor of the Democrats.
Right, and that's, as I said, so sometimes when you pull out the map, you look at Pennsylvania, if you don't understand, you would look at this and say, oh, the president's going to win this state huge. Look at all that red. These are just much smaller rural counties, and that is a place where the president amps it up to his credit. Again, this is a place where we saw the president, one of his rallies at the end of the campaign here in Butler County. And look what he does. This is how he offsets Democratic advantage in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia in the suburbs by running it up in these counties. But even in places like this, where the president gets very high vote totals, the Democrats who live there, many of them voted by mail. So as Pam just noted, in Erie County up here, you look at it on the map and it's red. So you would think there are still outstanding ballots. You would look at this and think, oh, they're going to roughly split them. They're roughly splitting the vote. They'll roughly split the outstanding ballots. In a normal election, you sometimes see it that way because if people are voting general absentee, this is not a normal election. A lot of Democrats decided, I'm not going to get in line on election day. I'm not going to get in line to vote early. I'm going to vote by mail. And we're seeing just a lopsided advantage for Joe Biden. Republicans chose, most of them, to vote on election day or to vote early to get in line. Those ballots have largely been counted. What these counties are counting now are the ballots that came in the mail from the Postal Service or in drop boxes. And overwhelmingly, Pam just told us 4-1 in Erie County, and we've seen that pretty consistently, even in these Trump counties across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and other states. The same thing is happening in Georgia as we speak. And as they count those mail-in ballots, the president's lead is shrinking, now under 100,000 in Pennsylvania. If I have a second, Wolf, I just want to go back just to understand the drama of this. This is Pennsylvania. Look at where we were. Look at where we were as Tuesday, election night, gave way to Wednesday. That's midnight. The president was up by more than 500,000 votes. He stretched it out even a little bit more. 435,000. It started to drop Wednesday afternoon. Then it dropped by Wednesday night. About late last night, we started to see this trend happening, but it has continued. Every time they have added more ballots, the president's lead has gone down. There we are in real time, now under 100,000. So again, doesn't mean you can't stop that trajectory, but in the Biden campaign, they think this is a snowball going down the hill. And as they count more of these ballots, they're going to keep picking them up as they go. In the Trump campaign, they hope these red counties bail them out, but you can understand the anxiety in the Trump campaign. You're hearing a lot of people say, the Trump campaign is, I think, 3 days in a row has been in Philadelphia crying foul. Again, my advice to everybody, Trump supporter or Biden supporter, don't pay attention so much to what they say in a news conference. See if they actually go to court and try to prove anything. But you see the circles here. These are your population centers. And you see overwhelmingly the population of Pennsylvania in terms of voting is down here. Philadelphia and the suburbs generate a ton of votes. Pittsburgh, suburbs around it, more. These other circles, you see the red circles, this is where the president, he does run it up. He does run it up. This is a good state for President Trump. We looked earlier. He's not underperforming anywhere compared to 2016. It's just there's higher turnout. Democratic turnout is up. Republican turnout is up. That's why Joe Biden is in play as we come into the final hours of the campaign in Pennsylvania. And again, I keep looking up there just to see. Sometimes this is a rolling target. 97,900 votes within reach for Joe Biden. He needs to execute as the rest of these ballots get counted.
When you and I spoke to Senator Bob Casey, the Democratic senator from Pennsylvania, a little while ago, he pointed out there's still some 370,000 ballots that have not yet been counted in Pennsylvania. And if you look at the 370, you think most of them are mail-in ballots that skew in favor of the Democrats. Potentially, Biden can narrow that 97,000 point lead that Trump has significantly, if not overtaken.
Yes, he can. And remember, Senator Casey, his dad was governor. The Casey family knows the state quite well. And the point he was making is when you come into counties like Luzerne, again, you see the president is winning there, but Democrats voted by mail. So this is the thing. This is what you can't see when you look at the map. The map tells you a lot. What we can see is these mail-in ballots. And so he's talking about, counties like this where, again, the president's getting 67% of the vote, but in the mail-in ballots, maybe there's only 50, 60, maybe there's a couple hundred. They are coming in predominantly for the Democrats, even in the red counties. That was the point Senator Casey was making, including one place to watch when we get finally done is out here. This is a place, look at the numbers. Larger county to the east of Pittsburgh. This is part of the Trump base in Pennsylvania, Westmoreland County. It's where the president tried to make the fracking argument, for example. You see 64 to 35, but again, even there, what we are told by local officials is the mail-in ballots, those left to be counted, are predominantly for Joe Biden because that's how Democrats decided to vote to be safe. Republicans, it's also a tradition, even before COVID, Republicans have more of a tradition of voting on Election Day, and that was exacerbated this year because of all the mail-in balloting.
I want to check in with Jeff Zeleny, who's covering the Biden campaign for us. I take it we're going to be hearing fairly soon from the former vice president, who's been in briefings on coronavirus and other policy issues so far today. Is that right?
We are indeed, Wolf. I'm being told that any moment now we are going to hear from the former vice president about really what he's been up to the last couple hours, and he has been receiving briefings on coronavirus. As, of course, this campaign has been unfolding, the coronavirus numbers have been going up across the country. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been receiving briefings on that, as well as the economy here in Wilmington. Going forward with their daily briefings, even as they are keeping a close eye, their advisors are keeping an eye on what is happening in Georgia, in Pennsylvania in particular. So I am told by advisors that the comments from Joe Biden are going to be similar to what we heard him say yesterday. He wants every vote to be counted. He's going to be talking about democracy. He is not going to declare victory at all, but he will be projecting optimism. But again, Wolf, here the point is clear. They are trying to show that he is already at work. He's being briefed on the challenges ahead should he get the job. A stark contrast, of course. We've not seen the president really in almost 48 hours here, not talk from the White House about the daily challenges, that are undergoing at this time. Wolf, I should also point out the stage behind me here that you've been seeing in the backdrop. Really, it's been quiet for a couple days. There's been some activity in the last several minutes here. We're doing some sound checks, getting ready for something possible. I'm told the former vice president is not going to speak here. He's going to be speaking in downtown Wilmington, but they're getting this stage ready in case they need it at some point. But Wolf, that would likely only happen if this race is called, and that has not yet happened. Many votes still being counted.
Absolutely true. All right, Jeff, we'll stay in close touch with you. John, we're going to hear from Biden. He's been getting a briefing on coronavirus. Just want to point out, yesterday was a record high number of new confirmed coronavirus cases in the United States, more than 100,000, and more than 1,000 Americans died yesterday from coronavirus. These are awful, awful numbers that we're seeing here in the United States.
They are awful numbers, and I don't even know if we still have this loaded. I'm going to see if we do, just to show it out, if I can find it in the map here. Let's just see. Here we go. I'll just bring this up. We judge our presidential elections in red and blue. This is something when we're not doing our election coverage, and our election coverage has taken us away from the pain of this pandemic for a couple of days. This is the coronavirus across America. We will know maybe by the end of today, maybe it'll take until tomorrow, who will be the next president, who will inherit this in January. Will it stay in President Trump's hands, or will Joe Biden pick it up? The deeper the red is the higher the case count. You see confirmed cases per 100,000 residents. Look, just look, it's stunning. These are numbing. You go through them every day, and you go through the counties, and it is numbing. And as you note, another record yesterday. I looked earlier, we were well above 50,000 already, so the possibility to go over 100,000 again today, or at least back into that ballpark, record territory. You're adding 100,000 new infections a day. We're in the middle of this fall peak. It was the defining issue in the campaign. And one of the big questions here is if Joe Biden wins the presidency, Donald Trump is still president for 3 more months as this plays out. If Donald Trump wins the presidency, obviously he has 4 more years. But just, Joe Biden has received these daily briefings throughout the campaign, and this will anger the Trump supporters. It's just a simple fact. The president has not himself attended a coronavirus task force meeting in months. The president doesn't even meet with the experts anymore. The United States is setting record new infections every day this week, just about. And the president of the United States was out on the campaign trail. Somebody's going to have to take charge of this. Our attention is focused on who's going to win the presidency right now. The president said during the campaign, "This is going to go away. We're going to stop talking about this." No, we're not. No, we're not. We can't. Because it's not just here, too. People are watching around the world. They are dealing with the same thing, especially across Europe right now. This is a problem and a crisis for the American president, whoever that is.
More than 100,000 cases, hospitalizations going up, and at least 1,000 Americans are dying almost every day right now. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. David Axelrod, we are waiting to hear from Vice President Biden. What do you, we heard from Jeff Zeleny saying that he's going to be sort of projecting confidence, not declaring victory at this point, but ready for the challenges if he does win.
Well, what a contrast between these two candidates at this moment in this process. You've got the president who seems cloistered in the White House, and they're firing off lawsuits and threats of lawsuits, and but we haven't really heard from him other than through Twitter. And you have Vice President Biden, who is clearly projecting confidence and a sense of transition, a sense that this is going to come to an end and we are ready to move forward. And it is a smart thing to do, to be out there, to be reassuring people and to be sending signals of confidence that this process is about to come to an end.
I think also it's about stability. To say that, you may think that there's chaos, demonstrations, whatever, but I represent stability here. Peaceful transfer of power, should that come to that. And I'm already working for you with my briefings, not only on COVID today, but on the economy, which he does regularly anyway. But I think they want to make sure the public knows that.
Yeah, look, I'm excited to hear from him. Actually, it's the weight of the office as it's coming to him. It's not there. We could still have some surprise ending. It's 2020. Anything can happen. Anything can happen in 2020. But I want to see how it lands on him. When he was a kid senator, people said, "You're going to be president, you're going to be president." And it looked like it was never, ever going to happen for him. And he went through personal tragedy after personal tragedy, showed up for the country over and over again. And then here in the twilight years, you would imagine, he gets this massive responsibility. And it's got to be hitting him. Well, I want to see how it sounds to him.
Look, David, you had mentioned something about...
Yeah, the night that Barack Obama got elected president, I have such a clear recollection of going over to see him. And, we'd been friends for a long time since he was a returning law student from Harvard, coming back to Chicago. Oh, here we go.
And let's listen in.
Senator Harris and I just completed briefings on both COVID and the economic crisis facing this nation. And we're reminded again of the severity of this pandemic. Cases are on the rise nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID. And our hearts go out to each and every family that has lost a loved one to this terrible disease. In America, the vote is sacred. It's how people of this nation express their will. And it is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So each ballot must be counted. And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance, and that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon. So thank you all for your patience, but we have to count the votes. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
Heard very short from Vice President Biden.
Well, the notion that he was saying, I ask everyone to stay calm.
Yes.
Really makes it clear that he understands what is occurring and what could occur after any result is announced. And I think that is the message you're going to hear from him time and time again, saying the process is working. Just let it work. It's messy. And please stay calm.
It's also interesting because he made it clear to not assume that he has won, but without even, he could have not declared he's the winner, but kind of acted as if he had won. He chose not to do that. I was thinking about if he had done that, President Trump watching what the reaction would have been. This was sort of a much more pulled back statement.
I think it sends a message when you start off by saying we had a briefing this morning about COVID and you address COVID, and it's almost a kind of quasi-presidential statement. And I think the unspoken message was we know where this is going. We're prepared. I'm ready. So he doesn't have to. I think the body language, the nature of his statement says we're going through this. We know where it's going. And we're ready to take off. Now we'll find out, increasingly it looks like that responsibility is going to fall to him.
His acknowledgement of when he said that 240,000. Something about him saying that really hit me. I think the numbers have become numbing, but when they come out of Joe Biden's mouth, they don't feel numbing. 3,000 people died in 9/11, and we deal with that, every year as we well should. We get a couple 9/11s a week at this point. And when he said that 200, you can just tell this is going to be a different kind of president if he gets there.
Your point, I was saying before about Obama, this was an incredible day when he won in 2009, 8. It was a historic moment. There was a lot of jubilation. But when we went to see him, the thing that struck me was he was not filled. He was happy, obviously. But you could see etched in his face. You could see the sort of weight of the office and the realization that this is all mine now.
This is when he first found out. Realized.
It was literally when the race was declared. 10 minutes later, a few of us went over to see him with his family, and I never saw that weight lift off his shoulders in the 8 years that he was president. I never sent. It was always there, a constant companion. I have this responsibility.
Did you see that in the seriousness with Biden today? In a way, coming out of this briefing, learning, with a new number on the increasing number of deaths, the depth of the economic crisis. Obviously, he's known about it.
Right.
But did you see that in a sense that he kept it short and then he moved
I used to joke that, not joke, it wasn't a joke at all. I'd say that Obama had the worst set of circumstances since Roosevelt. Biden will surpass that. The situation he's inheriting is graver than the one that Barack Obama faced. And he is a serious person. He is a student of this. And I'm sure that the gravity of the situation that he may well now walk into is with him.
Because he was there.
Yeah, he was there. He was there with us. He knows.
When you got the bad news.
He knows.
And now here he is looking at that all over again, potentially.
Exactly.
Rick, what did you make of it?
I thought it was the right tone. he clearly is very confident that they're going to win, and it's not a bravado. He feels very confident he's going to win. I mean, I think his people have convinced him that the numbers are there for him to win, and so he is assuming the role. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, he didn't say anything. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of as a conservative, of someone who's been in the fight. I mean, there was nothing there that was a poke in the eye or that stirred the pot a little bit. I think his call for calm was a call for calm generally, not saying you people who aren't you stay. He was just saying, look, just let the process work. So
I've been told that CNN is reporting that some people around the president are concerned that seeing Vice President Biden speak, that the president is going to want to come out and
echo the message of calm.
No, they're just going to want to speak. They didn't characterize.
Let's get his translator.
There was nothing there that pokes the president. And not that the president doesn't have every right to go out and say something. I think it's appropriate for the president, if he wanted to say something today, to say something. But I don't think there was any intent to poke the president or prod him to say something. Look, the campaign's over. I mean, there's the decision's made. We have to figure out what that decision is. And so I give credit, frankly, to both sides, because I think the president, you can say, well, he's tweeting everything. Yeah, he is, but for Donald Trump, he's being fairly restrained, and I think that's
Dan, and then we
both sides.
I do think that you have the eyes of the world on these TV cameras, the eyes of the world on these devices. I mean, literally, you got billions of people around the world. So I think leaving a vacuum out there isn't good, because what's happening is in the vacuum you have disinformation and a bunch of hysteria going on, and frankly, the president is not helping. So I do think that having Biden come out and give that comment that's being now shared around the world, that's medicine. That's medicine that we need right now.
Let's go back to Jake, Dan, and Abby. Jake.
All right, thanks so much. And it is very different to see what we're hearing, see what we're seeing from Joe Biden, calming the temperature, saying everything's going to work out, just let the system work, and the opposite from not President Trump, who they've kept safely ensconced in a sack in the basement of the White House so far, but there are conservative activists out there who are just alleging all sorts of, they're just lying. I mean, just you put it bluntly, they're just out there lying.
And I'm just pulling up, because I took notes on what the former vice president said. He said, democracy is sometimes messy and it requires patience. Obviously, the latter is true. We all are experiencing that right now, the need for patience. But I don't actually think that this is that messy.
Nope.
It's remarkable in how unmessy and how clean this process is, considering the fact that we are talking about millions of votes. Well, tens of millions of votes, obviously hundreds of millions total. But when you look at these battleground states, it's a lot, especially for places like Pennsylvania, which has never had a culture of mail-in voting. And they were behind the eight ball for a long time. People in Pennsylvania even admit that. And this is the first time, even pre-pandemic, that they decided to make mail-in voting more available, and the fact that they are doing it rather quickly, given the volume that they have, is pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's just taking a little bit of time, but it's actually, and what's interesting is that so many of our reporters who have been in the field all week have heard from all of these election officials in towns and cities all across the country, and so many of them saying it's been a boring election day. They have not seen widespread problems. Even the Biden campaign, a lot of Democrats who've been on the lookout for widespread problems, we haven't seen them really alleging anything crazy happening. So now we're just counting the votes and we're just waiting to see what happens. And I was really struck by how Biden, in some ways, you heard Rick saying the campaign's over. Biden seemed very much in a post-election mindset, almost as if he wasn't even thinking. I mean, I'm sure he was thinking about Donald Trump, but it was almost as if President Trump was not a factor in what he was saying as he was going out there and
exactly
speaking.
Right.
His mind is clearly in a transition mode. We're not quite there yet in terms of the numbers, but that's clearly where Joe Biden, the former vice president of the United States, who has been in politics and in Washington for decades, that's where he is right now.
Well, I mean, if he does want to do what he said he wanted to do as a candidate, which is unite the country, bring everyone together, that's what he needs to do, is to not poke the bear, as was just said. Let's go to Caitlin Collins, who covers the White House for us. Caitlin, what are you hearing from the White House, from the Trump team?
Well, Jake, all day yesterday and today, I've heard that President Trump has wanted to come out and do just what Joe Biden did there. Appear in front of the cameras, address the nation. Obviously, it's a safe bet to say they would say very different things than what Joe Biden just said there about urging calm, counting every vote, confident they're going to win, and waiting to see what the ultimate outcome is. But here's the concern for Trump world is they've been trying to keep the president from speaking publicly. They've told him just let the attorneys handle this right now. That's the best message you've got out there so far as we are waiting to see what's going to happen in somewhere like in Arizona because, Jake, they know that if the president comes out, his message is not going to be much stronger than what it was at 2:30 in the morning on Wednesday when he was actually had a much larger margin in a lot of these states than what he has right now, especially somewhere like a Pennsylvania, like a Georgia. And so the concern is that seeing Biden go on camera is going to make the president want to go on camera because, of course, that is often how he sees things. He watches things through the lens of the coverage as he's seeing them on the television. And we know that he's been in the Oval Office today, but has not been in public since that early morning press conference, or not press conference, appearance at the White House. So the question is, are we going to see from the president? It seems far from determined over at the White House, but there is a concern that seeing Biden go in front of the cameras is going to make the president want to do the same thing.
All right, Caitlin Collins at the White House. And I think one of the issues here, Abby, is not just, look, whatever the president says, it's not going to affect the counting of the votes. We have a system where states are in charge of this. States often give that power to counties, and the counting is going on. The question is, will President Trump's continued desire to inflame tensions by making patently false allegations about this election and about the integrity of our very democracy, will that inflame his supporters so much that there will be violence? That is the real risk, and that is what the people around the president have got to be thinking about when they're trying to keep him from going public, because they don't want there to be Americans physically hurt.
Well, remember 5 years ago on election night when we were discussing what the president would say, there was a choice before him in that moment: inflame tensions or kind of take a different tone, avoid stepping on some of these landmines. He chose to inflame tensions, and the reporting is that it was against the advice of many of his advisors. Now we're seeing the consequences of that. I think his base is inflamed. The question is, will it go even further? Some of them showed up outside of the place where they're counting votes in Arizona armed. So we're kind of there already. And now we're at the phase where their path is so narrow. You're seeing a lot of desperation show up. The president's son, Eric Trump, asking just a few minutes ago on Twitter, where is the GOP? Really calling for Republicans who are allied with the president to step up to defend him. And we're going to see a lot more of that. The president and what you're seeing from his children is a reflection of what the president wants. He wants people out there defending him and echoing some of the unhinged things that he's been saying.
You know where the GOP is? With the basic rule of democracy, which is count the votes.
Right.
I mean, even the president's most ardent defenders in Congress that we've seen and heard from on policy issues, and even on some of the kind of personality things that the president has had, it's crickets from them. There's a reason for that. And it is because what we're seeing is each state and commonwealth doing the job that is required of them, doing it well, doing it slowly. And one thing I want to add to what Caitlin was saying is that although there are certainly people around the president who are trying to keep him at bay, keep him from going out because they don't know what he's going to say when he hits a microphone, others I'm told I'm communicating with are worried that he is ceding the presidential space to the person who's hoping to get the job.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the president's concerned about.
Oh, yeah.
And all those election workers doing their jobs, some of them Republicans, some of them Democrats. The governor of Georgia, a Republican. The governor of Arizona, a Republican. Lots of people just doing the work. There are Republican and Democratic observers in all of these spaces. That's why there is not this rising up, this revolution of Republican members of Congress and Senate, because they know the process is working. And there are Republicans in the room watching to make sure that it all goes fairly. Pennsylvania is taking center stage in the unfolding election drama. It could have its results tonight. We're standing by to hear from the Pennsylvania Secretary of State as election night in America continues.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant
outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkly, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe. Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
You aim high in everything you do. You have high standards. After all, it's your body, your life, and your future. Shouldn't the same go for your birth control? If you're looking for low hormone pregnancy prevention, aim high and go low. Meet Kylena, the smallest, lowest hormone 5-year IUD that's highly effective and reversible anytime, in case your plans change. Don't use Kylena if you have a pelvic infection, get infections easily, or have certain cancers. Less than 1% of users get a serious infection called PID. If you have pelvic or stomach pain, or if Kylena comes out, talk to your healthcare professional. Kylena may attach to or go through the uterus. Pregnancy with Kylena is uncommon, but can be life-threatening and may cause loss of pregnancy or fertility. Ovarian cysts may occur but usually disappear. Bleeding and spotting may increase in the first 3 to 6 months and remain irregular. Periods over time may become shorter, lighter, or may stop. Kylena does not protect against HIV or STDs. Aim high and go low with Kylena. Ask your HCP about the lowest hormone 5-year IUD.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
For tonight's sleep story, we travel to the south of France. I'm Stephen Fry, and I'll be your guide as we meander lazily through the lavender fields and sleepy villages of Provence.
We're looking, taking a very close look at what's going on in Arizona right now. Bill Weir is on the ground for us in Phoenix. What's going on over there where you are?
Well, Wolf, this is the room where it happens in Maricopa County. They can churn through about 6,000 to 8,000 ballots an hour in this location. You've got both Democrats and Republican observers. We're taking a little break there, but every time there's a discrepancy, they have to agree and then kick it down the chain. But here's where we stand. Arizona right now, Joe Biden leads by about 68,000 votes. Of course, the AP and Fox News have called this state for the former vice president, but everybody else, us included, are being super careful, and here's why. Of the 400,000 or so votes remaining in Arizona, President Trump would have to win those remaining votes by 17 points to pull things out here. Well, last night in Maricopa, when they dumped that last 140,000 votes, Donald Trump won those by 17 points. So when the new numbers come out at 7 p.m. local time here, less than 5 hours, we're going to see if that trend continues. Is it a 17-point lead for him here? Does that mean he's going to chip away at Joe Biden's lead as this count goes on? That's what everybody cares about. But Maricopa County, he may get those numbers, but there's also Pima and Coconino and Santa Cruz counties, which are trend a little bit bluer. So it's going to come down to razor-thin margins here in Arizona, Wolf.
Bill Weir, thank you very, very much. I'm here with John King. We're at the Magic Wall. But the Secretary of State of Arizona is joining us right now, Katie Hobbs. Secretary Hobbs, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, how many ballots do you believe are still outstanding statewide? And how many of those are in the Phoenix area in Maricopa County?
There's roughly 450,000 statewide, and just under 300,000 are in Maricopa County.
That's a lot. When do you expect that we'll get those results of those outstanding ballots in Arizona?
Yep, it sounds like most of the counties and wrapping up tabulation, the bulk of tabulation by this weekend, Maricopa County included, except for some provisional ballots that they actually have until Tuesday to resolve. And so we're gonna know results soon.
Let me just press you on that. When you say soon, you think we'll get more results today, at least?
Oh, absolutely. Maricopa County is posting their daily tabulation every day at 9 o'clock for you guys. And they're going to continue to do that until they're done. So I think that after today and tomorrow, we'll have a really more clear picture on what Arizona looks like.
Would you get a sense we'll get a significant number of ballots counted by tonight?
Well, they were able to get through 140,000 yesterday. So if they're keeping up that pace, then that should be a good number.
Madam Secretary, it's John King. Thank you for your time. I know you're very busy. I asked a version of this question yesterday, so forgive me. But as you understand, the country and the world are watching right now because Joe Biden is at 253, and we're trying to take the remaining states off the board to see whether Joe Biden wins the presidency or whether Donald Trump can somehow block him and win re-election. When you say Maricopa County, for example, will do their daily build a couple hours from now here in the East Coast, have there been any conversations about several updates a day so people can at least see a trend line, or what is the reason to do it one time a day?
I have not had that conversation with them. So, I think that every time they have to stop to upload data, it takes away from counting. And I know that they're just trying to get through those counts and provide a certainty to the public about when those updates will be provided.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, I think this came up yesterday too, but we have seen, the Trump campaign, understandably watching all of this, but also in a somewhat more curious way in Pennsylvania, for example, complaining a lot and threatening to file suits. In Wisconsin, saying they would ask a recount. I know you're still in the middle of the count, so nobody could ask for a recount now anyway. We did see some protests outside the Maricopa County Counting Center last night. There's democracy and then there's disruption. Are you worried at all about some of the anxiety you've seen outside of some of these counting centers?
Certainly, we're worried primarily about the safety of the staff involved. They worked with Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, and as far as we heard, everybody was safe. And I think that what these protesters need to understand, we are doing.
I think we just lost.
That is what we're doing. We're going to do that whether or not they're asking.
Go ahead, Secretary. We lost you for a second. Just pick up your thought.
We're going to do that whether they ask us to or not. And their being there actually is causing delay and disruption and preventing the employees from actually continuing to do their jobs.
Well, was that an isolated incident, or do you see these incidents occurring elsewhere in Arizona?
We haven't seen them anywhere else in Arizona, but they're out again today in downtown Phoenix.
And I take it it's okay in Arizona for people to show up at these demonstrations armed with rifles and weapons. Is that right?
100%.
That's the law. Go ahead, John.
Just in terms of as you look in terms of the pace of the count, you're doing it your way, and we've tried to tell our viewers in the United States and all across the world, different states are doing this in different ways. Do you have any concerns in terms of do you have ballots, provisional ballots being challenged, or any other ballots being challenged, or are you moving along smoothly, even though it's taking some time because so much of this is on paper and mail?
Yeah, it's moving smoothly. We're at the place we expected to be right now. We said from the beginning this was going to take time and turnout ahead of where we were this time 2 years ago.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of technical issues. Has there been any? We know that the Trump campaign has threatened various lawsuits in other states. Have they threatened anything in Arizona?
We haven't heard anything at all. And there really, as far as we can tell, there's not really anything he can challenge. Here, he wants the votes to keep being counted. And so there's no reason to challenge that. In terms of recount, our recount margin is very narrow. And there's no basis to request a recall if it's not within those margins.
And so I just want to walk through it one more time. We just had a little glitch in the connection every now and then. So tonight, how much of the vote do you expect to be out tonight, and when do you think we will have, if not 100%, 90% or more of the Arizona vote tallied in public?
I don't want to put words in Maricopa County's mouth. Yesterday, they were able to tabulate 140,000 ballots. I would hope for a similar number today, but I can't commit to that on their behalf. The other counties are plugging away and updating their numbers when they have numbers to update. And so, Secretary Hobbs, based on everything you've seen so far, when do you think we will know the winner in Arizona? I think that if Maricopa County keeps up the pace that we saw yesterday in tabulating ballots, that we will have a much more clear picture of where things stand by tomorrow. By tomorrow morning, afternoon, evening, can you give us a little better sense? We're all, we obviously are anxious that you guys do it, but do it right. But we're just curious when we'll know. Yeah, I would say by tomorrow evening when Maricopa County does their upload tomorrow evening. Because that's the biggest county, John, in Maricopa.
Right, Maricopa, and the Secretary is saying she expects 140,000 today. That would be almost half. The 300,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. And again, that's your biggest clue if you pull it up. It's leaning Democratic right now, but it's relatively competitive. Again, President Trump narrowly carried it 4 years ago. Joe Biden is narrowly carrying it now, 51 to 47. And so you have 300,000 ballots outstanding. And here's the question, right? You see Joe Biden with a lead here, 912,000 to 838,000. So if we get 140,000 more today, is it relatively evenly matched like this? When we did get some ballots last night, the president actually narrowed the lead, right? So you look at this and you think Joe Biden's going to build. We don't know that. We don't know that. Remember, if you go back in time, Donald Trump narrowly, again, this is very competitive, but Donald Trump carried Maricopa County 4 years ago. The suburbs have revolted against this president across America, in some places here. So we'll see. But if they get 140,000 today, that's about half, Wolf. That'll be a pretty good clue. Won't get you to the finish line, but it might give you a direction.
Well, what about that, Secretary Hobbs? Of the 300,000 or so uncounted ballots so far, how many are like the mail-in ballots as opposed to the day of ballots? We don't have any more day of ballots except for provisionals that are being counted right now. All the ballots being counted right now are early ballots that were dropped off Monday or Tuesday. So you have 450,000 uncounted ballots statewide, 300,000 in Maricopa County. Where else are there? What about Pima County? Pima County, I should say. Pima's got about 46,000 ballots. Yuma is down to 8,500. Coconino County still has about 13,000. And Pinal County, which is between Maricopa and Pima, has 41,000. Yeah, show us those counties. Hold on for a moment, Secretary. John King's going to show us those counties, and we're going to get a sense whether they're leaning for the president or the former vice president.
So here's Pima, which is overwhelmingly right now 60 to 39 in Pima. And then you move up here in Maricopa, we just talked about, and then you come this way. Did we mention we have more in Pinal County?
No.
Okay, so we come up to
41,
here.
Yeah. In Pinal.
Okay, so you have some more in Gila County?
Oh, Gila is very minimal, less than 500 in Gila County.
Right, and here's where you said in Coconino there's still a significant amount.
13,000.
13,000, and again, so you're looking here 63% for the former vice president. This is why they're voicing confidence in the Biden campaign, because the larger counties that still have the larger number of ballots are blue counties. Let's just move right through this hat now. In Sedona, Yavapai, am I saying that right?
Yavapai,
yeah.
yeah.
Are there more outstanding there?
They are 8,500.
8,500. So again, you see, again, the president is carrying this county. Can I ask you, Madam Secretary, as we go through this and we show the counties, in other states we are seeing, even in the Republican areas, the Democratic preference to vote by mail or to vote early is significantly higher. So Joe Biden, even like in Pennsylvania, as we've been counting, in Georgia we've been counting, even in Republican counties, the Democrats have a lopsided advantage when it comes to those ballots. Do you know, are you seeing the same thing in Arizona?
I'm sorry, you cut out a little bit, so I didn't hear all of your question. We Democrats here definitely had an advantage in early votes, and in the early votes that were actually turned in early, which is not normal. Normally, they're the ones holding on to them till the end and dropping them off those last couple of days, which is why we don't really know the ballots being counted right now. In normal years, they would trend Democratic, and that we're not sure if that's what's happening right now. So.
That's a great point. And obviously, we did see the last time we got an installment from Maricopa County, President Trump actually narrowed Joe Biden's lead. I think that's the point you're making, that in this most unusual election year, the patterns you've seen in the past are not necessarily playing out as the count unfolds this year. Is that right?
I just want to button up, Madam Secretary, you haven't seen any evidence of any major irregularities, fraud, anything along those lines. So far, everything has been almost completely smooth in Arizona. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, that's good to hear. Well, thank you so much, Madam Secretary. Thanks so much for all your good work. We're really grateful to you. Grateful to all the poll workers, everyone in Arizona. This is really important work. David Chalian, you're getting some new information about Arizona as well. What are you picking up?
Well, again, state of play, obviously, 67,906 votes. Joe Biden has, in terms of a lead over Donald Trump, 50.5% to 48.1%. But you just heard the Secretary. Take a look at the outstanding ballots. It's roughly a universe of 450,000 votes outstanding to be counted. We know 2/3 of that come from the population center in Maricopa County. Out of those 450,000 votes, Joe Biden needs 41 to 43% of them, needs to win 41 to 43% in order to hang on to his lead and win the state. Donald Trump needs 55 to 58% of what comes in of those uncounted votes to win the state. Now, you just heard, if indeed a trend is that the Monday, Tuesday ballots are leaning a little bit more Trump, perhaps he can overperform his current statewide 48% and achieve that goal. We have to wait to see those votes get counted.
We will get numbers, I suspect, at some point. See what's happening in Arizona right now. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State, by the way, is expected to speak soon as President Trump's lead in the Commonwealth drops to, around 90,000 votes. It has just dropped again. 90,542 votes. Not many left to be counted. We're watching all of this. Election night in America continues right after this.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant, outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkly, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
Imagine
imagine. Right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We're standing by for an update from Battleground, Pennsylvania as our election coverage continues. I'm Will Blitzer. Tonight, former Vice President Joe Biden says he has no doubt he will ultimately win the White House and defeat President Trump once all the votes are counted. Right now, all eyes are on Pennsylvania, where Biden has been closing the gap with Trump and threatening the president's lead as results from mail-in ballots are revealed. We expect Pennsylvania's Secretary of State to share new information this hour. We'll have live coverage. Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia also could tilt the election one way or another, but Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. That's enough to push Biden over the top, above the 270 needed to win. Biden has multiple opportunities to build on his 253 electoral votes, but Trump, who has 213 electoral votes, needs to win Pennsylvania in order to win re-election. It's time for another key race alert. And let's go to Pennsylvania right now. The lead that President Trump has over Joe Biden has narrowed to 90,542, with 93% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 50.1%. Biden has 48.7%. Remember, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's walk over to John King, who's looking at Pennsylvania very, very closely. We're going to be hearing from the Secretary of State. We're going to be getting new numbers. But meanwhile, the number has gone down. Trump's lead to 90,542.
90,000 every state. And this has been the case now for the past 24 hours. Every time we get new votes, most of them are coming in from the Democratic strongholds here. We're waiting on Allegheny out there. But even as some of these Republican Trump counties begin to report their leftover mail-in ballots as they count them, we're seeing Joe Biden make up gains, because we know across the country, but we know especially in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. Those are the ballots being counted now. And so you've just seen this play out. The president's lead was once over 600,000 votes. It is now 90,000 votes. And so the question is, there is zero question. Joe Biden has momentum. The question is, does he have enough to get him to the finish line? Will he just narrow this and make it dramatic, or will he pass? One of the places we're waiting for is the largest vote basket in the case. That would be the city of Philadelphia. 86% in. We've been stuck at that number for some time. It was 80% to begin the day. We've been stuck at 86 for some time. It's 12% plus of the state's population. Democrats believe they did a good job with turnout. We'll see what the final number is. Here's one way to judge that. 494,000 votes right now for Joe Biden. If you go back in time, the Clinton campaign actually thought they did a great job in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia in particular, with decent turnout last year. In places like Milwaukee, places like Detroit, they had trouble with African-American turnout. They thought 4 years ago they did a pretty good job in Philadelphia. So you see that, use that as your benchmark, 584,000. If Joe Biden can get up to that, it puts him in play in that state.
Let's go to Philadelphia. Kate Baldwin is on the ground for us over there. Kate, what's going on?
All right, so Wolf, the whole ballgame now is how many ballots are outstanding and left to be counted. Statewide, the latest number that we have is 340,000 mail-in ballots are outstanding. A big chunk of that is here in Philadelphia. The latest numbers we have from officials here are they estimate between 85,000 and 90,000 ballots that are still outstanding, still to be counted. We also know in another large county, Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, the latest that we had was that there are between 35,000 and 36,000 mail-in ballots outstanding. Those will not be counted until tomorrow, or dealt with until tomorrow. So that is where the biggest chunks, if you will, when it comes down to the counties of where these outstanding mail-in ballots are yet to be counted here in the Commonwealth. We also have some information. It also will be interesting to hear from the Secretary of State if she has an update on the number of ballots that have come in after Election Day, those mail-in ballots that are to be segregated, that are disputed that are in dispute or being contested, if you will. We heard from Allegheny County officials that they have been told by the state, and that was earlier today, that just yesterday, across the Commonwealth, the number of those ballots that came in after Election Day was 10,000 of those mail-in ballots that are to be segregated. It'll be interesting to hear what the Secretary of State has to say about those as well, because when you're talking about the margins that you and John are talking about, every single one of these ballots and votes matters.
You're absolutely right, Kate. Thank you very, very much. We'll check back with you. Kate Baldwin's in Philadelphia. Normally, if you and I have covered a lot of elections, we see 93% of the vote is in. One person has a 90,000 vote lead. We naturally assume, well, that looks pretty good. It's almost over, right?
Right, because you crunch that math, and Joe Biden needs to win 63 to 65% of the votes remaining. Well, he's not getting 63, 65% of the vote total right now. So normally you would say, oh, forget about it, except this is the unusual, unorthodox election where you had three kinds of voting, and then voting by mail, the Democrats have a lopsided advantage, including in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden, as I just said, needs somewhere between 63% and 65%, depending on the exact number of ballots still out there. Well, in the vote counted today, Joe Biden is getting 78% of those votes. Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. That is most of what is being counted right now. So you glance at that number. In a normal election, you would say, doesn't work. The hill is too steep. No way you're going to get 63, 64% of the vote when you're polling at 49, when your count is at 49. However, just today, in the votes counted, Joe Biden is getting 78% of the vote. So he is exceeding what he needs in the votes counted so far. Doesn't mean he gets them in the rest of the day as they come in, but there's reason for hope in the Biden campaign because right now you are exceeding the metric and by a significant amount you need to get.
You heard Kate say these are mail-in ballots, which are skewed in favor of the Democrats, at least right now. All right, stand by. We got a key race alert. All right, take a look at Georgia right now. President Trump's lead over Joe Biden is continuing to shrink. Right now, it is only 9,525. He's got a lead of 9,525 votes over Joe Biden, 49.5% to 49.3%. 98% of the estimated vote is in, but there are still several thousand votes outstanding in Georgia right now, 16 electoral votes. John King, that lead keeps shrinking and shrinking under 10,000 now.
So here we are, 5:07 p.m. in the East, 9,525. I wrote this down at 4:15. So less than an hour ago, it was 12,765. That's the metric we're watching today. Again, just as in Pennsylvania, as the mail-in ballots are being counted. We said this at the beginning of the process, even before the polls closed on Tuesday. Republicans were expected to win the Election Day vote. People who voted in person on Election Day, they did. And President Trump jumped out to a big early lead here. Democrats are dominating the mail-in voting, dominating with a capital D. And Joe Biden now, this is, again, in the Biden campaign, they think in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, think of a snowball going down the hill. Joe Biden is picking up votes as they go. That's not a guarantee that they pass, but every time this happens. And so let's see where they came in. We were waiting, and we're still waiting. This is where it gets significant. We're waiting for 17,000 ballots to be cast here. This number has not changed, right? This number has not changed. The number's up here, at least by my look at it, during the day. This is Chatham County. It's Savannah. Joe Biden is getting 57, 58% of the vote right here. And this is key as they count these ballots. If Joe Biden's going to catch up, a lot of it's going to come right here.
Let's go to Savannah right now. Martin Savage is on the ground for us in Savannah. What are you seeing over there, Martin?
Well, we understand that Brad Raffensperger, who is the Secretary of State, of course, for Georgia, has scheduled a press conference about 25 minutes from now, 5:30. So we don't know exactly what he's going to say, but clearly it's going to be something that will be impactful for the election. Chatham County here, they're still tabulating the votes right now. What they're doing right now is sort of going through and looking at ballots that have been kicked out. These are ballots that the machine has identified that there's some sort of mismarking on it, some problem with the ballot itself. And so you have Republicans, you have Democrats, and then you also have an independent who sit there and review. This isn't the old days where you hold up the hanging chads and look at it through the light. It's all done on computer now. And so they've got two teams that are inside working on it. They won't say how many of these ballots have been kicked out. But of course, they're trying to whittle down that list of 17,000. They also won't say how far down that list they've gone. What we do know is that it's hoped, at least by election officials here, that they'll have a pretty good leg up on most of that number tonight. They will be updating to the Secretary of State later. They won't say exactly what time. But we also know this county is going to have more ballots to look at and to count tomorrow, primarily because, as you know, Savannah is surrounded by a number of military bases. So they get a lot of overseas ballots. And here they have until 5 o'clock tomorrow to tabulate and count those ballots. So no matter how much is tabulated tonight, they know they'll still have more to do tomorrow. And they hope it won't go into the weekend. Wolf?
Yeah, let's see what happens tomorrow. Every vote counts, especially those military votes that are coming in. Martin Savage in Savannah for us. Thanks very much. We're expecting two major news conferences this hour from Georgia and from Pennsylvania. These are two critical states which potentially could determine who's going to be the next president of the United States.
Yes, they're essential states, and they're especially essential if you're the president of the United States, who right now is looking at Joe Biden at 253 electoral votes. Joe Biden right now is looking at 253 electoral votes, right? Donald Trump, you cannot get from 213 to 270 without Pennsylvania and Georgia. It's impossible. It is impossible. So if Joe Biden wins either one of those states, he's the next president of the United States. Joe Biden has other routes. If Donald Trump wins them both, that doesn't mean Donald Trump wins re-election because Joe Biden is leading in Arizona, leading in Nevada. Those two states would get Joe Biden to 270. I'll just do it so you can see the math play out on your screen. He's leading here and he's leading here. Those would get him to 270. Now, we're not done counting votes there. It may take another day or so to get there, but just those would get Joe Biden there. So he doesn't need Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Maine 2nd Congressional District. So let's come at this from a different perspective. What does the president do? Well, we expect the president's going to win Alaska. The president is leading in North Carolina. It's close, but it's been a stubborn, steady lead. The expectation is, we're not there yet, but the expectation is that will stay there. the president right now is leading in Maine's 2nd congressional district. Every time I touch this, I do this. Let me pick it up, fix it. Let me bring it back here. Joe Biden is winning the rest of them, but the president is winning one of them. And so here's what you get. You get the president to 232. Well, if the president wins here and here, he's in play, but he still has to win one of those, right? But if Joe Biden takes away one of these, it's just impossible. You can't, the president's math, you can't get to 270. So the president must win Pennsylvania. He must win Georgia. If he does that, he has a path to re-election. If he does not, it is game over. So as we wait for the secretaries of state, everyone on the board still matters. If you're the president of the United States sitting in the White House wondering, am I leaving in 3 months or do I get to stay for 4 more years? It is absolutely essential. And again, if you look at the vote counts in those states, they'll come out to Georgia first, 9,500, that was over 600,000. A little more than 24 hours ago,
Yeah.
that was over 600,000. It is now down to 9,000 votes. The same thing is happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Inside the Trump campaign, they keep saying they have lawyers in both places. We know the president's been on phone to the Republican governor here and the Republican governor there. The math is going Joe Biden's way. It's not across the finish line yet, but at the White House and at the Trump campaign headquarters, they're doing the math.
Yeah,
they know.
They certainly are. There's a lot of drama in the race for the White House. There's also a lot of drama going on in the race that's going on, the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Dana Bash is watching that for us. What are you picking up, Dana?
That's right. It's not just Donald Trump's lead shrinking in Georgia. It is the incumbent Republican. Look at the screen. 49.9%. This is the first time that the incumbent David Perdue has dipped below 50%. Why does that matter? Because in Georgia, a candidate must have 50% in order to avoid a runoff. Right now, David Perdue does not have that. We are not sure where this will end up, but the reason we wanted to bring it to you is because it's the first time it has dipped there. And this is the other race we've been watching in Georgia, 2 Senate races, remember there. This already is going to a runoff according to CNN's count. That is the Democrat Raphael Warnock, the Republican Kelly Loeffler. That runoff will be January 5th. We'll see if there will end up being 2 on January 5th. So let's look at where the balance of power is right now. Democrats have 47 seats. Republicans have 47 seats. Remember, Democrats have to pick up 4 seats from Republicans in order to take over the majority of the Senate. And we'll see what happens at the end of the day. Well,
we'll watch it together with you, Dana. Very interesting race indeed. We're going to be busy January 5th. There's going to be 2 runoffs. Looks like there's going to be 2 runoffs in Georgia.
I think of all the money spent in the presidential campaign, the House campaign, the Senate campaign for governors. Now you're going to have those 2 seats, especially if they could potentially determine the balance of power in the United States Senate. We should buy a local TV station in Georgia, and we should buy it now.
Yeah, a lot of advertising, a lot of commercials going on in Georgia.
There's a lot of money to be had there. But look, it's just, I'm laughing about this because this election could continue when it comes to, we might be a day or so still, and we do expect, if it comes down to one state swinging it, watch for the president to mount legal challenges. So the presidential race, even if we are pretty clear about what is happening, even if we are pretty certain about the final count, it is possible we'll have some court cases that keep us in limbo for a little bit. But it's the closeness of all of this. This is time. I just want to go back in time and play this out for people because it is just stunning to watch. And again, it is a reminder. If you're looking at this, you're seeing the president. The president is saying things like stop the count. That's just reckless and irresponsible. We live in a democracy. We count every vote. We knew coming into this, mail-in voting, in-person early voting, election day voting, that it was going to be complicated and that each state and sometimes counties within states would have a different way of doing it. They would decide how they thought it was best to count the votes. A lot of those mail-in ballots have been left for last so that they could deal with the crowds on election day. So let's come back here. This is Wednesday. As election day Tuesday gives way to Wednesday, the president is ahead by 372,407 votes. Then Wednesday, 9 a.m., it starts to shrink a little bit. And you see it go down some more, and you see it go down some more, and you see there, this is today, 6 a.m., down to 18,000 votes, and we get down to 14,000 votes, and then you come out live right now. Again, the trajectory has been steady. As they count the mail-in ballots, a lead that was once higher than 600,000 votes is now fewer than 10,000 votes. And again, the votes that are out are in Democratic counties like Chatham County, where Savannah is, and we know there are still some votes out here in the Atlanta metro area, including Fulton County, which is Atlanta, still several thousand votes to be counted here. And
By the way, John, take a look at the what we're seeing. We're seeing some live pictures of the former vice president walking out. Let's see if he says anything. He's with his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, as well. I just want to listen in for a second. All right. He's not answering reporters' questions, getting into the vehicle over there. You know, it's interesting. He made that little statement a little while ago. He had a briefing on what's going on with coronavirus, on the economic crisis that's going on in the country right now. He's been busy in those kinds of meetings, in contrast to what we're seeing. We're not seeing much at all. Only see some tweets from the president of the United States.
Angry tweets from the president that are not factually based. They're just not saying things like fraud, saying stop the count. Actually, the interesting thing is the president said stop the count earlier today. If we stop the count nationally right now, Joe Biden's the next president of the United States. Peter Baker of the New York Times pointing that out smartly earlier today in a tweet. If you stop the count right now, Joe Biden wins Arizona, Joe Biden wins Nevada, and Joe Biden is the president-elect of the United States. So the president, it's been said before over the last 4 years, should maybe think before he tweets, but that's not going to stop him. But this is an interesting moment. You just saw the former Vice President Joe Biden, first ran for president back in the 1988 campaign, ran again in the 2008 campaign. At the beginning of this campaign, many Democrats said he's not the man for the moment. Joe Biden right now has more votes for president than anybody in American history. 72 million votes, 72.6 million votes. And there are a lot of votes still being counted on the West Coast. There are a lot of votes still being counted in New York State. There are a lot of votes still being counted everywhere, but including in some big blue Democratic battlegrounds. Joe Biden is 3.8 million votes ahead in the popular vote. He's not president yet. Democrats went through this 4 years ago, and they went through this in 2000. You can win the popular vote and not win the Electoral College. But Joe Biden has more votes than any other human being running for president of the United States right now, which is a pretty significant achievement for a man who many in his own party questioned. Is he the man for this moment when he got into the race? 72.6 million votes. That number is going to keep climbing. So it's just a fascinating moment. And now you're looking at this and you're saying, you know, these are the states we have called, the red and the blue, and you're waiting to see, again, if he wins there and he wins there, he's the president-elect. If he wins here and he wins here as well, he can get as high as 306 Electoral College votes. At the moment, he's at 253. And what you heard from him earlier today, Wolf, that's very interesting. He's using an economy of words. He doesn't want to speak a lot. What he's trying to project is everybody hang in, everybody count the votes. I'm getting ready. I had a briefing on the economy. I had a briefing on COVID. Not saying much. While the President of the United States today, it's been interesting, saying absolutely nothing in public except his words on Twitter. But as Caitlin Collins was saying earlier, our White House correspondent, we do know the president's making calls to political strategists and the like, and we do know he's complaining about some of these Republican governors wishing they would stop the vote.
There's Senator Kamala Harris, the vice presidential running mate. She's walking out, too. I guess she's not going to answer any reporters' questions. We did hear the former vice president say specifically when he made that brief statement a little while ago, we have no doubt, he said, we will be declared winners. And he added, we will know very soon. So he's very, very confident about all of this. And I assume if there is an outcome, perhaps later tonight, we'll hear a major address from him.
Yes, as Jeff Zeleny reported earlier, they have a site set up for that, the victory rally, if you will. I assume if he lost, that would be the concession rally, but they assume it's going to be a victory rally, and you saw them setting it up. The question is, how do you define very soon? We've been asking the question now for a couple of days, working long hours for the two candidates, for both of them. Imagine the stress and the anxiety. This is a high-stakes contest, two men running for the highest office in the land. So define very soon. Well, very soon would be if we got to a place where we could call this in Biden's favor, but we're not there right now. The president has a 90,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Again, the momentum has been consistently and steadily toward Biden. The question is, are there enough votes still to be counted to continue it? And again, we know bulk of those votes are right here, Southeast Pennsylvania, which is voting overwhelmingly for Biden. Can you get there? That's why you have to count them. This one is interesting to me. We just talked about it, but just that this is now 9,525 votes. And we know the outstanding votes are in places like this, Democratic, Chatham County, Fulton County, Atlanta, the suburbs around it, largely Democratic. There are some votes out for places that are voting for the president. This is a county earlier they said still had some outstanding votes. But even in Georgia, just like in Pennsylvania, sometimes looks can be deceiving in the sense that this is red. The president will carry it in the end. But even in these Republican counties, we are seeing most Democrats chose to vote early by mail. And so even here, there may not, even in these counties, there may not be as many Democrats as Republicans. That's why they're red. But when they're counting these late votes, they tend to be Democratic mail-in votes. So you pull it out, Wolf. And again, Joe Biden wins there, and there. If he wins just that, he's president of the United States. If he wins here, then he's got to pick up one of these two that are still outstanding. He has many paths to 270 of these several states remaining on the board. The president of the United States, I'm a broken record, but he cannot lose that. He cannot lose that. And at this hour, he is in danger of losing both.
Yeah, and as you correctly point out, Pennsylvania with its 20 electoral votes. If Biden were to win simply Pennsylvania, lose everything else, he'd have 270 electoral votes. We're standing by for news conferences in Georgia and Pennsylvania. The secretaries of state will be speaking, answering reporters' questions. President Trump's lead in both of those battleground states is slipping and slipping tonight. Stay with us. Our election night coverage continues right after this.
Grab Taco Bell's Nachos Party Pack whenever you're dressing up to stay in or witnessing a miracle. Go big with delicious nachos topped with all your favorites. Nachos Party Pack, only at Taco Bell. Get yours with Taco Bell delivery.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New No. 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New No. 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. No. 7.
Epic Pass has always offered great value and access to our world-class resorts like Vail, Park City, Breckenridge, Whistler Blackcomb, and more. And now, it takes you further with new Epic Mountain Rewards. Pass holders save 20% on food, lodging, lessons, rentals, and more. No sign-up, points tracking, or blackout dates. Epic has always meant access to every one of our world-class resorts. And now, it means access to even more. From one day to every day. Buy your pass today at epicpass.com.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
So the first time we received Home Chef, I absolutely loved it. It's amazing, it's convenient, it shows up at your door. The oven-ready meals are extremely simple. Everything comes in one pan, you put all the ingredients in it, put it in the oven, and life is easy. Cooking's one of our passions, knowing that we could get it to our house and don't have to go to the grocery stores often, it makes us happy and it's great.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern. From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The X-Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts.
are constantly followed by every county in
Let's
the
go
state.
live now
So, for
to
example,
Harrisburg, where the
about,
Secretary
I
of
think it was
State of
yesterday,
Pennsylvania is
voting by
talking
mail in
about the
Pennsylvania.
count
So
for the
process
presidential
is that
contest.
Though it's new under Act 77 that we can all vote by mail, it's the same processes that we've used for decades for absentee voting. So voters have to apply. They're checked against either the Social Security database or the PennDOT database. They're checked against their voter record to make sure that they're a qualified voter and they are who they say they are. They cast their ballot, and then they're checked again when the ballot is received that they were actually an approved voter. Very secure. There's really, like, the strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled. Same when you vote in person, right? You have to be registered, you go in, you sign in the poll book. All these things are tracked. Our voting systems and our databases make sure that no voter can cast more than one vote. It literally has a hard stop should anybody even try. And the counties, again, as I've talked about, the amazing county election officials, they take this so seriously. They are such professionals. So, you know, I can just say, really, no matter how you chose to vote this year, and so many Pennsylvanians have, and it looks like it's really going to be great turnout when we finalize the numbers, that every method is incredibly safe and secure. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Secretary. Hey, you've said, if I understand it correctly, that enough results may be coming in tonight for people to have a handle on who the winner in the presidential race is. What's your basis for thinking that? Can you put a finer point on it? How long? What makes you say that?
So the counties are continuing to count, and so obviously, depending on how close the race is, that impacts whether you. So you know. The final results are not certified until 20 days after the election, right? So I want to be clear, there's no final results happening now anyway. What's happening now is having enough ballots counted to actually see who the winner is, right? The farther apart that is, the easier it is to tell. So it's very close in Pennsylvania, right? There's no question. And so that means it's going to take longer to actually see who the winner is. But I can tell you that there's several 100,000 ballots remaining to be counted. You can track all that, what counties it remains in. Look at our website, and you'll be able to see how we get to the conclusion. But, you know, either way, I want to be clear that these are just the mail-in and absentee votes and the in-person votes, right? The overwhelming majority, like, I think, you know, a huge majority of the in-person votes have been counted. We're in a very good place with the mail-in and absentee ballots, but not quite there yet. But then there's still going to be provisional ballots, the military and overseas ballots, and so forth. So the closer the race is, the longer it takes. But I think what I've said all along is that the overwhelming majority of ballots will be counted by Friday. I still think that we're ahead of the schedule, and we actually already have counted the overwhelming majority of ballots, but because it's a close race, it's not quite clear yet who the winner is. So, yes.
You've mentioned provisional ballots a couple of times. How many of those have been cast statewide? And of those, how many have been counted and reported?
So very few have been counted, and because that usually happens following the counting of the other ballots. So that you won't see. Counties are not going to start that until after they've finished with the others generally. So we don't know yet. We've been reaching out to the counties. I know, I can't remember if it was you or somebody else who asked me both about provisional ballot numbers and numbers of ballots arriving after Election Day, after 8 p.m. on Election Day. So provisional ballots, you know, I think we've heard from, you know, maybe 2/3 of the counties. So I don't have a firm number yet, and as soon as we do, we'll be able to report those numbers.
Can you give me your best estimate?
The provisional ballots, I think it's still early yet. So let's touch base again after I have more than the number that I have so far. Yeah.
No guesstimate at all?
It doesn't. You know, the context matters, right? So if I tell you a number that reflects 41 counties, it could be not reflective of the whole because it matters which counties they are. So we will circle back with you. Yes. Sorry.
I know that you stand by the integrity of the election so far. Have you or any of the counties investigated any specific allegations of voter fraud?
No. I mean, I'm not aware of any. I mean, well, I should say you probably heard some weeks ago that there was a gentleman in Luzerne County who tried to apply for a ballot for his deceased mother. I don't know if you heard that, but that was several weeks ago. That was the only incident that I am aware of in this year. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I know that you said a minute ago that you guys have counted the vast majority of the in-person election day votes. Can you give us a more specific sense of how many of those are outstanding? Is it fewer than the remaining mail-in votes?
Oh, yeah. If you go to our website and the supplemental dashboard, if you look at like the pie chart, it's a tiny sliver. It may be that 99% are counted. So whether it's 99 or 98.5, go to the dashboard and it will tell you.
More beyond the mail-in ballots there.
No, I mean, there's a tiny fraction of precincts that aren't counted yet. Yeah, it's a very, very, very small number. Yeah, yes.
The outstanding mail-in ballots, does that include counties that have all counties segregated the ballots that came in after Election Day?
Right, so the ballots that have been counted so far are the ones that came in by November 3rd. So all the counties are going to be segregating any that came in after 8 p.m. on November 3rd through 5 p.m. on November 6th. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, there are 7 precincts in Allegheny County that aren't reporting anything yet. That includes Election Day in-person ballots. Do you know what's going on there?
No, I don't, but I'm happy to check with them afterwards. I know what's going on in some of the other things, but I don't know what's going on in those 7 precincts. So thank you. We will reach out to them. Yes.
So we probably know how many mail-in ballots might still be en route to election offices that were postmarked by the 3rd?
Do we know how many are en route? No. I could tell you that the numbers that have come in so far are a tiny fraction of what came in after the primary. So I don't think, and usually, I mean, based on historical numbers, you get the most ballots, the day after Election Day, and then it dwindles from there. So I don't expect it to be a significant amount.
Mail-in ballots were surrendered at the polls on November 3rd?
Not yet. We will know that because we will know that, at once the counties do those because obviously those voter declarations had to be signed, and I think they'll also be able to track the provisional ballot voters, the ones that didn't surrender their ballots. But that will take some time. Thank you. Yes.
Have you and your staff taken any special safety precautions? And should the county workers who are doing the counting be concerned about their safety, given the strong feelings?
So by safety, you mean from the outside world or?
Physical safety, yes.
The counties really are in the best position to assess that. I mean, as you might imagine, we have a great Commonwealth, a lot of diversity from, very rural counties to urban counties. So it's really not a one-size-fits-all assessment. We certainly talk to the counties and issue guidance and directives on security of, the voting systems and the locations and, all those things. But I think the physical security of the staff, I would defer to the counties on.
What about you and your staff? Taking any special precautions?
Yes.
Can you talk about those at all?
I mean, we have security. We make sure that we are safe, and we make sure that where we are, where operations are secure and safe. Yes. Thank you. Yes, Jan.
I was going to ask you about the late arriving ballots, if you have any kind of idea of how many there are, but based on these questions, I get a sense you don't know. But you did tell CNN today that it was anywhere from 0 in some counties to hundreds in others. So, I mean, can you be a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's significantly lower number than we thought. But I think we've heard from, I apologize, I forget exactly how many counties, so it's not a full picture yet, but it's a much less significant number. It's like a fraction of what we saw in the primaries. I think we saw 60,000 in the 3 days following the primary. It's not going to be anywhere near that. So once I have the full, again, I think I have maybe, 2/3 of the counties. And so I just want to make sure before I give, but what I said was true. There are some counties that got 0 the day following, and there are some counties that got in the hundreds, maybe 500. But so that's the range that I have now, but I just don't want to give an overall picture until I make sure I have every county in. Thanks. But it really is smaller. Yes.
Sorry, if I could just double back on mail-ins, uncounted mail-ins. I think you said in your opening remarks that there were several 100,000 outstanding. And we've heard some, varying numbers on that. Can you put a finer point on that at all? Just what kind of figure we're looking at?
So go to the website and go to the dashboard. It's constantly changing, and so it just seems like as soon as I give a number, there are county results that get updated, and it's different than what I just said. It's a moving target.
What's the last number you were aware of?
I think it was in the 300,000, the 350,000 range. But again, as soon as I say that, you're going to go into the dashboard and it's going to say it's lower than that. So,
difficult topic, and thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'll get to.
So on election night, results in Lancaster County were showing an amount well above the amount requested and then nearly double the amount returned. Could you explain why that happened and if that was county specific?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Yeah, in Lancaster County on election night specifically, it was showing results for mail-in ballots that was well above the amount returned and the amount requested. Can you explain how that happened?
I'm sure. I can't remember Lancaster County specifically. What I can tell you is that some of the counties, and Lancaster, I'm thinking it probably had to do, so they're one of, I think, the 2 counties that have hard voting systems. Each voting system vendor has the way they translate with the data has worked slightly differently. And as you know, this dashboard and even the website, it's the first year that we broke out provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, and in person. So some of the reporting, if the county's files were not done perfectly, it might merge to the categories, it might put things in the wrong category. So we've been working on all those quirks. Like I know, for example, York was off for a little while, but that is now corrected. So that may have explained what was going on in Lancaster. There's just been, most of it has been the county, the way they sent us the files, the data was just not in the right place, basically.
So sure voters that it was handled and taken care of. Is there a way that you can do that?
Well, it's fixed. I mean, it's fixed on the website, and you can also. I think I've said this at priors of these, but you can always go to the county websites. You can look and see. It's an easy way to double check. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, some tweets have surfaced, admittedly from a couple of years ago, your tweets suggesting negative things about Donald Trump. What do you say to people that say, geez, you're the person overseeing this election and you have clearly partisan views on the matter? What's your response to that?
So my response is, look, these were 4 years ago. And at the time, I was not in the administration. I was not in any public service. I was a private citizen. It was a personal Twitter account. So that, and then when I became Secretary of State, I took an oath, Dennis, and I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Constitution of the United States. And partisan politics have no place in the Pennsylvania Department of State or any county elections office for that matter. I mean, we work for voting rights and for effective election administration, and I can tell you that I will do everything in my power to make sure that every voter, every candidate, and every party have access to a fair, free, safe, and secure election. And I don't care what their background is, and I don't care what my background is. That's what we do at the Department of State. Thank you.
The Pennsylvania Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, holding a news conference, John. Very significant numbers released. We're looking at Pennsylvania right now. Trump is ahead of Biden by 90,542. Basically, she said, go to the website, see what the outstanding mail-in ballots are. And we did 326,348. You're good at math. You've done the math. For Trump to win in Pennsylvania, what percentage of 326,000 outstanding votes will he need?
Trump has to get in the ballpark of 33, 35%. But let me flip it and do it a different way. Because we know so far today, in counting the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden so far today in the count in Pennsylvania is getting 78%. Let's just say Joe Biden got 70%, right? If Joe Biden got 70% for the rest of the rest of the ballots, if he got 70% of them, that would be 228, 443, right? There's a little rounding in there. Okay, so that means that's a 2. Sorry, it's a little messy. That's a 2. And so then you start from Donald Trump's 90,000 lead, right? So it's a 90,542 lead, and then you add into that that if he would get 97,000, right? It'd be 97,000. So then he would be in the 188 and change, right? He would be 188 plus, right? So if Joe Biden gets 70% of what's remaining, he would pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes. He's getting 78% in the count so far today. That just tells you it's possible. That doesn't tell you that it's going to happen, but we know he's getting 78% of the mail-in ballots they have already counted today. So as they count that the number left, as you said, 326, 348. So if he gets 70% instead of the 78% he's getting, he would pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes.
So basically what you're saying is if Biden wins 70% of the remaining outstanding 326,000 votes, he would win by about 40,000 votes. He would win the Pennsylvania contest right now.
Yes, and that would make him the president-elect of the United States. It would win it by 40,000 votes, so he doesn't even need 70%.
What did Trump win Pennsylvania by 4 years ago?
Let's go back and take a look as we go back through the thing. Telestrator off, 2016, 44,000 votes.
So in other words, Biden would win Pennsylvania by almost exactly the same number of votes that Trump won Pennsylvania over Hillary Clinton in 2016.
If he gets 70% of what is remaining out there. And again, if you're watching at home, and let's come back to this year's statistics, if you're watching at home, you look at this and you say, well, he's only getting 49. Why do you think he's going to get 70? We don't know that he's going to get 70, but we do know in the votes counted in Pennsylvania today, he's above 78%. And so we're just saying if he only got 70%, only sounds ridiculous, but if he gets 70% for the rest of the count, he will pass Donald Trump by about 40,000 votes. And again, just for anyone who hasn't been with us for the last 2+ days, this is happening for a reason. Republicans vote on Election Day. The president did a fantastic job with his rallies of turning out Republicans on Election Day. That's why he's getting more votes in Pennsylvania now than he did 4 years ago. Joe Biden and Democrats, though, they had a strategy. Many of them voted by mail. Some of them voted early, getting in line. It's the mail-in ballots that they're counting now. The Election Day ballots have already been counted. So Donald Trump's massive surge of votes have already been counted. That's why he jumped out to that big early lead in Pennsylvania. Now they're doing the arduous work of counting the paper ballots, the mail ballots. And as they do that, Joe Biden, again, today is getting 78% of those ballots as they count them. If he gets 70% of what is left, he will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes.
It's pretty amazing. And she specifically said, the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, that those 326,000 outstanding ballots, they were all mail-in ballots that they're counting right now. And they should get the numbers.
That's the universe that's left. And again, this could be confusing at home, but this is the unprecedented pandemic election. What they're counting now, the mail-in ballots, lopsided in favor of the Democrats. Again, didn't mean to interrupt, but Joe Biden is winning 78% of them. If he just gets 70% the rest of the way, he will win the Commonwealth by roughly 40,000 votes.
In addition to those 326,000 mail-in ballots, there are some provisional ballots potentially that have to be counted as well. We don't know how many provisional ballots there are. Let's check in with Jake. Stay on Pennsylvania right now. It's a key battleground.
That's right, it is. And joining me now is a Republican senator from Pennsylvania, Senator Pat Toomey. Senator Toomey, thanks so much for joining us right now. We're watching intently your home Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to report the results. You know Pennsylvania better than almost anyone. What do you make of where we are? Who do you think will ultimately win Pennsylvania?
Jake, obviously we're extremely close, and there's a path for either candidate to win Pennsylvania at this point. So we don't know how this is going to turn out. The only thing we know is it's going to go right down to the wire. It's going to be very, very close. But we suspected that might be the case, so no big surprise there.
Vice President Biden has now been projected to win Wisconsin and Michigan. He's obviously narrowing the gap in Pennsylvania right now. Why do you think President Trump had a harder time in these so-called blue wall states in 2020 than he did in 2016?
Well, look, we know he developed some, sorry about that. ran into, I think, some challenges, especially with certain demographics, suburban women being a clear example. Highly educated white voters generally, the president's numbers declined. I think that's true in Pennsylvania as well as in other places. I suspect that in the postmortem, that's what we will discover.
Tell me what you're seeing in Pennsylvania, because there's a lot of noise about what's going on in Pennsylvania, but it seems as though the election has been carried out efficiently, slowly, but methodically, and with integrity in terms of the voting and the counting, whether it's Democratic election officials, Republican election officials, or nonpartisan ones. What are you seeing? What's your impression?
Well, so I think that's, as a general matter, entirely true. I think the vast majority of election officials in the 67 counties across the Commonwealth have been, as usual, very conscientious, honest, and doing a great job. I will say there are some process concerns that I have, some significant concerns. As you know, I think at the convention center in Philadelphia, where votes are being cast, it is my understanding that even now, or at least as of a couple of hours ago, after a federal court order requiring that observers be given the proximity necessary so they actually can see what's going on, they were kept away. And even after the order requiring them to be given access, they continue to be kept away. Now, that's no proof that there's something untoward going on, but it certainly doesn't give anybody any comfort. And I can't for the life of me understand why, in the first place, there would be a decision to make it impossible for observers to see, and then why, after a court order, the order wouldn't be observed. One of the things that's really important in this process, for instance, is the segregation of the ballots that are coming in post-election.
Right.
The Pennsylvania Supreme Court went completely rogue and simply decided to disregard Pennsylvania law, to violate the U.S. Constitution, and to make up a new law, effectively, that says that ballots can arrive for up to 3 days after the election, despite the fact that the statute is quite clear and quite to the contrary. So those ballots are supposed to be segregated so that if this gets challenged at the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court rules, as I think they should, that that's a completely unconstitutional decision, then those ballots wouldn't be counted. Well, you can't take that step if you haven't segregated them in the first place. So maybe they're being properly segregated, but how does one know if observers aren't there to witness it?
Well, I did ask, I think, about the incident you're talking about. I asked Secretary of State Bookvar earlier, and she did say that she thought that situation in Philadelphia had been resolved, but that is definitely something worth following up on, and we'll tell our viewers.
Yeah, Jake.
Yeah.
No, I think that absolutely it needs to be followed up on, because I checked with the Republican who's coordinating that process. He used to work for me. I know him very well. He's a completely reliable and honest man, and he told me hours after the court order, they were still not being given access to anything like a level that would allow them to observe what's going on. That doesn't encourage a sense of confidence in this process, and there's no good reason for that.
I certainly understand your concern about that, but I mean, what we're hearing from President Trump and from his offspring and from other individuals like Rudy Giuliani is not measured concerns expressed the way you just have, but all sorts of wild allegations of vote theft, of bad things happening in Philadelphia, of allegations that the election is being stolen, that votes are being invented. And again, I don't want to belittle your concerns. They're absolutely worth us following up on. And in terms of your concerns and about that Pennsylvania Supreme Court case, my understanding is that all those ballots that come in after Election Day are being segregated because of your concerns and because of any formal U.S. Supreme Court involvement. So putting aside those two concerns that you've just expressed, would you not agree that the histrionics we are hearing from President Trump, from his children, from individuals like Rudy Giuliani are without merit, that no one is stealing an election, no one is inventing votes, that Pennsylvanians voted with integrity and their votes are being counted with integrity?
Well, Jake, you suggested that we put aside my concerns, but it's a little difficult to do that, right? If you're not able to actually observe what's happening, you don't know whether the votes are in fact being segregated. Look, I can only speak for myself. I am not aware of any significant level of fraud that's going on. Nobody has brought anything to my attention that causes me to say there's a huge case of fraud that needs to be immediately addressed. I am concerned about the lack of transparency, a lack of opportunity to observe what's going on. And, when someone goes down that road of precluding observation, it makes you wonder why. That's not encouraging. So I hope that gets resolved. And I hope, look, I think it's going to be very close. By the way, I think we should probably expect a recount under Pennsylvania law. That is permitted. And if it's close enough, I'd be very surprised if there isn't a recount, regardless of how it turns out. This is all part of our electoral process. The truth is litigation is a part of it. I'd rather not see that, but it's inevitable, certainly in a close election. So I just want to see this process. I want to see the most transparent possible process. And then when we know it's over, then, both sides have to accept the outcome.
All right, Senator Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, thank you so much. Let's turn now to Dana Bash, who has some new reporting.
President Trump is going to speak at 6:30 p.m. Eastern tonight. He's going to do so from the White House. We have been talking about the fact that we have not seen him since the wee hours of the night/morning, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. And so he is now going to speak, which is a couple things. Number one, as modern as the president is and how he communicates on Twitter and social media, choosing to do 6:30 p.m. Eastern is clearly no accident. He's also old school. He knows that's when the broadcast networks come on, so that gives him a bigger audience probably in his mind. Even though I'm not so sure that's necessarily true. And the other thing is, Caitlin Collins was reporting that she was hearing from her sources that people around the president were trying to hold him back to not speak because they're worried about what will come out of his mouth. That obviously did not win the day. Maybe it is more likely that one source that I talked to, that argument won the day, which was the idea that they didn't want to cede the stage to Joe Biden just yet.
So I just want to bring our viewers' attention to something going on in Pennsylvania. All eyes are on Pennsylvania, and President Trump's lead has now dropped to 78,314 votes as election officials have gone through the more than 2 million vote-by-mail ballots that have been cast in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which overwhelmingly were cast by Democrats. We knew that and reported that several weeks ago when that became apparent. The president's lead in Pennsylvania has narrowed, and the more of these ballots that they count, the more that the division between Trump and Biden is narrowing.
Yeah, and this is really critical because as we sit here right now, President Trump needs to win 2 states. He needs to hold on to, at the minimum, 2 states, Pennsylvania and the state of Georgia. As we've been sitting here on the air most of this afternoon, both of those states have been narrowing, and they are not trending in his direction. That could be one of the reasons why we're going to see President Trump tonight, because he is clearly desperate to change the narrative around that, although he can't change the numbers. And also with Joe Biden going out, he's got to try to fight back in his own way.
It's not just changing the narrative. He's going to lie about the fact that votes are being counted. He's going to try to depict the fact of democracy as nefarious, which it is not. We're getting new information right now about the Biden campaign's plans for tonight as the race tightens by the hour. Election night in America continues next.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you shipshape, soothed, comfortable, restocked, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
America is the greatest democracy the world has ever seen. But democracy requires that we each be responsible.
We cast the votes, we count the votes, and we respect the results.
On January the 20th, we'll swear in a president.
And when we do, we all stand ready to work with him together.
Together.
A great future awaits us. This idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
As election night in America continues, races in two presidential battlegrounds, they keep tightening. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Former Vice President Joe Biden has been making significant gains in both Pennsylvania and Georgia as more ballots are counted tonight. He's shrinking the president's lead in contests that are absolutely must-wins for President Trump. We're going to hear from the president at the White House later this hour. You see the briefing room getting ready for the President of the United States. 6 states in all are still too early to call in this nail-biter of an election. We're watching Arizona and Nevada very closely, as well as states that also have the power to decide the election. We expect an update from Arizona tonight as we await new vote totals in these key races. It's all about the numbers right now as Biden looks to increase his electoral vote count from the current 253 to the 270 necessary to win. The president trails with only 213 electoral votes right now. The math clearly working against him. All that coming up. Let's get a key race alert first, though, right now. Pennsylvania right now, the president's lead is shrinking and shrinking. It's now 78,314, 50% compared to Joe Biden's 48.8%. 93% of the estimated vote is in, but 8% of the estimated vote is out. More than enough, potentially for Biden to take over. Let's go to Jim Acosta over at the White House. So we just heard moments ago that the president will go into the briefing room, make a statement, maybe answer reporters' questions.
That's right, Wolf. And as you know, what's been on the president and what has been on his mind, and that has been he is very upset with the way things are going right now. He has been launching tweets, putting out statements, calling into question the legitimacy of the election, accusing Democrats of stealing this election from him. Obviously, there's no evidence of that, but the president has been seeing his surrogates and his allies and aides going out there and making all sorts of statements while he's been sitting silently inside the White House. He wants to get in on the act. And so as we watch these vote totals shrink, I can tell you, talking to Trump advisors, they're getting very concerned that we are watching an incredibly shrinking lead from the president over Joe Biden right now in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. And I talked to an advisor just a short time ago, and the picture is bleak. The picture that's being painted is bleak. According to an advisor I spoke with earlier this evening, quote, math is not on our side. We need an act of God to alter the course. This advisor said, we need an act of God to alter the course. That is the concern right now because they're watching this lead shrink in Pennsylvania. And if Joe Biden overtakes Donald Trump in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it is the belief inside the Trump campaign. They won't say it outwardly, but they will say it privately, that Joe Biden will become the next president of the United States. Now, obviously, we're going to hear a different message from the president. When the president comes out, he's going to call into question what's going on in Pennsylvania and what's happening in these other remaining states. He is also, Wolf, we should point out, and so are some of his family members, white hot about what they see as a sort of lack of praise coming from other Republican leaders and lawmakers. The president's family has been complaining about this on social media all afternoon, wondering where are some of the 2024 so-called candidates and why aren't they praising the president for what he did in this 2020 campaign. Some of those 2024 hopefuls or suspected hopefuls have responded with their own tweets praising the president. I suspect some of that is on his mind. And keep in mind, Wolf, and we've reported this before, we'll report it again, they are apoplectic about what has occurred over at Fox in terms of some of the calls that they've made. The president has been nursing that grudge privately behind the scenes, telling aides and allies that he is very upset with what has been a friendly network to the president. And I suspect you may hear some of that as well. We'll see if the president takes questions, but he obviously has a lot on his mind. He's been watching Joe Biden make these statements over the last couple of days, calling for patience, calling for calm. This is a president who is doing the exact opposite. He wants to slam the brakes on what's taking place right now to save his presidency, because right now it is the incredible shrinking presidency of Donald Trump that we're witnessing in real time right now.
Yeah, those tweets that the president has leveled over the past couple of days, totally inappropriate. Let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania right now. It's the lead that Trump has over Biden is shrinking 78,000 right now, but it's clearly doable for Biden to take over and win this state.
It's absolutely doable. A lead that was above 500,000 votes, if you go back 24, 30 hours ago, is now 78,000 votes. Just a half an hour ago, Wolf, when you were last over here, it was at 91,000 votes. And so we said then, if Joe Biden gets 70% of the remaining vote, he will win Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes. If you look at this, you say, well, Joe Biden's not going to get 70% of the remaining vote. But remember, they're counting now vote by mail. They've already counted the people who voted on Election Day. That is the big Trump surge. The president did a great job, but they're counting vote by mail right now. And let me give you an example. What got us from 91,000 to where we are now, that smaller Trump lead, was a vote count here in Cumberland County. President Trump is winning this county by 11 points. This is Trump country in Pennsylvania. But some votes came in just a short time ago. Joe Biden got 20,000 of the votes that came in Cumberland County. Donald Trump got 9,000 of the votes that came in Cumberland County. We told you if Joe Biden wins 70% of the remaining votes, he will carry Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes. He won 69% of the new votes that came in 8 Trump county. And we know there are a lot of votes still out in blue counties. So you get 20,000 votes for Joe Biden, 9,000 votes for the President of the United States in a county that the president otherwise is carrying quite convincingly. Again, why is that? Because the mail-in ballots are disproportionately Democratic, because that's how Democrats decided to vote. So Joe Biden making gains in a Trump county. If he's making gains in a very solid Trump county, you can guess what's going to happen when they start counting the votes in Philadelphia and in the counties around it, all the way up to places like Lehigh County, where they still have votes to count, and over here in Northampton County, where they still have a few votes to count. And you see Biden on top there. That was a county Trump actually won 4 years ago. But in a county like this, Cumberland County, where the president is winning, when they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is coming out on top in the ballots that are remaining, which is why that lead went from 91 to 78,000 votes counted in a Trump county did that. And so Joe Biden is winning in the mail-in votes everywhere across Pennsylvania, disproportionately so, on track right now as we count them to not only overcome that, but to pull ahead. That's why the President of the United States is angry. But what he's angry at, let's be clear about this, despite what he says, he's angry at counting legally cast votes.
Show us Erie County right now in Pennsylvania. Pamela Brown's getting new information. Take a look at how close it is right there with 90% of the estimated reporting in, 49.5% for Trump, 49.1% for Biden. Pamela, what are you learning?
Well, actually, I've just got off the phone with the chairman of the Board of Elections there in Erie, Wolf, and I'm told by Carl Anderson that actually Biden is now ahead of Trump. He just pulled ahead of Trump there in Erie by 48 votes, okay? So he just pulled ahead there, 48 votes. I'm just going to pull up the numbers here as I give the context around this. This is a big blow for President Trump. This was a county that he flipped in 2016. He thought he had this county in the bag. He was going to win it again, but then he went back to campaign there in late October, and he admitted to the crowd he didn't think he would have to. He thought he had it, but then COVID hit, and now he's having to work for their votes. And now we're seeing Biden just pull ahead there. There are 3,000 votes left to count there in Erie County, and I'm told by Carl Anderson there in the county that it's been 4-1. And as I'm talking to sources close to the campaign, they are telling me that basically they see where the story is headed there in Pennsylvania, that, you know, it's that the lead is shrinking. It's not over till it's over, but the lead is shrinking. And as we look at these numbers more closely in Erie, this is what we have. We have Biden at 64,576 and Trump 64,528. So again, narrow lead there by Biden, flipping Erie blue as of now. But again, 3,000 more, those mail-in ballot votes that they have left to count, 4-1 for Biden. Again, big blow for Donald Trump.
Yes, it certainly is. It's awkward for him in Erie County, John.
Right, and so this is the value of good reporting. Pam's getting these numbers before they're updated. So we'll drop out of this map, we'll come back. They'll be updated pretty quickly, I'm sure, from the local elections officials. But again, just think about, you see the numbers. Joe Biden has now pulled ahead in this county, Erie County, a critical swing county, blue-collar county in northwestern Pennsylvania. But 48 votes, we'll see what happens. But again, it's the same dynamic we just talked about in Cumberland County, a county that was shaded red. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is winning them disproportionately because Democrats chose to vote by mail. And we've talked about this before the election, and now we're talking about it 2 days after the election. 3 ways to vote: vote by mail, get in line, vote early, or show up on election day and vote early. And when you look at Pennsylvania, again, tip your hat to the president. He turned out his people with his rallies on the election day vote. But now what is left to count are those mail-in ballots, and Joe Biden is winning them disproportionately, somewhere in the ballpark of 76% of the ballots that have been counted in Pennsylvania today have gone to Joe Biden. 76% have gone to Joe Biden so far today. And if he gets 70%, he will pull out to a 40,000 vote lead in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So the trend line is clear. The snowball is coming down the hill. We just showed you 2 counties where President Trump was leading. We expect that to turn blue soon. This one down here, he will continue to lead. You see he has an 11-point lead there still. But the mail ballots are coming in, even in Republican areas. The mail ballots are coming in disproportionately Democratic, which is the engine right now powering Joe Biden as he shrinks that Trump lead down to 78,000. And again, if you go back to late Tuesday night into the early morning hours Wednesday, it was above 500,000 votes. Now it is down to 78,000 votes.
And if Biden were to win Pennsylvania and it's 20 electoral votes, the 253 would be 273. Right. He would be president of the United States, even if he didn't win any other states. We're standing by to hear from the President of the United States as he watches his lead slipping in both Georgia and Pennsylvania. Look at live pictures coming in from the briefing room. Over in the West Wing of the White House, we'll have live coverage. That's coming up soon.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Any mattress, any size, same price. 75% off Serta I-Series. Perfect sleepers. Built more in Bellagio hotels. Choose any size, twin, full, queen, or king. $495. 60% off handmade heirloom of California. In any size heirloom, same price. Free delivery, free financing, free power adjustables. The biggest mattress shipment ever. Save 75%. Any size, same price.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
And we are anticipating hearing from President Trump very shortly. And David Axelrod, what do you expect, President?
You know, I don't imagine that Donald Trump at this stage of the game is going to be a different Donald Trump. He's a contentious, combative person, and he's not clearly coming out to give up, and nor should he. The votes are not counted. And I expect that we're going to see him say some of the things that we have read in his tweets, raising questions about the propriety of the process, saying that there are legal avenues they're going to pursue, and expressing confidence that if they're all counted appropriately, that he will win. I think this is a placeholder to keep this thing going for a while here.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to raise questions about the process. I think he's going to make accusations about the process.
Yes.
And he will battle. He will fight. And I think his people expect him to. They want him to. If you follow what's going around on social media is not a good representation at all, in my opinion. But from what I'm hearing from people, they're concerned. They want to fight. They want to make sure this is fair. And the idea that they want every vote counted. We want every vote counted, but we want every valid vote.
No, he doesn't want every vote counted. He wants to stop the counting.
Every valid vote counted. That's
the definition of valid.
I'm just telling you that's what we're feeling. If it's a legal vote, fine, but we don't want votes that are illegitimate votes.
But he wants. Look, the president has said stop the counting. I mean, Van.
What's so amazing?
He didn't catch my horse whisper last time. My Trump whisper.
Well, you're going to have to do the Trump translation
hopefully,
tonight.
But I don't think he's going to say stop the counting right now.
So far, there have been 2 cases of voter fraud, and they're both Republicans in the entire country. They're both.
The Attorney General of Texas prosecuted over 100 voter fraud cases. So the answer to that. Not today, but I'm saying.
Out of how many?
Out of a couple of. Let me
just in the last few years.
I think the reason.
In the last few years. I mean, out of how many votes that were cast?
No,
Millions of votes.
I understand, but don't say it doesn't exist. It exists.
It's just
statistically insignificant.
It may be.
Let me say something about this. I do think that what I'm hearing over and over again, our folks are feeling like there's a lot of voter suppression. We feel like you guys don't want us to vote. And you feel like there's a bunch of voter fraud, and you think there's a bunch of cheating going on.
Well, if we're into voter suppression, we did a lousy job.
Well, I mean,
because there was a record turnout.
Well, I think
some people had to wait 9 hours.
Like when people have to wait in line for 9 hours, that is voter suppression. But I want to say something else. You're speaking for your folks. Let me speak for mine. Part of the reason it's so insulting to have him come out here and talk about fraud, is because of the work that is being ignored and being defamed. A lot of that work was done by African Americans. The Black Lives Matter has gone, nobody's talked about this, has gone from being a moment to a movement to being a machine. You now have organizations where you're talking about Color of Change, whether you're talking about Movement for Black Lives, Black Future Labs. These are organizations that now have their own polling. They have their own voter turnout. They do their own ads. The Black Lives Matter movement has become an electoral force. And the reason why you're going to win in Pennsylvania, because of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, Michigan because of Detroit, Georgia because of Atlanta, Wisconsin because of Milwaukee. African Americans have gone out here and fought and brought home a victory, and now we're going to be accused of cheating and fraud by the same president that's accused us of everything else. And so this rubs a lot of people wrong.
But first off, Trump is not accusing voters of cheating. He's looking at people within. He's talking about people who are counting the votes. That's not all of these organizations you mentioned. He's talking about the people who are in there doing, not applying the law the way they should. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's what he's talking about.
This turd
that's not polishing.
Listen,
I got a much bigger concern. Insult to the people who have done the work.
No,
we fought.
That's not what it's about.
I'm not
But he's
telling
going to incite people.
Well, that is the issue.
Come out and incite people.
That is the issue.
And say
I'm not saying you should do it.
I'm
just telling you what he's going to do.
His son has tweeted, you got to go to war. We're having an election here. We're not having a war. We're having democracy. And, as I said earlier, you want to make legal challenges? Absolutely, go ahead. Make your legal challenges. But the votes are being counted. And there was a great piece in the New York Times by Peter Baker just now. Mm-hmm. The White House said, Jared Kushner said, what we need is our James Baker, who led the fight for the Republicans on the recount in 2000. So Peter Baker, who's just written a book about James Baker, went to him and said, what would you do? And he said, I would count the votes. This is different from 2000. Mm-hmm. I would say you need to count the votes.
Yeah,
and by the way, James Baker did not vote for Joe Biden.
Listen, for the whole 4 years, what concerned me as someone who's worked in the White House, and I think I share this concern with people who worked in Republican White Houses, is that the president's words matter, and especially this president because he has such a zealous, devoted following. When the president says we're being cheated, when he says we're being defrauded, that the presidency is being stolen from us, that is incitement. It's not warranted by the facts. He is inciting people. Now, maybe he'll say something different tonight than he has said right along. But there's a real-life consequence to what he's saying that is deeply irresponsible.
I want to add to that because the other thing that you're seeing is armed protesters going to disrupt, going to challenge people who are counting the vote. Now, I cannot imagine what would happen. I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk, and you can talk.
You're saying armed protesters as
finish my comment, and you
people,
get to finish
but
yours.
as if people are actually storming those places. They're not.
They are armed.
They're standing outside peacefully protesting.
Listen, Senator, I don't interrupt you, and you're not going to interrupt me. I'm going to finish, and
you're characterizing.
I'm going to finish,
wrongly.
and then you're going to talk.
All right, fine. Go
now,
ahead.
listen. You have armed protesters. They're going to disrupt, going to challenge. You just heard elected officials in America saying they're concerned for their safety. That was just on our air, saying that they're having to bring security there, not for Biden, not for Black Lives Matter, but for Trump supporters. And that is that. So if you don't want to listen to what I'm saying, I'm telling you, that lands badly in our community. What say you?
You're characterizing people who are standing there chanting peace, as you would call it, because you've been calling it for the last 6 months, peacefully protesting, who actually are peacefully protesting. They're not throwing rocks. They're not shooting anybody. They're not breaking windows. They're standing there saying, count the votes. That's what they're saying.
And some of them have guns.
To suggest...
Why are they armed?
And some of them have guns. It's scary.
Because people have a right to carry firearms.
No, they have a right to, but why? What's
because
the
people
threat?
have a right to be there and carry firearms to protect themselves.
Let me tell you something. If the shoe were on the other foot, if Black Lives
But they're not using those guns.
Black Lives Matter showed up with guns, if Black Lives Matter showed up with guns to where white people were counting votes, I think you would understand the level of concern and anxiety.
Don't you remember when like
in America right now because of the way Donald Trump is handling the situation? Number one.
It's fun.
Do you remember when like 4 Black Panthers showed up like a couple years ago at a polling place? And Fox News lost their friggin' minds
for years.
And those weren't armed people.
Like
they were just
people are losing their mind here when conservatives are showing
these
up.
Are people.
The point is, I agree. It shouldn't
counting
happen.
votes. They're doing their job. They're your neighbors.
I agree.
They're poll workers.
And now they have security.
And now they have security, and they're afraid to go do their job, which is to count the votes. They are being observed. They understand the stakes here just like all Americans do. And if they are afraid to go to work to count votes of all Americans, what does that say? If then the president, we don't know what he's going to say later, and I know we make you the translator here for Donald Trump, which is a hard job, but if the president then comes out and says this election is being stolen from me, and they are cheating, what do you think will happen? Will it get better?
So I agree with you that, number one, what happened with Bush v. Gore didn't happen while the votes were being counted. The activity of fighting for the election happens after the votes are counted, and you have proof of people doing things that they shouldn't. You ask for recounts, or you file suits. You go through the process of looking and getting and collecting information, doing the forensics to find out if there were votes that were fraudulently cast or there was illegal activity, and that's when you fight. You don't fight as people do the process of counting the ballots.
But they are now.
I understand, unless you feel that those ballots are being counted wrongly. And I know in the case of the city of Philadelphia, who again, you probably wouldn't have people screaming and shouting if they followed the law and let people actually observe, and they didn't put boards up so people couldn't see.
All that's been cured and corrected.
But it happened in the first place. That's the problem.
I have already agreed with you. Any shenanigans or anything that looks bad, I don't like it because it takes away from the victory of the people, and the people have won a hard victory. But I think we're a little bit in the weeds. Yeah. We're in a moment right now of real polarization. And when you and I are yelling at each other on national TV, that's real polarization. And I think it's incredibly irresponsible for the President of the United States not to take note. When he says this thing is being stolen, you saw what happened when he said liberate Michigan. You have people that they're going to go and kidnap the governor just because of a tweet that says liberate Michigan. When he's saying that our democracy is being stolen, we don't know who's listening and what they're going to do. So when those people show up, They have the right to bring those arms, but is it right to bring those arms? It puts a whole pall over the country, and I'm afraid in 5 minutes he's going to make it worse.
As I said,
that's my fear. He's gonna make
as
it
I
worse.
said at 3:00 in the morning on Wednesday morning, when Donald Trump came out and said and used the word fraud, I condemned that. It was the wrong thing to do. And as far as I know, every Republican from folks like Ben Shapiro, who condemned it, to Mitch McConnell.
Chris Christie.
So,
Yeah,
but
that
it
was
wasn't
well
just
done.
me
That
and
was
Chris
well done.
Christie. I mean, it
Well,
was
let's see what he does.
it was everybody condemned it. And if he goes out tonight and says this election's being stolen, I think you're going to see a chorus of condemnation. If he says, I think there are problems here, we're going to investigate it, we're going to do everything we can to track it down and make sure that only valid votes are counted, I'll raise my hand.
But do you
and say,
think he'll
yes,
do
that's
that?
exactly
I mean,
what you should do.
That wouldn't be the Donald Trump I know.
I think that the idea of the President of the United States with the seal of the presidency on the podium in front of him, telling the country that there is something fundamentally unfair and corrupt about the voting process would be a historically horrible
I agree with that
thing. And we'll see. I hope he doesn't do that. I
hope he doesn't
but
either.
This is a freighted moment for our history, and he will be remembered for what he does in these hours.
Jim Acosta standing by in the briefing room. Jim, talk about what's going on.
Yeah, Anderson, I mean, there's a scramble in here right now because this press conference was called so suddenly, and now we're just trying to get in place. Our viewers need to be reminded that in addition to everything else going on with the election, there are still COVID restrictions in the White House briefing room. That's why when you look at the picture in here, you're seeing a lot fewer journalists in place for this upcoming statement from the president. Hopefully some questions from the president about what's happening right now. I'll tell you, I talked to a Trump advisor just a short time ago, and in addition to some of the gloom and doom that they're feeling inside the campaign, they're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Pennsylvania. They're looking at Joe Biden catching up quickly in Georgia. There is also the prospect of a legal challenge, of this campaign mounting legal challenges in multiple states across the country to try to stop this Biden victory. And in the words of this Trump advisor, not the way I want to win. So there are some inside the campaign who would like to win this the old-fashioned way by tallying up the votes and see who wins, see who has the most votes. Obviously, there are some people inside the campaign, and the president may be leading the charge on this, who feels that he is being robbed, and so therefore he has to do what he has to do in court. Now, obviously, that is not in line with the facts. We heard the Pennsylvania Secretary of State speak just a short while ago saying she has not seen any instances of voter fraud. As we know historically, there is no widespread voter fraud in the U.S., but the president is going to try to bend reality, bend the facts, bend the truth in his direction in the hopes of trying to make something happen on the legal front. The other thing that is confounding this campaign, and it's going to be a problem for them when they get into court, is that they are arguing for the stoppage of counting in some states and arguing for the continuing of counting in other states. That's obviously something that is going to be a giant red flag, pointed out by any judge when the Trump lawyers go into court. And so I suspect, Anderson, when the president comes in here, he's going to want to make a statement. He is going to want to look like he's in charge. He's been watching Joe Biden go out there and make these sort of statesman-like statements over the last couple of days. And the president wants, I think, to reclaim the mantle, reclaim the Oval Office to some extent here. And we'll wait and see if the president wants to take any questions. There's obviously a lot on our minds in terms of what we want to ask the president, such as, for example, why not continue to count the votes? That's what we do in this country. And so we'll have to see what the president has to say about that.
Is it clear to you exactly what the president's current position is? Because, he has tweeted out in all caps, stop the count, which is just stop the count of votes. In some states, that would not be good for him. Is it clear to you what is he going to repeat that?
I think so, yes, Andrew. They do not have a consistent position. They want to continue counting in states where perhaps he might be able to eke out a win, and they want to stop counting in states where he's in trouble. And that, I think most Americans will look at that and just see that as being something that just doesn't stand up. But the president is watching the lights go out on his presidency right now. That is what we're witnessing in real time. as these votes are being tabulated and Joe Biden is catching up in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, the presidency of Donald J. Trump is vanishing before our eyes. And there are limited options left for this campaign, limited options left for this president. We haven't seen a one-term president in some 28 years. George H.W. Bush, when he lost the presidency to Bill Clinton, went out gracefully, became friends with Bill Clinton. They almost had sort of a father-son relationship. Donald Trump is not wired that way. He is not going to go down without a fight. And you know, that is what we're hearing from Trump campaign advisors, that he is going to fight this out to the end. The end game is to win the presidency, and he's going to do it by hook or by crook. And if that means flooding lawyers into states all over the country and dragging this out, you know, like Florida on steroids, that's what they're going to do. Now, I suspect, Anderson, if we watch these votes get tabulated over the next several days and it looks like a Biden blowout, that may limit the president's options politically. And, you know, he may have Republicans like Mitch McConnell and so on tapping him on the shoulder and saying, that's it, the jig is up, time to go. But at this point, the president still has options. The networks have not declared things for Joe Biden yet. They want to stop that freight train from coming into the station. I suspect, you know, that is going to be the mindset of the president when he walks into this room shortly.
Are they still talking about, initially when the news was, when Wisconsin was in the headlines, they were saying they were demanding a recount. It takes 10 days, I think, to officially demand a recount after votes are in. Are they still talking about Wisconsin?
They are still talking about Wisconsin. I've talked to a couple of Trump advisors who acknowledge that, you know, Wisconsin is not going to work out. That margin in Wisconsin is larger than what is realistic in terms of a recount. But as you know, as we've been talking about, Anderson, the standard sort of varies state by state. The strategy varies state by state. There were talks. There was some talk of stopping the votes in Michigan. Joe Biden is way ahead in Michigan now. That doesn't work anymore. And so they are, I think, reacting minute by minute as we are reacting minute by minute to what is a Biden presidency that is starting to come into shape, that is starting to come into the picture. And the president, I suspect, is very frustrated about this. We've been seeing the tweets, some in all caps all day long, some being labeled by Twitter as being false and misleading. And the president, you know, he hates that. He wants to get around that. Coming out to the podium and having us take this on live television gives him a way of getting around those types of restrictions. And so I suppose, in addition to the presidential seal being slapped on that lectern behind me, there probably ought to be a Surgeon General warning. What you're about to hear from the President of the United States may not be in line with the facts, may be hazardous to your democracy, may be hazardous to the counting of the votes. I suspect that, you know, when the president comes out here, we're going to see a fair amount of bending of the truth. And I just think we just all have to be prepared for that. You know, we can tiptoe, you know, through the tulips and dance around the truth here, Anderson, or we can just say what we've seen over the last 4 years. This president will lie and lie and lie when it suits his purposes. And I suspect we're going to be seeing more of that when he comes out here.
Jim Acosta of the White House. Thanks. Let's go back to Jake. Jake?
Thanks, Anderson. And yeah, as we prepare for President Trump to come out, it is interesting how much of the material that is coming from Trump land is being labeled as deceitful or untrue or at least premature by social media companies.
I was just noticing that.
Whether it's YouTube taking down videos that are promoting violence, or Twitter and Facebook weighing in on all these false claims of election fraud. And yet the man leading the charge, President Trump, is still the president of the United States, and he gets to speak to the world.
He does. One of the things I'm going to be interested to see is whether or not the president repeats what his all caps press release said today, which is stop the count. We were talking during one of the breaks about what would happen if, let's just say in fantasy world, all of the votes, they stopped counting them right now. You know who would be president?
Joe Biden.
Not Donald Trump, Joe Biden. So imagine if he got what he wanted. And the reason I bring that up isn't because that would ever happen. It's just to point out the absurdity of it, because it's not really what he means. What he means is stop counting in the places where my lead is shrinking and continue counting where in the places where I think I could potentially make up the difference.
Yeah, and I think we should point out the absurdity of the whole idea that I suspect we will hear from the president, because we've been hearing it from his children and from his allies, that there is some sort of widespread fraud. There would have to be widespread fraud all across the country in all the states where he wanted to win, in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. And it's improbable that that would happen. And we know that it's not true. But even if it were, even if it were true, would Democrats have then lost the Senate? If they could, if they could orchestrate a massive fraud on that scale and lost seats in the House,
not flip one legislature,
it does not make any sense. But we're in a position now where that's where their back is up against the wall. And if we do hear that from President Trump tonight, I think people understand that that's not the case, but that he would be making that argument because he is worried that this is not going to go his way.
And despite what we hear
about your point about stopping votes from being counted. In Arizona right now, they continue to count the votes. There are tens of thousands left. And Donald Trump is picking up net votes. He is narrowing the margin. Joe Biden has a small lead right now. And Donald Trump, the counting is going on in this Republican state with a Republican governor. And Donald Trump is narrowing. And it's possible, again, I don't know what's going to happen with any of these states. It's possible that Donald Trump will end up winning Arizona. The counting is helping him.
That's right.
In Arizona. So not only is it anti-democratic, and not only is it against how we do elections in this country, it's also stupid because he might be able to win Arizona because they're counted.
That's exactly right. But that was the point about the statement not making any sense and being inconsistent and not real. The other question that I have as we wait for the president to come out any moment is what his posture is going to be just broadly about whether or not he really thinks he can win. The only time we've heard from him since Election Day began, he says, I won. He said, I won, which was, of course, not true. The sense that I'm getting from sources in and around the Trump campaign is that they do not think that that is going to happen. They're seeing the numbers and the data kind of slip away from them. And what I don't know is whether or not that's been communicated to the president in a very real way.
I have questions about that too, because in some ways it seems like the legal strategy is designed to show the president that people are fighting for him, not necessarily being leveling with him about the uphill road that they face. So, I do question whether people who are close to the president, like his senior advisor, Jared Kushner, who's deeply involved in the campaign, and others are leveling with him about what he would need to do to turn around the sort of trend that we seem to be heading toward, especially in two states that he has to win, Pennsylvania and Georgia.
And what's also odd, and you and I were talking about this earlier, and you were just alluding into it, is that one of the president's offspring was out there on Twitter saying, where are all the 2024 Republicans, all the people who are going to run for president next time? They're not defending me. And they're starting to attack each other, going after Senator Lindsey Graham for not saying anything, going after others. And I get that they want to fight, but there has to be something that they have to fight for.
Right. There has to be something real there. And so far, it doesn't seem like there is. There's a lot of noise about the potential for fraud, but no actual proof of any of those things.
No, the most they can come up with is that in Philadelphia, there were some questions about one particular convention center area, whether or not they can have observers there. I just went online and there's a live stream of it.
Not even whether they can have observers there, but how close the observers can be to the actual vote counting. Look, you just spoke to a Republican senator from Pennsylvania, and that's kind of all he could come up with in terms of pushing back on what Republicans are trying to say.
Wolf?
All right, Jake, thanks very much. John, we're waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He's going to be going into the White House briefing room, making a statement. We'll see if he answers reporters' questions. Before we hear that, let's do a reality check where things stand right now. He's not doing very well. Biden seems to be doing a whole lot better, getting closer and closer to the 270 electoral votes he needs to be elected president of the United States.
Right. States are counting legally cast ballots. It's trending against the president, and the president is mad. He's tweeting fraud. We'll see if he repeats that when he comes into the briefing room. Perhaps we'll see a different tone. But if you read his tweets, he says the election is being stolen from him. No, they're counting legally cast ballots, and the election is trending away from him. He could still win the presidency. The trend line is going the other way right now, but he is complaining because of this. His lead in Pennsylvania is down to 75,427 votes. It was once above 500,000 votes. So how is that happening? Because they're counting the votes in different process. First, they counted ballots cast on Election Day. The president pulled out to a big lead because Republicans voted overwhelmingly on Election Day. Now they're counting ballots cast by mail. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail. We showed you a short time ago. I want to remind you, Cumberland County. The president is carrying this county. It went right after the Secretary of State spoke. They counted nearly 30,000 votes here. Joe Biden won 20,000 of them. Donald Trump won 9,000. So a net for Joe Biden of 11,000 votes in a Republican county. All of the mail-in ballots, even in Republican communities, are disproportionately Democratic. So Joe Biden got a net gain there. Then we'll come down to Philadelphia. We just got some more votes out of Philadelphia. I'll put these up on the board for you. There were, of the ballots cast, there were a little more than 4,000 ballots cast, 3,629 ballots for Joe Biden, 742 for Donald Trump. That is above 80%. Above 80%. It's about 82, 83% in Philadelphia. So you see as these ballots are coming in, this is what's happening. You count a few thousand ballots. Joe Biden gets 3,629. Donald Trump gets 742. Then you come out to the state. That lead keeps shrinking. So that is what is happening as they count legally cast ballots in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. The president leads in both states now, Wolf.
Let's talk about Georgia right now. I suspect he's going to mention Georgia because look at that lead. The president had, at one point, he had hundreds of thousands of vote lead. Now it's down to 9,426.
Right, and they're still counting the ballots here, and we know there are more enough ballots for for Joe Biden to come back. In fact, there are more than enough ballots right here in this one county, Chatham, Savannah, and they expect, we checked in on this just a short time ago, they expect to have this up tonight. So just this one county alone, if Joe Biden keeps winning the mail-in ballots at the rate he has been, this is enough to either overtake or at least put him right back into contention. It's only 9,426 votes now, and we know there are still some ballots left here in Fulton County, and we know there are still some ballots out here in Gwinnett County. This is Atlanta and the suburbs around it. And again, we have seen counties come in Georgia as well. You see counties come in, and these are counties that the president is winning, but when they count the mail-in ballots, even Democrats in these communities are voting overwhelmingly for Joe Biden. So Donald Trump still carries the red communities, but the late ballots are going for Joe Biden. Well, if this is what the president is mad about, because either he just won't respect or he's not paying attention to the process here. Let's go to Georgia and just look at an example. This is as we went, Tuesday night, election night, into Wednesday morning. The president's ahead by 372,000 votes. That looks like a big lead. Those are ballots cast on Election Day. The state told us we're going to count mail-in ballots later. Goes down Wednesday morning to 109. By Wednesday afternoon, it's down to 79 and change. By Thursday morning, it's down to 31,000. Then you come up Thursday morning a little bit later, it's down to 18,000. Then you get to 12,000. Now you come out in real time, it's down to 9,000. I can show you the same thing in Pennsylvania. I can show you the same thing in most other states. That is what's happening. Now, that looks stunning, right? When you see that lead drop so much. In a normal election, that would be, wow. In this election, we knew this would happen. They counted Election Day ballots first. Then they went back and counted the mail-in ballots. That is what's taking more time. That's why we're here on a Thursday, still talking about an election that was on Tuesday, because they're overwhelmed in the coronavirus pandemic, but they're doing their jobs counting legally cast ballots.
This is democracy in action, legally counting the ballots. That's what the people want. They want the vote to go to the winner of the ballots, who gets the most vote. If the president comes out and starts saying they're cheating or this is fraud, that is totally unfounded, and it's very, very disturbing in our democracy. It's ridiculous.
Well, he'll be standing in the White House when he says it as well. Look, if he wants to send his Rudy Giuliani or his family members around the country to say things, that's his right. It's not responsible. It's not respectful of the process. He's going to do this standing in the White House, saying that essentially the beacon of America's democracy, the White House, he's going to say he's being cheated in America's democracy. Again, this state has a Republican governor, a Trump-like Republican governor, a Republican governor who listened to him when he said, reopen, please, during the coronavirus, who did just what the president wanted. They're counting votes legally. Now, again, if the president's attorneys see, the other thing about this transparently, there are Democrats and Republicans in every room where these ballots are being counted, in this state and other states. There are eyes on this from everybody. If they see something really wrong, they can raise their hand. We've heard nothing.
We're told he's about to walk out. You and I were both White House correspondents, spent a lot of time in that briefing room. I can't remember a time when I'm bracing for what I'm about to hear from a sitting president of the United States speaking from the West Wing of the White House.
If you read his tweets, and we've known this for 4 years, the president has a very casual relationship with the truth, and he likes to think he can bully and tweet people into doing his way. The leader of the United States cannot say stop the vote. I said this the other night, I'll say it again. We are not in Belarus. We count the votes, and the states are responsible for the administration of the vote. And the states, run by Democrats, run by Republicans, a lot of volunteers in these counties are counting the votes. They're doing their job. And so far, we've heard minimal complaints of what is happening. And again, the transparency of this is full and open, and the president has every right to send people to watch. And if he had a case to really make, he would make it in court, not at press conferences complaining about something that, at least so far, they have absolutely no evidence to prove.
These poll workers all over the country, they're working so hard. They don't work for the president. They work for the American people because they want our democracy. Here he comes. Here comes the president of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on our efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio. To name just a few, we won these and many other victories despite historic election interference from big media, big money, and big tech. As everybody saw, we won by historic numbers. And the pollsters got it knowingly wrong. They got it knowingly wrong. We had polls that were so ridiculous, and everybody knew it at the time. There was no blue wave that they predicted. They thought there was going to be a big blue wave. That was false. That was done for suppression reasons. But instead, there was a big red wave. And it's been properly acknowledged, actually, by the media. They were, I think, very impressed. But that was after the fact. That doesn't do us any good. We kept the Senate despite having twice as many seats to defend as Democrats. And in a really much more competitive states, we did a fantastic job with the Senate. I think we're very proud of what's happened there. We had many more seats to defend. They spent almost $200 million on Senate races in South Carolina and Kentucky alone, 2 races, and hundreds of millions of dollars overall against us. At the national level, our opponents' major donors were Wall Street bankers and special interests. Our major donors were police officers, farmers, everyday citizens. Yet for the first time ever, we lost 0 races in the House. I was talking to Kevin McCarthy today. He said he couldn't believe it. 0 races, very unusual thing, 0. And actually won many new seats with, I think, many more on the way. This was also the year of the Republican woman. More Republican women were elected to Congress than ever before. That's a great achievement. I won the largest share of non-white voters of any Republican in 60 years, including historic numbers of Latino, African American, Asian American, and Native American voters, the largest ever in our history. We grew our party by 4 million voters, the greatest turnout in Republican Party history. Democrats are the party of the big donors, the big media, the big tech, it seems, and Republicans have become the party of the American worker, and that's what's happened. And we're also, I believe, the party of inclusion. As everyone now recognizes, media polling was election interference in the truest sense of that word by powerful special interests. These really phony polls, I have to call them phony polls, fake polls, were designed to keep our voters at home, create the illusion of momentum for Mr. Biden, and diminish Republicans' ability to raise funds. They were what's called suppression polls. Everyone knows that now. And it's never been used to the extent that it's been used on this last election. to highlight just a few examples, the day before election, Quinnipiac, which was wrong on every occasion that I know of, had Joe Biden up by 5 points in Florida, and they were off by 8.4 points, and I won Florida easily. So they had me losing Florida by a lot, and I ended up winning Florida by a lot. Other than that, they were very accurate. They had him up 4 points in Ohio, and they were up by 12.2 points. And I also won Ohio, great state of Ohio, very easily. The Washington Post said Biden up 17 points in Wisconsin, and it was basically even. They were off by about 17 points. And they knew that. They're not stupid people. They knew that. Suppression. There are now only a few states yet to be decided in the presidential race. The voting apparatus of those states are run in all cases by Democrats. We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers. We went to court in a couple of instances, and we were able to get the observers put in. And when the observers got there, they wanted them 60, 70 feet away, 80 feet, 100 feet away, or outside the building to observe people inside the building. And we won a case, a big case, and we have others happening. There are lots of litigation, even beyond our litigation. There's tremendous amount of litigation generally because of how unfair this process was. And I predicted that. I've been talking about mail-in voting for a long time. It's really destroyed our system. It's a corrupt system. And it makes people corrupt even if they aren't by nature. But they become corrupt. It's too easy. They want to find out how many votes they need, and then they seem to be able to find them. They wait and wait, and then they find them. And you see that on election night. We were ahead in vote in North Carolina by a lot, tremendous number of votes. And we're still ahead by a lot, but not as many because they're finding ballots all of a sudden. Oh, we have some mail-in ballots. It's amazing how those mail-in ballots are so one-sided, too. I know that it's supposed to be to the advantage of the Democrats, but in all cases, they're so one-sided. We were up by nearly 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I won Pennsylvania by a lot. And that gets whittled down to, I think they said now we're up by 90,000 votes. And they'll keep coming and coming and coming. They find them all over. And they don't want us to have any observers. Although we won a court case, the judge said you have to have observers. Likewise in Georgia, and they're appealing. Actually, they're appealing. We won a case that we want people to watch, and we want observers. And they're actually appealing, which is sort of interesting. I wonder why they'd appeal. That all we want to do is have people watch as they do the vote tabulations. Likewise in Georgia, I won by a lot, with a lead of over getting close to 300,000 votes on election night in Georgia. And by the way, got whittled down. And now it's getting to be to a point where I'll go from winning by a lot to perhaps being even down a little bit. In Georgia, a pipe burst in a faraway location, totally unrelated to the location of what was happening, and they stopped counting for 4 hours. And a lot of things happened. The election apparatus in Georgia is run by Democrats. We also had margins of 300,000 in Michigan. We're way up in Michigan, won the state. And in Wisconsin, we did likewise fantastically well. And that got whittled down. In every case, they got whittled down. Today, we're on track to win Arizona. We only need to carry, I guess, 55% of the remaining vote, 55% margins, and that's a margin that we've significantly exceeded, so we'll see what happens with that, but we're on track to do okay in Arizona. Our goal is to defend the integrity of the election. We'll not allow the corruption to steal such an important election, or any election for that matter. And we can't allow anybody to silence our voters and manufacture results. I've been doing lot of public things for a long time. I've never had anything that's been as inspirational by people calling, talking, sending things to us. I've never seen such love and such affection and such spirit as I've seen for this. People know what's happening and they see what's happening and it's before their eyes. And there are many instances which will be reported very shortly. There's tremendous litigation going on. And this is a case where they're trying to steal an election. They're trying to rig an election. And we can't let that happen. Detroit and Philadelphia, known as two of the most corrupt political places anywhere in our country, easily cannot be responsible for engineering the outcome of a presidential race, a very important presidential race. In Pennsylvania, Democrats have gone to the state Supreme Court to try and ban our election observers, and very strongly. Now, we won the case, but they're going forward. They don't want anybody in there. They don't want anybody watching them as they count the ballots. And I can't imagine why. There's absolutely no legitimate reason why they would not want to have people watching this process, because if it's straight, they should be proud of it. Instead, they're trying, obviously, to commit fraud. There's no question about that. In Philadelphia, observers have been kept far away, very far away, so far that people are using binoculars to try and see. And there's been tremendous problems caused. They put paper on all of the windows so you can't see in, and the people that are banned are very unhappy and become somewhat violent. The 11th Circuit ruled that in Georgia, the votes have been in by Election Day, that they should be in by Election Day, and they weren't. Votes are coming in after Election Day. And they had a ruling already that you have to have the votes in by Election Day. To the best of my knowledge, votes should be in by Election Day. And they didn't do that. Democrat officials never believed they could win this election, honestly. I really believe that. That's why they did the mail-in ballots, where there's tremendous corruption and fraud going on. That's why they mailed out tens of millions of unsolicited ballots without any verification measures whatsoever. And I've told everybody that these things would happen because I've seen it happen. I watched a lot of different elections before they decided to go with this big, massive election with tens of millions of ballots going out to everybody, in many cases totally unsolicited. This was unprecedented in American history. This was by design, despite years of claiming to care about the election security. They refused to include any requirement to verify signatures, identities, or even determine whether they're eligible or ineligible to vote. People are walking in there. They have no idea. They're just taking numbers. They're writing down things, the workers, and doing a lot of bad things. And we have a lot of information coming and litigation that you'll see that will shake even you people up. And you've seen it all. The officials overseeing the counting in Pennsylvania and other key states are all part of a corrupt Democrat machine that you've written about. And for a long time, you've been writing about the corrupt Democrat machine. I went to school there, and I know a lot about it. It hasn't changed. It's a long time ago, and hasn't changed. It's gotten worse. In Pennsylvania, partisan Democrats have allowed ballots in the state to be received 3 days after the election. And we think much more than that. And they're counting those without even postmarks or any identification whatsoever. So you don't have postmarks, you don't have identification. There have been a number of disturbing irregularities across the nation. Our campaign has been denied access to observe any counting in Detroit. Detroit is another place. And I wouldn't say it has the best reputation for election integrity. Poll workers in Michigan were duplicating ballots. But when our observers attempted to challenge the activity, those poll workers jumped in front of the volunteers to block their view so that they couldn't see what they were doing. And it became a little bit dangerous. One major hub for counting ballots in Detroit covered up the windows again with large pieces of cardboard. And so they wanted to protect and block the counting area. They didn't want anybody seeing the counting, even though these were observers who were legal observers that were supposed to be there. In Detroit, there were hours of unexplained delay in delivering many of the votes for counting. The final batch did not arrive until 4 in the morning, and even though the polls closed at 8 o'clock, so they brought it in, and the batches came in, and nobody knew where they came from. We've also been denied access to observe in critical places in Georgia. In multiple swing states, counting was halted for hours and hours on election night, with results withheld from major Democrat-run locations only to appear later. And they suddenly appeared, and they all had the name Biden on them, or just about all, I think almost all. They all had the name Biden on them, which is a little strange. I challenge Joe and every Democrat to clarify that they only want legal votes, because they talk about votes, and I think they should use the word legal votes. We want every legal vote counted, and I want every legal vote counted. We want openness and transparency, no secret count rooms, no mystery ballots, no illegal votes being cast after Election Day. You have Election Day, and the laws are very strong on that. You have an Election Day, and they don't want votes cast after Election Day, and they want the process to be an honest one. It's so important. We want an honest election, we want an honest count, and we want honest people working back there, because it's a very important job. So that's the way this country is going to win. That's the way the United States will win. And we think we will win the election very easily. We think there's going to be a lot of litigation, because we have so much evidence, so much proof, and it's going to end up perhaps at the highest court in the land. We'll see. But we think there'll be a lot of litigation, because we can't have an election stolen like this. And I tell you, I have been talking about this for many months with all of you, and I've said very strongly that mail-in ballots are going to end up being a disaster. Small elections were a disaster. Small, very easy to handle elections were disastrous. This is a large-scale version, and it's getting worse and worse every day. We're hearing stories that are horror stories, absolute horror stories. And we can't let that happen to the United States of America. It's not a question of who wins, Republican, Democrat, Joe, myself. We can't let that happen to our country. We can't be disgraced by having something like this happen. So it will be hopefully cleared up, maybe soon, I hope soon, but it'll probably go through a process, a legal process. And as you know, I've claimed certain states, and he's claiming states, and we can both claim the states, but ultimately I have a feeling judges are going to have to rule. But there's been a lot of shenanigans, and we can't stand for that in our country. Thank you very much.
What a fucking piece of shit.
What a sad night for the United States of America to hear their president say that, to falsely accuse people of trying to steal the election, to try to attack democracy that way with this feast of falsehoods. Lie after lie after lie about the election being stolen. No evidence for what he's saying. Just smears about the integrity of vote counting in state after state. When he wins a state, it's legitimate. When he loses, it's because the vote is being stolen from him. It's not true. It's ugly. It's frankly pathetic. The president, for example, he assailed vote by mail. Why, he asked, why are the vote by mail ballots so overwhelmingly in favor of Joe Biden? We all know the answer. It's because the president told his supporters not to vote by mail. So Democrats did it overwhelmingly, and his supporters turned out in droves on Election Day. Look, President Trump has always been transparent about the smears and lies and strategies of falsehoods. We knew he was going to do this. We knew he was going to claim votes by mail were not real. But he's wrong. It's a lie. He's lying about the election. He's smearing the American people. He's smearing people who are working at polls, and it's a disgrace. We knew that the president was not going to lose graciously if he lost. But frankly, watching him flail like this is just pathetic.
As he was talking, I was trying to reach out to some senior Republicans to ask when the intervention is going to happen. Because this isn't just partisan. This isn't just dangerous. It's nonsensical. It's illogical. And there's so many things to say. One of the things that I was thinking about listening to him now is how much we listened to him for the past, 4-5 months. telling his voters, do not vote early. It's fraudulent. And now we sort of suspected it then. Now we know the reason for that, so that he could have this moment in the White House briefing room. So he could say that the votes that are coming in by mail are fraudulent. And the reason is because he knew that Democrats, because we are in a pandemic, were more apt to vote early by mail and to not want to risk their health and sometimes their lives by going to vote in person. It's a setup. He set the country up. He set his supporters up for a moment that like this, which is completely false. And you said sad. It is sad. I mean, I'm not an emotional person, and I'm having trouble kind of keeping it together after listening to the President of the United States saying what he just said.
This president clearly knows that this is not going to end well for him, or he believes that, and he's trying to take the rest of the country down with him.
Yeah.
He's trying to take the voting system down with him, the democratic process down with him. And beyond being completely selfish, it also is just wrong. And as you said, where's the intervention? I don't know where it is. And it probably should have happened months ago because, as you said, Dana, he already told us he was going to do this. He's already said months ago, the only way I could lose this election is if there were widespread, massive fraud, which we knew was not going to happen. And now he is apparently, he believes he is losing the election. The numbers are not heading in his direction. And he's claiming that there is fraud everywhere in the country except for one place, the place where the vote count is narrowing in his favor in Arizona. This is a complete farce and a travesty, and it's incredible that he's doing it from the White House, but notable also, Vice President Mike Pence, nowhere to be found.
Well, the other thing is a point that you made earlier, Abby, which is the president would like us to believe, would like the nation to believe that there is this grand conspiracy in every state in the nation to take this election from him. And yet, somebody else gave him a list of Republican accomplishments in this election to read from, right? Not one Republican lost a seat in the House. That Republicans held on to the Senate. A tremendous night of success for the Republican Party. So President Trump would have you believe that the elections went great for every Republican in the country almost, except for him. So the diabolical Democrats and big money, big media, and big tech conspired. And we all got together and we decided what we're going to do is we're going to help every Republican win elections across the country except for Donald Trump.
Yep.
Does that make sense to anybody except for the most fevered brain?
Yeah, unfortunately, the answer is no. Is it logical? Of course not. Did what you just say make sense? Absolutely. Trying to dissect it. But I will say it again. One of the reasons why what we just heard and saw is dangerous is not just because he's the president of the United States. It is because there are so many people who absolutely love him and believe everything he says. So he and mostly his children on Twitter are sowing the seeds of doubt in democracy in a way that is it is going to make it very hard for his party, frankly, to come back from.
You know, the president and his children, especially, are actively and openly inciting violence in this country. The president's son tweeted that Trump will go to war over this election. The president said tonight that his supporters were so angry that they couldn't get into a place where they were tabulating votes, that they would get violent almost. So it's intentional and it's dangerous and it really needs to stop. The votes need to be counted and the president needs to abide by whatever that result is. He signaled tonight that he is not going to be willing to do that, and that is dangerous for this country.
It's time for some Republican lawmakers to find their spine and talk to the president about what he needs to do for the good of the country. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. We have never seen really, other than, well, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this from a president of the United States. And I think, as Jake said, it's sad and it is truly pathetic. And of course it is dangerous and of course it will go to courts, but you'll notice the president did not have any evidence presented at all. Nothing. No real actual evidence of any kind of fraud. He talked about people putting up papers in windows. He talked about things that he'd seen on the internet. That is the president of the United States. That is the most powerful person in the world. And we see him like an obese turtle on his back, flailing in the hot sun, realizing his time is over. But he just hasn't accepted it, and he wants to take everybody down with him, including this country. Gloria?
You know, I think that the world is watching, and they're watching an American president undermine democracy in the United States. It's painful to those of us who love America. It is painful and dangerous what he's doing. It is not surprising, of course, because he told us early on that if he didn't win, he was going to say the election was rigged, and maybe we didn't believe he would come out and do it in this way. But it is still startling to us to just hear the president from a podium in the White House undermine democracy. And as Jake was saying before, I have to keep saying, if this was such a big plot by Democrats, why didn't they do better? Why didn't they do better in the House? Why didn't they do better in the Senate? So the president makes himself the ultimate victim here. Over and over again, it's about him. And it's not about the fact that the other Republicans did okay. It's about him, and his family is complaining, why isn't everybody coming out and defending him? Why isn't Lindsey Graham coming out and defending him? Because a lot of Republicans, it is time for them to say enough is enough.
Rick Santorum?
No Republican elected official is going to stand behind that statement. I mean, none of them will. They will stand behind elements of that statement. They will stand behind his comment about the polling and how you can make the argument that it was suppression and dishonest. I mean, you can stand behind the lack of transparency when it came to allowing the votes to be counted. There's evidence of that. He provided some evidence for that. There are certain things they will stand behind in that statement because they reflect the reality. But much of that statement was not factual and was at times incendiary and not something that President of the United States should say or any elected official should say.
You said
unless you have evidence to prove it. And at this point in time, we don't, and we won't until there is an investigation as to what happened. And I got to tell you, I sat there and I listened to him talking about the votes being taken away from him, and then he shifted to Arizona and said, hey, I'd win this thing if they count the votes. Well, how can you say, well, we have to wait and count the votes in Arizona and I can win this thing if we're making it, but if you count the votes in Philadelphia, you're stealing them. The reality is in Pennsylvania, Democrats voted by mail and Republicans voted by in person. And it's because you asked them to do so. And so I think most people, hopefully, I just encourage people to listen, because I know there's a lot of people who think this election is stolen. A lot of people think there is fraud. And you know what? There may be fraud. There may be all that. We don't know that right now. And for the president to go out there and claim that without any evidence of that is dangerous. And I just would say to the president, there may be some validity in some of the things that you believe, but to go out there and suggest that this is rigged or that counting votes in my home state by clerks all over 67 counties, as you kept losing votes, was somehow rigged. No, Democrats voted by mail. That's why your lead went away. Had they voted in person, you would be in the same position we are right now. So it's just it's very disappointing.
I think
shocking at times to hear the president say the things that he said, and I'm hopeful that that Republicans will stand up at this moment and say what needs to be said about the integrity of our election. Be tough, fight. I want him to fight. I want him to make sure that this election was held fairly, but I don't want him to draw these conclusions when he doesn't have the evidence to back it up.
Well, I just want to thank you for what you just said. First of all, it's not an easy thing to say, given the polarity in the country. But I just wanted to say, as a dad, as an American, as a Democrat, as a human being, I appreciate you saying that. And I hope that other Republicans will also stand with you. You're right. You've been out all night. There are some things that you guys don't like, and you want to fight on those narrow issues. But to have the President of the United States take that position that he took, I think is very dangerous. But it's comforting to me that our system is holding. People are still counting these votes. We're still moving forward. And I just want to say I appreciate you saying that.
The governor of Georgia is going to count these votes. The governor of Arizona is going to count these votes. I mean, they're Republican governors.
Yeah. As is the Secretary of State in Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, and the Secretary of State. So, look,
So what do other Republicans do? What does a Mitch McConnell come out and say? What does...
Mitch McConnell's going to say what Mitch McConnell said today. We're going to count the votes. And that's what every Republican is going to say. The votes in Pennsylvania need to be counted. People voted. You have to count their votes. And if there are instances in which we find some sort of fraud or some sort of
shenanigans
that are being played, you investigate them, you get to the bottom of them, and if they're substantial, I mean, there's this claim running out there that there's 130,000 votes, and the president referred to it, that came out of nowhere in Michigan. Okay, if that's true, prove it. Right. Go out there and find it and do it. And if it's true, then you got a serious problem, and then we attack it. But counting absentee ballots and counting mail-in ballots is not fraud.
Well, let's be clear. The president believes that an election is fraudulent when he does not win. That is what he believes. Before the election in 2016, when he thought he wasn't going to win, he predicted that the election would be rigged, that the election was fraudulent. When he didn't win the popular vote, he contended that the 3 million votes that he lost by were fraudulent votes, and he impaneled a commission, a government commission, to find those votes, and they never could. So really this is incredibly disturbing, but it's not surprising. This is who he is. I have big differences with Donald Trump over policy, and the same differences that I probably have with you over some of these policies. But what we've learned is how much our democracy relies on people of goodwill in high places respecting its tenets, understanding that its institutions are absolutely essential and to its functioning, and there is nothing more sacred than this institution, and he is willing to subjugate the institutions of our democracy to his own personal interests, and that has been true from the beginning. This is just the latest and the saddest chapter, and it's increasingly looking like the last one.
I want to add something, Lori, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Part of what he said that's so terrible is that he's attacking actual Americans who right now, he said in Detroit they're not letting Republicans in. That's literally not true. It's just not true. Republicans and Democrats are standing shoulder to shoulder in Detroit right now counting those votes. So it's unbelievable the level of lying that he's doing. Putin could not come up with a better attack on our democracy.
Well,
I couldn't agree with you more. The President of the United States.
Let me say something that let's just be really blunt about this. Why is he talking about Detroit? Why is he talking about Philadelphia? Yeah. It's not subtle. It's race. It's race. It's Donald Trump's go-to play, and it's disgusting. So I just want to say that.
I appreciate you teeing it up. It's unbelievable that he can say these cities are known for corruption, et cetera, et cetera. There's corruption all across this country, in every institution. Why are you singling out these two black cities? Why are you denying the victory that these people have fought for? I'm upset about it because African Americans have fought so hard for the right to vote. I just want to finish. African Americans and our allies have fought so hard for the right. This right to vote for us is precious. John Lewis died this year. This is something we went and we got young African Americans across this country to believe, to buy in, to stand in line, to do this thing, and have the President of the United States crap all over their efforts. It hurts. And you can say he didn't mean it to be racial, but it feels racial to us.
It's disgraceful. I've covered politics a really long time, and I've never witnessed anything like this. And again, as you were saying, you're not surprised, but it's still stunning and striking at so many levels. You talk about the issue of race, I totally agree with you. But it's watching a president who is unable to accept loss or potential loss, defeat. Losing is for suckers. Remember that? If he can't accept it, so he has to find a way to undermine the process that has him losing. And the process that has him losing is democracy. How can you do that when you are president of the United States? Again, not surprising, but just shocking and very sad.
I want to go to Jim Acosta, who's at the White House. Jim?
Yeah. I mean, Anderson, I think what we listened to just a few moments ago from the president, it sounded an awful like an attack on American democracy. And President Trump fired the first shot in this attack on our democracy. And let me tell you, just based on what I've observed covering him over the last 5 years, what the president counts on often is that he can exhaust his adversaries. He can exhaust you to the point where you just give up, where you let him have his way. And what we're seeing take place in these counting centers and these various states that are still up for grabs is the tireless work of our fellow Americans counting the ballots. They're not getting exhausted. They're probably exhausted, but they're not going to let that stop them from doing what they're doing. And so I would say, and this has been sort of my guiding principle covering this president for the last 4 or 5 years, is that you just can't get so exhausted to the point that you give up. We can't stop fact checking him. We can't stop calling him out on the carpet. What we heard from the president just a short while ago, it sounded like somebody who is just a sore loser. He sees the writing on the wall, and the writing on the wall says he's a one-term president. And as Gloria was just saying, he doesn't want to be one of the suckers and the losers. He wants to be a winner. And for the president, winning is everything. But at this point, the math isn't there. As a Trump advisor told me earlier today, the math isn't there. We need an act of God to change the course of this race. It's not happening. And so, my sense of it is at this point is that, yes, the president and his team, they're going to try to lock things up. They're going to try to lock up the gears of this democracy in court, but they're fighting a losing battle when you have the president saying, stop the counting in places like Philadelphia and Detroit and keep the counting going in Arizona. As somebody who's been involved in a court case with the president, that is the kind of legal argument that is just not going to cut the mustard. And my guess is that we're going to see more frustrated, sore loser like pronouncements, declarations from the president over the coming days. But he's not in control of this. The voters are in control of this. Our fellow Americans are in control of this. The people who count the ballots and election authorities across the country who are in control of this, not the president. The Constitution guides us through this process. Established election law in this country guides us through this process. Ballots will be counted. Ballots will be certified. Election results will be certified. And the president, he can try to stay in the White House come January 20th, and Joe Biden could be sworn in over at the Four Seasons in Georgetown and be president down there. The president thinks he has won the game, but at this point, he is as much a witness to all of this as we are. He's as much a bystander to all of this as we are. We have to count the ballots, guys.
Yeah, this is a country of laws, and though the president has said he is a law and order president, we will see about that. There are laws. This will go to courts. Evidence has to be produced, as Rick Santorum said. If there is evidence, judges will decide on that. Much of what the president said tonight there is not real evidence, and if he has real evidence for it, that will be presented in court. The American people can see that. Caitlin Collins standing by as well. Caitlin?
Well, Anderson, I think not only were the president's comments undermining democracy, he also just seemed to express a complete misunderstanding of how elections work, and particularly this election and how people have been saying for the last 6 months they expected Tuesday to go and the days that followed. And we've seen it play out exactly as people predicted. But the president seemed genuinely surprised that he was leading in some states on Tuesday and he is now trailing in those states as millions more votes have been counted, particularly from Democrats, given that the president encouraged his own supporters not to vote by mail for 6 months. When you wage a campaign against mail-in voting for the better part of the year before the election, your voters are not going to vote by mail, and then you are going to get your votes on election day and not in the days that follow. But he seemed genuinely surprised that he was leading by a substantial margin in places like Pennsylvania and like Georgia, and now those margins have been narrowed significantly as we have seen more Democratic votes come in and be counted and be perfectly legal. He also doesn't seem to know who is counting the votes because he said in Georgia the process is being run by Democrats. It's a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. I think the only thing the president said that was true there is that there is going to be litigation in the next several days. That is something we are certainly expecting from the Trump campaign, but he also made clear, Anderson, he is not planning on conceding this, even as we are seeing what's happening in Georgia and Pennsylvania, still waiting to find out what's going to happen in Arizona. And I just want to note, the Vice President, Mike Pence, has also been silent over the last 48 hours. He was not there with the president. It was just the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. But he just tweeted that he stands with the president and he agrees that all legal votes should be counted. Anderson, that is not what the president said, not even by a long shot, as he just came out to that briefing room.
Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. We are getting new numbers in from Georgia and Pennsylvania, where the president's lead is almost gone. We'll go to both battleground states as the votes continue to be counted.
Are all retinol serums created equal? No. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate from America's #1 serum brand. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum, yet formulated to be gentle on your skin, delivering the combined power of retinol and Matrixyl 3000 Plus. Results after just 1 night. 5 times more retinol than the #1 retinol serum. New number 7 Advanced Retinol Night Concentrate. Number 7.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Now, white pairs of leggings are my favorite, and these ones are super dope because they have this really cool ribbon mesh detail at the bottom of them. This is one of my most favorite materials as well. It's super stretchy, but also very, very snug. This is the Power Hold material, one of my most favorite materials that Fabletics has, and this has pockets on the inside, and it just fits and feels amazing. So this is definitely one of my most favorite leggings from them as well. I just love white sets. I just think they're so cute.
Right now, get 70% off your entire order. Click to redeem only at Fabletics.com.
A great future awaits us. I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
Meanwhile, the vote counting continues, and it does not look good for the President of the United States. He only has 213 electoral votes Joe Biden has 253, you need 270. Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this election. Let's get a key race alert right now. Take a look at these two states in Georgia and Pennsylvania. It's getting so close. In Georgia right now, with 99% of the estimated vote in, but plenty of votes outstanding, Trump's lead, which was once so significant, is now only 3,486. He's 3,486 votes ahead of Biden, 49.4% to 49.3%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump's lead has shrunk so dramatically. Look at how close it is right now. In Pennsylvania, Trump's lead has also dramatically shrunk. 94% of the estimated vote is now in, so there's still plenty of votes outstanding. His lead now is only shrunk to 64,266. At one point, it was 600,000. Biden is just behind, 49.8% to 48.9%. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. He becomes the next president of the United States. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall. John, these are dramatic moments right now because it looks increasingly like Biden is getting closer and closer to winning this contest.
Dramatic is an understatement. Movement toward Joe Biden in both Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden does not need to win either one of these states. He can be president just by winning Nevada and Arizona, where he now leads. Donald Trump, the president of the United States, must win Pennsylvania and Georgia. Must win. He cannot get to 270 electoral votes without these two states. Let's start here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. What we have seen just playing out recently is just more than dramatic. You see the lead now down to 64,266 votes as votes come in. Just in the last hour or so, Erie County, up here, northwest corner of Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. Lehigh County, right here, Allentown, Pennsylvania, has flipped from red to blue. More votes coming in. The president's lead is shrinking. Additionally, some votes here in Philadelphia coming in as well. Let me come right here, the city of Philadelphia. This is where most of the outstanding ballots are still coming from, the largest population center in the state. And again, as they come in, just watch what happens here. About 12,000 ballots came in, a little more than that. Joe Biden, of those, got 10,839, right? Donald Trump got 467. 87% of the ballots in Philadelphia. That is what's happening. Time and time again, when you see these ballots coming in, you see right here, and you come up here, 49.8 to 48.9 right now, 64,000. We know there are enough ballots. There are enough ballots for Joe Biden to overtake this lead. Well, if you want to see some of the drama of this is what the president is mad about. What we just heard from the president of the United States is just plain wrong. I'm sorry, but it's just plain wrong. Yes, in the election day count, he pulled well ahead. We all knew they were going to count the mail-in ballots last. Legally cast ballots. There are Republican observers in every one of the rooms. The president keeps saying that's not true. He was talking about Philadelphia. They won a lawsuit to move a few feet closer. They were in the room the entire time. It's not that they can't see this, but let's watch this play out. Midnight, Tuesday, as we went from Election Day into Wednesday, 548,000, so more than 500,000 votes. It grows to more than 618,000 votes. Then you start moving later. It starts to come down. Wednesday, 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Thursday morning, midnight. Thursday at midnight as we change days. Then you see it come down to 164. You see it come down there. Then you see it come down even more. And here we are in real time, 64,000 votes. And you saw Erie County flip. Allentown flipped as well. Still votes to count in Philadelphia. The president's lead is shrinking. Will Joe Biden overtake him? We have to keep counting the votes. But the trend line is dramatic. Let's move down to Georgia. Again, the president cannot win re-election without Pennsylvania's 20 electoral votes, nor can he win without also adding Georgia to that. And look at that. Just look at that. 3,486 votes while the president was on television, forgive me, lying about how the process works. Votes came in here in Chatham County, and it swung the race dramatically closer. Joe Biden now making up a lot of ground here. And again, let's do the same thing, and let's just play out how this has happened in recent days. The president calls this a fraud. If you think about what it's really called, it's called democracy. Let's go back to the beginning here. Let me bring out the state of Georgia for you down here. Make sure we have Georgia loaded so we get the right numbers. And there we go. This is Wednesday, midnight, Tuesday, election night. We're shifting into the early morning hours Wednesday. The president, yes, he's well ahead. By Wednesday morning, though, as they start to count more votes, the lead shrinks. You see it shrink more now, 79,000 votes. Continues to shrink to 31,000 votes. Comes down to 18,000 votes and change. gets to 12,000 votes, and then we come back to real time, we're at 3,000 votes. So the trend lines here have been unmistakable. As they count the mail-in ballots, ballots that are legally cast by registered Georgia voters, the president's lead is shrinking. And we know, again, that there are enough ballots left in Georgia. There are 18,936. That's from a few minutes ago. A little bit of that could have changed. Joe Biden can win as long as he needs to get around 53% of those ballots as it comes through the rest of the count. Will he get that? We don't know. We need to count the votes. But what is happening is called democracy and vote counting. There's a Republican governor here. There's a Democratic governor in Pennsylvania. The officials, the Democrats and Republicans in these centers, again, they're counting votes. The president's lead is slipping. That's what he's mad about. And Wolf, just for the big picture, he absolutely, the president must win, must win. Joe Biden does not have to.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania for a moment, specifically Philadelphia. Our decision desk is just updating us on the numbers in Philadelphia right now. The new numbers that just came in, 1,467. That's the updated number that we just got.
Right.
And that went to Biden. He got almost all of the votes that have just come in, 1,467 in Philadelphia County, which is the same as the city of Philadelphia right there. You can see how strong Biden is doing.
That was my mistake. I'm sorry. I just want to fix it to be fair to the president. That was my mistake in writing it down. I looked down at my notes and I missed it. I said 467. He got 1,467. But the math is still the same. 87% for Joe Biden. 87% for Joe Biden in the last tranche of votes that came in from Philadelphia. And again, we know there are more votes to come from the city of Philadelphia. 89%. This is the backbone, if you will, the building block of the Democratic vote in Pennsylvania. Now, there's no guarantee Joe Biden keeps on this path, but if you watch the path throughout the day, Joe Biden is getting 75, 76% or more of the mail-in ballots. And again, it's unusual to see a lead like that come down so much, but we are in an unprecedented election where the election day vote was counted first. That's all this read. The president, all those rallies in the final days, to his credit, turned out his vote. But the Democratic vote was disproportionately in those mail-in ballots. That's what they're casting now. The president's team has every right to challenge any of them, but what the president said at that briefing, in the briefing, is just not true. They're counting votes. They're counting legally cast votes, and his lead is coming down. Again, we'll see. We're at 94%, and we have a ways to go. I just want to come over here just to reinforce the point. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, game over. He's at 273. Once you get to 270, then you're just adding on. But the real math, the real way to look at this is to come back to where we are, is that Biden is leading out here. Biden can win with this and this. He doesn't need anything else. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to win Nevada and Arizona, but he's leading there right now, and the Biden team is quite confident about the vote count there. The issue, Wolf, is when you come back here, there is just no way. There is no way. The president, we think, is going to win North Carolina. The president is going to win Alaska. And the president at the moment, let's see if I can touch it right this time. Of course not. Let me bring it out here and do. Joe Biden is winning this one and this one. The president is leading. Maine does its electoral votes by, let me bring it back out here. It does its electoral votes by congressional district. So that's where we think the president is going to get. The question is, can he get higher from there? He has to have this and this. There's no way. Even that's not enough. He has to have that and that. And right now, his leads are shrinking.
And if Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Those 20 electoral votes go to Biden. He's up to 273. Sarah Murray's actually in Philadelphia watching all of this unfold. Sarah, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
I mean, that's right, Wolf. Look, there is a very slim lead right now, 64,000 votes, and there are still a lot of votes outstanding here. In Philadelphia County, we know that there are about 74,000 votes that still have not been counted. You know, we know there's been this issue in Allegheny County where they had to sort of pause, and they're going to resume some counting tomorrow. They've got at least 36,000 votes outstanding. And in Bucks County, another big county, a Philadelphia suburb, they've got just under 25,000 votes still outstanding. So there are still some big kind of pots of ballots to be counted. We're waiting for these mail-in ballots to be counted. One of the things we should keep in mind as we kind of see some of this stuff slow to a little bit of a trickle is some of these counties are contending with ballots that had an issue going through the scanner. So they may be dealing now with thousands of ballots that they have to count by hand. And we're not talking about them counting ballots that they're not supposed to be counting. If it doesn't have a secrecy sleeve, it's not getting counted. If it doesn't have a signature on the outside of the envelope, it's not getting counted. We're just talking about ballots that had an issue going through these machines, and it's going to take a little bit longer to count them by hand. That is one of the things officials are contending with in these various counties. The other thing, of course, is just the sheer volume. We know in places like Bucks County, we know in places like here in Philadelphia, they are counting 24/7, but they are trying to do this in a way that is accurate, and it is just taking a while, Wolf.
You know, it's very, very interesting. Sarah, John, if we take a look at Philadelphia right now, 80% for Biden, only 18.8% for Trump. And that's where, look, 12% of the population of the whole state is in Philadelphia.
And think about it. I want to walk through a couple of these counties. Just want you what Sarah just said. Let's put it in context. Philadelphia, Joe Biden is getting 80% of the vote, right? 80% of the vote. In the last count, he got 87% of the mail-in ballots counted. But let's just say he's getting 80% of it. Sarah just told us there are 74,000 ballots here, right? 74,000 ballots. Remember that number, 74,000 ballots.
One more zero.
Right. Oh, 7,400. There you go. Thank you for that. So 74,000 ballots. Joe Biden's getting 80% or more in Philadelphia right now. That right there, when we come out to the lead, but 74,000 there in Philadelphia. The Pennsylvania Secretary of State says there are 250,000, 250,666 mail ballots to be counted. 74,000 of them are there. You move over to Bucks County right here. You have another 25,000 of them are here. Now, this is more evenly split in the total count, but we know earlier in the day, in the mail-in ballots, you have to remember the distinction, Joe Biden is getting a much higher percentage than that. So you've got 74,000 there, 36,000 there in blue counties where Joe Biden is winning overwhelmingly. Then let's come back out, and as Sarah noted, then you come over here to Allegheny, where there are 36,000 ballots to be counted. Again, Joe Biden is getting roughly 60% of the vote out there, and in the mail-in ballots, he's getting a higher percentage of that. So these ballots that we're looking for, 250,000 and change, are overwhelmingly in blue Democratic areas, and again, 225,000 ballots to be cast. The president has to be counted, 64,266 vote lead. Joe Biden is on a pace right now, not only to catch the president, but to pass him. And we said a little bit earlier, if he was getting about 70% of that vote, he would pass the president and pull into a 40,000 vote lead. The math for Joe Biden since then is actually a little better than that. So the possibility that if Joe Biden continues at his current pace, he will not only catch and pass the president, he would open a lead somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000 votes.
And then what's ironic is if Biden wins Pennsylvania by 40,000 votes, Trump beat Hillary Clinton 4 years ago by about 40,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 44,292 specifically. We would have to take note of that as well. But Pennsylvania, that's the whole ballgame, 20 electoral votes. If Biden wins those 20 votes, it's all over no matter what happens in the other states. We're getting new numbers in Arizona right now. We're going to update you on that. All of the latest information coming in, much more of our special coverage continues.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant, outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkling, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Yes, the first word to any adventure. But when allergies and congestion strike, take Allegra D, a non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant. So you can always say yes to putting your true colors on display. Say yes to Allegra D.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern.
A mask can say a lot about the person who wears it, but even more about the person who doesn't.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, let's get another key race alert. Take a look at these numbers right now. 4 contests, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania. Look at how close the contests are right now. In Georgia right now, President Trump's lead has shrunk so dramatically. It is only 3,486 votes right now, and there are thousands of votes outstanding, mostly mail-in ballots that were promoted by the Democrats. They wanted mail-in ballots during the middle of this coronavirus pandemic. The president opposed those mail-in ballots, and he's paying a serious price for all the thousands, hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots that are still being counted. In Nevada right now, Biden is ahead by 11,438 in Nevada. In Arizona, Biden is ahead by 58,953. Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania by 64,266, but that lead has shrunk dramatically as well. And almost all of the remaining ballots are the mail-in ballots coming in, and the Democrats, and Biden is winning those ballots dramatically right now. Let's go over to John King and continue this conversation. John, you're looking at Arizona right now. The Biden lead has shrunk there in Arizona. He still has a lead, but it has shrunk.
Right, let's play it out again. This is one of the states in Georgia and Pennsylvania, we're talking about how the president's lead is shrinking. In Arizona, it's going in a different direction. This is back as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. Joe Biden ahead 207,000 votes there. Then you come through here, you watch it by 1 a.m. It was down to 185 and change, then down to 155, 800. Then by Wednesday 3 a.m., down to 130. And then as we went through the day, 10 a.m. yesterday, 93,000 votes. It falls to 79,000 votes, falls to 69,000 votes, and then you come out to real time right now. It is just shy of 59,000 votes. So it's the reverse of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and it's the same question. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, we're asking, can Biden make it up and pass? Here, we're asking, can President Trump make it up and pass? And again, we have to watch as we get the votes. Maricopa County, as always, 60% of the state population. This is where we've been getting small batches of votes coming in throughout the day. This is where the president's votes have narrowed the gap a little bit. So you pull it out right now. And if you're in the Biden campaign, they're very confident about this. They believe as the votes come in, they will hold it. But you have to acknowledge the trend right now is that the president is narrowing this gap. This was a state the president won, not by a lot. Let's go back in time. It was a 3.5 point race 4 years ago. Again, you see Maricopa County here, largest population center, red for Trump 4 years ago. You come right here, blue for Biden at the moment right now. This is the battle for America's suburbs. It's playing out across the country. And Biden has been winning it. This is pretty narrow, though, 58,000 votes. And this is a state, if Biden holds this lead, and if Biden holds this lead in Nevada, he would be the president-elect of the United States without Georgia or without Pennsylvania, but we're still counting.
Let's check in with Kyung La. She's in Phoenix for us right now. What are you hearing over there? What are you seeing, Kyung?
Well, we're just getting a response from a GOP source who is looking at the very same numbers. And this GOP source is saying this is going very well. What they are looking at is the exact gap that you're talking about, how it is shrinking between the president and the former vice president. So as that number continues to shrink, certainly the mood among the GOP here in Arizona is rising. So what they are looking for, though, in about an hour and 15 minutes is what is going to come out of the department here at Maricopa County, the elections department. They are still counting the votes. They are, in just over an hour, going to be releasing the latest ballot results. And that ballot result will be very important on how the president is doing here in the state. We don't have an exact number of how many ballots will be coming out, but that is going to tell us which direction the president is going. So a lot of eyes here in Arizona on that. And meanwhile, we've been talking about those protests. Very calm protest out here. It is fenced off, this area, just to separate and bring some distance between the elections department and the people who are here. But it has been exceptionally peaceful throughout the day. A lot of families, a lot of flags. But this is what they wanted to see here if this was going to happen, that they were able to gather outside, have their say, and then hopefully and peacefully go home.
All right, Kyung La on the scene for us out in Arizona. You know, John, it's interesting. When the numbers shrink in the president's favor, as they are in Arizona right now, that's legal and that's totally acceptable. That's very, very good. But when the numbers shrink in Georgia or Pennsylvania, that's a fraud, according to the president of the United States. He makes no sense.
No, a polite way to put it would be it's an intellectual inconsistency. The right way to put it would be it's just all politics and it's a sham. And you're right, it makes no sense. The president says, keep counting votes as long as I'm doing well. Stop counting votes if it's taking away my lead. That's not the way it works. We count the votes everywhere. And if the president catches up, I just want to show you some numbers here. This is what happened. This is why the lead shrunk a little bit. We did get more votes in Maricopa County. And for Biden got 3,040. The president got 9,266. So essentially a 6,000 vote pickup for the president there. And guess what, Mr. President? We're going to count the votes. And if they favor you, we're going to show that. And if they don't, we're going to show that. That's how democracy works. We're just counting votes. We're doing math as the honest people in all these voting centers. Where Kyung is here, where Martin Savage was in Chatham, where all of our correspondents are. We just talked to Sarah Murray. They're just watching people. And that's the key point about this. If you're a Trump supporter, go online. Most of these places have cameras. All of them are posting their results. This is happening transparently. There are Democrats and the Republicans in every one of these rooms. If they see something wrong, they have every right to challenge it. But you have to prove it. You can't just say it. And what you heard from the president was reckless. And again, he said earlier, stop the count. If we stop the count right now, Joe Biden would be the next president of the United States because he's leading in Arizona and Nevada. And the president would stop what possibly would be a Trump comeback. We don't know yet. We're still counting votes. Biden thinks it will stay. But this state right now is trending in the president's direction. Would he like us to stop the count? Just give it to Joe Biden? I think not. It makes no sense. But I'll just leave it there. It makes no sense, and it is completely contrary of what he is saying here and here. And I just want to check, because this has been changing, it stays the same right now. Again, Joe Biden has been making up ground at a very steady pace. The president's still ahead in Georgia. Jump in, please, anytime.
Yeah.
And I just want to check on Pennsylvania again. It's the same. We're watching just to see, these counties are counting votes, and they report them when they can. And we never, in these places, out here in the West, Arizona and Nevada, they tend to do it more on a schedule. In Georgia and Pennsylvania, they're just doing it when a county has enough. They pop them up and they head up to the website.
You know, those 15 minutes, that 15-minute speech that the president delivered in the briefing room at the White House, wasn't at a hotel. It wasn't at a campaign rally. It was at the White House, speaking as president of the United States. You and I are former White House correspondents. Do you ever remember a time, John, when a president would walk into a briefing room like that and make a statement that was so full of lies and so very, very dangerous that only America's adversaries, whether Russia or China or North Korea or Iran, they would say, look, there's great political dissent, there's chaos in the United States. That's what we've been trying to achieve all these years, to weaken the American democracy, and that's what we saw.
Right. Look, we covered the Bill Clinton White House at the same time during the impeachment. There were times when Bill Clinton walked into official rooms at the White House and lied about his personal conduct and his personal behavior. We can't put that under the rug. That's true. That he was the president of the United States. He was a Democrat. He said some things in those days that were flat out lies. They were about his personal behavior and the investigation of him. So Republicans out there will say he was trying to undermine an investigation of him. It's a fair point. But consistently attacking the institutions of American democracy, no. Even as Bill Clinton was criticizing the investigation, he did ultimately, after resisting for a while, testify. This president of the United States is attacking the most sacred institution of American democracy, which is voting. That's all we're doing here tonight is counting legally cast votes.
And America's adversaries can sit back and smile. We're expecting new votes to come in from key battleground states very, very soon. Stay with us. Election night in America continues.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
Millions of people are saying yes to Allegra, including the experts. It's the #1 allergist-recommended brand for non-drowsy relief. Allegra works 2 times faster than Claritin, and while Zyrtec may cause drowsiness, Allegra won't. Say yes to Allegra.
Ever since I took a sip of my drink from Taco Bell and won the all-new Xbox Series X, unimaginable power is at my fingertips. It might be too much for some, but it turns out I was made for this.
Calvin, why do you keep talking like that?
Like what? Get a medium or large drink from Taco Bell and you too can enter for a chance to win the all-new Xbox Series X.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know that my digital show Full Circle is back. You can watch every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live, Eastern Time, or anytime on demand. And to make sure you never miss a show, you can get alerts on every episode via the CNN app. I'll see you then.
This hour, two important presidential battlegrounds are moving more and more in Joe Biden's direction. I'm Wolf Blitzer. The former vice president has nearly wiped out President Trump's lead in Georgia as more votes are counted, and he's pushing even closer to the president in Pennsylvania tonight. Those are must-win battlegrounds for Trump, and they appear to be slipping away. Meantime, Arizona has moved in a different direction tonight as Biden's lead there has narrowed. Biden needs to win one or two of those states or Nevada to increase his electoral vote count from the current 253 to the winning number of 270. Trump is lagging at only 213. And tonight he's making false and dangerous attacks on the legitimate vote counting that continues right now. Here's a key race alert. Look at these three states. In Arizona right now, Biden maintains his lead, 50.2% to 48.3%, but the lead has shrunk. He's leading right now by 56,547. 87% of the estimated vote is in. 13% remains outstanding. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Pennsylvania, meantime, Trump's lead has shrunk dramatically. In Pennsylvania, he's now ahead by only 63,725 votes. He's got 49.8% to 48.9% for Biden. 94% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in. 6% is outstanding. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden were to win all 20 of those electoral votes, he would be president of the United States. In Georgia right now, look at this. Trump's dramatic lead, it used to be in the hundreds of thousands, is now only 3,486. 49.4% for Trump, 49.3% for Biden. 99% of the estimated vote is in. 16 electoral votes in Georgia. We're watching those streets those races so closely. As we walk over to John King at the Magic Wall, I want to check in with Gary Tuckman. He's on the ground for us in Atlanta right now, watching what's going on. Gary, I understand you have some new information.
Yeah, I want to start off by telling you, Wolf, this building behind me is the state capitol in Georgia. Two people who work inside this building are the governor and the secretary of state. They are both Republicans. They are in charge of the state election apparatus. President Trump said it was Democrats who are in charge of Georgia's election apparatus. That is not true. And that Secretary of State, who says he's doing everything by the book, trying to keep everything secure, has come out with some new numbers just a short time ago. He says there are still 18,936 votes to be counted. The reason that number is so interesting is because right now Donald Trump is less than 3,500 votes in front of Joe Biden. Doing some very simple math, I can tell you that if Joe Biden gets 61% or more of those remaining votes, those remaining 18,936 votes, he would move in front of Donald Trump. But those aren't the only votes left, and this is a very important point. There are far more than 18,900 votes to count because there are still thousands of provisional ballots to count, including 3,500 here in Fulton County, the largest county in the state of Georgia. The provisional ballots are used for people who go in to vote, and here in Georgia, you need to show identification. If you walk in, you don't have an ID, or if you're registered in two addresses, or your name's spelled differently, you fill out a provisional ballot, and then they make sure it's okay, that you're supposed to vote, and they count it. Usually, they'll count most of those. So there's thousands more votes to count. In addition, there's up to 9,000 overseas ballots from expats and military members that are allowed to come as late as tomorrow, and those could also be included in the count. Now, I want to tell you what we're hearing. It's 7 counties here in the state that are part of that 18,936 number. Most of them are from Democratic counties. One of them is Clayton County, which is where the Atlanta airport is located, south of the city of Atlanta, 5,726 votes. Gwinnett County, which is east of Atlanta, 4,800 votes. And one other county in the Atlanta metropolitan area, Cobb County, it's 700 votes. There are some votes, and a considerable amount, maybe as many as 20%, from Republican-leaning areas. One of them is Forsyth County, 4,713 votes. That's just north of Atlanta. There's also Lawrence County, which is 1,797, Taylor County, 456, and Floyd County, 444. So those are the 7 counties that have the 18,936 outstanding votes. But it's so important to emphasize that you still have these provisional ballots. I also want to tell you something important to know, that the counties have until a week from Friday to certify these ballots. So there's no expectation it's going to be done late tonight or tomorrow. It may take a lot longer, particularly with these provisional ballots. And then the state certifies the ballots by the 20th of November, which is still quite a distance away. So the race is very close in Georgia. Joe Biden has had a pace that's been greater than 61% picking up these votes when they've been checking out these absentee ballots. He just needs 61% based on this number. The one other thing I want to mention to you, Wolf and John, is this. I've spent the election day in Ohio. I've spent time here. I've been with hundreds of election workers in both those states. There are thousands of election workers across this country. They are Republicans, they are Democrats, they are independents, they are good Americans. We as journalists can take the disrespect from politicians. We're used to it. But it hurts me, it pains me to see the disrespect, the anger from politicians directed towards this process when we see these amazingly noble people working during a dangerous pandemic to try to ensure that our elections are fair and safe. It's hard to watch.
Yeah, very well said, Gary. Thank you so much for that. We totally agree with you. We know these people. They are wonderful, decent people. Let's make some sense of Georgia going on right now. Trump is ahead, John, by 3,486. We just heard from Gary, 18,936 ballots are waiting to be counted. Biden can easily get 60, 70, 80% of that. And if he does, he probably will win that state.
Right. And so some people watching at home are going to say, wait a minute, what do you mean Biden can easily get 60% when right now he's below 50%? But again, we're going to keep making this point because it's important. They're counting now mail-in ballots. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail. Joe Biden has been winning more than 60% of the ballots counted, the mail-in ballots counted in Georgia today. So he just has to keep on the track record he's on. So let's take a look at several. We won't go through them all, but let's look at several of these counties Gary just mentioned. He mentioned Clayton County, Atlanta Airport, south of the city. Again, Joe Biden needs 60%, right? 60% of the votes. Well, he's getting 85% of the votes in this county. This is the largest batch left, 5,726 ballots right here. If Joe Biden gets 60% of those, he's on track. Right now, he's getting 80% of those. And it's just, I'm sorry, it's just safe logic to say the mail-in vote has been predominantly Democratic. Joe Biden's going to hit that number there. So let's move around and see a little bit more. DeKalb County has counted. Gwinnett County is on the list, 4,800. So nearly 5,000 ballots, 4,800 ballots. Again, Joe Biden needs around 60% when you add them all up. Well, that's about what he's getting here. And in the mail-in ballots, he's running higher than that. So you see that, and you think, okay, every reason to believe Joe Biden is going to hit the mark where he needs there. So let's move over. This is Fulton County. They're done counting their mail-in ballots. But then you move over here to Cobb County, 700. So a smaller number. But again, Joe Biden getting 56% there. Perfectly reasonable to assume if the benchmark for Biden to continue the comeback is 60%, more than reasonable to believe that he will get it there. The challenge comes when you move to some of these other counties. So let's pick one up right here. This is Lawrence County. This was on Gary's list. A smaller number of ballots here, 1,797. So here's the test for Biden. You're matching your metric in the blue counties. Can you match it in your red county, where overall you're only getting 35% of the vote? That is a test. But so far today, he has been meeting that. And again, people vote by mail, they stand in line and vote early, or they vote on election day. In the votes by mail, even in Republican communities, they're overwhelmingly Democratic. There are Democrats and Republicans who live everywhere in Georgia. And what's happening, and we've seen this play out all day long. We'll see if it plays out again. We're going to count all these votes to the finish line, but Joe Biden has been producing that metric in these red counties, getting 50%, 60%, in some cases close to 80%. So it's possible, and we'll count them, please.
Because there's no doubt that the president was discouraging Republicans from voting by mail. The Democrats were encouraging during this time of the coronavirus, go ahead and vote by mail. And as a result, the Democrats are doing much better with those mail-in ballots.
It's an excellent point. I want to follow up on it in 1 second because you make the point, and Gary just made a point about his time in Ohio. And I want to take 1 minute just to play this out to just show you that what is just ludicrous, what we're hearing from the President of the United States. Just one more, Wolf. This is Taylor County. Again, 456 votes, a much smaller number than some of the others. But guess what? Every one of those counts. Every one of them deserves to be counted, even if they're votes for the president. Yes, we should count them all. And again, so here's the test. Joe Biden needs, in the big pool of 18,000, almost 19,000 votes, 18,936, needs to get 60%. He has been, again, even in these Republican communities doing that, but that's why we're going to count it. So what do we have here? 3,486. Again, the president's lead at one point was 200,000, right, in Georgia. So Republicans are saying this is an outrage. It's not an outrage. It's democracy. And I just want to pull out for a minute and go back. Oops, sorry about that. And pull out here. I want to come back to the state of Ohio. This one's done. We've called it for the president. He won it with a pretty healthy margin. If you were with us Tuesday night, early on, we were saying, wow, might Joe Biden win Ohio? Why? Because they counted the mail-in ballots first. They did it in a different order. Pennsylvania and Georgia are counting the mail-in ballots last. They did it first in Ohio because the state law allows them to do so, and they posted them first, and Joe Biden pulled out to a big lead. And we all thought, oh my God, is there a blue wave? Joe Biden's going to win Ohio. And then they counted the election day votes. And Donald Trump pulled ahead in a fair, honest, legitimate
Same thing
count.
happened in Florida, too.
Same thing happened in Florida. So what we're seeing in these other states is just the reverse of the process because different states do it in different ways. But they're counting legally cast ballots. In Ohio on election night, Joe Biden benefited from the early count. It looked like he was ahead. They run it well. It's a Republican state. They counted it fairly, and they got to the finish line. You make the same point about Florida. That's all we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia now. They're just doing it in reverse order. They decided because they thought they would have long lines. They didn't have the staff on election day. Sent the mail ballots over here. Let's deal with the election day crush, and then we will count those ballots. That's all it is. They're all legally cast ballots. States just counting them in different orders, so the results are coming in a little differently, but it is a legal count. I just want to check on this again. 63,000. Again, that lead was 10 times that. 10 times that. It was above 600,000 at one point. And again, that's not fraud. They counted the election day ballots first. Good for the president. His rallies ran it up right there. And now they're just counting the mail-in ballots, and they tend to be disproportionately in these blue counties, Democratic counties, and Joe Biden is on a pace to catch up. Again, the way the ballots have been coming in so far, it would not be inconceivable if Joe Biden were not only to pull ahead, but perhaps, based on the math so far, somewhere in the ballpark of a 40,000 vote lead is possible if they keep coming in at the rate they're coming in right now.
Yeah, it's not fraud, it's democracy. That's what we're seeing unfold in all of these various states. People went to the polls or they mailed in their ballots, and then now they're being counted, and we're getting the results. Sometimes it's good for Trump, sometimes it's bad for Trump and for Biden too. So we're just watching the count come in.
We're watching the count. Just to put the exclamation point on why. Why does the president want to keep counting out there where he's losing and stop counting here where he's ahead? Because Donald Trump cannot win re-election if he loses those two states. He needs them both. If he loses either one of those states, Donald Trump cannot win re-election. That's why he's complaining about democracy in action. He just simply, it's pure math. Some of this is complicated. Some of it's arithmetic. Donald Trump cannot win if he loses those states. That's why he's complaining.
Yeah, and in a statement, he's warning there will be a lot of litigation. We may even go to the highest court of the land.
But that part he drops, and that's the reckless part. The president just named a new Supreme Court justice. He has a 6-3 majority right now. He thinks because he's president, judges are supposed to do what he says. That's not the way it works. Now, he does have a 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court, but he has to make a case in a lower court that makes it to a higher court, which is why I've been saying all day, whether it's from a Democrat in your community in a race for dog catcher or the Republican president of the United States in the race for president, don't listen to what they say. They have to put it on paper at some point and file it in a courthouse. Let's see when they do that, if they have any evidence of this fraud. Republicans around the country right now are saying they don't see it. They don't see anything like what the president is saying. Again, you can talk about it all you want. If you want to sue, you got to put it on paper and prove it in court. We'll see.
He said throughout these past several months, the only way he could lose if it were a rigged election. He said it once again tonight. I said if there's a rigged election, they would steal an election, then that was the only way possibly he could lose. He says, we think we will win very easily. Well, he's not winning very easily. All likelihood is he could lose very easily.
The count is not going in his favor right now, and we're going to finish it to the end. But he sees the trend lines, and look, his people know more about it than we do. They have people in all these counties. They know the math. They have their own data analytics team. They're talking to local Republicans. The reason the president is so hot and so mad is because he's being told if they keep counting these votes, he is likely to lose here and possibly lose there. And if that happens, Joe Biden is the president-elect of the United States. The president knows that. He's trying to stop the most treasured process in the United States of America.
But will he go ahead and file all these lawsuits and potentially go to the Supreme Court to prevent the will of the people from going forward?
We will see that. Look, again, I think in part, let me do a little math here. I think in part, Republicans don't want him to, unless you heard Senator Santorum on our air earlier tonight from Pennsylvania, has won and lost close elections in Pennsylvania. He knows personally how the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania plays out. He's been on the winning side and on the losing side. Republicans don't want the president to do this unless he can show them clear evidence of fraud. Right? And so what is the political dynamic? If you have a situation where, let's say you have something like this. Well, I'm going to flip this. Let's say you have something like this, and then you have something like this and this, right? And if there were ever to come down to the fact that the president somehow could come out on top here like this, and you have 270 to 268, and Joe Biden's president because of one state, right? I just did one scenario and give you other. If it's just one state, and if you can take one state away, then you might see a lawsuit. What Republicans believe is if it becomes more than that, if Joe Biden, if the track continues and Joe Biden does something like that, then you're at 306 electoral votes. If the president complaining about one state is not going to change the math in the end, right? So Republicans are hoping that if the math is insurmountable, the president will back off. And in any event, if the president has a legal case, make it, prove it, put it on paper. Don't walk into a briefing room and spew things that even Republicans say are simply not true.
Some Republican leaders are already coming out against the president. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor of Maryland, has already criticized the president for what he said tonight. Adam Kinzinger, the Republican congressman from Illinois, has already criticized the president for what he said. Do you think we'll be hearing more from the congressional, the Senate and the House leadership telling the president, calm down, let the vote be counted?
It will be interesting. We did see a tweet, I believe it was yesterday, from Marco Rubio, the Republican senator from Florida. We saw a tweet yesterday from Ben Sasse, the Republican senator of Nebraska, saying, count the votes, count every legally cast ballot. Every legally cast ballot. Look, there is going to be a debate in this country. Republicans believe the president is going to lose. They don't want to talk about that publicly right now because of the chainsaw that he can be on Twitter to them and because of his popularity with the Republican base. Look at this map. Look at this map. You know, Joe Biden has more votes than anybody in American presidential history. You know who the second ranked candidate for president is in terms of total votes ever in an election? It's Donald Trump with 69 million votes. So if you are a Republican, especially in any of those red states, but anywhere in America, it is still very risky to criticize this president because of his popularity with his people. But there is the beginning of the conversation in the Republican Party about the post-Trump Republican Party. One giant factor in that is even if he loses, no one thinks he's going to go away. They think he's going to rail against this, and they're going to say he's going to say he was defrauded. He was going to say this never should have happened, and he's going to keep open the possibility of running in 4 years if he loses. Every Republican knows that. So they have to make a choice about where to plant their flag in the early hours and then early days of a post-Trump presidency Republican Party. If he continues on this path, I think you will see more and more Republicans deciding that's a bridge too far, that we are not going to attack the most sacred institution of our democracy from the most sacred building in our democracy.
This has been a day that we've seen such dramatic narrowing of the vote. Right. Let's go through these 4 states that we've been looking at from this morning until now. If we take a look at these key battleground states, how the numbers have shifted so dramatically.
So let's start in Pennsylvania. And as I do this, we don't get to do this very often. We're on television all the time. There are amazing people behind the scenes who help us with this. So I want to thank my team for helping me with this because I think this is very helpful to show what has happened here. And our people have done a fantastic job here. This is the president as Tuesday turned to Wednesday, 12 a.m., midnight, right? The president's up by more than 500,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a state that was essential to his win 4 years ago. He's thinking, I'm on the road to re-election. That looks great in Pennsylvania. Then he builds up. It gets to 618,840 votes. It's getting even better as we turn into the morning after the election, Wednesday morning. These are all ballots cast on Election Day. Then as the count continues, Wednesday, 3 p.m., 435,000 votes. Still a very healthy lead, but it starts to shrink. Then by midnight, tonight, 164,000, right? So that's almost 20, no, not quite. We're at 8:17, checking my watch. It's been a long 3 days. But at midnight, as Wednesday turns to Thursday, it's down to 164,000. Then Thursday, 9 a.m., it's still about the same. Then you come down here, it gets to 108, and we keep coming through here, and it gets down to 75. That's 6:30 p.m., and now from there to here. You see the trajectory. It's a snowball coming down a hill, and Joe Biden keeps picking up votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
So he's winning now by 63,725. We're told there's still about another 250,000 mail-in ballots that need to be counted. What does Biden need to do amongst those 250,000 mail-in ballots in order to win Pennsylvania?
If he wins about 53%, 52.7 if you're exact. We're having these 62.7. I'm sorry about that. 62.7. So again, if you're watching at home, you see that and you think, well, Joe Biden can't get 62.7. Let's say 63% of the vote. That's the number he's getting statewide. But yes, he can. Yes, he can, because he has been outperforming that metric all day long, because that is all the ballots. That is Election Day ballots, early voting ballots, and the mail-in ballots that have been counted. But again, as we just showed you when we came down here into Philadelphia, he's winning 80% of the vote here. And as the mail-in ballots come in, even in the Republican counties, even in places like this, we did this earlier tonight.
Hold on one second, because we're talking about Philadelphia. Sarah Murray has got some new information. Sarah, what are you hearing about the vote counting in Philadelphia?
Well, you know, Wolf, look, here in Pennsylvania, there are less than 10% across the state of these mail-in ballots that are still left to be counted. And in Philadelphia, they are also just churning through these votes. You know, we've told you before, and we'll tell you again, they are working 24/7 here in Philadelphia to churn through and to count these mail-in ballots. So they have, you know, about 72,500 still that they are trying to work through. And look, this is a big pot of ballots. As you've noted, the lead in Pennsylvania is shrinking. It's a big deal. They're continuing to work through the night because they want to get through this, I think, just as much as we want to get through this, but they want it to be accurate. And the Secretary of State earlier was talking to reporters, and she said she felt like they were moving at a good clip, that there was potentially a way where we could see, you know, overnight or later this evening, who is going to be the leader of Pennsylvania. Obviously, that depends on how close the race is. We're still monitoring that, but I think it's very important to note that we are under this 10% threshold of mail-in ballots across the state, and just over 72,000 here in Philadelphia.
72,000. All right, thanks, Sarah. Go ahead, John. I interrupted you.
I just want to just do the basic math. There's 72,000 votes still in Philadelphia, right? 72,000 votes here, where the former vice president is getting 80%, and actually in these mail-in ballots, he's getting higher than that. The most recent, twice in the last couple hours, we've gotten more ballots out of Philadelphia, and both times Vice President Biden has come in above that 80%. And again, in Pennsylvania, he needs 62.7. Every time you come in at 80 or 85 or 87 here, you lower the overall number. And that's what's happening as they count the votes in Philadelphia. And so you see that 60,000 vote lead right there. You know, the former vice president can catch up pretty much just out of the city of Philadelphia. And then we know tomorrow they're going to count 35,000, 36,000 ballots in Allegheny County. And again, he's already getting 59% in all ballots count, including Election Day ballots. And so when they count just mail-in ballots, the metric goes up, and Biden overperforms the 58, and he's been getting in 70 and 80% of these ballots as we count them throughout the day. So the trajectory right now is toward Biden overcoming that lead. Trajectory is one thing. We need to do the math and keep counting them. But every time we see more votes out of Pennsylvania, out of Georgia, every time throughout the day today we get more votes, those leads are shrinking. And again, the flip side is the president has cut a dent into Joe Biden's lead out in Arizona a little bit too. So we're counting them both ways. We're just counting votes, and we will follow them wherever they lead us.
And we're following the votes in Georgia. Let's take another look.
Sure.
In Georgia right now, what's going on there? Georgia, this is since this morning. Let's take a look at how it's changed. Right now, Trump is ahead by 3,400 votes.
So let's go back in time. Let's make sure on Georgia we are, and let's go back again. We're using as our starting point Tuesday's Election Day. We get to midnight. The counts are progressing in all these states, and you see in battleground Georgia, the president of the United States is up by 372,000 votes because remember, just like in Pennsylvania, what they counted first was Election Day turnout, people who showed up on Tuesday and cast ballots at polling places. That's what they counted first. So then let's move on. We get to 9 a.m. Wednesday, the lead comes down a bit as they start counting additional ballots, as the counties kick in with their count. Then you get to Wednesday at 3 p.m., you see we're down below 80,000, 79,509. So then you move to midnight, right? As Wednesday turned to Thursday, it's down to 31,748 because these counties are doing what they do. They're counting legally cast ballots, and they've moved on to the mail ballots at this point. So then you move down here, 9 o'clock this morning, it falls below 20,000 to 18,588. Then by 3 o'clock this afternoon, we're down to 12,828, so below 13,000. Then 6:30 p.m., you get to 9,426. Then you come back to real time now. That lead cut significantly again. And again, there has just been a steady progression of this as these counties, and again, Gary Tuckman for us a short time ago laid it out, 18,936 left, the bulk of them in places like this, places around Atlanta where Joe Biden is getting a very healthy share of the vote. Joe Biden needs to get 59%, a little bigger than that, of the votes still to be counted, about 59.2. He has been overperforming that significantly. So again, if the trajectory stays on its current path, as they count those votes, Joe Biden will catch and pass the President of the United States in Georgia. No guarantee of that, but that's the way it has played out all day long without fail. Joe Biden has been on that trajectory. He's heading in that direction. It may change as we count the votes. That's why we're here, and we're going to keep going. But that lead has been shrinking dramatically so, which is, again, why the president is so hot. Because as we come back out, the President of the United States right now knows the math, and he knows there is no disputing, unless he wins those two, where his lead is shrinking and shrinking dramatically. Without those two, it's over.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania one more time, because we just got some votes coming in from Bucks County in Pennsylvania. If you take a look at that, you can see what's going on. I want to let our viewers know what's going on in Bucks County over there. You see what's going on. Right now, we just got about 8,000 votes in. We're told that Biden got 5,837 of those votes, and Trump got 2,863.
2,000?
Trump got 2,863. Biden got 5,837.
So there's, you see it again. Again, this is the most competitive.
He got 66% of the vote that just came in.
This is 66.
Yeah.
And so we've been saying all along, Biden has to keep his percentage up, right? In Pennsylvania, I'm going to double check these notes every time. Biden has to get 62.7%. So anything above 63 is good. There's 66 again. And as I've said, this trajectory has been consistent. When the new votes come in, we match him up with what he needs. So now if he's getting 66% here, he needed 62.7. Every time you overperform, you push
Go to the state. The numbers just dropped
push it down a little bit.
Take a look
so
at
let's take this out of the way and come back out to statewide. And there you go. Now you're below 60,000 votes at 58,286. And again, the trend line here has been consistent because Biden is consistently overperforming what he needs to perform with in the count of these mail-in ballots.
Can you find Delaware County for us?
Sure, I can. You come down to Philadelphia. Oh, that's Montgomery County. And you come down here, and you Chester County, and you come over here, and you get to Delaware County. Again, the suburban collar around Philadelphia is the building block of any Democratic win in Pennsylvania. Has to happen right here.
And the numbers are coming in from Delaware County, and Biden is doing well, very well, just now as well.
Let me pop that up. Do we have the numbers?
We're waiting to get them, but we're told that very encouraging numbers for Biden out of Delaware County right now. And as soon as we get them, we'll put them up on the screen.
Let me get this out of the way, and I can bring it back when we need it. We can just show it as we go. Again, this is, I'm going to come back out so you can see this. You see all this red. If you're watching somewhere else in the United States or somewhere around the world, you're not familiar, you look at that map, you would think, okay, President Trump wins Pennsylvania. Look at all that red. He does win these counties big, but these are smaller counties. These are Republican counties. You see 16,000 votes with 77%. That's impressive. The president runs it up in rural Pennsylvania. Here's the issue. You come back over here, you just mentioned Delaware County, much more populated. These are the crowded, populated, growing suburban areas around Philadelphia, and you see 184,000 here. So this is if the Democrat is going to win, any Democrat, race for Senate, race for governor, any statewide office or the presidency, Democrats have to run it up in this blue part here, get a big margin out here to offset, and President Trump is extraordinarily good. Senator Bob Casey earlier today calling him the Republican president of a lifetime in terms of how he runs it up out here.
We just got the numbers in Delaware County. Let's take a look at Delaware County.
Give me 1 second. I'll bring this up for you. You tell me, fire away.
All right. Trump got 807 votes. Biden got 3,272 votes.
3,272 votes. So again,
79.2%.
So I'm going to leave it at 79. Be kind to the president. I won't add the 0.2. But again, what have we been saying? Joe Biden needs 62%, right? And if you're watching at home, you have every right to say, well, that's outrageous. He's never going to get that number. In the mail-in ballots, they are so disproportionate Democratic ballots. The Democrats encourage people to do that. We have the COVID safety concerns. A lot of Democrats took advantage of the opportunity, the expanded opportunity to vote by mail in this election. Here is another example, and they just keep coming in, right? If we see something to the contrary, we'll be quick to report it because we're just telling you the numbers. But yet again, you get more votes, 3,272 to 807 in one of the Philadelphia suburban collar counties, 79%. 79%. The former vice president continues to overperform. He needs 63% if you round up of these votes still to be counted. And we've done this now 3 times in the last half hour with different vote counts, and every time he has been in excess, not even close, in excess of what he needs. So what does that tell you? That tells you that lead keeps shrinking, and if we stay on this trajectory, there are enough votes out there that if the former vice president, meaning the Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, keeps getting votes at the percentages he's getting them now, he will pass the president of the United States and open a lead of Pennsylvania somewhere in the ballpark. If it keeps coming in at that number's maybe even in excess of 40,000 votes.
Remember, only 94% of the estimated vote in Pennsylvania is in, 6% out, a lot of votes outstanding. Trump's numbers are shrinking and shrinking. We're going to stay on top of this. We're going to update you. Election Night in America will continue right after this.
the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Meet Ruggable. We make machine washable rugs that you can roll up and toss in your washing machine or dryer. Every Ruggable rug features a stain-resistant rug cover that's interchangeable and a non-slip rug pad that keeps it in place. Also, we should mention the value. Ruggable rugs are extra durable, so you never have to throw away a messy rug ever again, which means you'll save a lot of money. Ruggable, don't stress over that mess.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act. You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. The federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern.
This is a mask. It prevents the spread of coronavirus. This is not a political statement. It's a mask.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Now we're getting new numbers in from Pennsylvania right now. And John, Trump's lead is shrinking and shrinking right now. He's up by 53,221. 94% of the vote is in, 6% outstanding. Plenty of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania.
Not only plenty of votes mathematically, but plenty of votes because we know where they are, and many of them, not most of them, are in Democratic areas. And even where they're not, Joe Biden throughout this day has been getting 70% or more of the mail-in votes. 70% or more of the mail-in votes. I'm told the latest votes were at Lehigh County came in, and you just see they're up to 90% now. Joe Biden pulling away. And again, you see the 52 on your screen, and you think, okay, Joe Biden needs, I'm going to check the numbers again, as of a while ago, he needed 63%. He's been exceeding that in the votes we have seen. So that number is most definitely smaller by now, but let's just use it. It's a higher bar than it has to be. If Joe Biden keeps getting 62, 63% of the votes, he will pass Donald Trump, not only pass him, pull out to a lead in the ballpark of 40,000 votes, maybe more. Again, Lehigh, this was red most of the time. If we went back in time, again, I want to do this just so people can see this. This is counting votes, okay? This is counting votes. This is that's Georgia. Let me bring up Pennsylvania here. Make sure I have the right state. This one, I'm going to leave it just here. This is you're going to see the numbers just in this county, okay? You see Donald Trump ahead as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. It's just this one county.
Where?
Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Yeah. He builds it there. That's Allentown, right? He builds it again. You see there, the Trump lead goes up some more. This is counting election day votes. Republicans voted on election day. Now we move into Wednesday, and look at the lead the president has, 51 to 48. We move into Thursday, 50 to 48. It stays there. Then here, you see that it's 73,000 there, but the percentage is coming down a little bit, and you move a little bit more, and it flips, and now we get there. And so you see the steady progression and count, Joe Biden, as they count the mail-in ballots, just overwhelming. Passing now in Lehigh County, the same in Lehigh.
We just got some new numbers from Lehigh County in Pennsylvania right now. Put this down on the screen. You'll take a look. Trump just came in with an additional 2,416 votes. Biden just came in with an additional 7,481 votes. He got 75% of that batch that just came in.
Right, and again, so we've been saying all along, he needs 62%. This was 35, 40 minutes or so ago. So if you're getting 75, that 63 I'm giving you is a wrong number. It's lower now, but let's just use it and keep the bar higher than it needs to be for Joe Biden right now, and he is exceeding it every time we get new votes. If we turn out, the president may turn in a stronger performance in one of these counties as we go through it, but this is Lehigh County, Allentown, Pennsylvania, blue-collar territory, one of the places the president was leading early on, and you just see, this is, you can't say inevitable because we're not at the finish line yet, but this has just been time after time after time as new votes come in. They've been roughly along this breakdown right here, and if this keeps happening, I'm going to turn this off. I'm just going to move it up in case we want to come back to it. We'll leave it right there if we want to see it. If this keeps happening, you see it now down to 53, a lead that was more than 600,000 votes back at the beginning. And again, the president screaming fraud. The president says stop. The president wanted his votes counted on Tuesday and into Wednesday. Those were election day votes. Democrats disproportionately voted by mail because of the COVID pandemic. His votes were counted first. The other votes are being counted now. They happen to be coming in disproportionately for Joe Biden because Democrats voted by mail. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Let's not forget 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. We can't stress enough that if Biden wins Pennsylvania, that's it. He wins the presidency. Take a look at Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is right now. The county executive of Allegheny County, Rich Fitzgerald, is joining us on the phone right now. Rich, thanks so much for joining us. How many uncounted ballots do you have left in Allegheny County?
We have, Wolf, about 35,000 uncounted ballots, and our ballots have been running about 80 to 81% for Joe Biden and about little over 19% for Donald Trump.
When do you think we'll get the results of those remaining ballots? Those are mail-in ballots, right?
They're all mail-in ballots. Yeah, they're the ballots that weren't able to be processed. The 28,000 of those is a batch that was they got mailed to the wrong addresses, and then they got remailed. And because of a court order by a federal court, we're not allowed to begin processing and counting those ballots until 5 p.m. On Friday. So our election department will begin, our return board will begin processing those ballots tomorrow at 5. It's a slow process because they almost have to do them all by hand to go and compare them to make sure that those ballots work, that voter didn't already vote. So probably not every one of those 28,000 ballots are going to be counted. Some of them probably will be duplicates. There's another batch of about 7,000 ballots that have probably other issues. They got mangled in the machine by the mail, and they also have to be painstakingly gone through. That process will begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Both of those are because of state law and court order. Otherwise, we would have been counting them today.
Do you know the affiliation of those ballots, Democrat versus Republican? What percentage were Democrat? What percentage were Republican?
I don't know. We wouldn't know what that percentage would be. But what I can tell you is of the 300,000 ballots plus that have already been done in Allegheny County, and they're random. It could be from the city, could be from the suburbs. It's just a random sample. They ran a little over 80% for Joe Biden and a little under 20% for Donald Trump.
And so, Rich, this is John King. Thank you for your time. I know it's a busy time. We have the county up right here. And I just want to make the point to people, and I come to a question for you. So you see this 58.7, and then you hear from the administrator, Joe Biden's getting 80%. That's in the mail-in ballots. And so that's what we need to keep explaining, because people voted in 3 phases. You mail in your vote, you show up early to vote in line, or you show up on Election Day. And President Trump is winning the Election Day vote. So, Rich, to the point you were just making, the president is saying, there's all this fraud going on, all this nefarious conduct going on in Pennsylvania. You mentioned some of these ballots. There's a question of just whether they went to the right address and they're being corrected. Other ballots they opened up and you're worried about, they're wrinkled so they wouldn't go through the machine. When these are validated, they're in a room, and please correct me if I'm wrong. There's an election official, there's a Democrat, a Republican, independents, transparent eyes. If anybody has any issue, they can raise their hand, and those questions have to be adjudicated, correct?
That is absolutely right. And there's also cameras everywhere. These are being filmed and being watched. There are people that have been watching this process really throughout in the warehouse that we were doing the counting. And yes, tomorrow we'll swear an election board in, a return board in at 9 o'clock. They will then begin the process. That will all be very public. The Trump campaign, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Biden campaign, the Libertarian Party, everyone's allowed in there to watch and view that process.
And so, just quickly, I'm sorry, Wolf, just one more. So this is the normal process as it plays out in every election. You're getting international attention right now because this is a presidential election, and the President of the United States just stood in the White House briefing room and said there's cheating and fraud happening in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the normal process, and there are bipartisan eyes on it, correct?
This is absolutely a normal process, whether you're running for school board or borough council or local mayor or county executive. Every one of these processes is the same. We go through this in state law regarding the return board. There have been court cases. This is a little unusual that these 28,000 ballots were going to federal court, and then the court ruled that we couldn't begin this process until 5. But yes, this is a normal process.
We're grateful to you, Rich Fitzgerald, the Allegheny County Executive. Thanks for everything you're doing. Thanks for everything that everyone in Allegheny County and the Pittsburgh area are doing. We're going to stay on top of this story. Obviously, the stakes are enormous right now. We're getting new members, new numbers coming in from Pennsylvania, new numbers coming in from Arizona. They're about to come in as well. Stay with us. Election Night in America will continue right after this.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
All right, let's take a look and see what's going on in Arizona right now. Bill Weir is on the scene for us in Arizona. Bill Weir, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? It looks intense out there.
Well, it is intense, both inside and out. As a Trump protest stop the steal rally, they're calling it, forms outside. This is democracy in the making right here. This machine, which does about 6,000 to 8,000 counts per hour, the folks, there's in each of those little cubicles there's one Republican, one Democrat. They go over each of those there, kick out. Now today, Joe Biden lost about 10,000 votes in the state of Arizona for a number of reasons. Trump won big in small, bright red counties, but then Joe Biden won by a much narrower margin in bright blue Pima County, and then the Apache County, the Navajo Nation, huge sweep for Joe Biden, 81 to 17%. So the Biden lead now around 57,844. But in just about 14 minutes, we're expecting the latest dump from Maricopa County. And if it's anything like last night, it'll be over 100,000 new votes. And if the margin, like last night, is a 17-point or greater advantage for President Trump, that could mark a big comeback for the president here in Arizona.
And very interesting indeed. And John King is with us. Let's take a look at Arizona right now. We're waiting for a big batch of votes to come in right at the top of the hour. We'll see what happens there. Bill, we were just reporting those numbers are about to come in. But right now, Biden is ahead of Trump by 56,833 with 88% of the estimated vote in.
Right, and so the Biden campaign is confident they're going to hold on here. But again, this is the reverse of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia. In Pennsylvania, Georgia, we have seen a steady erosion of what were big leads for President Trump. Joe Biden is now in striking distance. In the last 24 hours in Arizona, we have seen a steady erosion of the Biden lead to the point where it's now down to 56,833. Does that put the president in striking distance? That really depends. As Bill just smartly noted, Maricopa County is 60% or more of your vote. And so when we get the next big installment of votes from Maricopa County, he said we could get as many as 100,000. That will tell us a lot because they're getting closer to the finish line now. They're not quite there yet, but if you get 100,000 votes out of here, the big question will be, are we at 51 for Joe Biden in the county after? Is that going up or down? This will determine, the trend line here will determine the rest of the state. Now you see, there's a lot of red for the president here, but these are much more when you come through them. You have Uphigh County, 99%, but look, 88,000, right? So you're just about done here. 88,000 to win it, and you come down here, just to remind you of the difference, 912,000. So we're just talking about night and day when it comes to the size of the population. 60% of the vote is going to come out of here in Phoenix and the suburbs. The next biggest is Pima County here. This is the second largest county, it's about 15%. So 60% here. The drop off to the second largest county, 15% here. Joe Biden's getting about 60%, 59% of the vote there. Made up a little bit of ground earlier today, but we're waiting here. This is the ball game. The next big installments out of Maricopa County will tell us a lot. And again, this would be a flip. This was a Trump state in 2016, not by a lot. Arizona has been evolving. It's long been a Republican state, but it was competitive. 3.5 points 4 years ago. And you see the 1.2 million to win, right? 1.2 million to win 4 years ago. We're at 1.4 million for Biden right now. One of the things we're seeing consistently across the states, whether they're red or blue, is the turnout is up across much of America. But so we'll wait. We're at 88%, and the big bulk of the rest of it is right there. If you're in the Biden campaign, you hold this. Anything Biden takes off the table now, the president must win Pennsylvania, must win Georgia, and then he would still need more. So then, if you're Biden, you're just trying to take things off the table. Any chess piece you can remove from the board makes the bar for the president even higher. And if the former vice president holds this and holds this, he's president. Nevada and Arizona would get Joe Biden to exactly 270, even if what's happening in Pennsylvania doesn't continue, even if what's happening in Georgia doesn't continue. The Biden campaign thinks it's going to be a much better night than that, but they also believe they will hold Nevada and Arizona. We need to see.
Got a question for Bill Weir if he's still there. Bill, can you still hear me? I don't know if he can, but I'm wondering, John, if the 100,000 votes that we're about to get from Arizona, are they the mail-in votes or the day of votes? Are they the early votes? Do you have any idea?
I believe when we talked to Secretary of State earlier, she said the majority of what they were counting were mail-in votes. But I don't know if...
Because that would be good, presumably, for Biden.
Presumably, although we need to be fair to the president here, the last couple of times we have gotten substantial vote counts. I believe we can show you on the timeline here. The last couple of times we've gotten substantial vote lines out of Arizona. Let me flip to Arizona here so we make sure we're on the right state and get you back to the beginning. You watch. You watch. And these are Maricopa County votes. So the president has been narrowing the gap in Maricopa. You see 270,000. 207, I'm sorry, as Tuesday turned to Wednesday. Then it drops Wednesday, 1 a.m., more votes come in. And you see it come down a little bit more, 155, 810. That's Wednesday, 2 a.m. Then Wednesday, 3 a.m., it drops a little bit more. And then you come down here to 93. Then you come down here a little further. And then you're dropping to 68. And now here we are in real time, 58 and change. So this has been steadily dropping as they come in. Again, this is the ball game, 60% of the vote. I just want to go back in time. You know, it's blue for Joe Biden right now, but Donald Trump narrowly carried this as candidate Trump. Now he's President Trump. 4 years ago, he narrowly carried this. You see how close it was. So when you see this blue, not everything blue is overwhelmingly blue. This is blue, but it's competitive. And the last couple of times we've gotten votes out of here, Biden's lead has shrunk. So the president is getting votes. Phoenix itself, out here into the suburbs, you can move farther out. There are a lot of Republican votes in Maricopa County. One of the questions was how many suburban Republicans would desert the president and go Joe Biden's way. That's what we'll sort through as we get more of these votes. There's no question. Trump won it. Biden's winning it, that the Democrats are more competitive here, but it's not like the president's not going to get votes.
Bill Weir, the votes that we're about to get in from Arizona, mostly mail-in votes. Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, well, you know, Arizona has been doing sort of absentee ballots automatically for years. And so most voters here just get them, and most of those voters are registered Republicans. And it's sort of a flip of what we've seen nationwide. Historically, they said they would get their Democrat absentees in earlier or later at last minute, and Republicans would sort of fill up the whole time. But this year, they got a bunch of Joe Biden votes early. They don't know how many Trump supporters either showed up in person to vote on Election Day or sent in those absentee votes late, you know, right before the election. So that's what makes this so intriguing. We don't know how this is going to break. Conventional wisdom would tell you, just based on the demographics here in Maricopa, that Joe Biden should be getting the brunt of these, and that's probably why the Associated Press and another network called the state for Joe Biden already. But who knows? The way this is way it broke last night, it woke everybody up to go, whoa, Donald Trump got a 17-point edge in that last dump of 100 and I can't remember, it was over 100 and maybe 15,000 yesterday, 140,000 yesterday, and that went 57-40 for Trump. So if those numbers come in again and it continues to erode Joe Biden's lead here, the Democrats will certainly get heartburn.
Will we get those numbers right at the top of the hour, 9 p.m. Eastern here, Bill? Is that where they're going to release it?
That's it. And so it's, I'm wearing out my refresh finger just in case they post a little bit earlier. If you remember Tom Cruise's nightmare in Risky Business, my nightmare is having to do math live on TV, but we'll do the best as we try to figure out how much of this a new batch, what the percentage breakdown is for both candidates, and to see how these trend lines are continuing.
We got the good news is we got people who are really excellent in math. Bill, stand by. We're going to take a quick break. Much more of our coverage. We're staying with Arizona. We're about to get thousands and thousands of votes from Arizona coming in. We'll share that with you when we come back.
Through the walk of life, Walgreens has always been there to help make life easier. And now we're doing the same with Medicare, so you can easily find the best, most affordable plan for you. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare to get started. Walgreens, we make Medicare easy.
A great future awaits us.
The perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
We have to figure out the best way to get where we want to be. Let's get after it. The death toll is climbing. Cases are still going up.
This virus has enormous capabilities of spreading like wildfire.
When you see something that you know is wrong, you call the police. Why didn't he call 911? States need help. Federal government's quiet on too much.
Black Lives Matter should not be a partisan debate.
The virus is a contagious virus. It's getting out of control.
Cuomo Prime Time, weeknights at 9 Eastern. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
We're seeing dramatic tightening in crucial presidential battlegrounds on this election night in America continue. I'm Wolf Blitzer. In the last few hours and minutes, former Vice President Biden has severely eroded President Trump's lead in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and Trump has narrowed Biden's advantage in Arizona. We're about to get an update on the vote count in Arizona's most populous county. At any moment right now, we're tracking every vote in states that are still up for grabs. Biden is aiming for new wins that would push him beyond the 253 electoral votes he already has to reach the winning number of 270. Trump is behind with 213 electoral votes. We'll see if those numbers change tonight as new votes keep coming in. Here's a key race alert. Let's look at these three states. In Pennsylvania right now, 94% of the estimated vote is in, 6% remains outstanding. Donald Trump continues to have a lead, but it has severely shrunk to only 50,671. Look at this, 49.7% to 49%. The mail-in ballots are coming in very quickly right now, and those are way way in favor of Biden. We're watching Pennsylvania oh so closely, 20 electoral votes. If Biden were to win Pennsylvania, it is over. He wins the presidency with those 20 electoral votes alone. Doesn't have to win any other states. Let's take a look at Georgia right now. Trump's lead in Georgia, look at this. It is down. It shrunk again. Only 2,497 over Joe Biden, 49.4% to 49.3%. 99% of the vote is in, but there are still thousands of votes outstanding. We're looking closely at Georgia, and it's 16 electoral votes. In Arizona, 88% of the estimated vote is in. Biden remains on top. He's got a lead of 56,833, although that too has shrunk significantly over the past day or so. He has 50.3% to 48.3%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. I want to go over to John King right now because, John, Bill Weir is in Arizona for us. He just got a whole new batch of numbers. We're going to write down these numbers. Bill, tell us what just came in Arizona.
Okay, the new numbers, Wolf, out of Maricopa, just doing quick math, now is 1,868,414 votes. That is, I'm trying to do the math here, 339,000. Joe Biden now has 944,000 votes, 285, to Donald Trump's 880, 347. Hopefully you guys can help me out with the percentages there on this new dump, but it is around the number that we had expected. Joe Biden's lead went up by 30,000 or so. The president picked up about 50,000 votes. You got it?
All right, hold on for a moment. We just got the new numbers just in from Arizona right now, and let's take a look. Another key race alert in Arizona with its 11 electoral votes. You see Biden's lead has shrunk once again. It is now 46,257. He has 50.1% to Trump's 48.5%. So it's gone down a bit, 46,257, John King, the lead for Biden in Arizona. He still has a lead, but it keeps going down.
Right, and that's the point. Again, as we're watching in Pennsylvania and Georgia, the president's lead is shrinking consistently in the recent vote counts here. Joe Biden's lead is shrinking, and it's because, again, Maricopa County, we're showing Joe Biden leading in the county, but it's a competitive county. You see 51 to 48 if you round up, and these votes coming in are Republicans who dropped off their ballots. There are a lot of Republicans in Maricopa County. Doesn't mean former vice president won't win the county. Doesn't mean he won't win the state, but as these votes are being counted consistently, last night and now today, every time we get a bunch of new votes, Joe Biden's lead has come down, A, in the county, and B, when you pull it out to look at statewide. Again, 46,000 votes, you're still ahead, but that lead has been consistently shrinking, which is why we need to get to the finish line. And just as we watch the dynamic in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, in these two states, we're seeing the opposite. In these two states, we're seeing, as the mail-in ballots are counted, the president's lead is shrinking. But out here in Arizona, which Biden still leads right now, President Trump has been gaining with every count of votes released over the past 24 hours. So we just watch it play out. If you look at the popular vote, this is not how we pick presidents, but I keep watching every time we come out to the full national map. Joe Biden now has a 4 million vote lead in the national vote. So the Democrats are making a statement when it comes to the country at large. Republicans would argue a lot of that's coming out of California and New York, and that's true. But in the popular vote, Joe Biden is pulling away. And so let's just check. And on this one, just again, it's important anyway. Everything still left on the board is important. But if Joe Biden can hold this lead and hold his lead in Nevada, Arizona and Nevada would get Joe Biden to 270 electoral votes, even as we wait to see if he will overtake the president in Georgia and in Pennsylvania.
In Maricopa County in Arizona, about 70,000 votes, John. Write this down, just came in. We just got the exact numbers. It's very, very interesting what's going on. Trump got 42,276.
276, got it.
All right, that's what Trump got. Biden got 31,700. That's why his lead has shrunk. So we're seeing in Arizona the opposite of what we're seeing in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Right, and as Bill explained last time we were there, they have a Republican history in Maricopa County. President Trump carried the county last time. This is one of the most fiercely contested states in American politics right now. And just as we're seeing in Pennsylvania and Georgia, they're mail-in ballots. They're disproportionately Democrats. In Arizona, as Bill noted, a history of absentee ballots, drop-off ballots. Republicans have a strong tradition of voting that way, and we're seeing the votes come in.
So Trump likes what he's seeing in Arizona. He's not calling that fraud. He's not calling it a hoax. He's saying that's great news that he's gaining votes in Arizona. But if you go to Pennsylvania or Georgia, he says that's a fraud and it's unacceptable. It's a crime.
Yeah, Trump's definition of democracy is it's good if I win. It's good if I'm leading. It's good if it's going my way. Now, he's still not leading in Arizona, but you're exactly right. And again, you point out it's ludicrous. I'm just going to call it inconsistent that the president says stop counting votes. He said it in Michigan, which he has lost. He said it in Wisconsin, which he has lost. Again, in both of those states, election day votes, he pulled out to an early lead. They're counting other legally cast ballots by mail, and he lost. And that's what's happening. As I move this away, that's what's happening as we come up. But again, to his credit, the president is making up ground in Arizona. We're going to count those votes because it is fair to count every legally cast ballots, just as we will continue to count the votes here, where the opposite is happening. They're counting legally cast ballots. The president leads keeps shrinking. It's 50,000 there. Think about that. Joe Biden has a 50,000 vote lead in Arizona. Donald Trump has a 50,000 vote lead in a state that is much bigger, much bigger, 50,000 vote, and it has been consistently shrinking. So that one is shrinking there for the president. This one, look at that. We're under 3,000 votes now.
Yeah.
2,497 votes. And again, this has been a steady march from a couple 100,000 votes to now 24 or just shy of 2,500 votes in the state of Georgia. This is it just has been slow and steady as they count the votes, but that is stunning. And again, the president must win Georgia and must win Pennsylvania. If he loses either one of those, his math to 270 becomes impossible. That's why this is so important. Now, that you can, if it's close at the end, there'll be maybe a recount, maybe litigation, but the path of this right now, the trajectory of Georgia is in Joe Biden's favor. We will see if it gets there. And again, just to circle back out here, again, the point I'm trying to make is we are counting all the votes, whether they benefit Joe Biden or whether they benefit Donald Trump. The president has a different view of things. This is the way it has always worked. That is, forgive me, what makes America great, and we'll keep doing it.
These are all legal ballots, whether they're day of ballots, whether you vote early, absentee ballots, or whether you do it by mail. This is all legal. It's part of American democracy.
Right. And this year, it's a little more complicated because of the COVID pandemic, right? States have had to figure out what to do, right? So there's expanded mail-in balloting everywhere. Different rules in different states. Some states just has to be mailed by Election Day. Other states, it has to arrive by Election Day. We're going through all that. But yes, the option to vote has been greatly expanded because of the COVID safety concerns. And you know what? This is what, I'll just use a gentle word, infuriates you when you hear from the president. What has been the end result? The end result has been more people voting. More people voting for him. More people voting for him. More votes for the president of the United States than he got 4 years ago. And more votes. Joe Biden now has the most votes cast for any American presidential candidate in history. Higher turnout in a democracy is a good thing. Then you count the votes. Somebody wins, and yes, it's painful to lose.
There's still plenty of votes outstanding. Only 91% of the nationwide estimated vote is in.
Right, and it is possible. Again, the trajectory at this hour is in Joe Biden's favor. Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270 electoral votes. That's a victory. It is still possible for the president of the United States to win re-election, the same president who just a couple hours ago launched a vicious attack on American democracy.
It was totally vicious and full of lies. It was unbelievable what he was said. But in order for him to win, as you correctly point out, he's got to win Pennsylvania. He's got to win Georgia.
Right, and Joe Biden right now is winning more than the percentage he needs to win as the new ballots continue to come in. Doesn't guarantee that he keeps it up, but Joe Biden's trajectory right now is toward catching the president in Georgia. There's just several thousand votes left, but we have just watched this play out consistently. That's why I keep going back to it just to see if the number changes again. This is, for me, it's the wonder of the tool because it's a live data feed. So when election officials report results, they pop up. You'll be watching something. As you're watching throughout the night, here's the test. Does that turn blue? Does that turn blue? Can the president flip one of those red? If those two out there, Nevada and Arizona, if they stay blue, it's game over. Joe Biden is the next president of the United States. But these two, bigger prizes, more consequential, the president must win them both. There is just no way. You cannot get Donald Trump from where he is, which is 213 electoral votes. You cannot get him from 213 to 270 unless you win Georgia and unless you win Pennsylvania. So the math right now is at a critical point, and let's be honest, that's why the president is abandoning common decency and launching attacks on vote counting, And again, in this state, he's been railing against the Democrats who run Pennsylvania for some time, about the COVID response, about everything. He's been venting at them for some time. This is a Republican governor who is a Trump ally. whose state is counting votes. Period.
Yeah, and they're doing it well in Georgia. They're doing it well in Pennsylvania, and Arizona, Nevada, all over the country. They're doing it the way a democracy is supposed to unfold.
Right, and we're under 50,000 in Pennsylvania, 48,854. And again, every time we get new votes, Joe Biden is above the threshold he needs to keep narrowing that gap, has the potential to win. If he keeps going at the way he is going, if the votes keep coming in, the remaining votes come in at the percentage they've been coming in today, Joe Biden will pass the president and build a lead somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000, could be as high as 50,000 votes. There's no guarantee of that. There's no guarantee of that. I'm just saying if it stays on the statistical path it has been on throughout the day, and that has been consistent. It has been very consistent as it happens. Sometimes things change. That's why we're waiting for more votes. And it's the same down here. We're getting to a much smaller universe of available votes here, but the lead is also shrunk significantly, 2,497. And just to remind people, many of the votes that are out are in places like this, Clayton County, south of Atlanta. They're up to 95 now, but you see Joe Biden is getting 85% of the vote here if that path continues. The question is, are there enough votes out there? Mathematically, yes. Joe Biden has to keep winning them at a high percentage. We'll keep counting.
And it looks like he is winning those by a very, very high percentage, not just 60%, 70, 80% of the vote that's coming in the mail-in ballots in Georgia. He seems to be winning.
He needs 57%, and he has been consistently all day long in the ballpark of 80%. Some counties it's high 60s, some counties it's above 80, but when you average it out, he needs 57%, and he's been above that bar consistently all day long as they count the mail-in votes. And Wolf, to that point, I just want to follow up on this. He's been above that all day long, even in places like, that Upson came in earlier, but even in places like Taylor County, right? Even in places that are Republican, even in places that the president is winning, because Democrats voted disproportionately by mail. So they've counted the votes here, and the president, to his credit, is running up big margins in these Republican counties. But when they count the mail-in ballots, they're disproportionately cast by Democrats. So even in places like this, where they count those ballots, Joe Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote or more in those smaller batches of mail-in ballots, and that's why he's catching up.
Go to Clayton County if you can,
sure.
For a second. So we got an update on what's going on over there. Get your board up and we'll tell you.
Sure, I'll follow your lead.
Biden, 1,154. Trump, 165.
Okay, so your eyes tell you
86%.
Yeah, your eyes tell you what you need to know there. You almost don't need that. Yeah. But I'll make my sloppy 8 and put it on the board there, 86%. Look, this is consistently what is happening. Now, Clayton is a Democratic county. It's a blue county. I'm going to move this down just a little bit so you can see what we're talking about here. Here's the city of Atlanta. If you've ever flown into Hartsfield International Airport, one of the world's most busiest airports, it's right here. It's in Clayton County. And so this is at metropolitan Atlanta. It's growing, it's vibrant, it's diverse, and it is Democratic. That's why you see the blue. And again, Joe Biden in this county is getting 85% of the vote consistently. And even in a county where he's averaging 85%, when you count the mail-in ballots, he's a little bit above that. He's a little bit above that. That has just been the consistent pattern, excuse me, a little Boston accent coming out late at night, all day long as we go through this.
Here's something interesting. We just learned there are still 5,726 outstanding votes in Clayton County, 5,726 in Clayton County. And we're told that we will get those results by midnight tonight.
Okay, so remember that number here. I'll remember it, 5726. I'm going to come out of the county just to do this, okay? 5726. You just said that, right?
Yep.
He's been getting 80% or more of the vote. Look at that lead.
Yeah.
Right there. You can get it right there. There are more votes. There are more votes in other counties.
Correct.
There are more votes in other counties, but 5726 that we expect to get out of Clayton County tonight, match that up to that 2497. If Joe Biden continues to perform at the rate that he is performing in these counties, those votes, if he gets 80% of those votes, puts that at severe risk, and there are still more votes to count.
Yeah, and in other counties that Biden is doing really well in right now. Georgia, I think it's fair to say, does not look great for the president right now.
The trajectory is terrible for the president right now. It's not only not great, it's disastrous at the moment. Again, we're going to count every last vote, and sometimes it changes right now. We'll keep an account that. I'll leave that up right there right now. But just to make that point.
And just to make the point about Georgia, a Republican governor, a Republican secretary of state, it's going to be hard for the president to accuse fellow Republicans, including his supporters like Governor Kemp in Georgia, of being anti-Trump.
it's just ludicrous to be polite of what we're hearing from the president. Because you have a state, and look, Governor Kemp, if you remember, if you follow American politics, just a couple of years ago when Governor Kemp was elected, Democrats were furious. He was the Secretary of State when he ran for governor. Democrats thought that their votes were suppressed. Democrats thought back then this was not a fair count. So there are a lot of eyes on Governor Kemp. In addition to just this being a presidential election, his own history and the state's history, he's being watched closely, and he knows it.
If Georgia turns blue and Biden wins Georgia and it's 16 electoral votes, is he blocked the president from 270 electoral votes?
Yes, he does.
Show our viewers.
Yes, he does. So let's say if that one goes blue right here, all right? If that one goes blue, so let's walk through the rest here, okay? I'm going to try to get this right. My fingers don't quite do it. Look at that. There's a success story right there.
That's one.
That's Maine's 2nd congressional district. Maine and Nebraska allocate electoral college votes by congressional district, so that would get the president one. The president is leading in North Carolina. Let me just pull this back out. Come on up for me here. Let me stay on the Republican. The president is leading in North Carolina. We expect it to go that way. The president is leading in Alaska. We expect it to stay that way, right? So now you're coming across here. The president is leading. I mean, Joe Biden is leading here, but let's just give it to the president for the sake of argument. Let's give it to the president for the sake of argument. Where are you there? Now, this would be the perfect storm, if you will, or the perfect disaster, depending on your perspective. If the president won that one, we could get a 269 tie. If he wins Georgia, if Joe Biden wins Georgia and the president wins everything else, 269 to 269, which throws the election in that scenario, unlikely scenario, to the House of Representatives. And so that is a constitutional crisis in the making if it plays out that way. If it plays out that way. But remember, that's the giant if. Joe Biden right now is leading here and is leading here, and the trajectory tells you he may get this one as well. But even if he doesn't, if Joe Biden holds those, he's the next president of the United States. Georgia would be icing on the case.
A Georgia win, though, for Biden prevents Trump from getting 270.
Prevents him from getting 270. There would still be the possibility of 269.
He won everything else.
If he won everything else. And he's not leading again. Joe Biden is leading here. Joe Biden is leading here. And Joe Biden is charging here. We'll go back to where we are so people see the fair perspective. But president's leading, but that lead is in dire danger. President leading, that lead is in even more dire danger at this moment. There are more votes actually here. Yeah. If you're doing a statistical analysis, a statistician would tell you that one's probably at greater risk than that one, given the trajectory. The math at the moment tells us this one could flip quite soon.
He's got a lead right now of 2,500 votes, 2,497. Right. That could change at any moment right now, and Biden could take the lead in Georgia.
Right. Again, this is, it's in some ways, this is just a simple math exercise. What did we learn first? Addition and subtraction, arithmetic, 57, 26, right? And so, Joe Biden gets 80% of those votes, then guess what? You're going to see this state, flip from red to blue. And then we count the rest of them. It could flip back. But this universe of votes alone in this one county, make sure this is not on, there we go, right here.
Clayton County.
Right here. Right, Clayton County. So we have more than 5,000 votes coming out of here right now. Joe Biden, we pull this out right here. Those votes right there, if he keeps polling, if he comes in at 80% of those votes, that's going to get him in that striking distance. And Wolf, that's not it. That's just it. We're focusing on this one county because we expect them soon. Again, this has just been a steady count, methodical build, 2,497. The count continues. We will watch it.
So Georgia is definitely within very, very strong reach for Biden. Pennsylvania as well.
And it's a bigger prize. It's the biggest prize left on the board, 20 electoral votes. And again, the President of the United States cannot win without it. If he loses Pennsylvania and Georgia, we're done. The President needs both of those, Pennsylvania and Georgia. Joe Biden can get there, even if the President wins them, mind you. Joe Biden has an easier path. But here we are. We're below 50,000 right now, 48,854. And we know, starting here, in the largest city of them all, largest vote area of them all, 12% of the statewide population is Philadelphia, and we know we're still waiting for more ballots here.
Only 89% of the vote in Philadelphia is it?
Right. So you're looking at another 10%, 11% of the vote to come in, and he's getting 80% of the vote. He does not need 80% of the rest of the votes out statewide, but he's been getting consistently, Joe Biden has 80% or more of the count in Philadelphia. Just going back through my notes just to make sure I have this right. In Pennsylvania, earlier, and there's been votes since then, earlier in the night, Joe Biden needed just shy of 63%. He has passed that several times since. I keep using it to be conservative. I'm using a higher bar for Joe Biden than he actually needs to meet at 63%. Every time we get votes out of Philadelphia, he's above 80%, close to 88% the last couple of times they've come in. So Joe Biden, every time we have counted votes, has been higher. He has surpassed what he needs to get there. Again, there's no guarantee that that continues, but it has been steady and methodical throughout the day. So we'll keep counting and see if some county surprises us. There are counties out here that are Republican counties. There's a possibility one county will come in with a different number, if you will, slow the train. But right now, the train is roaring toward that lead. And there are enough votes out there to catch it.
Trump's lead is shrinking in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, but Biden's lead in Arizona is shrinking right now. We're going to get new numbers. That's coming in as well. We'll take a closer look at the votes left to count in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Also, we're going to talk to the Arizona Secretary of State as election night in America continues.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant, outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkling, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Let's walk over to Pamela Brown. She's taking a close look at Pennsylvania right now. The vote is coming in pretty quickly, isn't it?
It sure is. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Everyone is watching this count play out, and for good reason, because of how tight the margin is between President Trump and Joe Biden. Take a look at this. Just today in Pennsylvania, they have counted more than 500,000 mail-in ballots. But they still have more to go. Look at this. If you go through the timeline of the counting has been, if you see this morning over the 5-hour span, they counted around 200,000. But then when you go from 3 to 5, it slowed down. And here's why. I'm told by a source familiar, because of that lawsuit filed by the Trump campaign, that slowed things down. They had to stop for a couple hours. Then they had to make some changes that has had a ripple effect in the counting. But they've been starting to pick back up. And just this evening, as you can see, they've counted around 100,000 ballots. Now at 9 o'clock, we're waiting to get more numbers. But things are speeding up. And I'm told that the administration there in Pennsylvania has been pushing every county to work through the night as much as they can. And one person tells me no one has pushed back in the counties in Pennsylvania. They know that they're up against the clock, that people want an answer, but they also want to do a diligent job. They want to get it right. And there are complexities involved when you're dealing with mail-in ballots, Wolf, as you know, as we've been talking about. There are double ballots, checking the signature. There are a lot of different steps. So they're dealing with a large amount of ballots right now, more than 250,000 they're trying to get through. And they're getting through them fairly quickly across the state, particularly in Philadelphia. Wolf?
Yeah, that's a very impressive job they're doing indeed. And it's such a huge prize, John King. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden wins that. It's game, set, match. He wins.
Right, and so if you're the President of the United States, you remember not all that long ago, a couple of days, late Tuesday night, you're leading by more than 500,000 votes. And there you are right now at 48,000 votes. And again, Pam just mentioned, we're waiting again on Philadelphia. If you've been with us for a long time, we keep checking in here, but every time we're at 89%. So you've got 10, 11% of the vote still to come in the largest area of the city, 12% of the vote, largest area of the state, excuse me. The biggest pool of votes comes right here out of Philadelphia. You see Joe Biden getting 80%. He doesn't need that, but if he gets it out of here, it helps him cut into the lead. And so you just come down. There's some more votes here in the callers as well. The votes out in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, those won't be counted until tomorrow because of some legal. We talked to the executive earlier. He says they'll be counted tomorrow, but there's 36,000 votes out there. You look at that lead, 36,000 votes. The county executive told us Joe Biden's been getting about 80% of the mail-in ballots as they count them. It just tells you when you think about the blue counties, the pool of votes. But again, to make this point, we got some votes earlier tonight from out here in Mercer County, right? So you see this on the map, 63% Republican. You think, oh, okay, when they count late votes here, they're going to be for Trump. They're not. They're not, because Democrats are voting by mail. The election day ballot is why, the next election day voting is why the president is way ahead in these counties. And again, he did rallies near this. He did rallies in Butler County right over here. The president's voters came out on election day. But Joe Biden's voters, there aren't as many of them in a conservative county. They voted by mail, and we're seeing those ballots counted today. So even here in Mercer County, Joe Biden was above the bar he needs to keep coming back to challenge that lead. So 48,000 right now. Wolf, I've done this a couple times, but I just want to go back and look at it again because when you look at this, it is just stunning. Let's get Pennsylvania up here and let's go back. Again, this was key to the president 4 years ago. So he sees that at midnight Wednesday. As Tuesday, election day, starts into the next day, Wednesday, the president is up by nearly 550,000 votes. Then that lead actually grows, 589,000 votes by Wednesday morning. Then you see it starting to shrink a little bit by Wednesday afternoon at 3 p.m. Then you keep coming through here, 11 o'clock Wednesday night. Look, they're starting to count mail-in ballots in many of these counties. Thursday, this morning, it starts to shrink some more. You keep counting, 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, it shrinks some more down to 108 and change. You keep counting, 6:30 p.m. tonight, here you are at 76,000 votes. You keep counting, you're at 63,000 votes. Then you come back live to where we are right now, and you're at 48,854 votes. As you see, it has just been a steady progression as these counties, 67 of them across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, small and large, as they count their votes, Joe Biden is overwhelmingly winning the mail-in ballots, which are the votes being counted today because they did the election day count first. The president pulled out to a big lead because they counted the election day vote first. We've seen the flip side of this in other states. As they count the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden is roaring back. And again, Bucks County still have more ballots to count here. Joe Biden winning 51% in the overall count, but that includes election day and a lot of Trump votes in the votes that have come in here today. Joe Biden is up 70, 80%. Same when you move down here into Montgomery County. The suburban caller around Philadelphia is where Democrats need to get their votes. Delaware County as well. Jake Tapper told me I'm supposed to call it Delco, and the locals will like me. Jake Tapper is a local. I'm not, but Delco it is. There you go, Chester County here. In all of these counties, Joe Biden has more than exceeded what he needs to do in counting these mail-in votes. And so, as Pam just noted, they're trying to count more of them tonight. Every time I look, just to see if the numbers change. If you're with us when we're talking about this, you'll see it when we do, because it comes in live when they report them. 48,854 votes in a state the president cannot lose. Joe Biden does not need Pennsylvania. He would like it because of the statement it would be. If you come back out here to the national map, we remember why Donald Trump became president. Because he won here 4 years ago, he won here 4 years ago, he won there 4 years ago, the so-called Democratic blue wall. Those states had been blue in every presidential election since 1992. Donald Trump turned them all red 4 years ago. That's why he's the president of the United States, right there. So far, Joe Biden promised that he could crack the code and rebuild the blue wall. He has Wisconsin, he has Michigan, and it would be a celebration. Joe Biden was born in Scranton, Pennsylvania, moved to Delaware. It would be a celebration in the Biden campaign. It would get him to victory, and it would be a personal victory if Joe Biden could turn that blue.
He won all three of those states, and it's outrageous that the president said Biden's wins in Wisconsin and Michigan were the result of fraud and cheating. There was no fraud, no cheating in Michigan and Wisconsin. And in Pennsylvania, it's getting closer and closer. If he recreates that so-called blue wall, he's going to be the president.
Right. And again, the president consistently, as a candidate and now for almost 4 years as president, has had a casual relationship with the truth. If he wants to prove those points, there are things called courts of law. He can go try to make those points in court. We will see if he does that or if he just talks about it. He talks. But remember, if we go back here, I hate to make this point. I wish I didn't have to make this point, is the way to say it. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by a big amount, right? By a very big amount. Donald Trump, to this day, says that happened because 6 million people illegally voted in the United States of America. That is a lie. It's a lie. There's no other way to put it. So since the beginning, if you will, even in victory, President Trump had to lie about why he didn't win the popular vote. And then he had the largest crowd in inaugural history, which was another lie. And here we are. Here we are at the, in what could be the decisive day or the decisive hours if we go into tomorrow of his reelection campaign. And I'm sorry, he's lying again.
And you remember, after he took office, he created this commission to investigate illegal voting, why he lost the popular vote. You remember what happened to that commission?
Yeah, they found nothing. Just like, I don't think they ever existed, but you might remember a long time ago, Donald Trump said he was sending investigators here because Barack Obama's birth certificate was a fraud, Donald Trump said. Barack Obama was born in Hawaii. Like many other things Donald Trump has said, that turned out to be a lie.
Yeah. And that commission disbanded after a few months because they couldn't find anything wrong with the vote in 2016, and it's simply outrageous. You know, one interesting thing, during the campaign, he would go out over these last few weeks and say, Joe Biden is the worst presidential candidate in American history. It would be outrageous if I lost to the worst. Look at the popular vote right now, and this is probably so irritating to the current president of the United States that Joe Biden, who he says was the worst presidential candidate in American history, is beating him by 4 million votes and has won more votes than any other presidential candidate in American history. And only 91% of the vote is in. Still plenty of votes, especially in California, outstanding. So you know Biden's number is going to keep going up and up.
It's not inconceivable that gets to 75 million, or certainly close to it. As you're right, they continue to count in California, and they count more slowly in California because they know the Democrats going to win California for president. There are House races out there. There are other races out there. So they'll keep counting in California. If you remember the 2018 midterms, some of those races took a week or so to get all the votes. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how they count the ballots. But yes, you're right. It's likely to grow. I just want to turn this off for a second just to show you what we have in California so far, because we don't pay attention to the states that we know are reliably blue. But you see so far, 8 million votes just in California alone, and only 77% of the vote is counted in California. So Joe Biden's total is going to go up as they continue to count the votes in California. Washington State does mail-in ballots. They're counting as well. So yes, Joe Biden now has more votes today, right now, and it will grow than any presidential candidate in American history.
We're getting a new vote count in Georgia. It's beginning to shrink and shrink and shrink. Look at this. Let's show our review. Look at this. 49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden. Trump is ahead now by only 1,902 votes. It's a virtual tie that's going on in Georgia right now. We're coming back Much more on Georgia and Pennsylvania when we come back.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you shipshape, soothed, comfortable, restocked, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Let's get another key race alert right now. Take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania and Georgia right now. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania dramatically narrowing right now. 94% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a lead of only 42,142. It was in the hundreds of thousands 24 hours ago. 49.7% for Trump, 49% for Biden. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, it's game over. He wins the presidency. In Georgia right now, it's a virtual tie. 99% of the vote is in, but there are still votes out there. Trump has a lead of only 1,902. 49.4% for Trump, 49.4% for Biden, 16 electoral votes in Georgia as well. Still votes out there. A virtual tie, John King. Georgia and Pennsylvania. Let's go to Georgia first right now. Update our viewers on what you're seeing.
Let's pull out right now. Sorry, I was just hunting around to see in some counties out here. I don't need to say a word. Just look at that right there. 1,902 votes. We continue to count the votes across Georgia, and as we count them, the president's lead has gone from more than 300,000 votes, now down to 1,902 votes. And so what are we waiting for? We know there are places where we still have votes out. We know they include a small number of ballots in Fulton County.
5% outstanding.
Where Atlanta is. We know we're waiting to see there are more ballots in Cobb County. Several hundred only, but we know they're out there. And you keep coming across, that's Fulton. Gwinnett County at 95%. So a lot of this is coming from the metro Atlanta area. This one looks like it's full, Rockdale County. You move over here a little bit, Newton County, they're done. Just want to check down here again, Henry County, it looks like they are about done. But we've just seen this steady path of progress as votes have come in, and not just in the metro Atlanta area. We've seen them come in over here as well. Chatham County, a big vote count here is what cut the lead earlier tonight. And so what's happening, Wolf, is all of these counties, and just to be clear, it's not just in the blue counties. Even in the red counties, Joe Biden is making up ground because in places that President Trump is winning and winning convincingly, even there, the mail-in ballots are going to the Democrats. So we're watching this count. I keep clicking back to statewide because I want to watch it. Inside the Biden campaign, they believe soon they will catch him because they know what votes are out and they know where they are and they know that a fair amount of them are still here. And so this has been happening all night long. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. But again, you're watching this right now, and President Trump cannot, I'm just going to say it again, cannot lose Georgia. His math does not work if he loses either Georgia or Pennsylvania in his lead in both states right now, down 1,900 votes there. This one is just as shocking. This is a bigger state, and it's now down to 42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 49.7 to 49.0. And you see there's still 6% of the vote out. And again, a lot of this vote, we know, is in Democratic strongholds, and they're continuing to count. So 2 states the president must win, Pennsylvania and Georgia. His leads are shrinking almost by the hour or even sometimes by the quarter hour, and we're just waiting to see. They're red on the map right now. If it flips blue, that doesn't mean it stays blue, but the president cannot allow, if the clock runs out on this election and those are blue, he is a one-term president.
Let's not forget, in Georgia, there's a Republican governor and a Republican secretary of state. So if the president is going to start accusing Georgia of cheating and fraud, it's going to be hard when you got a Republican governor and a Republican secretary of state.
Right. And as the president says that, if he or any candidate for any office at any level across the United States of America has a legitimate case to make, you can go to a court and you can file the documents to try to prove it. But what they're doing here in the state of Georgia is what they're doing in all 50 states, and different states are doing it in different order. So you saw, again, I'll say this, in Ohio on election night, Joe Biden jumped out to a big lead. They counted the mail-in ballots first. That was the process in the state. Then the election day vote was counted. President Trump caught up, won the state quite convincingly. Here, they counted the election day vote first. Republicans, by tradition, and because of the president's rallying, to his credit, he traveled the country and he turned his base out and they came out. They counted those votes on election day. The mail-in ballots in Georgia, they decided they would count after. That's their process. That's what they've been doing today. And again, by the hour today, that lead, and starting into yesterday, but by the hour today, that lead has been shrinking, and we're at 1,900 votes away, and there are more than enough votes in play for the president to catch up, without a doubt. There are 16,000 votes still outstanding. Joe Biden needs about 57% of those. He has been surpassing that bar, leaping that bar by a significant margin throughout the day.
Getting new votes in Pennsylvania that are just coming in right now. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. All right, let's take a look at, here's the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, Trump is ahead by 42,142. All right, take a look at Scranton. You can see where Scranton is.
Sure,
there's a blue.
right here.
Right, the county right below Scranton. I think that's Monroe County right there.
There you go.
Monroe County. It's a small county of about 1.3%. Bring out the blackboard. We got some new numbers just coming in from Monroe County.
Let's do it.
Biden, take a look at this. He's got 10,841. All right, Trump in Monroe County has 4,129. Biden wins by 71.6%.
So in class, they tell you to round that up to 72. But again, consistently, Joe Biden needs a smaller percentage than that. He does not need that many votes. I just want to check to make sure we get this right. We don't want to mislead anybody. This number is actually high because Joe Biden keeps exceeding it. An hour ago or so, Joe Biden needed 63%, 62.7% of the outstanding votes. Every time we have counted them since I checked that number, he has exceeded it, which means the percentage now is actually lower. But let's hold him to the higher bar. Hold him to the higher bar. That, again, is more proof that every time we count votes, Joe Biden is cutting into the math. And so let's just turn this off. I'm going to move this up here. We can bring it back if we want to look at Monroe County. I'll stop it right there. But then let's just come back and look again. 42,000 votes. Again, that lead at one point was above 600,000 votes. And it seems shocking, especially if you're a Trump supporter. How do you go from 600,000 votes ahead to 42,000 and change votes ahead? You do that by counting votes.
We're waiting to see if Georgia flips for Biden. We're getting more numbers coming in. We'll take a quick break. Much more right after this.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you shipshape, soothed, comfortable, restocked, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscored.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth,
Birmingham,
Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London,
Damascus, Jerusalem,
Moscow,
Rome,
Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
And election night in America continues as we are watching the votes being counted. That is what the process is right now. Regardless of what the president says is going on, that is what is happening in states across the country right now. The votes are being counted. Let's put it up on the screen. Let's put the latest breakdown of each state, if we have it, or not. We're looking obviously at Arizona. We're looking at, there you go, Georgia. We have the president still has a lead, 1,902 votes, but that lead has been gradually getting smaller and smaller as we have watched over the course of the day as the votes continue to be counted. There are still votes being counted in Georgia. Nevada, 11,438. Joe Biden is in the lead there. It had been about 7,000 or so, I think it was earlier this morning. So Biden's lead has grown somewhat throughout the day in Nevada, awaiting more votes to be counted there, though. And you saw Pennsylvania and Arizona. Also want to put up a tweet that Joe Biden sent out after President Trump's remarks at in the White House briefing room. Former Vice President Biden tweeted, "No one is going to take our democracy away from us, not now, not ever. America has come too far, fought too many battles, and endured too much to let that happen." It's a really interesting juxtaposition of what we see happening tonight. I mean, on the one hand, there's the president and what he is saying and the charges he is leveling, and the court battles that will no doubt happen, whether or not whatever evidence the president has and his attorneys have to present will be presented. But while that drama is going on, the very sort of mundane focused work of democracy, of counting votes, continues in each of these states. And it continues no matter what the president says, no matter what Vice President Biden says. Doesn't matter if it's a Republican governor in the state or a Republican Secretary of State in the state or a Democratic one, the votes are being counted.
Yeah, there's a real nobility in that. I mean, if you believe in democracy, this is the day when people have the power. I mean, now it's the days, but this is the time when people have the power to have their say. And obviously the president is unhappy with the verdict that is forming. But this is how we bring change in America. And it's a sacred thing. Mm-hmm. And it is through the votes of people who sometimes wait hours to vote, and through all these people who volunteer because they think it is their patriotic duty to be there, because they want to be part of this process. There's a real beauty to it. No matter how much the president sullies it, there's a real beauty to this.
And that's what's so damaging about what the president did earlier, which is that all these people that David is talking about who are out there, poll workers, government officials, trying to conduct democracy as it should be conducted. And there may be problems, but you don't undermine the entire democratic process just because you think you may not win an election. Yeah. And it's, we saw Joe Biden today, who may or may not win, going through having his COVID briefing on the economy. And then you have the president coming out, and even his staff, according to our White House reporting, was really nervous about what he would say because they worried, and I think rightly so, that he was going to undermine his own case by charging fraud and that the election was being stolen, et cetera, et cetera. And that is exactly what he did. And so trying to spin this forward, how is the president going to relate to Joe Biden if Joe Biden would win? I can't even think about it.
And I don't even want to think about it because it's kind of scary. But I think what's amazing in Georgia, first of all, in Georgia, you don't just have a Republican governor who's very Trump-like and likes Trump. You've got a Republican Secretary of State, and the election supervisor is also a Republican. You got triple red on top of this thing, and he's still saying it's corrupt and it's a fraud. So, facts should actually matter. I think also we shouldn't just let go of the fact, the wonder and the amazement that we're talking about Georgia.
Yeah.
This is Georgia that we're talking about possibly slipping away from Donald Trump, possibly slipping away from a Republican president. And why is that? It's because you've got some demographic changes that have happened. You've got a big entertainment industry there that's brought a lot of liberals and artists and all that kind of stuff there. You got a lot of people who left Louisiana because of Katrina, set up shop there. You got a lot of stuff happening there culturally. You got a big LGBTQ community there, and you've got a different center of gravity happening there culturally.
Then you've got the incredible organizing, Stacey Abrams with Fair Fight, New Georgia Project, and others who've gotten out there and they have built a machine to turn out vote. This is cultural change, it's political change, it's an amazing thing that's happening. That's not fraud. That's not fraud. That's America growing, changing, transforming. We should be celebrating that tonight.
Let me remind you the numbers. 211,000 votes is what Donald Trump won Georgia by 5 points. I believe it was 5 points 4 years ago.
Yeah.
211,000. Now
there's
it's
over a million
tie.
more people living in Georgia
Yeah.
in the last
Yeah.
3 years.
Mhm.
So I mean, this is a
That's America.
I've talked to some people in Georgia, and they their state has changed. I mean, Stacey Abrams almost won, and she lost by what 0.5%, something like that. So look at the Senate race in Georgia, and it's close to probably. I think now both of them are going to go to a runoff, so that the United States Senate is going to be decided. It's we're going to
explain that, because I mean that's sort of gotten lost.
The only state in the union. You hear about runoffs all the time, and you have them, for example, in Louisiana, which has what's called a jungle primary, where you have your primary is on like Bill Cassidy ran for the Senate in Louisiana, and he ran against a whole host of candidates, and unless you get 50%, you
have runoff.
You have a runoff. But in Georgia, like many other southern states, you have to get 50% in the primary. But in Georgia is the only one that you have to get 50% in the general. And so they've had that for a long time, and I think it was an old Jim Crow legend of keeping it in the Democrats' hands. Well, now it's still there, and we had a special election where there were a whole bunch of candidates, just like Louisiana's jungle primary, and the top two candidates were a Democrat, Pastor Warnock, and then the current senator who was appointed to replace Johnny Isakson, Kelly Loeffler. And then on the other Senate race, which was for a 6-year term, that's for a 2-year term, is David Perdue and Ossoff.
John Ossoff.
Sorry, couldn't remember his first name. And David Perdue was at 50%. And then just a few minutes ago,
drug him down.
Yeah.
But the importance
so now
of
there's
that.
going to be 2 races on January 5th in Georgia
that will determine
who controls the United States.
So there's going to be a ton of money now being poured into Georgia.
I own a TV station in Georgia.
So if you can buy a TV station in Georgia,
it's a good investment right now.
The way that he got pulled down, though, below 50%, grassroots organizers curing ballots.
Yeah.
So, anyways, you got the democracy at work.
So that is a battle to come for Georgia, that both Democrats and Republicans are going to be on the Senate side. But the battle right now tonight, 1,000 votes, 1,900 is now what the president's lead is at. Do we know when more numbers are going to be coming in, both for Georgia and also Pennsylvania? I mean, because earlier in the day, the Secretary of State had said they would be done by the end of the day in Pennsylvania. Then the governor came out and said, well, maybe that...
Well, they seem to be dribbling in.
So, Clayton County is supposed to be in by midnight.
This is in Georgia.
Georgia.
Yeah. Really?
And that could flip it, so that's a bit of a tease, but
Clayton County is about just 70% African American, so it's
so it could flip it. That's what I mean. But so things are coming in piecemeal, but that's an important.
The other thing that happened today, which also has gotten lost in all this, is that another record count of COVID cases in the United States. Yesterday had been a new record. I think it was 102,000 yesterday and today.
And this is the reality that if Joe Biden gets elected president, this is the reality he's going to have to confront it. And what Gloria said is really concerning. One of the things I'll always remember when Barack Obama got elected president is just how helpful George W. Bush and his entire team were with us.
True.
And it wasn't because we were so kind to President Bush during our campaign. It was because he saw himself as a trustee of the democracy. He saw this as his obligation to ensure that there was a good and peaceful and productive transfer of power. It's more important right now than ever because we're facing a COVID crisis. We have deep economic problems. And, I mean, again, my prayer for the country is that there is a good, solid transition. The auguries here are not very positive.
Yeah, it was 100.
Going to be.
It was 102,000 new cases yesterday. More than 120,000 today.
So
staggering numbers.
That's the worst in the world.
COVID isn't going to go away. It could be a joint project if you had two people who wanted to work together on. I mean, all of this, what you're talking about, reminds me. I just looked it up. When Bill Clinton became president, you know, they leave each other notes in the desk there in the Oval Office, and Bush 41 said to him, "You will be our president when you read this note. I wish you well. Your success now is our country's success.
Yeah.
I am rooting hard for you."
Our coverage continues in just a moment.
We may be on the brink of a major turning point in the presidential vote count. I'm Wolf Blitzer. The former Vice President Joe Biden keeps gaining ground in Georgia tonight. He's now in a virtual tie with President Trump in that traditionally red state, and it's possible he will take the lead at any moment. Biden also is slicing deeper and deeper into the president's lead in Pennsylvania, another must-win for Trump. It's a different story in Arizona, where Biden's advantage has narrowed, but he still appears to be on a firm path toward winning the 270 electoral votes needed to become president-elect of the United States. Biden is now at 253, Trump is at 213, and the votes keep coming. Here's a key race alert. All right, here are the closest four states right now. Take a look at this. Georgia right now, President Trump is ahead by only 1,902 votes. Look at how close, a virtual tie right now. And any moment now, that lead he has could switch dramatically in Georgia. In Nevada right now, Biden is ahead by 11,438 votes. In Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by only 42,142, but that's dramatically lower than it was only hours and hours ago. His lead is slipping dramatically in Pennsylvania. In Arizona, Biden's lead is slipping right now. It's at 46,257. It was much higher earlier, so his lead is slipping in Arizona right now. Lots going on. We're watching all of this with John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's talk about Georgia and Pennsylvania right now, because it's possible the president could lose the lead at any moment now.
If the president loses Georgia, the best he can do is 269 electoral votes. If he loses Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's game over. The president needs them both to get above 270, which of course is the finish line. So we're looking at this. This is so dramatic. 1,902 votes, 1,902 votes, 49.4 to 49.4. In a state, the president had a lead excess of 250,000 votes. If we go back to Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, it was above 300,000 votes at one point. So what are we looking for now? We're looking for the remaining votes. One of the places we know, and they promised to get them to us by midnight tonight, is Clayton County. This is just south of Atlanta. Hartsfield International Airport is right here, if you've ever flown in or out or through Atlanta. Right now, Clayton still has about 5,776 ballots to count as of the last point. Just in this county alone, if Joe Biden wins 71.8, so 72% of the votes when they're counted, he'll catch up to the President of the United States. He'll actually pass the President of the United States because the vote tally has changed in somewhat since then. So right here, more than 5,700 votes in a place where Joe Biden is getting 85% of the vote. And Joe Biden generally exceeds what you see for his countywide vote when they count the mail-in votes. Pretty hard to exceed that, but we'll see if he does. So in a place where Joe Biden is already getting 85% of the vote, they've got 5,700. That's enough right there. Statewide, 16,000 votes still outstanding right there. So Joe Biden essentially needs 57%. It's a little smaller than that now if he pulls in the rest of the votes. Where else are they? Some of them are still a small amount of votes, we believe, still in Fulton County here. This is Atlanta. And then some of the suburbs around here as you walk down and come through. This one's up to 99. We saw earlier, I just want to show you, Rockdale County had some votes come in earlier. I just want to go, because we've seen this throughout the night, right? How is Joe Biden doing? So even in a place where you see him running very well here, let me bring this up. When these last votes came in Rockdale County, here's what happened. Joe Biden got 803 votes, right? So that's 77.9%. I'll give you the president's total in just a minute. 77.9. The president got 208 votes. So let's fix that. 208 votes. Now, why am I bringing this up in a county where Joe Biden is winning so big? Because the challenge is because the president has the statewide lead, to exceed that bar. So even in places where Joe Biden is getting 70%, when they're counting the mail-in ballots, he tends to do a little bit better than that everywhere. So you were seeing this consistently across these counties. So the metric all day long, the test for Joe Biden is he getting enough votes at the percentage he needs to narrow the gap? And we were asking that question when it was 60,000. We were asking that question when it was 50,000, 40,000. It's now 1,900. It's below 2,000. We're waiting for the rest of the votes. Again, on the track it is on right now, the expectation, there you go,
just
as we
dropped
speak.
again.
As we speak, 1,797. This has been a methodical climb for Joe Biden, or if you want to call it a methodical decline for the President of the United States. And again, in the White House earlier tonight, he said that this was because of fraud and cheating. It is because of math and democracy and counting votes in a state with a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, Republican office holders. If the governor of Georgia thought there was fraud, we would have heard from him by now. He's the Republican governor. This has been playing out for a couple of days. They're simply counting votes, and we'll watch. 1,797 now, the president's lead, because they counted the election day vote first, was above 300,000 when we went from Tuesday into early Wednesday. There we go. That's Georgia. We'll keep an eye on that, and that will tell me if it changes while I move up here to Pennsylvania. Again, 42,142 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where the president, as we went from Tuesday into the early morning hours of Wednesday, led by more than 500,000 votes, over 600,000 votes at one point. There's nothing wrong with that. They counted the election day vote first. You see all these red counties. Pennsylvania's a big, complicated state, very rural state up in here, and the president does extremely well in those counties. He turned out his vote on election day, and he mounted an impressive vote total. But then they started counting the mail-in ballots. Democrats did that disproportionately, and you see down here, especially, as we wait for the rest of the votes to come in, I want to switch to Pennsylvania. About 250,000 left to count at last check, 250,000. 20% of those are right here in Philadelphia. 20% of them, about 72,000. Joe Biden's getting 80% of the vote in Philadelphia, right? You can take out a pencil at home, get your calculator out. If he keeps winning votes at that pace here, then he's going to catch up to that. And we've been going throughout the day. The president is getting his votes, but Joe Biden, even when you go to places like this, we haven't had any mail-in votes here, but I just want to pull up a Republican county. Even when you go to places like this, today, Joe Biden is getting 60, 70% of the vote or higher, even though he's not in the totals, because in the election day count, the president ran it up very successfully, but Joe Biden, the Democrats who live here voted by mail, and those are the votes that are coming in as we go through this. So again, just like in Georgia, this has been a steady progression toward the president, away from the president's lead, Joe Biden coming up. If Joe Biden, 20 electoral votes, this is the largest prize still on the board. As I said, the president of the United States, to get above 270, he needs this, and he needs this. Let's flip the math another way. Joe Biden right now is at 253. It takes 270 to win. That's 20. There's the most simple math of all. 253 plus 20 means Joe Biden's the next president of the United States. So we will keep our eye on the count in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in the state of Georgia. 42,000 right there. And Wolf, it's just been a steady, methodical shift.
I want to go back to Georgia for a moment. Martin Savage is on the ground for us in Georgia right now. Martin, tell our viewers what you're seeing right now. Where are they still counting these votes in Georgia tonight?
Yeah, there are a number of places, Wolf, and so we are likely to see the president's lead decline even more. Rockdale County is one of the latest to come in with 1,031 votes. 803 went to Vice President Biden, and 203 went to President Trump. Now, Clayton County is that county now that still has the most outstanding votes. That's 5,726. And we are told that they are going to continue counting till at least midnight. They actually believe in Clayton County they will get through all of the absentee ballots that they have outstanding or that need to be counted before or at the time of midnight. So that's going to be a significant time. We should point out, though, it's not going to be one sort of dump right at 11:59. They're actually updating on a much more regular basis, maybe on the span of about every half hour. Gwinnett County was going till at least 9 o'clock. Now, the thing about Gwinnett County was they were going to keep counting, but they weren't going to update their numbers. They say they're not going to do that until tomorrow morning sometime. And then we know there are a number of other counties that have been contemplating going later into the night. But the smaller the county, the less likely they would do that. They just simply don't have the staffing to go 24 hours. But still, we point out there is Clayton County with the largest number. They are still counting. They do expect to be completed tonight. And as you've already mentioned, the numbers from Clayton County alone could flip the entire race as it stands in Georgia right now. A really remarkable story that is breaking by almost every moment.
And has anyone there at all, you're in Savannah, has anyone at all suggested fraud or any illegal voting, anything untoward going on?
Well, I should say, yes, there are Trump supporters that have come out and been quite vocal, but they have nothing to substantiate it. They base it on conversations they claim they have with people who thought they were going to get absentee ballots, that they say never received them. And then there's all sorts of other conspiracy theories that are out there. But no, there's no official complaint. There was one that went to Chatham County Court here, but that was dismissed by the judge. The claim was that there were a number of absentee ballots that came in too late, about 50 of them, that may have been slipped in to the actual tally, but county election officials here were able to prove to the judge that that did not happen, and that case was dismissed. That's the only legal case there was so far. There could be others to come in the days ahead.
Yeah, Georgia, a key state. Martin, thank you very much. Martin Savage is in Savannah.
Absolutely.
For us. John, as we keep pointing out, Georgia has a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State, and things are moving along. There's always a few little minor problems in any election. They got to do a little recounting here and there, but nothing significant.
And to Martin's point about the Trump supporters, there's a process. And again, I don't mean this, I mean this with no disrespect. You can complain publicly all you want. If you want to prove it, there are ways to do it. You go to court, or you go to your election officials and you file the complaints and it goes through the process. So we'll watch that. We'll watch that. And look, let's assume, we're looking at 1,797. The trajectory seems crystal clear. Let's assume that Joe Biden passes the president in Georgia. Well, guess what? There could be within grounds for a recount, number one. There are 8,000 possible military and overseas ballots. They mailed out, I believe, 8,800 was the number. That's the universe. They don't all come back. Not everybody sends them back, but they have to wait. They have to wait. So if this is a race that's within a few thousand votes at the end, no matter who's in charge, they're going to wait for those ballots as well. So we're not going to be definitive in Georgia, but we have seen just a undeniable trajectory. And again, the places where the votes are out, Martin mentioned, Clayton County, look at it. The votes that have come in so far, 85% for Joe Biden. There are 5,700 votes still to be counted. They expect to have those by midnight. So we should see those within the next couple of hours in this one county. Then he mentioned we're going to come up here. He mentioned DeKalb. He didn't mention DeKalb. We're done there. But he mentioned Gwinnett. He said they're going to wait till tomorrow now. The last time I checked, there were 4,800 ballots there. And Joe Biden in the county-wide vote has just shy of 60%. But again, when they count these mail-in ballots, the numbers have been consistently much higher than that, because the election day vote includes the president's vote there. And in the mail-in ballots, Joe Biden has been getting consistently 79, 80% or higher. That doesn't guarantee it happens again, but 4,400 ballots here that they're going to count tomorrow tells you that wherever we get by the end of the night, that's a reserve of most likely more votes for the former vice president, the Democratic nominee, tomorrow. So we wait. And where Martin is, this was a big piece of it here. We were waiting earlier in the day. They had more than 17,000 ballots here. And when they came in, you see they're up to 95% now. So it's one of the smaller counties, as Martin mentioned. These people, bless them, they're working incredibly hard in overtime. They may have a few left that they're going to count tomorrow, but they did most of theirs. And this was one of the counties, when they reported them, that really started the exponential decline of the president's lead. And that's what they're doing, county by county across Georgia, counting the votes. As you noted, they have a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. There are 2 Senate races playing out in Georgia right now. If there was widespread fraud, trust me, people on the ballot, this is personal. You're running for Senate, you're running for House, you're running for county commission, you're running for anything. We would hear it. We would hear it. And again, there's a process. If you have a complaint, make it by a process. Fill out the paperwork, file it in court, file it with the election board. Don't just talk about it. That's not a complaint. That's politics.
An awful moment in American history when the president came out today in the briefing room, made those allegations totally unfounded and potentially very, very dangerous. Jake, Dan, and Abby, guys, up to you.
Wolf, I mean, what a nail biter. Look at the margins in these 4 key battleground states. In Georgia, it is only 1,797. They are basically tied with 49.4% each, Trump and Biden. In Nevada, the voting continues. Biden is ahead by only 11,438. Trump has really chipped away at the I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking of Arizona. And in any case, 11,438. It's incredibly narrow. Biden has expanded his slim margin there by about 4,000 today. In Pennsylvania, 41,305 votes separate Donald Trump from Joe Biden. And as the votes keep getting counted, that lead keeps getting narrowed. And Arizona, 46,257. As the voting goes on there, the vote counting goes on there, Biden is losing votes and Trump is chipping away. I have never seen anything like this. I mean, having one state this close is one thing. Having 4 this close, 2 days, is that how many days we are from election day? 2 days, maybe 3, 5, 10,
Doesn't
whatever
matter.
it is. It is unbelievable, and the stakes could not be higher.
Could not be higher. You know, it's all, I want to say it's like having 4 Floridas, but it's, you know, hopefully we will end up in a place where, Florida 2000, hopefully we'll end up in a place where these votes will get counted. They're doing it very slowly, very cautiously, very deliberately, Nevada in particular, which is slower than the others, and we will get the answers. And we're going to get maybe some more news from Arizona later. Pennsylvania is working pretty fast, especially considering, as we talked about, this is really new for them. I mean, it's new for a lot of states to have this volume of mail-in votes, but the whole notion of mail-in voting is really new for Pennsylvania.
I keep talking about my fellow Pennsylvanians as if we're not the greatest.
Well, even
of course we're capable of such a thing.
No, but even Pennsylvanians have said that this that the state, the Commonwealth, was behind on the whole notion of mail-in voting before 2020, and you know they're getting it together. There are problems, there's no question, and it was a little bit rough with the legislature and the Democratic governor, but at least they're doing it, and they're doing it in a pretty brisk way.
You know what I think about a lot as we go through this all together as a nation? The president is freaking out, frankly, over these narrow margins. But 4 years ago, he won in Pennsylvania by 44,000 votes.
That's right.
In Michigan, by 10,000 votes.
Right.
In Wisconsin, 22,000 votes. So the narrowest of narrow margins in 3 states won Donald Trump the presidency of the United States. The difference tonight, though, is that the numbers are moving. We're still counting votes, and they're shifting on him, which I think is one of the things causing some anxiety over at the White House. But if you're the Trump campaign tonight, what is going on in Georgia is a nightmare scenario. It makes the math virtually impossible. And once that state flips, then you have the process of trying to find votes to flip it back if you're Trump. That's what makes Georgia such a difficult situation for him. It's not over, but we are 1,700 votes away from Joe Biden potentially flipping that state, and we could get more votes again tonight. That's a huge, huge deal.
And by the way, it's Georgia.
Yeah.
It is Georgia.
A state that hasn't gone Democratic.
Democrats have wanted
for the president
this for decades.
since 1992.
Yeah, I mean, it's really remarkable. I mean, in recent times, it's kind of been the white whale for Democrats. They think that they're going to get it, not so much on the presidential level, but statewide in a more aggressive way. Didn't happen 2 years ago. But considering how red Georgia has been in recent decades, this demographic shift has been almost warp speed in the past several years.
President Trump on Sunday in Georgia, Sunday before the presidential election, believe it or not, said I shouldn't even be here.
That's true.
Because they said
that in a lot of places.
They said I have it all wrapped up. No, he didn't. And at the rate we're going, Joe Biden looks like he will overtake Donald Trump in Georgia. Although I'm not calling it, and there remain all those other ballots, military ballots and the like, so we might not get an official call from Georgia for a few days. But look at that, it's remarkable. I have to say also, this is exciting because it is votes being counted. It is the experiment of America. It is democracy, and it's not only working in one way.
No.
Biden's margins are getting better for him in Pennsylvania and in Nevada and in Georgia. But Trump's margin, it's getting better for Trump in Arizona. We're seeing how the counting of votes is really something to be celebrated, and it is being celebrated by everyone except for President Trump and his minions.
And can I just say, though, that I like that we're counting votes. It's good that this process is happening, but it did not actually have to be this way. Some of these states should have been able to count these ballots before Election Day, which would have sped up this process. We're just watching this counting process happening in slow motion, in part because the Trump campaign pushed back on any efforts to count ballots early so that we could get some of this counting done before we got to election day. So that's really, I mean, especially in the state of Pennsylvania, that is why we are, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, that is why we are where we are.
But the governor,
And
the Democratic governor wanted that. The Democratic Attorney General wanted that, but the Republican legislature refused to let them count the vote by mail ballots ahead of Election Day. They would not do it precisely because they wanted to let President Trump do this, claim victory by pretending that all these vote by mail ballots weren't legitimate.
Counting early doesn't solve all of our problems. Arizona counts early, but we're still waiting on some votes.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
But Pennsylvania is a very large state, and it would have helped them to be able to count a little bit early.
Yeah, there are fewer voters in Arizona than Pennsylvania, but Arizona, I guess that makes our point. Arizona has much more of a history with mail-in voting, and they were allowed to start, I believe, 2 weeks ago to start counting the votes as they came in, and yet here we are still waiting for them to count the votes. So it's volume. It's, oh, by the way, we're in the middle of a pandemic,
right?
And it's not been great in a lot of these states, but particularly Arizona was very hard hit, over the summer, and that has to be taken into account. Maybe we haven't talked about that enough. That it's not just that we are in a position where things are probably happening slower because of a pandemic, but that these people who are trying to count the votes are doing it wearing masks, maybe wearing face shields, trying to be as careful as they possibly can for their own protection and the protection of others.
Although, Dan, I have to say, and you're more of an expert of this than I am, but 2 years ago, I think it was, when Senator Kyrsten Sinema defeated Martha McSally.
Took a while.
In Martha McSally's, the first time she was defeated for the Senate, as opposed to the second time a few days ago. I don't
think we've called it.
We haven't called it yet? Okay. As it looks like it's going to happen. In any case, that race took a long time to determine who won. And McSally was ahead on election night was it 2018? I think
yes,
it was.
It was 2 years.
Election night 2018.
Yeah.
And then they had to count all these absentee and vote by mail ballots. There are a lot of seniors in Arizona, obviously, huge retirement community. A lot of people vote by paper on whether it's absentee or vote by mail. And it was days later that we found out that Sinema had defeated then incumbent Senator McSally. So we are used to this from Arizona. It's just that the entire country wasn't paying attention to it. Really, just nerds who care about the balance of power in the Senate.
The presidency didn't hang in the balance because of what was going on in Arizona. And particularly, on a presidential level, this is the first time in a really long time the eyes of the country have been on Arizona as a battleground state on a presidential level. A really long time. It was just a fluke that Bill Clinton won, and it was because of Ross Perot kind of helped get him there. But aside from that, it has been a really reliably red state on a presidential level. Again, as I talked about with Georgia, it is the very, very quickly changing demographics in Arizona, not just retirees now, much bigger minorities community and a lot of younger people.
And in addition to Georgia now being on the verge of flipping potentially to Joe Biden, we are going to have 2 runoffs in January. That state is about to become the center of the political universe.
In Georgia, yeah.
In Georgia. It is almost certain that this margin, whatever it is between Trump and Biden, is going to be so razor thin. And then on top of that, you're going to have a really massive effort by both parties to fight over those 2 seats because that state is changing, as you said, Dana, so quickly. And because there's so much activism in that state. After 2018, when Stacey Abrams lost the gubernatorial race, she has really helped activate the Democratic base, especially black voters in the state of Georgia. And it's making a difference for Democrats tonight.
If Joe Biden ends up winning Georgia, he will have Stacey Abrams and the communities that she has gotten excited and motivated, African-American community, young community, Latino community, lots of different groups, he will have her to thank for the work. And similarly, if Joe Biden ends up winning Arizona, we talked the other day about the fact that Joe Biden, according to exit polls, which are still early, showed that Joe Biden won 10% of Republicans in Arizona. So there is the McCain flake factor there. But if Joe Biden wins Arizona, the Latino community in Arizona came out for him
Yes.
in a major way. And there's a lot of talk about how Donald Trump has done better with the Latino community in 2020 than he did in 2016, especially in places such as Florida. But the Latino community in Arizona is a completely different story. And the activists there did a fantastic job in getting out their voters for Joe Biden.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you're hearing from Democrats who are looking at the map and they're saying, you know, it is a little bit of a different story depending on where you're looking geographically. And they really look at Arizona as a bright spot about their engagement with the Latino community, but also about the issue of immigration and how it can work for certain segments of the Latino population in that state in particular. There's a lot that needs to be unpacked there, but Joe Biden might be saved in the state of Arizona by Latino voters showing up, though we should point out he actually doesn't need to win the state of Arizona. I think
All right, well, we are following these very dramatic developments in the vote count in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we're standing by for new numbers in all of the battleground states remaining. We're going to talk to Senator Bob Casey of Pennsylvania next as Election Night in America continues. Stay with us.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a place that kept you vibrant, outdoorsy, mischievous, restored, zen, sparkly, cheeky, disciplined, dapper, prepped, smart, hopeful, brave, and safe? Well, there is, and always has been. Walgreens, everyone's place for healthy and safe.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN Underscored. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
The time has come to act.
You are the mother of humanity.
I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
At some point in their life, 52% of all men will experience erectile dysfunction, but most of them never get treated. Now there's Roman, the digital health clinic for men. With Roman, you can get genuine medication prescribed by a U.S. licensed physician, all from the comfort of your home. If medication is right for you, Roman delivers it with free 2-day shipping and in discreet packaging. Get started with a free online visit today at GetRoman.com/TV.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Only about 1,775 votes separate Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the state of Georgia. That number has shrunk dramatically. There's a virtual tie going on right now. Let's discuss with Shauna Dozier, the director of the Board of Elections in Clayton County right now. That potentially that county could flip the vote right now. Shauna, thanks so much for joining us. I know